Chapter 1. What is this place? Midnight opened his eyes in a daze, and he was surprised to find that he had actually come to a wilderness mountain. The surrounding environment is green and full of nature, but now he has no time to enjoy the scenery. Because at this time, he found that his body had actually become smaller and seemed to return to his appearance in junior high school, so he quickly pinched his arm, and after some experiments, he finally confirmed that he was not dreaming. His grandmother's. What the hell is going on here? Lao Tzu is sleeping at home decently. How did he come to this broken place, and what is going on with my body? Midnight collapsed and sat on the ground, scratching his ears and scratching his cheeks and roaring. Roar! Roar! What sound? Suddenly, a roar sounded, and in the middle of the night fright, he quickly stood up and looked around. I saw a beast about 3 meters long, with its fierce fangs, crawling out of the grass. Boom! Midnight swallowed his saliva, cold sweat couldn't stop flowing, his heart fluttered, and his body trembled and retreated backwards. Roar! The beast roared and suddenly rushed towards the frightened Midnight. Ah! Help! Seeing this, he didn't make any stops at Midnight, turned around and ran with his legs, and at the moment of danger of his life, he used all his strength to run, shouting for help while running. His grandmother's. Why is Lao Tzu so unlucky? What happened has not yet been figured out, and he will die young. Trying desperately to escape at midnight, he accidentally tripped over a branch in the ground, and then fell heavily on the ground, leaving bloody scars on his knees. It's over, it's over. Midnight's face turned pale, and his heart sank to the bottom. The beast's eyes also flowed greed for its prey, opened its fierce fangs, grabbed its sharp claws towards the ground, and its body jumped up. Just as Midnight was preparing to die generously, a child who looked a little younger than himself suddenly landed in mid-air. I saw that his body jumped up, and his short legs kicked the abdomen of the beast fiercely, and under the pain, the beast directly rolled over here, silently. Well! It's so powerful! Midnight opened his mouth wide and looked at this scene in front of him in amazement. He didn't expect that a child who looked 11 or 12 years old could actually burst out such amazing energy and kick a fierce beast to death with one kick. Thanks. Thank you, saved me. Midnight quickly stood up, ran to the child, and held his little hand in gratitude. Looking closely, the child in front of him was wearing a strange explosive head, wearing blue clothes, carrying a red stick behind his back, and what was even more surprising was that he actually had a tail behind him. It's okay, it just so happens that tonight's food has fallen. By the way, my name is Sun Wukong, what is your name? Sun Wukong smiled lightly and explained without care. Hearing the other party's name, Midnight couldn't help but be a little stunned, and he was stunned in place for a long time. With a tail on his back, his name is Sun Wukong. Isn't this the Dragon Ball he watched when he was a child? Did he cross into the world of Dragon Ball? Oh Baika! This is not good news, the danger index of the world of Dragon Ball is quite high. Hey! What's wrong with you? Why don't you talk? It's so strange. Sun Wukong stretched out his small hand, shook it in front of Midnight, and asked with a puzzled face. Didn't? Nothing. Midnight, who reacted, hurriedly explained. Hello, Monkey King. My name is Midnight. I came here to explore a few days ago and accidentally got lost, can you take me out? Hearing this, Sun Wukong couldn't help but be stunned, and then covered his mouth and snickered. Expedition. You are so weak, you can't even beat a little tiger. It's dangerous to explore here. Hearing this, Midnight had to nod helplessly. In this way, it's almost dark, you come home with me first. Sun Wukong turned around, picked up the beast that fell to the ground, beckoned to Midnight, and said. Okay, thank you then, Gaku. Midnight nodded and said gratefully. Well, you have to follow me. With that, Goku rushed away with the saber-toothed tiger on his shoulder. Seeing this, Midnight did not have any hesitation, and quickly chased after him. Although he felt a faint pain in his knees, he still took his biggest steps. In this way, after running for about 30 minutes, he caught up with Goku's figure at midnight, and when he saw the simple room behind Goku, he let go of his heart and lay on the ground with a plop. Shout! I'm exhausted. If I run again, my legs will be broken. Midnight lay on the ground, panting heavily, and quickly felt as if he was about to collapse. Your body is so bad, I waited so long for you to catch up, but you have to exercise well. Sun Wukong leaned in front of Midnight and opened his mouth to remind. At this time, Midnight had already collapsed in tears, and only nodded subconsciously to Goku's words, and then did not respond, still lying on the ground and gasping for air. Seeing this look of Midnight, Goku couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh twice, then picked up the saber-toothed tiger and walked into the room. An hour later, a fragrance came from the house, which made the tired Midnight immediately come to the spirit, and the body quickly got up from the ground and ran into the house. Are you resting? I've prepared the food. Grandpa said that the visitors are all guests, so we must be well entertained, so hurry up and come and eat. Looking at the Midnight who entered the door, Sun Wukong smiled gently at the other party, and then said very politely, "Then you're welcome." Midnight nodded, and did not be polite with Goku, then cooked in front of the table, picked up the meat on it, and gnawed it fragrantly. To be honest, the meat is a little raw and not particularly delicious, but it is a rare delicacy for the midnight of the day when you are overly frightened and tired of the day. Seeing this, Goku did not speak again, picked up a tiger leg and ate it, and soon the food on the table was wiped out by the two. The amount of food at midnight is not very large, just eat a tiger leg and can no longer eat, but Goku's amount of rice is really amazing. Eating a large tiger is not enough, and went to copy a fish that is 2 meters large to satisfy his stomach. Sometimes Midnight really wondered how Goku's small body could eat food that was several times larger than himself. After dinner, Midnight finally rested under Goku's arrangement. Crossing. It's really like a dream. I don't know how to go in the future. Lying on the bed at midnight, after muttering a few words at the corner of his mouth, he fell asleep. Chapter 2. The first rays of sunlight shone through the window and fell on the bed in the house, and I rubbed my eyes at midnight and slowly opened them. Are you awake? Sun Wukong smiled and said hello. Early, Goku. Midnight stretched out, said hello casually, then sat up from the bed, glanced at Goku, who was ready, and asked lightly, Goku, are you planning to go out? Goku nodded seriously, and then explained. I'm going out to find food and practice. By the way, Midnight, didn't you say that you were leaving here today? I'll take you out. Hearing this, Midnight's expression couldn't help but dim. He is not familiar with life in this world. Even if he goes out, it is estimated that he will not be able to mix up what it looks like, and this world is so dangerous. At this stage, it is only safe to follow Wukong's side. What's wrong with you? Midnight. Looking at the Midnight that suddenly fell silent, Sun Wukong stepped forward with a puzzled face. Don't hide from you, Goku. Actually, I am an orphan and there is nowhere to go. Midnight lowered his head and said with a somewhat complicated mood. So that's the case, then you should live here first, and I have been living alone in this place since my grandfather died. Seeing the very pitiful Midnight, Goku's sympathy suddenly flooded and said lightly. Really? Thank you, Goku. Midnight's eyes lit up, and then he grabbed Goku's little hand and said excitedly. But you stay here to help me hunt together. Hunting. Hearing this, Midnight couldn't help but be stunned. If it was an ordinary hunting, of course, it was no problem, but those monsters that Goku faced every day, I felt my scalp numb when I thought of it. But, Goku. You know, My body. It's okay, I'll train you. Sun Wukong patted his chest and assured. Okay, then please. Midnight nodded and said. The fact that it has come can no longer be changed, it is better to stay here is also a good choice. Follow the experience of Wukong practicing gangsters in the early stage, and hold your thighs in the later stage. In that case, let's go out and try it first. Let me try your skills. Now? But... Midnight couldn't help but roll his eyes, so he didn't go to be beaten? Don't worry, I'll show mercy. Hearing this, Midnight was also slightly relieved, and then followed this Gaku to the house, and the two stood opposite each other. Good. Midnight, you can make a move on me. Listening to Goku's words, Midnight couldn't help but be stunned. He hadn't fought much in his previous life, and it really felt a little ambiguous to let him strike all of a sudden. Stop grinding, hurry up. Looking at the Midnight that was still stunned for a long time, Sun Wukong couldn't help but urge. In that case, then I'm welcome. Saying that, Midnight clenched his fists, then ran to Goku's body and hit the other party in the face. What are you doing? Punched by the other party, Gaku didn't feel anything, couldn't help but roll his eyes and asked. Seeing this scene, couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed at Midnight, and there seemed to be a flock of crows skipped over his head. Midnight, fighting is not like this. Gaku shook his head with some disappointment, and then gently patted Midnight with his palm. Bang! But I never thought that I was directly flown more than 10 meters away at Midnight, and after hitting a big rock, I fell unconscious. Midnight. Are you okay? Seeing this, Gaku hurriedly went up to check, but saw that the other party had broken his head and bled out, and Ren Wukong couldn't wake up no matter how he screamed. Oops, it's too heavy. Sun Wukong touched his head and said with some embarrassment. 3 days later. It hurts. Midnight touched his headache-torn head, slowly opened his eyes. He felt as if his body was about to fall apart, and his whole body was in unbearable pain. Midnight, are you awake? That's wonderful. I'm sorry, this time it's too heavy. Sun Wukong stepped forward and said apologetically. It's okay, I can't blame you for that. It's all my body is too uncompetitive. Midnight scratched his head and said embarrassedly. You rest first, I'll go get you something to eat. Looking at Goku's busy figure, Midnight showed a faint smile. Looking at this favorite character in his previous life as a child, his heart suddenly felt a little complicated. After getting dressed, Midnight slowly walked towards the outside of the house. A faint cool breeze blew through, and the body trembled twice. My body is really weak enough. Midnight smiled wryly and shook his head. Hey? What is that? Suddenly, a cyan light in the courtyard attracted Midnight, and slowly stepped forward with curious eyes. Under the careful look, I saw that there was a strange number +5 written in the cyan light mass, and under curiosity, Midnight stretched out his palm and gently touched the cyan light mass. Ah! Suddenly, a warm current entered Midnight's body, and the sudden feeling of comfort made him groan. The next moment, the cyan light mass disappeared in front of Ling Yi's eyes, and what made him excited was that he found that the pain in his body had disappeared, and many parts of his body had undergone slight changes, and the feeling in his body exuded endless power. This. Is it my plugin? Midnight said with a look of excitement. Ha 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 ha. I said, how can I not have a golden finger? What happened? What are you laughing at Midnight? It seems that the midnight sound is too loud, affecting Gaku, who is cooking in the house, and Gaku looks at it suspiciously. Nothing. Midnight waved his hand, and then spoke. Gaku, let's try it again. Hey? This is not okay, I am afraid that I will accidentally beat you to death this time. Sun Wukong touched his head and said a little embarrassed. Don't worry, Gaku, I'm not as weak as you think this time. Midnight smiled confidently, then took a fighting posture, felt the surging power in his body, stepped hard with his footsteps, and attacked Gaku. Looking at the sudden Midnight, Gaku was also unceremonious, clenched his fists and greeted him. Bang! The two fists faced each other, and there was a sound in the air, and Midnight only felt that his hand hurt, and his body took a few steps backwards before he could stabilize his figure. Call! Midnight simply moved his wrist, and he found that his current strength was still a little different from Goku's, but what was certain was that the energy just now did make him a lot stronger. It turns out that you hid your strength before, but now I'm going to be serious. P.S. At this stage, the protagonist's combat power is 6, and Goku's combat power is 10. Chapter 3. Come on, Gaku. Midnight's face froze, and he was ready for battle again. I saw that Wukong's body jumped slightly, and suddenly jumped 7 or 8 meters in height, and with the help of the power of descending, it struck towards Midnight like a small missile. Bang! Z used all the power in his body to have a violent collision with Gaku, and with the violent explosion, Midnight was directly kicked out. At this time, Midnight, who fell to the ground, felt a hot pain in his hands, and the bones in them seemed to be broken, and he was grinning in pain. Hey, come again. I haven't met such a strong opponent since my grandfather died. Gaku smiled excitedly, completely ignoring Midnight, who was still on the ground, and rushed over again. Seeing this, Midnight did not dare to be careless. The carp stood up straight, dodged Goku's attack on a slight side of his body, and punched out. You're fooled. Gaku laughed slyly, and then grabbed Midnight's arm, and then rotated quickly, and after being thrown a few times at Midnight, he flew out directly. Wait, I'm not playing. Looking at Gaku, who had not yet been addicted, Midnight quickly interrupted his movements and lay on the ground in a daze. All right. A hint of disappointment flashed in Goku's eyes, but it was not good to say anything more. Gollum. Then let's go in and eat. As Goku's round belly suddenly remembered, Gaku also had no interest in fighting, and after smiling at Midnight, he ran into the room. Midnight stood up with a grey face, and he was just about to enter the room, when he was suddenly attracted by the cyan light mass that suddenly appeared next to him. That thing has appeared again. Midnight ran forward excitedly, and the light group this time was much the same as the last time, but the number inside became +1. Without any hesitation, Midnight directly stretched out his palm, and as a faint warm current flowed in his body again, Midnight only felt that his strength seemed to increase a little in an instant. Does this thing only appear when I'm fighting? Does the above number correspond to combat effectiveness? Midnight touched his chin and said with some doubt. Midnight, what are you doing? The meal was already ready. As Goku's voice came out of the room, interrupting Midnight's thoughts, he ran straight to the room when he came to his senses. A month later. In a gentle weather, in a simple courtyard, 2 young children were standing opposite each other, looking at each other carefully. Gaku, you won't necessarily be my opponent this time. Midnight smiled lightly and said with a confident look. That's not necessarily. Gaku shook his head, and then his body quickly rushed up, but a month of training has made Midnight's strength reach a new height, and the speed and strength of Gaku on the opposite side, Midnight seems to be at ease. Bang! Bang bang, the two punched several times in a row, neither side took any advantage. Goku's face was very solemn, and Midnight was very relaxed. Hey! Midnight, are you looking down on me? It's good to bring out all your strength. Gaku shook his head and said a little angrily. Okay, then you have to be careful. Saying that, Midnight's figure moved like a ghost, and before Gaku could react, his palm had already hit him firmly. It hurts. I really underestimate you. Gaku covered his chest and said excitedly. Gaku, I see that today is like this. Now you are no longer my opponent. It's not too early, it's my turn to find food today. You chop the firewood at home, I'll go back. Without waiting for Gaku to agree, Midnight ran out. A month of training has allowed Midnight to come and go freely in this dangerous mountain, and now he can basically understand his external abilities. As long as you fight with others, you will immediately drop different degrees of combat power to help you extract strength, and the higher the opponent's strength or the more serious your own injury, the higher the dropped combat power. Correspondingly, if the opponent's strength is equal to his own, the possibility of dropping combat power will become much lower, and if this situation occurs today, his combat power has surpassed Wukong a lot. Even if he deliberately hands it, I will not have combat power drop. The sudden roar of the beast interrupted Midnight's thoughts, and Ding Qing saw that it was actually 3 saber-toothed tigers blocking his way. Midnight's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said with a solemn expression, "If I remember correctly, it was your kind who came here one day to chase me, right? In that case, don't blame me for being unkind." Saying that, Midnight sneered, his body moved quickly, and the speed of the ghost made the 3 saber-toothed tigers look confused. In the next second, Midnight's body suddenly landed from mid-air, and then kicked heavily on the back of one of them, and under the powerful force explosion, the saber-toothed tiger could not withstand it at all, and directly fainted. The other 2 saber-toothed tigers also seemed to understand that they had encountered hard stubble today, and they no longer cared about the life or death of their companions, and turned their heads and wanted to escape. "Want to run? No way, stay and make us food." Immediately, Midnight stepped hard, and suddenly flew in front of the 2 saber-toothed tigers, and then swung out both fists, and the 2 tigers directly vomited blood to death. Hiss! "It's too hard to make myself bloody." Midnight touched the blood that was splashed on his face and body in disgust, and then tied the 3 tigers together with the prepared rope. "Goku's rice is getting more and more amazing, these 3 tigers should be enough." Midnight smiled softly, then picked up the tiger and walked in the direction of home. Toot! Toot! After walking for about 3 minutes, suddenly a familiar noise sounded behind him, and Midnight frowned and turned around a little impatiently. Bang! Who would have thought that at the moment when he just turned around, he was directly hit by a car and flew out. Oops, hit someone. Immediately afterwards, a young and beautiful girl walked down from the car, and when she saw the Midnight full body of blood, the girl quickly ran up to check. "Hey, can you drive?" Midnight frowned, stood up and scolded the girl in front of him. "Monster, monster!" After the girl was frightened for a while, her body retreated one after another. She had never seen the person who was hit and flew able to stand up unharmed, plus the Midnight full body was bloody, and she looked very mad. "Don't come here, I'm going to shoot again." The girl ran to the car in a panic, reached out and took out a pistol inside, and aimed it at Midnight. P.S. Gaku. Combat Power, 10 Midnight Combat Power, 15. Bulma Combat Power, with Pistol, 4. Chapter 4. Seeing the pistol, Midnight's face froze, and then moved quickly. The speed of the ghost made the other party unable to react at all, and the next second, he directly snatched the pistol from her hand. "You can't play with pistols." After playing with the pistol like a toy, Midnight also lost interest and casually dropped it on the ground. If he first arrived here, the pistol was definitely the most important means of saving his life, but he is a bit chicken for him now. "Are you a human or a ghost?" the girl asked tremblingly as she looked at Midnight in horror. "Nonsense, of course it's people. If I were a ghost, I would be the first to eat you." Midnight glanced at the other party and said coldly. Hearing that the other party was a person, the girl also relaxed her heart, although the other party's tone was a little cold, but did not make any excessive moves, but instead bumped into the other party and pointed a gun at someone. "Hello, my name is Bulma, I'm really sorry for what happened just now." Bulma clasped her hands together and said apologetically. Bulma. Hearing this name, it also evoked a trace of the memory of Midnight, and after carefully looking at the other party, Bulma looked young, but her delicate facial features were very outstanding, coupled with white and tender skin, a proper big beauty. My name is Midnight, I am a hunter who lives in the mountains, since there is nothing to do, I will go home first. Saying that, Midnight picked up the tiger and walked in the direction of home again. What a lot of strength! Seeing how easily the 3 huge prey were lifted in front of him, Bulma opened her mouth slightly and said in surprise. Wait, how can the direction he went home be consistent with the direction shown by the Dragon Ball radar? Bulma looked at the radar in her hand, then got into the car and chased after it. Hey, wait a minute! I'm really sorry for what happened just now, as a reward for sending you home. Hearing Bulma's tone, Midnight did not hesitate at all, put the prey in his hand on the roof of her car, and then sat up. The speed of the car was not very fast, and it may also be because the prey was too heavy, and after driving for nearly half an hour, he saw the house where Goku was. Goku, I'm back. Picking up his prey at midnight, he went inside the house. Why are you coming back so late? Today let me see what is delicious today. Hey, who is she? Looking at Bulma, who walked in with Midnight, Goku asked with some doubt. Ahem, introduce yourself, my name is Bulma, and Midnight just met. Ah. When Bulma was politely introducing herself, she was suddenly attracted by the 4 planets placed not far away, and couldn't help but exclaim. This is Dragon Ball? It's great, it doesn't take any effort. Bulma ran forward excitedly, perhaps because she was so excited to see Dragon Ball that she had forgotten that it was Goku's home, and wanted to pick it up. Stop! Don't move my grandfather! Sun Wukong shouted, and then quickly rushed forward and pushed Bulma to the ground. Ah! It hurts! Hey, you're rude again! Bulma cursed directly. Move other people's things casually, it seems that it is you who are rude, right? Hearing Midnight's words, Bulma couldn't help but lower her head in shame, just now she was really too excited. Even if that's the case, he can't shoot so hard, right? She's a girl. Bulma muttered a little aggrieved. You're a girl. Grandpa said that if you meet a girl, you must be polite. Goku glanced at Bulma suspiciously, then stepped forward to help her up. Your grandfather is quite a gentleman. Bulma said with a smile and no concern. Since you're here, it's a guest. Let's entertain her today. Goku turned around and smiled at Midnight. Goku, you go cook, I have to go, wash off the dirty blood on my body, it smells so bad. With that, Midnight walked out of the house and towards the place where he gently bathed, and Goku also took the prey that Midnight had hunted back and walked towards the kitchen. Bulma glanced at the 4 planets next to her, then took a soft breath, sat down on the dining table, and waited quietly. Half an hour later, Goku made a delicious dish of the 3 tigers and brought it to Bulma, and then said with a smile, You're welcome, eat quickly. Bulma looked at the table full of hands in front of her, and she couldn't nail a piece and put it in her mouth and chew it. How about it, it's delicious. Sun Wukong asked excitedly. Hearing this, Bulma frowned, for her who has eaten all kinds of mountain and sea delicacies, this kind of food can almost be difficult to swallow, but seeing the other party's sincere eyes, Bulma is not good not to give the right side. It tastes good. If it's delicious, eat more. Goku said happily. Thank you. By the way, I went to take a bath at midnight, why don't you come back? Bulma asked, changing the subject. I'm back. At this time, the door of the room was pushed open, and Midnight walked straight in. Well! So handsome! Looking at the Midnight that was completely new at this time, Bulma couldn't help but be a little stunned. I didn't expect this guy to be so handsome. Ignoring Bulma's idiotic appearance, Midnight sat directly on the dining table and ate it in a big gulp. By the way, how old are you at midnight? Bulma asked with an excited expression. Faced with this problem, Midnight couldn't help but feel a little choked. He really didn't know how old he was now. After all, he became like this after crossing over. I'm 16 this year, right? Midnight then said. Really? I'm also 16 this year, and we're so fateful. Bulma stood up excitedly and said to Midnight. I'm 14 this year. Gaku said excitedly. Are you brothers? Bulma glanced at Gaku and asked with some doubt. Hearing this, both shook their heads, and Gaku immediately spoke. Midnight, he is an orphan, and he got lost here some time ago, so I took him in. Orphans? That's great! Bulma exclaimed excitedly. Midnight? Gaku? I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. Realizing that she had said the wrong thing, Bulma quickly apologized. By the way, Gaku, can I discuss something with you? What's going on? Gaku looked at Bulma suspiciously. If you want to buy that 4 planets, don't say it, Gaku won't agree. That's the only thing his grandfather left him. Chapter 5. Hearing Midnight's words, Bulma couldn't help but choke a little. She didn't expect that the 2 teenagers in front of her were actually orphans, and their backgrounds were so pitiful. Bulma then took 2 Dragon Balls out of her pocket and placed them on the table. Ah! How can you have 2 grandfathers? Gaku shouted in surprise. This is not Grandpa, this thing is called Dragon Ball. As long as you collect 7 Dragon Balls, you can summon the Divine Dragon and fulfill any wish. Bulma explained lightly. So you came out looking for Dragon Ball? Hearing this, Bulma nodded lightly. Why don't you go with me to find the Dragon Ball? With your back and my Dragon Ball radar, you will definitely be able to collect it easily. Bulma suddenly suggested. And you guys who have been living in the mountains must not like it. There are many monsters outside, all kinds of humans and cities. You will definitely like the life outside after you go out. Hearing Bulma's proposal, Gaku walked up to Midnight and whispered in his ear, Midnight, what do you think of her proposal? I think she said quite reasonably, we can't stay in the mountains forever, and she said that Dragon Ball can grant any wish. Don't you miss your grandfather very much? Maybe this thing can be resurrected? Midnight said lightly. Resurrect Grandpa? Are you sure? Hearing this, Goku's eyes couldn't help but moisturize. That's right, legend has it that Dragon Ball can grant any wish, and resurrecting your grandfather will definitely be fine. Bulma said quickly. In that case, let's set out tomorrow to find the Dragon Balls. Gaku said excitedly. Gradually, the night approached, and because Bulma was a girl, Midnight had to give up his room to the other party, and he slept in a room. Midnight, did you sleep? Goku's voice suddenly sounded, making Midnight feel a little puzzled. Gaku usually falls asleep while lying in bed. Gaku, what's wrong with you? You say, can Dragon Ball really resurrect Grandpa? Gaku asked with some concern. Don't worry, Gaku, Dragon Ball is absolutely fine, I promise. Well, I believe you. In the next second, Gaku slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. Early. The next morning, the 3 packed their bags, rode in Bulma's car, and set off on their real journey. The 3 followed the guidance of the Dragon Ball radar and walked all the way, and suddenly Bulma stopped when she was able to step on the brakes. Why did you stop here? Gaku asked suspiciously. I'm sorry, I have something, you guys wait here for a while, I'll go back. Bulma got out of the car and said a little embarrassed. What are you going to do? Gaku asked with a puzzled look. It's okay with you. Bulma pouted and said. Don't run too far, there are often wild beasts here. Midnight kindly reminded. Don't worry. Thank you for caring. Bulma left quickly. Midnight, what did Bulma do? Why haven't you come back yet? Gaku asked a little anxiously. Hearing this, Midnight can't help but feel a little puzzled. Even if girls go to the toilet hard, it doesn't take so long. Gaku, I'll go over and take a look. With that, the two got out of the car at the same time and walked in the direction of Bulma. Help, help! Midnight, Gaku, you guys come and save me! The sudden shout attracted the attention of the two at the same time, and when they looked up, they saw a huge flying beast. And above its sharp claws, it was Bulma who was crying for help. Gaku, borrow your golden hoop rod and use it. Hearing this, Gaku nodded, and then untied the red stick behind him, and in the next second, the golden hoop rod began to grow infinitely, and Midnight also came to the air. Midnight, come and save me! Seeing the Midnight flying up, Bulma's terrified little face flattened a little, and then Midnight transported enough strength in her whole body, and with the impact of this golden hoop rod, she hit the flying beast's face fiercely. Bang! The flying beast didn't seem to expect that the other party's small body could actually erupt with such great power, and instantly foamed at the mouth and fell heavily to the ground. Ah! Save me! Flying beast landed. Bulma also began to land quickly from mid-air, saw this in the middle of the night and quickly rushed up, picked her up, and then fell smoothly to the ground. Midnight, thank you for saving me. Bulma blushed slightly and glanced at Midnight, and thanked her shyly. How long are you going to climb on me? Midnight asked directly. Humph, you big straight man. Bulma snorted coldly and jumped down from Midnight angrily. Hey, are you all right? At this time, Gaku also ran over and asked about the situation of the two. Hey! What a big flying beast! It seems that our dinner has fallen. Hearing Goku's words, Midnight also nodded seriously. Strange, why does Bulma look angry? Gaku looked at Bulma, who was silent next to him, and asked with some doubt. Maybe I'm scared. Midnight said casually. Night soon fell, and the three of them raised a huge fire around them, and the barbecue on it was naturally the flying beast that was killed today. After dinner, Bulma took a capsule from her pocket, and the next second, a luxurious house appeared in front of her. It's amazing! Midnight and Gaku said in surprise at the same time. Cut, two hillbillies! Bulma said proudly, and then walked into the room. This can't be blamed on Midnight's surprise, after all, he had never seen such advanced technology in his previous life. After a night without words, the morning sun fell down, and Midnight stretched out, pushed open the door, and saw that Wukong had already started cultivating outside at this time. Gaku, got up so early? Midnight yawned and asked lightly. I want to practice well, I must surpass you. Gaku said with a serious face. Hearing this, Midnight couldn't help but shake his head, with a faint smile on his face. You do work harder than me, you have more talent than me, but there is no way, I have a plug-in you will never be able to surpass me. Ah! What are you going to do? Suddenly, a strange sound sounded, and when I saw Midnight Ding-Ching, I saw that Gaku was holding a huge turtle at this time. Hey! How is it a big turtle? I thought it was a rock. After putting down the turtle, Gaku said with a puzzled look. May you give me a glass of salt water? The turtle glanced at Night and Gaku and pleaded. Come in with me. Chapter 6. Delicious, delicious. The giant turtle frantically ate a large bucket of salt water kelp prepared for it at midnight. How long has this guy been eating? Bulma couldn't help but roll her eyes and said. I'm full, thank you for your hospitality. The giant turtle burped and said gratefully. You're welcome. Can you please do me a favor again and send me to the sea? I will definitely thank you well. The big sea turtle said sincerely to the three. The sea. We are still more than 120 kilometers away from the sea. Don't forget, our main mission is to find the Dragon Balls. Bulma immediately refused. But it's not appropriate to leave him a turtle here. Grandpa said that you can't be too selfish to help others when you encounter this kind of thing. Do you think, Midnight? Gaku grimaced at Bulma, then turned to look at Midnight. Then let's send him back, just in time to go to the beach to relax. Midnight responded with a smile. Great! Gaku jumped up excitedly. I'm going to you guys, I don't have time. Bulma pouted, not wanting to pay any more attention to the two. Immediately afterwards, Gaku carried the big sea turtle on his back, glanced at Bulma at midnight, and asked with a smile, Bulma, are you really not going? Don't go. Bulma clasped her hands to her chest and said firmly. Okay, then you have to be careful, there are wild beasts here from time to time. Gaku, let's go. With that, Midnight and Gaku began to run in the direction of the sea. Wait, you nasties, can't I go? Bulma gritted her teeth and said a little angrily, then put away the house and drove to catch up with the two. A day later, the three finally came to the beach, looking at the beautiful scenery in front of them, and several people were amazed. Thank you, I will definitely repay you when I have the opportunity. The big turtle thanked Gaku and walked in the direction of the sea. Now we can set off and continue our search for Dragon Balls. Gaku said with a smile. Wait a minute, there seems to be a Dragon Ball near here. As Bulma's voice sounded, the three of them gathered in front of the Dragon Ball radar at the same time, and saw a yellow spot approaching in their direction. Hello everyone! Did you save my turtle? Suddenly, an old voice came, and the eyes of the three were attracted at the same time. Grandpa, who are you? Gaku asked with an innocent look. Ahem, you can call me a turtle immortal. By the way, which of you saved my turtles? After introducing himself, the turtle immortal looked at the three and asked. It's these two teenagers who carried me back. The great turtle pointed to Midnight and Gaku and said. Thank you so much, in that case, I will give you a gift in return. After saying that, the turtle immortal turned around and shouted to the seashore, Come on, immortal bird immortal. Bird? Could it be the legendary bird that will never die? Bulma said with a look of amazement. Turtle immortal, you forgot? The immortal bird was poisoned last year. Oh, I remembered. The turtle immortal patted his head and suddenly realized. Why don't dead birds die? Bulma asked with a puzzled look. I named him the immortal bird in the hope that it would never die. Forget it, let's take this instead. Come on, Duyun. The turtle immortal shouted into the sky. The next moment, a golden cloud streaked across the sky and appeared in front of Midnight and Gaku. Is this the Duyun? Looks like a marshmallow. Bulma said with a puzzled look. Don't look at him first, ride him and fly as you like, but this cloud can only be harnessed by 6 pure people. The turtle immortal explained lightly. Let me show you. Said, the turtle immortal twisted his neck, and sat up with a butt, but the truth was not as he expected, and he saw the turtle immortal's body pass through the clouds and fall directly to the ground. It hurts, it hurts. Ha 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 ha, it seems that you can't control it yourself. Bulma said mockingly. Ahem. Which of you two tries first? The turtle immortal coughed dryly and said to Midnight and Gaku. Gaku, you come first. Without thinking about it, Midnight said humbly to Gaku. He doesn't think he can sit on the somersaults, after all, this condition is too harsh, and perhaps only Gaku, a naive family, can control it. Okay, then I'm welcome. Gaku nodded with a smile, and then made a hard face, and landed smoothly on the somersault cloud. This scene shocked the turtle immortals and others. After all, the people in this world have too many desires, and there are already no one who can ride the somersault cloud. Ah! Flying! Gaku, who rode on the somersault cloud, was very excited, flying freely in the sky. Midnight, it's your turn. Immediately afterwards, Gaku jumped off the somersault cloud and said to Midnight. No need, since you have mastered it, then it is yours. Midnight shook his head and said with a smile. Really? Thank you so much, Midnight. Gaku laughed innocently. It's a pity, there is only one somersault cloud, the immortal bird is dead again, do you have anything you want? The turtle immortal walked up to Midnight and asked with a serious face. Grandpa, if you don't go, give me this bead around your neck, don't hide from you, our purpose is to find it. Midnight said sincerely. This glass ball? This is what I found in Huanli 100 years ago, and I brought it up when I looked good, and since you like it, I will give it to you. The turtle immortal nodded, and then took the dragon ball from his neck and handed it to Midnight. Great, we've collected another dragon ball, Bulma said with a look of excitement. Immediately afterwards, Bulma put away the dragon balls and said goodbye to the turtle immortals. The three of them started a new journey. At this time, Goku, who had somersault clouds, did not need to take a car. Bulma changed a motorcycle and went forward with Midnight. 3 days later, several people came to a village, and the moment they first stepped in, the three of them felt that the village was a little strange, because it was so quiet. Goku, be careful! Suddenly, a farmer with an axe appeared behind the three and slashed at Goku fiercely. Snapping! Z stretched out his hand, grabbed the other party, and asked coldly, "What do you want to do?" Plop! To the surprise of the three, the farmer knelt directly on the ground and said pleadingly, "Please let my daughter go. And I am willing to pay as much as I want." Chapter 7. Listening to the farmer's words, the three couldn't help but feel very surprised. Midnight is no exception. His memory of Dragon Ball in his previous life is still stuck in his childhood. Probably the plot may still remember some, but for this kind of detail has long been forgotten. What do you mean by that? Who wants to hurt your daughter? Midnight frowned slightly and asked suspiciously. Aren't you Oolong's men? Oolong? Who is he? Sun Wukong asked with a dumbfounded look. Hearing this, the farmer also understood that this was a misunderstanding, and then the villagers who were hiding everywhere also walked out. I'm so sorry, we recognized the wrong person, the farmer said apologetically. Who is the Oolong you just talked about? Bulma asked with a puzzled look. Hearing this, the faces of the villagers showed fear, and the farmer's daughter was even more frightened and wept. Oolong is a monster who lives here, and he is very powerful. He knows all kinds of transformation methods, and no one knows his true face. And this monster is very girly. Several girls in the village have been kidnapped by him, and yesterday he threatened us to hand over him and my daughter to him, otherwise we will make our village look good. Hearing this, Midnight remembered the identity of this Oolong, and Sun Wukong said even more indignantly, I didn't expect such a hateful guy. Don't worry, I will definitely not let him go. Thank you so much. The farmer bowed deeply and thanked him. By the way, old man, have you ever seen this kind of bead? Bulma put down her backpack, took out this dragon ball from it, and handed it to the other party. After the farmer picked up the beads and looked at them carefully, an old woman with a red scarf came out and said, I have seen this thing, I have an identical one at home. Bun mother-in-law, do you have it? Bun Granny nodded, and then took out a dragon ball from her pocket. It's 6 planets, it's wonderful! Bulma exclaimed excitedly. Old woman, can you give us this ball? Bulma pleaded. You all have to help our village bring down monsters, naturally there is no problem. Mother-in-law Bun laughed and handed the dragon ball to Bulma. Oolong is coming, everyone run! Suddenly, a shout reached the ears of several people, and the villagers showed a look of fear on their faces, and instantly scattered and hid in their respective rooms. Lovely little girl, I've come to greet you. I saw that a huge red humanoid wild boar, dressed in a white suit and holding a bouquet of roses in his hand, broke straight in. You're Oolong. Sun Wukong and Midnight blocked the big fellow's forward steps, and asked in a cold tone. The two imps, hurry up and dodge me, otherwise I want you to look good. Oolong roared and said angrily to the two. Humph! I won't allow you to hurt the villagers. Goku, why talk to him so much, just beat him. Saying that, Midnight jumped and attacked with great momentum. Hey, wait! Why don't you two imps agree with each other? A terrified expression appeared on Oolong's face, and his body involuntarily took a few steps back. Bang! The next moment, Midnight's fist slammed in, and the Oolong was directly knocked out. Then the fallen Oolong turned into an eagle and quickly fled. Can't let him run, otherwise you will hurt the villagers. Duyun! Goku's face froze, and then he rode on the Duyun and chased after him. Seeing this, Midnight did not have any hesitation and followed directly. Hey, you two be careful! Bulma shouted anxiously. Oolong, who had just escaped not long ago, suddenly turned pale and said with a panicked expression. Oops, it's time. In the next second, after the white smoke, Oolong directly changed back to the prototype and became a weak pink piglet. Have you ever seen a big eagle fly away from here? Goku glanced at the current Oolong, naturally did not recognize it, and asked in a tone of voice. See, he's gone over there. Oolong casually pointed in one direction and said. Thank you. Goku, wait, don't chase. Hearing Midnight's voice, Goku paused in his steps, turned around, and asked. Why? We can't let him run, otherwise he will hurt the villagers. He can't run. Midnight sneered, then walked in front of the pink piglet, patted him on the shoulder, and said. You're right, Oolong monster. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I be a powerful Oolong? Cold sweat broke out on the pink pig's head and said nervously. Yes, Midnight. You recognized the wrong person, he looks so weak, how can it be an Oolong? Hee, Goku, don't forget, that guy can transform. Midnight picked up the Oolong in one hand and said in a cold tone. Let go of me, I will never dare again. Oolong begged nervously for mercy. Ah, it really is you. Goku pointed at the Oolong and said angrily. Take him back and hand him over to the villagers. Good. In the next second, the two walked in the direction of the village with Oolong. This is the true face of Oolong? Is it a pink piglet? Bulma looked at the guy in front of her in surprise, and couldn't help but feel a little funny. I'm sorry everyone, I know it's wrong. Oolong said apologetically as he bowed to the villagers. Seeing him like this, it seems that he can't get angry. What happened to the girls you kidnapped? The villager asked anxiously. They're all nice and still in my house. Oolong said with a pout. You hurry up and take everyone over. Soon, Oolong led everyone to a magnificent and luxurious manor. This is my home. Oolong said, pointing to the manor. Your family is quite handsome. Bulma said in surprise. Of course, I made it all with the money I stolen. Oolong said with a proud face. You still have the face to say. Midnight gave him a blank look and said. They are all. In the manor, you go in. Hearing this, the villagers could no longer bear it, worried about their daughter, they rushed directly into the manor, but the scene in front of them surprised them very much. I saw that all the girls who were robbed lived a princess-like life inside, brocade clothes and jade food. Dad, long time no see, why are you here? Don't take us back, we live here very well. Yes, you don't have to go down to the field to plow the fields. Hearing these words, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Take them back, they only know how to lose their temper with me and squander my possessions. Oolong couldn't help but say with some grievances. Oolong, you're back. Did you promise to bring my wedding ring? And my diamond necklace, and my new clothes? For a while, all the girls surrounded Oolong and asked him for something. I just want to find a gentle girlfriend, what's wrong? Chapter 8. After accepting Oolong as a companion, the four of them began their journey to find the sixth Dragon Ball, and several of them headed southwest. There are only 2 Dragon Balls left, and it feels like the journey is much smoother than expected. Midnight looked at the 5 dragon balls placed in front of him and said with a relaxed expression. Gaku also smiled and nodded in agreement, then looked at the depressed oolong on the side, and couldn't help but ask suspiciously, but why do we have to carry the oolong? I want to know more than you do. Do you think I'm happy to accompany you on your adventure? Oolong pouted and said a little angrily. I brought him with me to prevent him from continuing to transform to scare people, and I think his transformation technique is very good, and I should be able to help during the journey. Midnight explained lightly. I don't want to help at all. By the way, where are you going? Oolong rolled his eyes and asked a little angrily. Let me see. Hearing this, Bulma took out a map from her backpack, looked at it carefully, and muttered, the next stop seems to be the area of fried bread slices. Hearing this, Oolong's face instantly became ugly, and he immediately shouted, Nanny? Slices of bread? Why didn't you say it earlier? Let go of me, I'm going to get off. Looking at Oolong's abnormal appearance, Gaku asked with a puzzled look, Oolong, do you know where it is? Why are you so scared? Hearing Goku's question, Oolong's face became even more ugly, and he asked incredulously, don't you all know? There lives a very scary yokai named the Bull Demon. King the Bull Demon King? Sounds delicious. Gaku said with a smile after thinking for a moment. Bulma also chuckled and said without care, don't worry, Midnight and Gaku will defeat him. You madmen don't know the horror of the Bull Demon King. Stop it, we can't get over. Oolong shouted excitedly. I'm going to you, I'm not going. Saying that, the Oolong jumped and directly turned into a small bird, ready to escape here. Where do you want to go? Give me a good seat. Before Oolong could fly away, he had been dragged back by Midnight, and after some coercion and lure, the other party finally became honest. The car finally quieted down, and several people quickly headed towards their destination, and after a while, they walked into a desert. It's so hot, what the hell is this weather? Bulma wiped the sweat dripping from her forehead, then slammed on the brakes and said with some impatience. Bulma, why did you stop again? Haven't you just gone to the toilet? Gaku looked at Bulma blankly and asked with a puzzled look. Shut up! Who says you have to go to the bathroom when you stop? I can't stand this weather, I'm going to take a shower. Saying that, Bulma directly opened the car door and walked down, and then found an empty place, and as the capsule fell, the luxurious house appeared in front of him. Alas, women are really troublesome. Midnight shook his head and said helplessly. Hey! What's that? Suddenly, a strange figure in the distance was rapidly approaching in his direction. Look at this car, it seems to have encountered a fat sheep today. The visitor was a handsome man, wearing a turquoise dress, a long knife on his waist and a long knife, and the whole person looked very powerful. What are you? Gaku asked suspiciously. Hee. The man sneered, and then said lightly. I am a robber in this area, Yamcha. For the sake of you are all children, obediently hand over all the money on your body, just let you go. Hearing this, Midnight couldn't help laughing, walked to Goku's side, and said with a little sarcasm, Hee, Gaku, seems that we have encountered a robbery. Are you on or am I on? Isn't that Puyaru the crybaby? Why do you have the courage to come out and rob with people now? Oolong suddenly pointed to the pet beside Yamcha and said mockingly. You are? Oolong? How could you be here? Puyaru also recognized the identity of Oolong at this time, and asked with a surprised face. You guys know each other? Yamcha asked curiously. Yes, when I was in kindergarten before, this guy used to bully me. Later, he was expelled from kindergarten for stealing the teacher's underwear. Puyaru said indignantly. Oh? Stealing other people's underwear is done, it's not a good thing when you hear it, Puyaru. I will help you teach him a good lesson. Yamcha said with a sneer. Hearing this, Oolong's body shrank in fright, hid behind Midnight, and nervously called for help. Midnight, you brought me out, but you must protect my safety. You're going to protect him. Yamcha glanced at Yi Yi and said with disdain. Forget it, for the sake of you being children, as long as you let this pig apologize to Puyaru and hand over the money on your body, I will let you go. If you want to rob us, then see if you have this ability. Midnight sneered and said with disdain. Since you are looking for death, then don't blame me. Yamcha's face gradually became gloomy, and in the next second, with a strong palm, he pulled out the saber on his waist and slashed at Midnight. Shoo! Z's body moved quickly, easily dodging the opponent's attack, and then he threw a punch and hit Yamcha's stomach firmly. Ah! Yamcha shouted in pain, and then flew out backwards. I haven't met such a strong opponent for a long time. Since that's the case, let you see my tricks. Yamcha's face became extremely gloomy, his body took a fighting posture similar to that of a wolf, and then shouted loudly, Wolf Tooth Wind Fist. In the next second, Yamcha's speed became extremely fast, like dozens of fierce wild wolves coming towards the Midnight. In the face of this flawless attack, Midnight's face gradually became solemn. Bang! 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 The bodies of the two collided violently, and Yamcha's face instantly became ugly. He didn't expect that he couldn't hurt the other party in the slightest. How is this possible? Someone actually caught young Master Yamcha's wolf tooth wind fist? Puyalu opened his mouth wide and said incredulously. Humph! Are you good at this? Now it's up to me. Midnight snorted coldly, said in a mocking tone, and then directly put on the same fighting posture as Yamcha. This is impossible, how do you? Seeing this scene, Yamcha's face became even more ugly. Wolf Tooth Wind Fist. In the next second, Midnight directly used Yamcha's move, and it was faster than the opponent's speed, and the attack was more fierce. Bang! 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 The sharp attack left countless wounds on Yamcha's body, and then a punch blasted out, and Yamcha's body directly fell tens of meters. Chapter 9. Yamcha wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up with pain, looked at Midnight with fear in his eyes, and asked in surprise, Why do you know my wolf tooth wind fist? Humph, I learned this move after watching it once, what's so difficult? Midnight pouted and said with disdain. Damn it, this bastard! I actually said that my trick was so vulnerable. Yamcha clenched his fists and said indignantly. It's noisy, what are you doing outside, can you be quiet? At this time, Bulma, wrapped in a bath towel, her hand constantly wiping her wet hair, rushed out and yelled. Female! Woman! The appearance of the woman. Bulma made Yamcha's face turn extremely red, and the whole person stammered and couldn't say anything at all, and even the pain in his body disappeared. Young Master Yamcha, are you all right? Puyalu ran forward and asked worriedly. Didn't. It's okay, let's retreat first. Good. Said, the two got on their own flying machine, raised a piece of sand, and sped away. You know you're scared, right? Looking at the two people who were far away, Oolong laughed loudly. Hey, hey, who was that person just now? Long so handsome. Bulma touched her blushing cheek and said. Idiot woman. Oolong gave her a blank look and said. Have you finished taking a shower? Let's go. This time change me to drive, you sit in the back. Midnight. Said flatly to Bulma, and then sat straight into the car. Immediately afterwards, the three of them got into the car, slammed the gas pedal at Midnight, and the three of them once again flew in the direction of the fried bread slices. Several people drove for nearly 3 days, and the surrounding environment became hotter and hotter, and what Midnight didn't know was that 2 groups of people quietly followed behind them. Hey, what's that? Suddenly, a beautiful light appeared in the distance of several people, and Bulma pointed ahead in surprise and asked. "Wow, what a beautiful sunset!" Gaku said as he leaned on the window of the car and said with an excited face. "Idiot, where did the sunset come from during the day?" Oolong couldn't help but say with disdain. Soon, several people came to the place where the light was emitted, and they saw a raging fire on a large mountain. "No wonder it's so hot, it turns out to be a volcano." Looking at the scene in front of him, Gaku couldn't help but exclaim. "Let's get out of here quickly, the Bull Demon King's castle is above, and anyone who comes close to here will be killed." Oolong said in fear of heat. "How could the Bull Demon King's castle be in the fire?" Bulma asked curiously. "I heard that the gold and silver treasures stolen back by the Bull Demon King were all in the castle, but one day when his family went to a picnic, the castle suddenly caught fire, and even the Bull Demon King himself could not go back." Oolong explained. "That Dragon Ball should also be in the castle, this is really a bit troublesome." Gaku frowned and said in a solemn tone. At this time, not far behind a few people, Yamcha and his pet also quietly followed here. "Young Master Yamcha, why do we keep following them?" Puelu asked with a puzzled look. "Last time I was injured like this by that guy, how could I possibly swallow this breath?" Yamcha clenched his fists and said a little unwillingly. "Hee hee." Immediately after, Yamcha sneered, and then said lightly. "It seems that they seem to be coming to trouble the Bull Demon King. Young people don't know the height of the sky and the thickness of the earth. Anyone dares to offend, let's stay behind and watch a good show." "Ah! Help!" Suddenly, a sharp and piercing voice sounded, and Yamcha suddenly turned around. "I saw that a huge purple dinosaur was chasing a little girl about 10 years old. The girl may be too anxious to run, accidentally fell to the ground, the throwing knife on the helmet flew straight out, and the next moment actually cut off the dinosaur's head. What is that girl doing?" The mouth shouted for help, but the attack in the hand never stopped. How cruel! This scene completely stunned Yamcha and Puelu next to them. "You! Hello!" Yamcha greeted warmly. "Ah! Who knows?" The moment the girl saw Yamcha, she shouted again, and the throwing knife on her helmet slashed straight towards Yamcha. Yamcha jumped up in fright, and the throwing knife passed under him, almost killing his life. "You guy, it's really too much." Yamcha immediately became furious, his body moved quickly, and he hit the back of the girl's head hard, and the girl fainted instantly. "Young Master Yamcha, why aren't you afraid of this girl?" Puelu asked with some curiosity. "I'm not a pedophile pervert." Yamcha pouted and said unconcernedly. "It's really hot here, it's already cooked before we get close, how else to find the Dragon Balls?" Bulma wiped the sweat from her forehead and said with some complaints. "I said, can you this woman stop shouting, if the Bull Demon King hears it, several of us will be finished." Oolong turned away and shouted a reprimand at Bulma. "You coward, you Bull Demon King scared you like this, there is Midnight and Gaku, there is no need to worry at all." Bulma schemed the rein and said with disdain. "Although the two of them are powerful, they definitely can't be the opponents of the Bull Demon King." Oolong showed a dejected look, and said a little helplessly. "The radar shows that the Dragon Balls are left inside the castle, but how do we get in and get them?" Midnight touched his chin and said with some doubt. "Gaku, can you ride the somersault cloud to go in and bring things out?" Bulma asked curiously. "I'll have to try this." "Somersault cloud!" said, and Gaku shouted into the sky. "Stupid, I said don't be so loud!" Oolong said urgently. In the next second, Gaku flew towards the castle on this somersault cloud, but when Gaku was about to approach, the flames instantly evaporated, burning Goku's tail. So hot, so hot! In mid-air, Gaku was scalded by the flames shuttling back and forth, and then flew directly out for a long distance and landed in a lake. "It seems that this method will not work." Midnight spread his hands and said helplessly. At this moment, a huge axe broke through the resistance of the air and slashed straight towards Bulma. "Bulma, be careful!" Midnight hurriedly shouted, and then his body moved quickly, and he suddenly held Bulma in his arms, and the axe also passed the two at the moment of the first shot and landed on the wall. Chapter 10. Bulma, are you all right? Midnight looked at Bulma, who was overly frightened in his arms, and asked worriedly. "Didn't. It's okay. Thank you for saving me, Midnight." Bulma's face instantly turned red, and the corners of her eyes looked at his handsome face from time to time. "Little fellow, good skills, actually dodged." As a rough voice sounded, several people suddenly came to their senses, only to see a burly man standing in front of them, strangely with a bunch of horns on his head. Bull Demon King! After seeing the person coming, Oolong shouted in horror. "Oh! You actually know me? What are you sneaking around near my castle? Did you come to steal my treasure?" The Bull Demon King roared and questioned several people. "Nope. No. No, Lord Bull Devil, we're just passing by." Oolong's body trembled and said. "You are the Bull Demon King? We're here to borrow something from you." Before Midnight finished speaking, Oolong ran straight over and gagged his mouth, then bowed to the other party and said. "I'm sorry, Lord Bull Devil. My friend has a bit of a brain problem, so I'll take him away." "Humph. Come if you want, go if you want, when I am here." The Bull Demon King snorted coldly and shouted at several people. "Look at the axe!" Immediately after, the Bull Demon King did not understand a few people's rings, and directly picked up the axe and chopped it down. "Be careful!" Midnight's face froze, and he pushed away the Oolong beside him, and then his body moved quickly, avoiding the fatal blow of the Bull Demon King. "Little one, the reaction is quite fast, see how many times you guys hold on." Saying that, the Bull Demon King picked up his axe again and slashed towards Midnight. Facing the Bull Demon King's attack, Midnight did not dare to be careless, his body jumped onto his huge axe. Immediately afterwards, he moved this fast pace and rushed to the other party, and in the next second, Midnight transported enough strength to kick the Bull Demon King's face, but he never thought that with the full force of Midnight, the other party did not move. "So strong." Midnight lightly spit out two words. "Little one, your attack tickles me pretty much." "Haha!" said, the Bull Demon King attacked towards Midnight again. Rumble! Midnight dodged the opponent's axe attack, but did not want to be hit by the opponent's huge fist, and flew out directly upside down. "Hiss, it hurts." Midnight covered his chest and shouted, since his strength surpassed Goku, he has not encountered an opponent, let alone injured. It seems that the Bull Demon King is really a hard stubble. What to do? Midnight doesn't seem to be such a big opponent. Bulma said with some concern. "I said a long time ago that the Bull Demon King is terrible, you just don't believe it." Hearing Wolong's words, Bulma couldn't help but get even more angry, and immediately roared. "What's the use of saying this now? Hurry up and find a way for me." Oolong spread his hands and said helplessly, "What can I do? I don't care, if something happens at midnight, I will definitely not let you go." Bulma roared angrily. "Hey, what does this have to do with me?" Oolong pouted and said with some grievances. "Midnight, I'll help you." Just when he was suppressed by the other party at midnight, Goku suddenly rushed in on a somersault cloud. Seeing the midnight pistol, Goku was furious. Picked up the golden hoop stick in his hand and rushed up, but the Bull Demon King lightly blocked with an axe, and then swung it with a wave, and Goku was also thrown out. This is somersault cloud? When he saw Wukong's somersault cloud, the Bull Demon King quickly stopped the movement in his hand and questioned Wukong, "Boy, quickly say where this somersault cloud came from." "This was given to me by the Turtle Immortal Grandpa." Goku replied truthfully. "Turtle Immortal? Teacher Wushin? Do you know where Teacher Wushin is now?" The Bull Demon King asked with an excited expression. Midnight, do you remember the grandfather of the turtle immortal? Hey! Midnight nodded, and then said lightly, I remember that he lived on a small island by the sea. It's really good, finally there is news from Teacher Wushan, I can finally go back to the castle. The Bull Demon King shouted excitedly. Hey! Boy, did you just use the Ruyi golden hoop stick? The Bull Demon King's eyes lit up and asked Gaku. This is what my dead grandfather left me. Monkey King scratched his head and responded with a smile. Is your grandfather called Son Gohan? The Bull Demon King asked in surprise. Uncle, how do you know? Hearing Goku's words, the Bull Demon King laughed directly and said. It turns out that you are Gohan's grandson, today is really a family fight. Uncle, do you know my grandfather? Gaku asked with a puzzled look. Of course, Son Gohan is the number 1 son of Teacher Wushan, and I am the number 2 son, the Bull Demon King explained seriously. Is what you said true? Of course. Hearing the conversation between the two, Bulma couldn't help but think back to the old man by the sea, and said in surprise. I didn't expect that old man to be so big. Oolong nodded and said lightly, I finally know why Midnight and Gaku are so powerful. It's hateful, no wonder I can't beat them, it turns out to be Son Gohan's grandson, so that I won't be wronged if I lose. At this time, Yamcha, who was hiding in the shadows, also heard the conversation of several people, his fists were clenched tightly, and he said unwillingly. Young Master Yamcha, do you know his grandfather? Well, that's a legendary character, an existence that we absolutely can't provoke. I didn't expect that such a strong man was already dead, no wonder I couldn't hear from him all the time. Yamcha nodded, his face couldn't help but reveal a look of fear and yearning. Since young Master Yamcha said that he is powerful, then he must be very powerful. By the way, Gaku, can I ask you something? The Bull Demon King said pleadingly to Gaku. What's going on? The Bull Demon King rubbed his palms and said a little embarrassed, can you help me and Wushan-sensei borrow his banana fan to extinguish the flames near my castle? What about this? Yes, but you'll have to give me the Dragon Balls when you're done. Gaku touched his chin, thought for a moment, and said. Dragon Ball? What is that? Bull Demon King touched his head and asked unknowingly. That's it, as long as you collect 7 Dragon Balls, you can fulfill any wish. Gaku took out a Dragon Ball from his pocket, placed it in front of the Bull Demon King, and said sincerely. This bead? I seem to have seen it, no problem I promised you. Chapter 11. Young Master Yamcha, did you hear that? They just passed that bead and any wish can be granted. Hearing this, Yamcha nodded seriously, and then spoke. I heard it, but I didn't expect the legend to be true. If I get these 7 beads, I will definitely fulfill my great wish. Wish? Young Master Yamcha, what is your wish? Is it to become the richest man in the world? Yamcha shook his head, and then said openly. Of course not, money is nothing to me. If I want, I can always steal and rob. My wish is to overcome the fear of girls. Then I'll go. With that, Gaku was ready to ride the cloud and leave. Please wait a minute. Hearing the Bull Demon King's voice, Gaku paused in his steps, stopped, then turned around and asked, Is there anything else? That's right, I have an only daughter Kiki, I sent her alone to find Teacher Wushan, if you see her, you can go with her. The Bull Demon King explained lightly. Kiki is a very good child, with my relationship with Gohan, as long as you behave well, I can make him your bride. By the way, this is her picture. Bride? Is that delicious? No matter, I know, see you all. With that, Gaku jumped on the somersault cloud, and then a long golden line crossed the sky, and Goku's figure quickly disappeared in front of everyone. Midnight, Are you all right? Does the wound still hurt? Bulma blushed and walked in front of Midnight, and said a little embarrassed. Oolong gave her a blank look, and said with some contempt, "Why do you care so much about people? You won't like people. I'll tell you at midnight, this kind of idiot girl can't be wanted." Bulma didn't hit Oolong angrily, and hit Oolong's head hard, and in the next second, Oolong's head rose a big bag. "This little brother, I'm really sorry, what happened just now was a misunderstanding. Do you still have pain in your chest now?" The Bull Demon King also leaned over with an apologetic look and asked. "I'm fine, it's just a small injury, it'll be fine in a while." Just as Midnight finished saying this, a familiar cyan light appeared in front of him again. Midnight ran over excitedly, and saw that the number +20 was written in the green light at this time, which really stunned himself. He knew that Midnight and Goku had trained for so long, and the number in the light that appeared was only 15. His eyes secretly glanced at the Bull Demon King, this guy who had a very low sense of existence in his previous life memories, but he didn't expect that his combat effectiveness was even higher than he thought. "Did you say Midnight was stupid? Why did he look at the ground in a daze?" Bang! In the next second, Bulma hit Oolong's head again and shouted angrily. "You're stupid!" Midnight ignored the opinions of others, and hurriedly stretched out his palm and gently placed it on the cyan light, and then the familiar warm current poured in, and the strength was increased again. "Mr. Bull Devil, let's fight again, okay?" Midnight stood up, looked at the Bull Demon King next to him, and said with a serious face. "It's over, I think Midnight is really crazy, Bulma, you are estimated to be a widow." Oolong shook his head and said helplessly. "You're crazy, shut up for me." Bulma cursed directly. "Are you sure? I'm starting hard. That's what I want." Midnight sneered, and then took up a fighting stance. Seeing this scene, the Bull Demon King just shook his head casually and said, "Come on." Hearing this, Ling Ye was not polite, and he used all his strength to rush towards the other party. It may be because the Bull Demon King thinks that he understands the strength of Midnight, so he doesn't seem to care, only to see Midnight punch the Bull Demon King's face. With a bang, the Bull Demon King flew out directly. "How is this possible? How did you suddenly become so powerful?" The Bull Demon King covered his mouth and said a little incredulously. Hey, let's do it again." Midnight touched his nose and said with a smile. "Good." This time, the Bull Demon King was not careless, and he seriously posed for the battle against Midnight. Bang! In the next second, the two punches faced each other, and Midnight's body took a few steps straight back, and a hot pain appeared in his palm, while the Bull Demon King appeared a little unharmed. "Sure enough, there are still some gaps," Midnight said lightly with a solemn face. "Stop, don't fight. Let's talk for a while, wait here for Goku to come back." Seeing that Midnight was lost, Bulma ran forward to stop the fight between the two. "In that case, let's try it here today." Hearing the words of the Bull Demon King, a trace of disappointment flashed in the corner of Midnight's eyes. He also wanted to take this opportunity to brush up on more experience, but he didn't expect to be interrupted by Bulma. Looking at the Bull Demon King who was no longer interested, he didn't have to say anything more, so he had to stop. After waiting for half a ring, Goku finally returned here with the Turtle Immortal and Kiki. "Teacher Wushin, long time no see." After seeing the Turtle Immortal, the Bull Demon King ran forward excitedly and knelt down towards the other party. "Bull Demon King, I heard that you have killed many people in recent years in order to protect your treasures, right?" The Turtle Immortal's face was solemn, and he reprimanded loudly. "I'm sorry, Master, the disciple has been blinded by desire over the years and has done a lot of wrong things, and the disciple will definitely seriously correct it in the future." The Bull Demon King crawled on the ground and said with an apologetic face. "You can't even handle this little fire, compared to your senior brother, it's really too far behind." The turtle immortal said seriously with a high wind and bright appearance. Master taught a lesson. The Bull Demon King lowered his head in shame and said embarrassedly. That Gaku, come with me. Then, the turtle immortal took Gaku aside and asked in a low voice. Don't forget, you promised me that as long as I came you would let that girl. He said that, the turtle immortal couldn't help but bleed from the nose. I need a Bulma to discuss this. P.S. Dragon Ball combat power is too fanciful, so everything is according to the setting of this book. If you have any other ideas, you can vote in the comment area to decide. Without affecting the plot setting, the author can make appropriate modifications. Bull Demon King. Combat Strength, 50 Sun Wukong Combat. Strength, 16 Turtle Immortal Combat Strength, 139. Yamcha. Combat Strength, 9 Midnight Combat Strength, 36. Oolong Combat Strength, 1. Bulma Combat Strength, 0.5. Chapter 12. Go quickly, I'll wait for you here. The turtle immortal pushed Gaku and said impatiently. Then, Gaku walked to Bulma's side, touched his head, and said with some embarrassment, Bulma, can you come with me? I have something to say to you. If you have something to say, just say it here, Gaku, I want to hear it too. Before Bulma could respond, Midnight spoke first. Okay. For what Midnight said, Gaku generally would not refuse, and simply said all the things he promised to the turtle immortals. What do you say about the Monkey King? You actually let me do this kind of thing, because I have always regarded you as a good friend. Bulma crossed her hands at her waist and said with some indignation. Bulma, don't be angry first. Grandpa said that if you don't do this, you won't help Uncle Bull Demon King put out the fire, we will never get the Dragon Balls, and it shouldn't matter if you look at it. Hearing Goku's words, Bulma was so angry that she didn't hit him anywhere, and directly punched him in the explosive head. You shut up for me. Otherwise, let the oolong turn into a woman's appearance, so that it will be good. Bulma suddenly suggested. No, let a man look at my body, it's disgusting to think about. Oolong directly refused. This matter is so decided, you should also play a role in following us all the way. Bulma pouted and clapped her hands directly. As long as you promise, I can take you to the western capital after the matter is completed, where there are all kinds of beautiful women. Really, no remorse. Okay, I promised. Hearing Bulma's conditions, Oolong no longer refused, and immediately agreed. Wait a minute. Oolong, you come over, I have something to say to you. Then, Midnight leaned into Oolong's ear and whispered a few words, only to see that Oolong's face became ugly to the naked eye, and there was a trace of horror in his eyes. After slamming the Oolong at midnight, he found a corner, turned into a blonde beauty, and immediately followed Gaku in the direction of the turtle immortal. A moment later, the turtle immortal walked out with excitement on his face, looked at the volcano in front of him, and gently took off his shirt. In the next second, the scrawny turtle immortal suddenly turned into a muscular man, and this scene really frightened everyone present. Turtle Pai Chi Gong. I saw that the turtle immortal put his hands on his waist, and the white energy slowly condensed in the palm of his hand, and then the turtle immortal pushed hard, and the huge energy light beam shot out and hit the flame mountain directly. Woo! You see, the fire is extinguished. The turtle immortal gasped, and then said lightly. What amazing power! Gaku opened his small mouth and said in surprise. This one. Teacher, the fire is extinguished, but my castle and the whole mountain have been razed to the ground. The Bull Demon King said with some embarrassment. Sorry, it's a bit heavy. The turtle immortal touched his head and said with an embarrassed smile. However, this is all in ruins, how do we find the Dragon Balls? Oolong shook his head with a wry smile and said. Don't worry, I have the Dragon Ball radar that can accurately test the location of the Dragon Ball. Bulma chuckled, then took out the Dragon Ball radar from her pocket and placed it to the maximum. Grandpa, your trick just now is really powerful. Can you hand it over to me? Sun Wukong ran to the Turtle Immortal and asked excitedly. Haha, if you want to learn Turtle Sect Qigong, you need at least 50 years of practice, you are still too tender. The Turtle Immortal laughed, and then stretched out 5 fingers at Goku and said. 50 years. Goku touched his head, put his hands to his waist, and immediately began to mobilize all the energy in his body. Ha! With Goku's burst, the white pillar of energy light appeared again, instantly knocking the stone in front of him into ruins. It worked, but it's much worse than Grandpa's. Goku said with some disappointment as he looked at his hands. It's really amazing to be Gohan's grandson. The Bull Demon King opened his mouth and said in surprise. He's Gohan's child. Hearing this, the Turtle Immortal asked in shock. Teacher Wushan, you don't know. I did hear that Gohan picked up a child with a long tail more than 10 years ago, and it turned out to be him. The Turtle Fairy said with a solemn face. Hey, you can try it at midnight. Goku suddenly beckoned towards midnight and said loudly. Haha, it's really a child. How could it be possible to learn this kind of Turtle Sect Qigong? Ah! Before the Turtle Immortal could finish speaking, the scene in front of him was shocked that he could no longer speak. I saw that Midnight took the same pose as Goku, and white energy instantly condensed in his hand. Rumble! The white pillar of light shot out, which was many times more powerful than what Goku released. This. How is it possible? When did Turtle Sect Qigong become so easy to learn? These two children are rare geniuses. The Turtle Fairy's face was solemn, and his gaze towards the two became more and more fiery. Wukong, do you want to come to my house to practice at midnight? Maybe your strength will surpass me in the future. Really? Then when we find the Dragon Ball, we will definitely go to the Turtle Immortals. Goku agreed excitedly, and Midnight nodded seriously. On the other side, Bulma and Goku finally found the 6th Dragon Ball in the ruins after searching with all their might. Great, now there is only the last Dragon Ball left. Let me see where it is. Found it, in the west, the journey seems very far away. After saying that, the 4 of them said goodbye to the Turtle Immortals and the others, and once again boarded the road to find the Dragon Ball. The group drove all the way west at midnight, and after driving for almost a day, they finally found a remote town. At the moment when several people just stepped into the town, pedestrians on the road were frightened and fled in all directions. What's going on? Are people here so afraid of life? Bulma couldn't help but say suspiciously. Bulma, how do I feel that people here are trembling because they see you? Midnight frowned freely and said suspiciously. How is it possible? I am really a cute girl, everyone loves flowers and blossoms, how can it scare others? You don't talk nonsense. Bulma pouted and immediately retorted. Hey, why are you so afraid of her? Midnight casually grabbed a passerby and asked. Great. Please, my lord, let me go. Make it clear. Said Midnight coldly. Aren't you from the Bunny Legion? The passerby said tremblingly. Bunny Legion. Chapter 13. After hearing this name, Z hesitated for a while, looked at Bulma, who was wearing a bunny girl next to him, and spoke. Bulma, take off your rabbit ears. Why? Bulma asked with a puzzled look. Obedient. Midnight walked in front of her and directly reached out to pluck off the rabbit ears on her head. Bulma blushed and lowered her head without resistance. Sure enough, when Bulma took off the rabbit ears, the fearful faces of the people around her eased a lot. Oh, when did such a water spirit girl come out of this town? At this time, 2 black-faced men in rabbit-shaped military uniforms saw Bulma's eyes brightened, and they walked in front of several people with machine guns in their hands. Chick, come and play with uncle for a while," he said, and one of them grabbed his hand towards Bulma's chest. Syllable. Midnight desperately grabbed the other party's hand, his face became extremely gloomy, and his body revealed a trace of cold killing intent, and then a cold voice sounded, "Take your dirty hands, or die. Where is the smelly boy, dare to take care of Uncle Ben's affairs?" The man scolded angrily, then picked up the machine gun in his hand and pointed it at Midnight's head. Just as the other party was about to press the buckle, Midnight quickly slapped the muzzle. Bang! Gunshots rang out. The bullets inside the machine gun burst out, directly penetrating the head of another man. You! People who dare to kill our rabbit legion?" The man pointed to Midnight's nose and scolded with a startled look. "Obviously you killed your companion yourself. Don't give it to us, okay?" Bulma frowned and immediately retorted. "I hate when people point their fingers at me," Midnight said coldly, and then directly broke the other party's fingers. "Ah!" The man covered his fingers and rolled on the ground in pain. "Look at your appearance, you should have done a lot of bad things. Today I will eliminate harm for the people. Go to death, be a good person in the next life," said. Midnight picked up the machine gun that fell to the ground, and aimed it at the man's head. "Stop!" At this time, a white car stopped in front of Midnight, and then the door was slowly opened, and then a humanoid rabbit came out of it. "Boss, come and save me." After the man saw the rabbit, he quickly ran over and knelt on the ground for help. "This friend, what happened just now is that we are not right, I apologize to them here." With that, the rabbit bowed to Midnight to apologize, and extended his palm in a friendly manner. "You don't look very bad, you have to take good care of them in the future, don't let them do evil," Gaku said with an innocent look. "Yes. Midnight. More is better than less, since the other party has apologized, let's forgive them." Bulma chuckled and said in a grand manner. "Okay." Midnight's eyes narrowed slightly, and then gently raised his palm. Faintly, Midnight noticed a gloomy aura on the other party's face, and the next second, bang! Midnight directly punched out, the rabbit spat out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person flew out directly. "Don't believe him, once you shake hands with him, you will turn into a carrot." At this time, Yamcha quickly ran out of the shadows and shouted loudly. However, when he saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, and originally wanted to help the other party at a critical moment, so as to gain trust and steal the Dragon Balls, who knew that the other party didn't need himself at all. "You? Are you that bandit? How did you end up here?" Sun Wukong pointed to the other party and said directly. "No wonder it's so familiar, it turned out to be the handsome guy who ran away in the first place." Bulma touched her chin and recognized the identity of the other party. Hearing Bulma's words, Yamcha's face turned red, and his body involuntarily took a few steps back. "After following us all the way and finally willing to come out?" Midnight asked coldly. "You? How do you know?" Hearing this, Yamcha couldn't help but be surprised. "Why have you been following us secretly, are you with this guy?" Gaku asked coldly as he picked up the golden hoop rod behind him and pointed at Yamcha. Don't get me wrong, I'm not with them. The reason why I have been following you is because after I was defeated by him, I decided to change my past mistakes and never be a robber again, so I want to join you." Yamcha touched his head with a smile and said with a sincere face. "Is what you said true?" Gaku asked with a solemn face. "Of course, don't you think I just reminded you to be careful of this guy?" Yamcha said with a firm face. "Gaku, I think what he said also makes sense, so let's just stop talking." Bulma smiled softly and suggested. "Humph, I see you're looking good, right? Midnight, I kindly remind you that a woman like this water-based poplar is not a good idea." Oolong hugged his chest with both hands, rubbed the knight next to him, and said aloud, "You shut up for me." Bulma immediately became furious. Midnight turned away, ignored the few men, and stepped over to the rabbit leader and his men. "Hero, please let us go. We will never dare again." After understanding his situation, the rabbit leader knelt directly towards Midnight, and kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. "You are not allowed to do evil in the future. At midnight, I think they have sincerely repented, so it's better to let them go." At this time, Wukong, who couldn't bear it, came over and spoke. However, while Gaku was talking to Midnight, the rabbit leader jumped up directly and quickly grabbed Midnight and Gaku with his palm. "Watch me turn you into carrots. Find death." Midnight's face froze, picked up the machine gun in his hand and burst the opponent's head, and then killed a man before putting down the weapon in his hand. "Haha, since everything is settled, then I will leave first." Seeing this scene, Yamcha touched his head and laughed twice, and then spoke. "Why don't you come with us?" Bulma suddenly suggested. "Our car can only do 4 people, but there is no room for him." Oolong pouted and said coldly. "Are you so small that you need to occupy a person's place?" Bulma gave him a blank look and said. "Nope. No. No need." Before Bulma could speak again, Yamcha directly refused, and fled with flushed cheeks. "How can I run so fast, am I so scary?" Bulma looked at Yamcha's departing figure and said suspiciously. "Okay, get in the car quickly, let's go." As the sound of midnight sounded, several people all returned to the car and flew away. Chapter 14. Now that only the last Dragon Ball is left, we will soon be able to grant our wish. Bulma looked at the Dragon Ball radar in her hand and said excitedly. "By the way, Bulma, what is your wish?" Oolong suddenly asked. "Of course, make a wish for the most perfect lover." Hearing Bulma's wish, Oolong couldn't help but roll his eyes speechlessly, then looked at Midnight and Gaku next to him and asked, "What about your wish?" "My wish is to help Gaku resurrect his grandfather," Midnight said with a flat face. "Thank you, Midnight," Gaku said with a grateful look. "You're welcome, we're good brothers," Midnight responded with a smile. "Hey, what's that in the back?" Gaku turned his head and suddenly saw a figure behind him closely following. "That nasty guy seems to have followed." Oolong pouted and said lightly. "Oolong, why are you so rude? People have saved us." Bulma gave him a blank look and immediately counted down. "It's always Midnight to save you," Oolong said unceremoniously. Hearing this, Bulma couldn't help but glance at Z next to him, who closed his eyes and raised his gods, and then his cheeks turned red all of a sudden. Just as several people were talking, a missile suddenly fell from the sky and smashed towards several people. "Everyone be careful." In the next second, Midnight directly picked up Bulma and Oolong and jumped from the car, and Gaku also jumped on top of the somersault cloud at the same moment. "Who sneaked up on us?" Oolong shouted angrily. Immediately afterwards, a huge robot falls to the ground, searches through the ruins of the car, picks up the Dragon Ball and flees. "It's not good, that guy took the Dragon Balls away." Goku's face changed and he said loudly. "We chase." Saying that, Midnight took out a capsule from his pocket and threw it gently towards the ground, and a brand new car appeared in front of several people. "Young Master Yamcha, it seems that the Dragon Ball was snatched away by that guy. Damn it, you dare to touch my things. Let's chase it too." Saying that, the two of Yamcha also chased after them. Inside the mysterious castle. "King Pilaf, we brought the Dragon Balls back." A yellow humanoid fox and a tall and beautiful woman jumped out of the robot and handed each other the box containing the Dragon Balls. "Great, my wish to unify the world will come true soon." Pirav laughed loudly, opening the box in front of him expectantly, but the next moment, the smile on his face froze. "Why are there only 5 Dragon Balls?" Pirav angrily asked. You two idiots, don't you know how to count? Damn it, we thought the Dragon Balls were all here. The two quickly lowered their heads and said. Forget it, I believe it won't be long before that group of people will send us the Dragon Balls. Pirav sneered and said. Soon, the four of them came to the outside of Pirav's castle, and several people did not hesitate and directly pushed the door inside. It's so dark here. Bulma hid behind Midnight with some fear, and involuntarily pulled up his arm. In the darkness, the vision of several people was very blurry, so they could only slow down and carefully walk towards the front. Why is there no way? Goku touched the actual wall in front of him and couldn't help but say suspiciously. In the next second, the stone wall behind several people also fell with a bang, completely landing the four people in this closed environment. Haha, you know how powerful my King Pilaf is. At this time, the pitch-black environment suddenly became bright, and a screen suddenly appeared on the wall, and the figure of the short Pirav appeared in front of several people. As long as you hand over the last Dragon Ball, I will let you go. You dream. Bulma directly refused. Then you guys just wait here to die. Ha ha ha. Damn it, this bastard. Goku gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. I don't believe I can't break this wall. Goku frowned, and then used all his strength to blast towards the wall, but even though Goku's palm was red and swollen, the wall was always unharmed. Wukong, let's exert our strength together and use Turtle Pai Kigong. Midnight suddenly said in a condensed voice. Good. Goku nodded. Hey, are you guys inside? At this time, Yamcha's voice suddenly sounded. Yamcha, you came at the right time, let's hit one place together and break this wall. Midnight hurriedly spoke. Well. Wait a minute. Why should I help you? Yamcha thought about running again and asked. Hey, why are you like this? When do you still put forward conditions, and I think you are a good person? Bulma yelled a little angrily. Aren't you following us for Dragon Ball? If we are trapped inside, you can't get the Dragon Ball, it's better for us to cooperate, and when the time comes, everyone will realize any wishes together. Midnight said lightly. Young Master Yamcha, I think what he said is quite reasonable, and I don't feel like bad people. Hearing Puyelo's words, Yamcha nodded and agreed. All right. In that case, let's work together. 1, 2, 3, start. Turtle Kigong, Turtle Kigong. Turtle Wind. Fist. 3. Powerful forces hit the wall at the same time, and the entire castle trembled, and the next second, a huge hole appeared in the wall. Great, saved. Midnight, you are amazing. Bulma excitedly hugged Midnight and shouted. Okay, let's go find Piraf and snatch the Dragon Ball back. Goku said eagerly. But we don't know where he is. Bulma spread her hands and said a little helplessly. Bulma, don't you have Dragon Ball radar? Let's follow its direction. Midnight said suddenly. Yes, why didn't I expect that? Immediately afterwards, several people set off together towards the location where the remaining 6 Dragon Balls were. Soon, several people came to a bright and spacious room, surrounded by all kinds of computers and technology. I really didn't expect that the hateful Pirav is still a scientist. Bulma said in surprise. You? How did you guys come out? At this time, Pilaf, who had just woken up, came out, and when he saw Midnight and others, he was startled. Give us back the Dragon Balls! With anger in his eyes, Goku rushed straight towards Piraf. Chapter 15. You don't come over. Pilaf's face changed, and he was just about to run away but didn't want to be kicked on the back by Goku, and fell to the ground. King Pilaf, are you all right? At this time, Xiao Wu and the fox ran forward at the same time and greeted worriedly. Damn, you forced me. Pilaf's face changed, and after laughing coldly, he took out the switch with a button from his pocket and pressed it abruptly. In the next second, the whole room suddenly shook, and the wall next to it slowly rose, and then thousands of wolf dog armies rushed in. Ugh! Seeing this scene, Bulma shouted directly, "Where has the perennial pampered eldest lady seen such a big battle? Don't be afraid, hide behind me." Midnight dragged Bulma beside her, took a step forward, and blocked her front. "It's ridiculous to have just a few wild dogs. Goku, you protect them, these beasts are handed over to me." Saying that, before Goku could agree, Midnight took the lead and rushed into the wolves, only to see Midnight jump, his fists and feet wide open, and several wolf dogs were killed in an instant. "Is this guy human?" Seeing this scene, the three Pilaf's faces were directly frightened pale. "King Pilaf, I think we better hurry up, our army of wolf dogs doesn't seem to be an opponent." Xiao Wu swallowed her saliva and said with a panicked look. "Damn, I'm not willing." Pilaf clenched his fists and said with resentment on his face. However, when he saw the scene of Midnight rushing to kill in the army of wolf dogs like a demon, he instantly prodded again, nodded in embarrassment, and quietly slipped out through the back door with Xiao Wu and the fox. "Not good, they are ready to escape. Hey, Yamcha, you protect Bulma, I'll go after them." Saying that, Goku picked up the golden hoop rod in his hand, cleaned up the surrounding wild wolves 3 times and divided by 2, and chased in the direction where Pilaf fled. At this time, thousands of wolf dog armies had surrounded Bulma, and the fierce roar made Bulma fall to the ground in fear. "You all get out of the way," Midnight said with a solemn face, and then put his hands on his waist, and then the white energy condensed. Turtle Pai Chi Gong! Boom! In the next second, a strong white beam of light shot out, and in the blink of an eye, most of the wolf dog army in front of him was wiped out. Call! Midnight exhaled a long breath, and his body fell backwards with some unsteadiness, but fortunately Bulma hugged him in time so that he did not fall to the ground. "Midnight, are you all right?" Bulma asked with some concern. "It's okay, it's just a little out of strength, just take a break." Midnight waved his hand and said casually. On the other side, Goku rode on the somersault cloud and quickly caught up with the Pilaf trio who wanted to escape, only to see Goku holding a golden hoop rod in his hand and smashing it down hard, and the spaceship was instantly smashed in half, and the 3 also fell out of it. "Hand over the Dragon Balls," Goku said with a solemn face. "Phew!" Pilaf immediately refused. "Great King, keep the Green Mountain without fear of no firewood, or give it to him." "Yes, if I don't give it to him, I'm afraid we won't survive tonight." Hearing the words of his 2 subordinates, Pilaf directly spat out a mouthful of old blood, but seeing Goku's serious look, he still handed over the Dragon Ball. Taking the box containing the Dragon Balls, Goku opened it expectantly, and saw 6 Dragon Balls neatly placed inside. "Great! Plus my 4 planets are exactly 7 of them, and Grandpa can finally be resurrected," Goku said with excitement on his face. "That! This big brother, can we go?" Xiao Wu rubbed her palms and asked cautiously. "Let's go, don't do evil in the future, otherwise I won't let you go." With that, Goku took the Dragon Ball, made a somersault cloud, and flew in the direction he came. Soon, Goku returned to the castle, and when he saw that everyone had left the wolf's mouth, Goku happily ran up and took out all 7 Dragon Balls on his body. "Great, finally collected the Dragon Balls successfully." Looking at the Dragon Ball in front of her, Bulma smiled happily. "Bulma, what's next?" Goku asked curiously. "Leave it to me." I saw that Bulma placed the 7 Dragon Balls in front of her neatly on the ground, and the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a golden resonance light at the same time. "Come out, Shenlong." As Bulma's voice fell, the 7 Dragon Balls bloomed with dazzling light again, and a roar was remembered in the sky, followed by golden thunder and lightning falling from the sky, and in the next second, a green oriental dragon appeared in front of everyone. Say your wish, no matter what wish I can help you fulfill. But there is only one wish. The majestic voice of the divine dragon sounded in the ears of the user. What? There is only one wish, but there are so many of us. What can I do about this? Hearing this, Gaku couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Gaku, I don't need a wish anymore, you better make a wish to bring your grandfather back to life. Hearing Bulma's words, Goku's face showed a grateful smile, and after bowing deeply, he said, "Thank you, Bulma." Wait a minute. We can say okay before. The dragon appeared to make a wish together. Hearing that several people did not have themselves at all in the arrangement, Yamcha couldn't help but say eagerly, "Hey, Gaku wants to resurrect his grandfather, can't you wait for next time?" Bulma said a little angrily. "However, I have been looking forward to this wish for a long time, and I really can't wait." Yamcha gritted his teeth and said impatiently, "So what is your wish? Say it so that everyone can think about it." Bulma touched her chin and spoke. This is my private matter, you don't need to know." Yamcha's face turned red, and he turned his head and said, "Hee, his wish is to overcome his fear of girls." Hearing Oolong's voice sound, Yamcha's face became even redder, pointing at Oolong and asking, "You? How do you know?" "I'm sorry, young Master Yamcha, I accidentally said that I leaked my mouth." "Ha ha ha, what did I think was a wish? I didn't expect that you, the big male god, were actually afraid of women, and I really laughed to death." Hearing this, Bulma couldn't help but cover her stomach and laugh loudly. "I said Yamcha, the reason why you are afraid of contact with girls is because you have seen too few girls, and it will not be like this when you have a girlfriend." "Have a girlfriend? May I?" Yamcha blushed and asked. "Don't worry, with your appearance and skills, you are not afraid that no girl will like it when you arrive in the West." Hearing this, a weird smile hung on Yamcha's face. "I said, have you discussed it?" At this time, Shenlong said with an impatient tone. Chapter 16. Gaku, hurry up and make a wish. Gaku nodded seriously, then turned to Shenlong and said, "Shenlong, please let my grandfather's son Gohan be resurrected." "I'm sorry, I can't fulfill this wish." Hearing Shenlong's words, Goku's face suddenly darkened, his eyes gradually became moist, and he slowly lowered his head. "Why? Shenlong?" Z frowned slightly, and asked suspiciously, in his impression, Shenlong can obviously resurrect people. "Son Gohan refuses to be resurrected, I can't change his will." Shenlong explained lightly. Hearing this, Goku's expression eased a lot and returned to his previous demeanor. "Gaku, it seems that your grandfather is doing well over there, so don't worry." Midnight patted Goku's shoulder and said comfortingly. Thank you, Midnight." Gaku smiled and nodded. "Name your other wishes." The majestic voice of the divine dragon sounded again. "Since everyone has no wishes, then I'm welcome." Looking at everyone's hesitant appearance, Midnight said unceremoniously, "Shenlong, can you let me have an immortal body?" Hearing this, Shenlong couldn't help but hesitate a little, and only after a moment did he speak again, "This. I'm afraid not, there is no absolute immortal body in this world, at least my ability can't do it. If it's just immortality or resurrection of a person, I may be able to." Hearing this, Midnight touched my chin and thought again. "Shenlong, then trouble me to have the ability to recover quickly." Midnight spoke. "I can satisfy you as much as I can." In the next second, Midnight only felt that a mysterious power flowed into his body, and after circulating around his body, he disappeared. "Your wish has been fulfilled, goodbye." After saying that, the figure of the divine dragon slowly disappeared, and the dragon ball also scattered in all directions. "Why did the dragon balls fly away?" Gaku asked with a puzzled look. Because after the dragon fulfills its wish, the dragon balls will be scattered around the world, and it will not be restored until a year later. Bulma explained lightly. Then I have to wait a year before I find my grandfather's relics. Gaku asked lightly. Theoretically, that's it. Bulma nodded and said. Then, he looked at Midnight on the side, slowly leaned to his side, his face became blushing, and asked in a low voice, I plan to return to the western capital at midnight, do you want to join me? Hearing this, Midnight shook his head and said, Gaku and I have promised the turtle immortal that we will go to him to cultivate after the matter is completed. Although it understands Bulma's intentions, but now he just wants to become stronger. After all, this world is very dangerous, not to mention that the heavens gave him the opportunity to cross and gave him a golden finger, naturally he should not continue to do nothing. Yes, I still want to be stronger. Gaku also nodded and said with a smile. You still don't think you're strong enough? Oolong asked with a look of disdain. Martial arts never ends, there is no strongest, only stronger. Midnight immediately interjected. That's right. Gaku smiled and nodded. What two cultivation madmen, whatever you want. Bulma couldn't help but roll her eyes and said. Oolong, what about you? Where are you going? Hearing Bulma's inquiry, Oolong couldn't help but ask. Hey, didn't you promise to take me to Zidu and introduce kind girls to me? What about this? No girl like you will like it. Bulma covered her mouth and said with a snicker. Humph, you don't need to worry about this. Oolong hugged his chest with his hands and said unconvinced. By the way, Bulma, can you leave your Dragon Ball radar to Gaku so that he can go looking for his grandfather's relics in a year's time? Midnight suddenly spoke. Of course. Bulma nodded with a smile, then took the radar out of her pocket and handed it to Goku's hands. Thank you, Bulma. Midnight, or as thoughtful as you think. Gaku said with a grateful look. Midnight, Gaku. I plan to go to the western capital with Bulma, and I hope you can become masters like Teacher Wyushin. Yamcha said as he hugged his fist towards the two. Okay, then let's part with that. Watching the figures of Midnight and Gaku gradually disappear into the distance, Bulma's face couldn't help but show a trace of loneliness, and then after running a few steps, she shouted loudly. Midnight, when you have time, you must come to Zidu to find me. After separating from Bulma and the others, Midnight and Gaku began to move towards the place where the turtle immortal was, and after traveling for nearly 3 days, the two finally came to the island where the turtle immortal was. Grandpa, we're coming. Gaku raised his voice and shouted at the house in front of him. However, after half a ring, there was never the slightest movement inside. Is there no one inside? Midnight said with a puzzled face. Let's go inside and take a look. After that, the two pushed open the door alone and walked in, only to see the turtle immortal sitting cross-knee in front of the TV at this time, watching intently, the woman doing calisthenics in the video. Saliva fell on the floor drop by drop. Grandpa, we came to see you. Gaku walked up to the turtle immortal and roared loudly. Gaku, why are you here at midnight? The turtle immortal then asked. The Dragon Ball has been found, according to the agreement, we will come here to practice. Midnight said lightly. So that's the case, you guys go and sit on the side first, don't disturb me watching TV. But Grandpa, I'm hungry. Gaku said as he covered his face with unhappiness covering his face. There's food in the fridge, don't bother me. With that, the turtle fairy stopped paying attention to Gaku and continued to watch the TV intently. And Gaku rushed into the kitchen excitedly, chuckled at midnight, and then sat alone on the sofa, casually picked up a magazine on the table. Who knew that just opened it, a variety of swimsuit beauties came into view, shook his head helplessly, and casually put the magazine back. After about 30 minutes, the beautiful gymnastics on the TV finally ended, and the turtle fairy stood up with hesitation, and when he saw that there was only Midnight on the sofa, he couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "Where did that guy run away from, Gaku?" Midnight chuckled and said meaningfully, "He went to the kitchen and hasn't come out yet." Seeing the strange smile of Midnight, the turtle immortal curiously entered the kitchen again, but the scene in front of him completely shocked him, and an inexplicable annoyance surged in his heart. Chapter 17. Gaku, you ate all my food? Did you know that this is my meal for a week? The turtle fairy said angrily. Haha, so full. Gaku touched his rounded belly and said with a smile. Are you sure you want to practice with me? My cultivation is very strict. The turtle immortal turned around and said in a deep voice. It's okay, we have eaten everything. Midnight said with a firm face. Gaku immediately nodded vigorously. But I won't teach you to practice in vain, unless you can bring me a girl on point. The turtle immortal said playfully. It's too easy, leave it to me. With that, Gaku quickly ran out of the room, sat on the somersault cloud and walked away. Are you sure Gaku knows what punctual means? Midnight touched his head and said suspiciously. After a while, Gaku returned to the turtle immortal house on a somersault cloud, and saw a beautiful girl with white skin sitting on the somersault cloud, looking at the turtle fairy with affection. I really saw Gaku first, but I didn't expect his aesthetic to be quite normal. Midnight couldn't help but say with emotion. Gaku did a good job, now start your first training. The turtle fairy blushed and walked up to Gaku and whispered in his ear. Go get me that girl's panties. Panties. Hearing this, I couldn't help but be stunned. Then without much thought, he walked towards the girl. That. Grandpa, she said she wasn't wearing panties. Sun Wukong shouted loudly. Nanny. Hearing this, the turtle immortal immediately came to his senses and quickly ran to the girl's side, but when he saw the girl's identity, his face darkened. It turned out to be a mermaid. I am where in the world is there such a good thing? But this mermaid's body is quite good. The old face of the turtle immortal blushed, and then showed a shy smile, and said embarrassedly, Miss, can I touch your chest? Snap! When the mermaid heard this, his face instantly became embarrassed, and he slapped it directly, and then jumped into the sea and jumped into the sea. Grandpa, can we cultivate? Gaku asked eagerly. Gaku, you have to help me bring back a girl again, this time you will also go at midnight. I don't believe Goku's vision. The turtle immortal covered his red and swollen face and said. Do you have to look for it again? Okay. Midnight and Gaku nodded at the same time. Hey? What is that? It seems to be a boat. Ha! As the boat slowly approached the shore, a short bald man dressed in a Shaolin temple costume jumped off the boat and quickly ran to the side of the turtle immortal. Who are you? The turtle immortal asked curiously. You are teacher Wushin, my name is Klin, I came from faraway Tokyo, and I specially worshipped you as a teacher. Klin bowed deeply and said politely. Then you may have to run for nothing, I am determined not to accept disciples anymore, you better go back. The turtle immortal turned away and refused. Teacher Wushin, this is my worship ceremony. Klin put down his luggage, took out a thick magazine of beautiful women, and handed it to the turtle fairy. I didn't expect you to be so hardy. The turtle immortal's eyes lit up, and then he grabbed the magazine in Klin's hand and squatted on the ground to study it carefully. After appreciating, the turtle immortal gave a dry cough, stood up and said. Since the three of you want to worship the teacher, then I will give you a test. As long as you can bring me a beautiful girl, I will accept you. Hearing this, the three nodded in unison, and then flew away from the turtle immortal house under the leadership of Gaku Duyun. Where are we going to find beautiful girls for Grandpa? This test seems to be difficult. Gaku put his hands on his head and said with some embarrassment. Hehe, it's actually quite simple. At this time, Klin behind him suddenly laughed badly and said. What do you say? Midnight asked curiously. Do you have any money on you? Hearing this, Midnight and Gaku both shook their heads. Ah! That's trouble. Clin frowned. He originally thought of spending money to hire a beautiful nanny for the turtle immortal to go back, who knew that the three of them were actually poor bastards. Who are you? Help! Suddenly, a shrill cry for help sounded. What's going on over there? Gaku, let's go take a look. Midnight said lightly. Good. Gaku nodded, and then flew over in this somersault cloud. At this time, not far from Midnight, two policemen armed with pistols and police handcuffs cornered a beautiful girl in a long blue dress. Lankai, just grab it. You know me. Lan Chi said with a puzzled look. Humph, less garlic, you female bandit. Hearing the other party's words, Lan Ki's face changed slightly, and she shouted loudly, Robber? I see, you must be robbers. Help, who will save me? Stop, you bad guys are bullying a girl. I saw Gaku roar, and then jump down from the somersault cloud. Lost Goku's help, Midnight and Clin also fell from the somersault cloud. Fortunately, Midnight was strong, and he landed smoothly, but Clin was miserable, and directly fell and broke the blood. There are actually accomplices, don't move, otherwise I will shoot. The policeman pointed a gun at the three Gaku and said threateningly. Gaku, be careful at Midnight, don't be impulsive, they have guns in them. However, before Clin finished speaking, Gaku rushed over, flicked the golden hoop rod in his hand hard, knocked out all the pistols of the two, and then punched and kicked, knocking the two to the ground. You actually dare to attack the police, you wait for me. They two who got up from the ground said a cruel word to Gaku, and then flew away in a police car in a panic. Gaku, Midnight. Did you hear what they just said? Clin asked with some concern. It seems to say that they are police officers? This name, at first hearing, does not sound like a good person. The plot needs, there is no slightest meaning of slander, don't think crooked. Gaku said with an innocent look. Aren't we attacking the police? Clin said with a look of fear. You say, if she was arrested by the police, wouldn't she be a good person? It doesn't look like it. Gaku said softly. Thank you for saving me, little friend. You're welcome. Gaku touched his head and said proudly. Hey? What is it? Chapter 18. Lan Ki's eyes lit up, ran to Goku's somersault cloud, and said curiously. What a big marshmallow! Hehe, this is not a marshmallow. It's called a somersault cloud. Gaku touched his nose and explained. Duyun? What a strange name! Lan Chi said with an innocent look, and then stretched out her hand and stroked it on the somersault cloud, and then sat up gently. Ah! You can actually sit on the somersault cloud, then you must be a good person. Gaku said resolutely. In that case, let's take her back, I don't think she's very smart, there should be nowhere to go. Midnight suddenly suggested. Good. With that, the four of them flew together in the direction of the Turtle Immortal house on a somersault cloud. The cloud streaked a long golden line in the sky, and soon came to the Turtle Immortal house. What a beautiful house! Lan Chi said with an innocent look. Grandpa, we're back, we're bringing you a particularly beautiful girl. Gaku excitedly jumped off the somersault cloud and shouted loudly. Hearing this, the Turtle Immortal immediately rushed out of the house, and when he saw Lan Chi, he immediately jumped up excitedly. You guys are doing well, from now on, you three will be my apprentices. The Turtle Immortal nodded and said with satisfaction. Beautiful young lady, welcome to the Han Shi, the Turtle Immortal said very politely. Hello, Grandpa, thanks to your grandson for saving me, thank you so much. Lan Chi bowed slightly and said gratefully. You're welcome. In fact, the three of them are not my grandsons, but my younger brothers. Hearing the words of the turtle immortal, the faces of several people changed, and they looked at the turtle immortal who dared to say anything big. Haha, I'll have a joke with you. Seeming to feel the embarrassment of anger, the turtle immortal smiled and touched his head before explaining. I think you're joking too. Lan Qi wiped the sweat from her forehead, and after laughing awkwardly twice, she responded. Actually, they all came to visit me. Immediately afterwards, the turtle immortal said again. Hearing this, Lan Qi's small mouth opened slightly, and said in surprise, Grandpa, it turns out that you teach martial arts, no wonder they are so powerful. That's nature. The turtle immortal nodded proudly and said. But Grandpa, you haven't taught us yet. Gaku touched his head, revealed a sincere look, and spoke. Ahem. Teacher Wuxin is unknown to everyone in the martial arts, and everyone knows about the existence. It is called the myth of martial arts. He doesn't take it all. Klin gently rubbed Gaku, and then quickly spoke. Hearing Klin's explanation, Lan Qi's face couldn't help but show an admiring expression, and said in surprise, Wow, Grandpa didn't expect you to be so powerful. Haha, it's nothing. The turtle fairy showed a smug smile on his face, waved his hand casually, responded simply, and then came to Klin's side, whispering in his ear. Boy, you have a very promising future, follow me and study hard in the future. Hearing this, Klin nodded vigorously and quickly responded. Yes, Teacher Wuxin. Grandpa, have you finished talking? When can we practice? Gaku next to him urged impatiently. Got it, got it. The three of you go to your room first and get dressed. They. Turtle Immortal stared intently at Lan Qi's chest, waved his hand towards the three of them, and said. Yes. Hearing this, the three nodded at the same time and walked towards the Turtle Immortal house together. After changing their clothes, the three of them followed the instructions of the Turtle Immortal and came to a huge rock. Ahem. Let's start practicing now. But before that, I need to test your foundation. You run from this rock to the tree opposite, and I'll time you guys. The Turtle Immortal coughed dryly, and then spoke. Then I'll start first. Saying that, Klin took the lead in standing up, and immediately made a running action posture. Ready, start. As the Turtle Fairy's voice fell, Klin began to run at great speed, and soon ran to his destination. Very nice. He actually ran a time of 10 seconds and 4 seconds. You really are a talent. Hearing the praise of the Turtle Immortal, Klin couldn't help but swell, waved his hand casually, and said, This result is just like that, my final score is 10 seconds 1. Next it's Gaku. Okay. Then I'll start. After speaking, Gaku made a very casual pose, and rushed over with a brush. 8 seconds and 5. It's a bit outrageously strong. The corner of the Turtle Immortal's mouth twitched. Next, it's up to me. Midnight said softly, and then also took a sports pose. Brush. Before Klin could react, the speed of Midnight arrived at his destination like a gust of wind. Well. So fast. Klin said with a look of surprise. Midnight is so good. Gaku jumped up excitedly. 6 seconds and 4 seconds, more powerful than Gaku, this is also too perverted. They. Turtle Immortal glanced at Midnight and said in disbelief. Very good, you are all good seedlings, as long as you train well, it is not difficult to run 5 seconds, you must cultivate well in the future. Yes. The three nodded at the same time. Are you guys finished training? I've already made dinner, come and eat. At this time, Lan Qi ran out in a kitchen skirt and shouted loudly. Great, finally able to eat. Gaku said excitedly. Wait a minute, you have one last training session before dinner today. Come with me. The Turtle Immortal took the three of them to a cliff, night soon fell, the moonlight illuminated, otherwise several people would definitely get lost in the dark environment. Immediately afterwards, the turtle immortal casually picked up a stone from the ground, wrote a turtle character on it, threw it hard, and the stone flew towards the forest in an instant. The final test today is to get the stone back, and the 2 people who have not found the stone are not allowed to eat dinner. Also, if it's more than 30 minutes, the 3 of you won't be allowed to eat dinner. Did you hear clearly? Hearing this, the 3 nodded at the same time. Okay, start now. In the next second, the 3 quickly rushed into the forest. P.S. Introduce the combat power of the turtle immortal combat power, 139, excluding muscle state. Sun Wukong combat power, 16 Klin. Combat power, 8 Blonde Lankai combat power, 7, with gun. Blue-haired Lankai. Combat power, 1 Midnight combat power, 36. Chapter 19. When night fell, if it weren't for the guidance of the moonlight, several people would have lost their way long ago, let alone look for a stone in this vast dark night. In the forest, Gaku, who searched fruitlessly, slowly turned around, but found that there was only Midnight next to him, and couldn't help but be curious about the doorway. Midnight, why don't you see Klin? He can't be lost, right? Midnight shook his head and said with a smile, don't worry, that little bald man is probably playing some kind of cleverness. The challenge given by Teacher Wushin is indeed so difficult. Fortunately there is an afterglow of moonlight, otherwise we will really be lost in the forest. Midnight said lightly. Yes, Midnight. It's the first time I've seen the moon. Hearing Goku's words, Midnight's face suddenly changed, and then he stared at Gaku tightly. On the other side, came Enya. Why don't you see them coming to dinner at midnight? Lan Chi brought all the food to the table and asked with some doubt. They're still training, it's okay for young people to eat less. The turtle immortal responded casually, saliva continued to flow from the corners of his mouth, but his eyes were tightly fixed on Lan Chi back buttocks. Oh, right. There is also a soup in the kitchen. I'll bring it over. Saying that, Lan Chi turned and walked towards the kitchen, and the turtle fairy followed intently, and just as he was admiring his beautiful buttocks, the door of the turtle fairy house was suddenly opened. Teacher Wushin, I found the stone. I saw that Klin ran to the turtle immortal with the stone that took away the turtle character in his hand. Interrupted by Klin, the turtle immortal couldn't help but feel a little annoyed, and then took the other party's stone, carefully examined it, and directly smashed it on Klin's bald head. Stinky boy, you actually dare to lie to me, this is obviously not my handwriting. The turtle immortal cursed loudly and angrily. Thundered. Suddenly, the entire turtle immortal house trembled, small gravel fell from the roof, and the turtle immortal's face froze, and muttered, what happened? Teacher Wushin, it seems to be the movement coming from Midnight and Wukong. Klin pointed in the direction of the forest not far away and said in a panic. It's not good, let's hurry over and take a look. With that, the 2 ran out of the room. Thundered. At this time, a huge monster appeared in the forest, and under closer inspection, the monster had brown-black hair all over his body, a 4 or 5 meter long tail dragged behind him, his eyes were red, and he looked like a violent gorilla. Bang! I saw that the gorilla waved his huge fist and smashed towards the ground, and the broken stones rushed into the sky, and a big pit suddenly appeared on the ground. In the deep pit, Midnight was lying in it covered in injuries, and the whole person looked embarrassed. What a bad luck! How did you forget that Gaku will turn into a gorilla? Gaku after transformation is really powerful, no wonder he can step on Son Gohan. If I hadn't made a wish to the Dragon Ball, my body could recover quickly, I'm afraid I would have to explain it here today. Midnight's face froze, and he said in a deep voice. Roar! Immediately afterwards, the gorilla roared, and the violent shock wave blew down all the surrounding trees. And then the huge solace of its feet lifted up and stepped on it fiercely towards Midnight. Turtle Pai Kigong. Suddenly, a huge white pillar of light attacked, straight into the gorilla's body, and the powerful force directly knocked it to the ground. Midnight, are you all right? Seeing this, Clin hurriedly stepped forward to help Midnight out of the pit. What's going on? How could such a powerful monster appear here? Also, where did Gaku go? The turtle immortal asked with a solemn face. This monster is Gaku. Nanny. Hearing this, Clin and the turtle immortals were all shocked, and then remembered that Gaku said that his grandfather was trampled to death by a terrible monster, and suddenly realized. Midnight, you are familiar with Gaku, is there any way to recover him? The turtle immortal asked in a deep voice. Cut off his tail, or destroy the moon. Midnight said categorically. Okay, I'll hold him down. You two find a chance to cut off his tail. They. Turtle immortal said in a solemn tone, and then directly took off his shirt, and his originally thin body instantly became burly. Come on, monster! The turtle immortal shouted towards the gorilla, and then jumped towards the other party, and the gorilla seemed to be irritated by it, and after roaring, he rushed over. Rumble! The two fists faced each other, and the gorilla's body involuntarily took several steps back, and then the turtle immortal's fist met again, punched the gorilla's face, and knocked it to the ground again. Well! That's awesome! Clin opened his mouth wide, looking at the scene in front of him, shocked and a little speechless. Roar! Immediately afterwards, the gorilla roared again and stood up suddenly. This time he seemed to be completely enraged, and rushed towards the turtle immortal regardless of it. It's now! Midnight, who was hiding on the side, saw the opportunity, jumped his body, came to the air, and then put his hands on his waist, shouting. Turtle Pai Chi Gong! Boom! The white pillar of energy light shot out and directly hit the gorilla's tail in his defenseless state. Roar! In the next second, the gorilla screamed in pain, and its tail was broken in two in an instant, and then the huge body was slowly shrinking, and soon returned to the original appearance of Gaku. Finally succeeded. Midnight gasped and fell to the ground exhaustedly. Boy, the turtle Pai Chi function is becoming more and more proficient. It's really rare for you to be able to do this at your age. The turtle immortal praised without hesitation. Immediately walked to Goku's side and slowly picked him up. How's Gaku? Midnight asked with some concern. It's no big deal, just fainted. That's good. Midnight nodded faintly, and then fell asleep with the help of Clin. Send them back first. Something to talk about tomorrow. Yes. The two then walked towards the Kamizen house with Gaku and Midnight. The next day, the morning sun fell in the room, and Midnight rubbed his eyes, interrupted his hazy sleep, stretched, and walked out the door. I saw that the turtle immortal, Clin, and Wukong had already started their practice early, probably because of the disappearance of the tail, and Wukong seemed a little unstable with every step he took. Chapter Combat Strength Gaku Combat Strength, 16, 160 in the Gorilla State. Turtle Immortal Combat Power, 139, 180 in the Muscle State. Chapter 20. You're awake at midnight. I heard that you were injured in a battle with a powerful monster yesterday. Is your health better? After seeing Midnight, Gaku quickly ran over and greeted with concern. It's no big deal. Midnight shook his head and said. I really envy you to be able to fight such a powerful monster. I don't know how I fell asleep yesterday. Hearing this, Midnight also understood the intention of the Turtle Immortal. It seems that he doesn't want Gaku to know the original end of the matter, probably because he is worried that Gaku can't stand the blow after knowing that he killed his grandfather. In this regard, Midnight also acquiesced, and did not intend to break him. Given your injury last night, you don't have to participate in today's training, but you can't miss it tomorrow. The turtle immortal said with a serious expression. I see. Midnight nodded quickly. In that case, you have a good rest. Gaku, Klin, let's go. With that, the turtle immortal left with the two. After a few people left, Midnight came to the forest where last night's battle was, and after careful searching, he finally found the familiar cyan light in a deep pit. Midnight hurriedly ran over. This time the cyan light was a little different from the past, the color was much darker, and the numbers inside had changed, and the number +50 was written on it, which made Midnight overjoyed. Without any hesitation, Midnight quickly stretched out his hand and touched the cyan light, and the familiar warm current flowed throughout his body again, and his body immediately exuded a steady stream of power, which was enriched everywhere in his body. What an amazing feeling! Feeling the changes brought about by his body, a satisfied smile appeared on Midnight's face, and then his face froze, and he took a fighting posture. Turtle Pai Chi Gong! Boom! The white pillar of energy light shot out, and the entire forest was instantly engulfed in a large area, and the powerful destructive force made Midnight smack. What a terrifying power! Midnight couldn't help but exclaim. Immediately afterwards, Midnight practiced briefly in the forest, completely controlling this power of his own, before returning to the Turtle Immortal House. After returning to the Turtle Immortal House, he had to turn on the TV in the middle of the night, which was also the first time he came to this world to watch TV, and he couldn't help but have some complicated emotions in his heart. Soon as the sun set, the Turtle Immortal returned to the Turtle Immortal House with the tired Gaku and Klin, and as soon as the two entered the door, they rushed to the dining table, frantically plundering the food on the table. Gaku, how did you train today? Midnight chuckled and asked curiously. We have been delivering milk and plowing the land all day today, and we have not learned any martial arts at all. Klin rolled his eyes and complained. Bang! Hearing this, the Turtle Immortal directly hit Klin's bald head with a stick, and then opened his mouth and reprimanded. If you want to learn martial arts, you can't even suffer this little bit of suffering. I'm sorry, Teacher Wushan, I was wrong. Klin said apologetically. After dinner, Klin and Gaku, who had been tired for a day, went straight back to the room and fell asleep, and Midnight wanted to help Lankai clean up the dishes and chopsticks. But they were ruthlessly rejected by the other party, and they also returned to the room in desperation. At the moment when she returned to the room at midnight, Lankai in the kitchen suddenly sneezed, and her hair turned golden in an instant, and then, I don't know where she took out a machine gun, and directly into the room and began to strafe. Messing with things, dare to let the old lady do these things, it's just looking for death. The huge movement couldn't help but wake up Gaku and Klin, who had just gone to sleep. In the face of Lankai crazy strafing, everyone had to run for their lives, although the strength of several people was not afraid of each other, but everyone did not want to hurt Lankai because of this, so they had to let this Lankai be angry. The temper came and went quickly, and as Lankai's sneeze sounded again, the quiet Lankai finally returned, and everyone also relaxed their hearts, and each returned to the room to rest. There was no word all night, and in the early morning of the next day, Midnight, Wukong and Klin were called up by the Turtle Immortals early and began a new day of cultivation, delivering milk in the morning, plowing the land to farmers in the morning, and working on the construction site in the afternoon, and the whole day's life was arranged very fulfilling. In this way, the three of them have been training boring every day for more than half a month, and everyone is like this every day, and they can't help but complain in their hearts. Grandpa, don't let us do miscellaneous anymore, when will you be willing to hand us over the boxing technique? Sun Wukong said with some complaints. Hearing this, the Turtle Immortal was furious, and the room yelled at the three people, saying, Children are ignorant, do not lay a good foundation, and learn boxing in vain. Then, pointing to a tall rock next to him, he said, See. If you want me to teach you boxing, move this rock in front of you. Hearing this, Klin's brows wrinkled slightly, and he said incredulously, How is this possible with such a big rock? This is simply not something that people can do. Who said that? Saying that, the turtle immortal put down the crutch in his hand, touched the rock with both hands, and then pushed hard, and the rock was instantly pushed several meters away. See? Only by cultivating according to my method can I achieve this point. Hearing the lesson of the turtle immortal, Klin closed his mouth in surprise, and could only nod his head in agreement. Gaku, on the other hand, quickly ran to the side of the rock, and then concentrated the strength of his whole body on his hands, and pushed hard, and the rock moved in an instant. Grandpa, you see I succeeded. Gaku said excitedly. This. I'm not talking about this rock, but about that, and when I'm older, I got the size of the rock wrong, haha. The turtle immortal touched his head, laughed a little embarrassed, and then quickly pointed to a larger rock next to him and said, "Such a big stone." Seeing such a large rock in front of him, Klin couldn't help but be frightened, while Gaku was still a little unconvinced, quickly ran forward and tried again. However, this time, even if Gaku tried harder, the rock could not shake the slightest. "I'll try." Just as the turtle immortal was about to speak proudly, Midnight suddenly stood up and walked in front of the rock. "Haha, no need to try. You guys don't train enough. It's impossible." "Not necessarily." Midnight sneered, then put his hands on the top of the rock, and then pushed it with all the strength of his body. Thundered. In the next second, the huge rock was actually pushed a few meters. How is this possible? The turtle immortal's mouth couldn't close in surprise. Midnight, it's amazing. P.S. Midnight Combat Effectiveness, 90. Half-month training combat effectiveness increased by 4. Chapter 21. Seeing this scene, the turtle immortal was shocked and speechless. "When did you become so strong?" the turtle immortal asked in surprise. Hearing this, Midnight chuckled and explained lightly, "It may be that this half-month of devil training has improved my strength." Haha. Hearing this, the turtle immortal naturally did not believe it, smiled awkwardly and turned to Gaku and Klin and reprimanded, "See? It's because you guys are usually lazy and don't train, and you can't even push such a small stone." Hearing this, Klin and Gaku couldn't help but bow their heads in shame, and the turtle immortals were finally relieved to see that this method worked. "Do you really want to learn boxing?" the turtle immortal asked in a condensed voice. "Uh-huh." The two nodded in agreement. "Okay, as long as you can meet my requirements in the next training, I will teach you. Moreover, I will take you to the world's first martial arts conference every 5 years, the turtle immortal said with a heavy face. "The world's first martial arts conference? What is that?" Gaku asked curiously. "That is the place where all martial artists yearn for, when all the masters in the world will participate. I hope you can achieve good results in it." Hearing this, Gaku and Klin jumped up excitedly. "Okay, the next training is the devil weight training." Saying that, the turtle immortal took out 3 purple turtle shells of different sizes from behind him and continued, "The weight of these 2 turtle shells is 20 kilograms, and the weight of this turtle shell is 40 kilograms. From now on, you must eat, sleep, and train with you." "Understood." "Understood." The 3 quickly nodded and responded. Then the 3 people stepped forward and brought the turtle shell to the body. Midnight naturally chose the heaviest one, and in the following days, several people began their usual training life again. 5 months later. "Grandpa." Gaku rushed into the turtle fairy house with a 20-kilogram turtle shell on his back. "What's going on?" Gaku. Before the turtle immortal could finish asking, Gaku pulled the other party up and ran outside. "Gaku, slow down, what happened?" Soon, the turtle immortal was taken by Gaku to the huge rock, and at this time, Klin and Midnight were all here. "Grandpa, we can already push this rock," Gaku said excitedly. How is it possible? The turtle immortal shook his head with a smile, but the next scene completely shocked him, and he saw that Gaku used his whole body strength, and the rock was really moved several meters. It's up to me. I may not have pushed as far as Gaku. With that, Klin also stepped forward and used all his strength, and in the next second, the rock moved several meters again. I don't have to demonstrate, do I? Midnight asked with a smile. Grandpa, can you teach us boxing now? Gaku asked sincerely. Hearing this, the turtle immortal couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, and after thinking about it, he answered truthfully. Actually, I don't have any boxing techniques at all. The essence of the turtle immortal stream martial arts has been integrated into your daily training. Maybe you haven't noticed it yourself, you have been exercised all over your body, and your strength and speed have made a qualitative leap. I have nothing left to teach you. The turtle immortal shook his head and said in a flat tone. Grandpa. But how can we defeat others without boxing? Gaku asked suspiciously. The most important thing in learning martial arts is not to defeat others, but to surpass yourself. The turtle immortal said meaningfully. The world's first martial arts conference is still a month away, and then you can train as before, but the weight of the turtle fairy shell will be doubled. Yes. Immediately afterwards, after the three of them changed into brand new equipment, they began to train the devil day after day. Time passed quickly, and the day and night before the start of the world's first martial arts conference quietly arrived. Tomorrow is the start of the competition, you can remove the turtle shell from your body. The turtle immortal said to several people. Great! I've always been worried about being laughed at by other players with this thing. Hearing this, the three of them happily unloaded the weight on their bodies, and suddenly a feeling of relaxation surged up. Wow, the body has become so light! Gaku said excitedly. You guys jump hard, try! Hearing this, the three quickly began to jump, and in the next second, they came directly to a height of tens of meters. Haha, okay, let's go! The turtle immortal chuckled and said. Lankai, please look after the house. Hearing this, Lan Chi made an okay gesture and said with a smile. No problem. By the way, Midnight, this is my new clothes for you, you must compete well. Thank you. After taking the clothes in Lan Ki's hand, the three of them headed in the direction of the martial arts conference under the leadership of the Turtle Immortals. After a few people left Turtle Immortal Island, they boarded the plane to reach the world's first martial arts conference, and after flying for nearly half a day, they finally arrived at their destination. Wow, there are so many people here. Yes, it's really lively. I miss the feeling. Midnight said with a flat face. You guys wait here first, I'll sign you up. With that, the Turtle Immortal walked towards the registration office at the gate of the world's first martial arts conference. Hi, Gaku, Midnight, long time no see. Suddenly, a handsome-looking man with short hair walked over and greeted the two deadly. Who are you? Gaku asked with a puzzled look. You are? Yamuti? Midnight said with a look of surprise. Yes. Hearing this, Yamcha nodded with a smile. How did you become like this? I almost didn't recognize it when you changed your hairstyle. Gaku said in surprise. Haha. Bulma said that long hair in the city is too dirty, so I cut it. Yamcha touched his head and said with a smile. This is Klin who practiced with us at Wyushin teacher. This is our friend, Yamcha. Midnight said to the two. It turned out to be a senior apprentice of teacher Wyushin, lucky will be lucky. I heard Midnight and Gaku mention you, I heard that you are very powerful. Then the two greeted politely. Midnight, Gaku. At this time, Bulma took the ice cream and walked over with Gaku Puyaru with a smile on his face. Everyone, long time no see. Midnight greeted with a smile. Well. Long time no see. After seeing Midnight, Bulma's cheeks turned red all of a sudden. Hey? Bulma, why are you blushing? Is it sick? Gaku asked with a puzzled look. He's missing men. Oolong licked a mouthful of ice cream and said flatly. Chapter 22. Bang! Bulma's face turned red, and she punched Oolong's head, and in the next second, a large bag grew on Oolong's head. Midnight, Gaku. Tomorrow in the ring, we may become enemies, you must not show mercy. Yamcha said with a serious face. Don't worry, Gaku never knew what mercy meant by his subordinates. Hearing Midnight's words, everyone burst into laughter. As night fell, after the joy of reunion, several people returned to their hotel rooms to rest. The next day, the world's #1 martial arts conference finally kicked off. Several people changed their clothes and came to the battlefield early. Seeing the scene of the crowd of people in front of them, several people couldn't help but close their mouths in surprise. Okay, let's go to the qualifier venue first. Subsequently, several people led by the staff to a place called the arena. The next qualifiers can only be participated by the registration personnel. I can only accompany you here. By the way, this is the martial arts uniform I prepared for you. Saying that, the turtle immortal took out 3 red martial arts suits with different shapes from the suitcase and handed them to the 3. Boom! As the staff sounded the gong, all the people who registered for the competition walked towards the inside of the martial arts hall. Today is the world's first martial arts conference once every 5 years. Welcome all heroes to come here. We will select 8 masters in the qualifiers to participate in the final. Now it's up to me to explain the rules of the game. The qualifiers are divided into 4 areas. One-on-one fights. Fainting or falling off the field is considered to lose the game, but there is a rule that no killings are allowed, and no weapons are allowed. Okay, now please draw lots. As the referee's voice fell, everyone lined up to start the draw. I'm number 93, Gaku, what about you? Klin looked at the label in his hand and asked. My number is number 70. Gaku responded with a smile. So, both of you are in the 3rd district. Midnight looked at the order of arrangement, and then spoke. What? Hearing this, Klin couldn't help but be surprised, and hurriedly looked at the division of the area, and couldn't help but hang his head and said, I didn't expect to be so coincidental with Gaku, and the opponent I didn't want to meet was you too. Midnight, what about you? Gaku asked curiously. I'm in the 1st district, Yamcha is in the 2nd district. Midnight looked at the label and then spoke. Everyone looks so good, can we really win? Looking at the strong crowd around him, Klin's face couldn't help but become frightened, and he said with some unconfidence. Klin, you have to be a little confident, most of the people here are strong outsiders. Midnight patted him on the shoulder and said comfortingly. I hope so. Klin nodded and responded. It's time for the 1st district match, invite the 3rd and 10th players to the ring. At this time, the referee's voice suddenly remembered. Midnight glanced at the label in his hand, and then said with a smile, Oh? It's coming to me so soon. Come on, Midnight. Gaku said encouragingly. Haha, it's actually a little ghost, the player number 10 is really lucky. It's just, how come my luck is not so good? The other fighters in the audience taunted after seeing Midnight in the ring. At the same time, a burly muscular man walked up with heavy steps, and when he saw Midnight's thin body, he couldn't help but say sarcastically, Haha, boy, you are my opponent. Seeing how good you look, Uncle doesn't want to hit you, hurry home and drink milk. You have to have this ability. Midnight sneered and said. The kid is still quite crazy, see how I clean you up. After saying that, the big man clenched his fists and rushed towards Midnight. Seeing this, Midnight jumped and kicked the abdomen of the big man. Bang! The big man who ate the pain shouted, and then flew out of the ring, and the whole person passed out directly. The 3rd player wins. As the referee's voice sounded, Everyone in the audience eased from their surprised expressions. What just happened? Is this little devil really powerful? Everyone in the audience said with a surprised look. Great, Midnight, I didn't expect the first game to win so easily. Clin ran forward and said excitedly. Hee, don't worry, you can too. Midnight chuckled, nodded, and said. Hey, isn't this Clin? I haven't seen it since I left the Shaolin Temple in tears last time. At this moment, two fat and thin monks dressed in monk robes came over and mocked Clin. Division. Senior brother. After seeing the person coming, Clin showed a terrified expression on his face and stammered. You're not here to attend the martial arts conference, are you? Hearing this, Clin nodded honestly. Let me see how many numbers you are, haha, number 93, it's really coincidental, your opponent is me. The thin monk said mockingly. Syllable. Haha, don't cry then. Then, the two of them knocked on Clin's bald head fiercely, and left with a look of disdain on their faces. After the two left, Clin still had his head down, and his face was full of fear. Clin, what's wrong with you? Gaku couldn't help but ask worriedly. I'd better throw in the towel. Clin glanced at Gaku, then looked down and said. Clin, don't worry. Now you are not the same as before, isn't the purpose of your coming to Wushan to practice here to become stronger? It's a good time to prove your strength today. Midnight patted Clin's shoulder and comforted. May I? Clin said unconfidently. Clin, have to believe in yourself, your game is about to start, hurry up. Well. All right. Hearing Midnight and Goku's encouragement, Clin's mood was slightly better, and then he nodded and walked towards the ring. Come on Clin, that guy isn't powerful at all. You can knock him down with one punch. Gaku shouted. In the ring, the thin monk looked at Clin with disdain and mocked, you didn't escape? Is it quite bold now? Look at the move. With that, he waved his fist and attacked Clin. Clin, be careful. Hearing Goku's voice, Clin suddenly woke up, and his body jumped into the air. Bang! Immediately afterwards, the body descended rapidly, and he directly punched the thin monk's face. Ah! In the next second, the thin monk shouted and flew straight out. Player 93 wins. As the referee's voice fell, Clin looked at his hands blankly and muttered in disbelief. I won? Chapter 23. Clin, good. Gaku praised with a smile. They don't seem to be very strong either, hey. Clin said with a dull look. That's because we're too strong. Midnight came over and said lightly. Immediately afterwards, the game came to a white-hot state and Midnight, Gaku, Clin, and Yamcha became the most shining highlights, almost becoming an invincible existence. Now there is a final for two people from the 1st District, the 3rd and 15th fighters, please come to the ring and prepare. Me again. As the referee's voice fell, Midnight quickly ran to the ring, his gaze shifted to the opponent in front of him, and he saw that the other party was not a human, but actually a humanoid blue-purple demon wolf. Little ghost, meet me and your race journey is over. That's a lot of nonsense. Rumble. In the next second, the demon wolf began to move rapidly, leaving several afterimages around Midnight, which made people a little puzzled. Little ghost, it's impossible for you to see my speed, admit defeat. Yes. Midnight sneered, and then his body instantly disappeared in place. How did Midnight disappear? It's not that it's disappearing, it's moving at high speed, making it impossible to see his speed. Gaku said with a flat face. Gaku, can you see clearly? Clin asked suspiciously. You can see some, to be honest, his speed is really ridiculously fast. Gaku said with a smile. However, the demon wolf at this time was also frightened by the speed of Midnight, and the next moment he was stunned in place. Bang! Then, Midnight saw the opportunity and kicked it out of the ring. The third player wins. As the referee's voice fell, Midnight also completely won the qualifier final, becoming one of the 8 strong players in the martial arts conference. Immediately afterwards, Wukong, Klin, and Yamcha also obtained the qualifications for the promotion of various divisions, and since then, the 8 strongest people of the martial arts conference have successfully made it out of the circle. Ahem! Immediately afterwards, a man in a black suit and sunglasses walked in with a microphone, and after a gentle cough, the originally chaotic environment instantly quieted down. The man glanced around, then picked up the list in his hand, and said loudly, "Now invite all the promoted players to gather here." Hearing this, the 8 advanced players gathered around one after another, and suddenly a strange stench came, and everyone present couldn't help covering their noses. "Ah, it stinks! What is this thing?" Everyone turned their heads one after another, and saw a burly man standing behind them who was scruffy and poorly dressed, emitting a disgusting stench on his body. "Who is he? Why is the body so smelly?" Yamcha covered his nose and said with an ugly face, "I heard that this person has not bathed since he was born, and he has competed with him through the bar against the stinky stun." An old man dressed in black next to him explained lightly. "What a despicable means!" Goku couldn't help but say with disdain. "Trouble this gentleman to go farther." The referee couldn't stand the stench comparable to a gas bomb, and spoke up. As the wild man left, the surrounding stench only receded a little, and everyone couldn't help but gasp. "Then start drawing lots now to decide the order of the opponents of the martial arts competition. And those who are called by name please come and gather." The black-clad referee picked up the microphone in his hand and said loudly, "Okay, now start calling names." Then, under the command of the referee, everyone stepped forward to get their labels, and then the staff wrote the list of opponents on the next board, which were: Mr. Nanwu vs Jackie Chan. Player, Monster Keen Player vs Sun Wukong. Player, Wildman Player vs Klin. Player and Yamcha Player vs Midnight Player. Midnight, I didn't expect that my opponent was actually you. This time I will do my best to fight with you, let you see my progress during this time. After Yamcha list, he showed an expectant look on his face and said to Midnight, "Okay, I'll wait for you." Midnight nodded and responded faintly. Now that the draw is complete, everyone can wait patiently for the start of the game here. With that, the referee walked towards the door, and then came to the open-air martial arts conference main ring. "Sorry everyone, I've waited a long time. Now I announce that the 21st Tianxia First Martial Arts Conference is the beginning." As the referee's voice fell, the audience instantly boiled, cheering for the opening of the martial arts conference. "Now announce the first match roster. Klin vs Wildman Player. 2 contestants are ready to play." As the referee's voice fell, the two also walked out of the martial arts hall and came to the ring of the martial arts conference, and when Midnight and the others saw this, they also followed out one after another to watch this match. "Look, it's Klin. Klin, come on. Such a small person can reach the final, the martial arts conference is really more and more impossible. It stinks. What does it smell? It's killing me." With the appearance of the wild man, everyone in the audience was almost fainted by the smell of his body, unconsciously covered his mouth and nose, and cursed. "Haha, I didn't expect my opponent to be a child, see how I broke you in half." The wild man looked at the short Klin in front of him, his face couldn't help but show a look of disdain, and laughed out loud. Immediately afterwards, he attacked Klin with heavy steps, and Klin quickly jumped up to avoid the opponent's attack when he saw this. "I actually dodged it so easily," the wild man said with a surprised look. "Let you see my invincible big breath, ha!" Immediately, the wild man aimed directly at Klin, and took a big breath hard. The violent stench made everyone's faces change wildly, and they vomited, and Klin was even fainted directly by the smell. I didn't expect the wild man player to use such a disgusting method. Now that the Klin player has fallen, can he still stand up? Let's wait and see. Seeing this, the referee quickly picked up the microphone and said loudly, "Come on Klin, get up and knock down this disgusting guy. Little one, stand up, knock him down. Come on, come on, come on." For a while, the audience was boiling, and everyone was feeding Klin cheers. "Klin, what are you doing? Have you forgotten that you don't have a nose at all?" Hearing Midnight's words, Klin's eyes lit up, and he quickly stood up and said, "Yes, I don't have a nose." "Thank you, Midnight, thanks for your reminder," Klin said gratefully. Subsequently, Klin readjusted his state and quickly attacked the wild man, and the stench of the other party had no effect on Klin at this time. Bang! A wild man without the blessing of stench is like a toothless tiger, not Klin's opponent at all, and he is knocked to the ground with just one punch. Win, great! Good boy! I knew you could do it! Chapter 24. Seeing this scene, the audience applauded one after another, and praised Klin one after another. After all, the impression that wild men brought to everyone was too bad. Congratulations to Klin for advancing to the Final Four. Immediately afterwards, the referee came to the center of the ring again, picked up the microphone in his hand, and announced Klin's victory. Now for the second match, but before that, we will ask our staff to disinfect the ring. Please be patient for a while. And the backstage staff wore gas masks and spilled hollow fresheners and disinfectants in every corner of the ring. Now start the second game. Midnight player versus Yamcha player. Please, two of you. As the referee picked up the microphone and walked to the ring again, announcing the start of the second match, the two slowly walked out, and then the whole ring boiled again. "Come on Midnight! You must win! Yamcha, you have to come on too!" Bulma shouted loudly as she raised her throat in the audience. "Who the hell are you going to help cheer for?" Oolong rolled his eyes and said, "This. Of course I hope they all win." Bulma said hesitantly, "Oh, woman! Come on at Midnight, you must win." Oolong gave Bulma a blank look, and then shouted for Midnight. "Young Master Yamcha, come on!" Puelo said, not to be outdone. "What are they doing? Why don't you start yet? Hey, can you fight in the end? Can you hurry up, don't grind." On the ring, Midnight and Yamcha looked at each other with flat faces, without the slightest intention of making a move, and the audience couldn't wait, all shouted loudly. "Come on, Yamcha! Let me see how much your strength has improved during this time." Midnight chuckled, with a light and breezy look on his face, and he couldn't see the slightest sense of urgency in the game. "Do you look down on me so much?" Yamcha couldn't help but smile bitterly, and then took a fighting stance, carefully observing the movements of the Midnight starter. Ha! In the next second, Yamcha drank loudly, jumped his body, came directly to mid-air, and then with the help of the center of gravity of his body's descent, he concentrated all his strength on his right leg, and then kicked fiercely towards Midnight. In the face of Yamcha's fierce attack, Midnight didn't seem to care, only to see him slowly raise his arm and block his face. Bang! Yamcha kicked down, his face suddenly changed, he felt as if he had kicked on a hard iron plate, and the heel immediately became red and swollen, and then the whole person covered his foot and fell to the ground. "It hurts. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Worthy of being a disciple of the god of martial arts," Yamcha said with a worried face, and then stood up again. His face couldn't help but become solemn. "However, I will not admit defeat. Come again." In the next second, Yamcha attacked towards Midnight at a thunderous speed, but was easily dodged by Midnight, and in the eyes of Midnight, Yamcha's movements can be said to be full of flaws. After the wolf-tooth wind fist felt the gap between himself and Midnight, Yamcha no longer hidden, and directly made his own trick. In the next second, Yamcha's fist instantly turned into dozens of wolf shadows and violently attacked towards the Midnight. The speed is enough, but there are still too many flaws. It's time for the match to end. Midnight said with a flat face, and then his body instantly disappeared in place, and then came behind him, punched him. Yamcha screamed in pain, and flew directly out of the ring. The Yamcha contestant fell off the field, and the Midnight contestant won the match. As the referee's voice sounded again, everyone in the audience couldn't help but be stunned, just because the speed of the two was too fast, and they didn't know what was happening in the ring. It's okay. Midnight walked quickly to Yamcha's side, reached out to help him up, and asked lightly. Congratulations, Midnight. I really didn't think that the gap between us was so big. I was convinced to lose to you. Yamcha smiled bitterly, then shook his head helplessly, and then stood up, and walked towards the backstage with Midnight. You are so good at Midnight, you actually knocked down Yamcha all of a sudden. After seeing the two, Goku ran up excitedly and said. Yamcha's face couldn't help but reveal an unconcealable embarrassment. I really don't want to run into you two. Klin said helplessly. Dear audience, next is the third game, Jackie Chan vs Nan Wu. As the referee's voice sounded, several people did not greet each other, and ran over to watch the next match. I saw that Jackie Chan and Nan Wu walked to the ring side by side. Hey? It's that old grandfather. After seeing Jackie Chan, Goku suddenly said. Goku, do you know him? Klin asked suspiciously. I've seen his previous matches, and he only needs one move to beat his opponent, which is very powerful. Goku nodded and explained lightly. Hello. Mr. Nan Wu. Jackie Chan chuckled, and then stretched out his hand to greet the other party. However, what he didn't expect was that the other party ignored him and turned straight away. Is it so cold? Left without even saying hello? Jackie Chan said with a puzzled look. The face is so serious, let me see what you are thinking. Immediately, Jackie Chan's brows frowned slightly, and the spiritual power then affected Nan Wu's brain, and then the picture in his mind appeared in Jackie Chan's eyes. So it is, no wonder it's so serious. It's a pity that I still have my mission, I can't lose this game. Jackie Chan sighed and muttered softly. Now, the third game showdown officially begins. Bang! As the referee's voice fell, the gong sounded, and then the two prepared for battle at the same time. I'm sorry, old man, for the sake of the people of the village, I must win this game. Nan Wu clasped his hands together, then took a fighting posture and said with a heavy face. Let the horses come. Jackie Chan responded without caring about Daha. In the next second, Nan Wu bang shouted, stepped hard towards the ground, and his body rushed over in an instant. Opposite Nan Wu's attack, Jackie Chan shook his head, then jumped lightly, and dodged the opponent's attack, and then his toes were a little on the opponent's head, and Nan Wu, who lost his center of gravity, directly lay on the ground. Admit defeat, you can't win me. Jackie Chan said nonchalantly, then slowly turned around and was turned at the other party. I can't lose, I must win for the sake of the village. I'm sorry, old man. Nan Wu slowly got up, his face revealed a trace of determination, and then jumped hard, and his body came to 100 meters in the air. Sky Cross Fist! Nan Wu bang shouted. And then his body quickly landed, his hands crossed in a crossed appearance, and rushed towards the back of Cheng Gong. Rumble! With the moment Nan Wu landed, the successful figure actually became illusory. Nan Wu's attack directly passed through the body, smashed heavily on the ground, and the ring was smashed out of a deep pit in an instant. What? How so? Nan Wu touched his red and swollen arm and said with a surprised expression. Bang! In the next second, Jackie Chan's figure appeared again and kicked Nan Wu's waist fiercely. Brush! Nan Wu snorted in pain, his body flew out directly upside down. Jackie Chan walked slowly to the edge of the ring, looked at Nanwu who had fallen off the ring, and said in a flat tone, "Remember, this move is called after-image fist. It's really wonderful." Nanwu player fell off the field, and Jackie Chan won the game. The referee couldn't help but be shocked by the game in front of him, and after a long pause, he picked up the microphone in his hand and said loudly, This grandfather is also too powerful, and it is really not a simple role that can go to the end." Clin looked surprised and froze in place. "Yes, I just don't know why, I always feel that the breath on his body is so familiar." Goku's eyes froze and he spoke. "Nan Wujian lost the match, you can see that his face has become very ugly, but thank him for bringing us such a wonderful match." Everyone gives him applause. Immediately afterwards, the referee's voice sounded again. Maybe this game really shocked him, so he did his best to start enlivening the atmosphere. Nanwu did not care about the endless praise and applause around him, but returned to the ring again, bowed deeply to Jackie Chan, and said in a respectful tone, "Old man, you are really strong. I lost my heart and took it orally." Saying that, Nanwu straightened up, turned around and was about to leave. Seeing the other party's lost soul, Jackie Chan couldn't help but call the other party. "Are you going back like this? I'm not in the mood to keep watching." Nanwu turned his head, sighed softly, and said, "Actually, even without me, with your strength, you can't even make it to the final, so you don't need to care." Jackie Chan shook his head and spoke again. "Old man, I know what you mean, I have nothing to say if I lose to you." Nanwu nodded and responded, "Mr. Nanwu, aren't you trying to save your village? In fact, there is another way, it is not necessary to win the game." Seeing that the other party would be wrong about his own meaning, Jackie Chan explained again. Hearing this, Nanwu's face revealed a surprised expression, and he asked incredulously, "You? How do you know?" Jackie Chan smiled gently, then took out a capsule from his pocket and threw it to the other party. "This is for you." After Nanwu looked at it carefully, he found that this thing was not unfamiliar, so he couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "Isn't this a universal capsule? Why are you giving me this? Don't get me wrong, it's empty. But this capsule can hold a lot of water, Mr. Nanwu, you come with me." Saying that, Jackie Chan turned around and quickly left the ring, completely ignoring the referee's confused look. Seeing this, Nanwu quickly followed over, and after walking for nearly 5 minutes or so, Jackie Chan stopped at a wellhead. "Old man, who the hell are you? Why is it clear about me?" Nanwu asked with a puzzled look. "Haha. Everyone else calls me Teacher Wushan." Jackie Chan touched his beard, smiled softly, and said, "You? Are you Wushan teacher?" Hearing this, Nanwu closed his mouth in shock. "Shh. Whisper, I hid my identity to participate in the competition because I didn't want so many people to know." Nanwu couldn't help but ask suspiciously. "But why are you?" Jackie Chan sighed lightly, and then spoke again, "Alas, have you seen those 3 children in the top 8? They are actually all my disciples." "Oh? No wonder, several of them look young, but their strength is more amazing than the other, it turns out to be your disciple." Nanwu nodded and said, "That's right. The 3 of them are gifted better than one person, which should be a good thing, but I am afraid that if they win the championship of the world's first martial arts conference, there will be a swelling mentality, thus ruining their martial arts path. You can also see that more and more people in today's world have given up martial arts, and even most of them can't even dodge bullets. If this continues, I am afraid that martial arts will come to an end. So I hide my identity to participate in the competition, just to let them know that there are people outside the people, there is a truth outside the sky. I don't want them to be complacent because of some achievements, only in this way can they have farther in the future." Jackie Chan stood on his back, quite a master style, and his appearance at this time was completely different from the lecherous turtle immortals of the past. So it is. Teacher Wu Tian is really well-intentioned. Nan Wu nodded and said. Hearing this, Jackie Chan couldn't help but wave his hand, and then spoke up again, I have seen the drought scene in your hometown in your mind, so this capsule is for you to fill water. I think it should be able to solve the problem after you go back. Teacher Wu Tian, in fact, even if you give me a universal capsule, it is useless, I have no money to buy water at all. Nan Wu smiled bitterly and shook his head and said. Hearing this, Jackie Chan couldn't help but be stunned, pointed to the well next to him, and said in surprise, don't you know that the water here is free? Nanny. How so? Nan Wu opened his mouth wide, he couldn't believe this scene in front of him, he played so hard to buy water, and now someone actually told him that the water was actually free, and he didn't need money at all? Haha, you just fetch water here, I'll go first. Looking at the other party's surprised appearance, Jackie Chan couldn't help but feel a little funny, and then turned around and walked in the direction he came. Thank you, Teacher Wu Tian, I will definitely repay you. Nan Wu clasped his hands together, bowed deeply, and said gratefully. It's okay if you don't repay, just remember to help me hide my identity. Wu Tian waved his hand, and after saying something, he left here. Everyone, we are saved. Nan Wu looked at the capsule in his hand and said with a look of excitement. Chapter 25. Time flies. The world's first martial arts conference 8 finalists have completed 3 games. Midnight, Clin, Jackie Chan successfully advanced to the final 4, and at this time it was Goku's turn to appear, and the 4th game also began. Okay. Now start the 4th match. Please 2 players to appear. As the referee's voice fell, Goku ran out of the backstage excitedly, and immediately greeted the audience. What a cute little friend. He can reach the final at this age. Hey? This little ghost's clothes are exactly the same as that Midnight and Clin. It really is. It's great, finally waiting for Goku to appear. Come on Goku. Be sure to win. Bulma shouted excitedly. Immediately afterwards, the monster walked to the ring with heavy steps, its powerful body made people feel tight, and then look at Goku on the side, he looked very petite. The monster stared at Goku in front of him, the corners of his mouth revealed disdain, clenched his fists and said coldly, Little ghost, watch me beat you half to death Goku. Ignored the other party, but now moved his hands and feet in place. Hey, little ghost, show you something. The monster clenched his fist and whispered to Goku. Hearing this, he couldn't help but arouse Goku's curiosity, and looked over with a puzzled face. What? Just come and take a look. Then, Goku naively walked in front of the monster, and just as he was curiously looking at the things in the monster's hand, who would have thought that the other party suddenly punched him? Die! Bang! Goku was shot out in an instant and hit the wall behind him. This guy is still so naive. Midnight patted his forehead and said helplessly. It's so despicable. It's too much, actually sneak attack. Goku quickly stand up and knock this bastard down. Seeing this scene, Bulma immediately became furious and shouted at the stage. Damn it, you actually sneaked up on me. How despicable. Goku stroked his slightly red and swollen face, stood up and said. Haha, who made you an idiot? The monster said coldly. Abominable. I'm angry, look at the move. Saying that, Goku jumped forward, his body began to move rapidly, and before the other party could see the action, he had already punched him in the face, and the monster crashed to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Goku picked up the monster's tail with both hands, spun it around a few times, and threw it directly towards the outside of the ring. Great, win! Just when Clin was excited, the monster's body suddenly stopped in midair outside the arena, and I saw its wings waving behind it, and then came to the ring again. Haha, there's no way I'll fall out of the field. The monster said with a proud look. In that case, then I can only beat you on your knees and beg for mercy." Gaku sneered, and then took up a fighting stance. "Hehe, you have to have this ability too." The monster chewed its mouth, and the next second it directly spewed out a strange purple coil towards Gaku, firmly entangled it. "This? What is it?" After trying to break free for a moment without success, Gaku couldn't help but ask suspiciously. "Haha, you've been tied up by my rubber ring. Don't work in vain, you can't break free." Saying that, the monster rushed directly towards Gaku. Seeing this, Gaku quickly jumped, but did not want to be caught by the other party. "You lose. Brush!" The monster sneered. And then used all his strength to throw Gaku hundreds of meters away. Gaku! Wouldn't it be, it was actually defeated so easily. Seeing this scene, the turtle fairy's face was full of surprise. He thought that it would be Midnight or himself who defeated Gaku. "Gaku!" Klin also shouted anxiously. In midair, Goku's body began to fall slowly, his face couldn't help but get anxious, and he subconsciously shouted, "Dao Du Yun In." The next second, a golden light turned into a golden light in the sky, and the somersault cloud rushed to carry Gaku on it, and then slowly sent Wukong back to the ring. "Saved. Thank you, Du Yun." Gaku gasped lightly and said. As simple as this, the monster's face completely darkened, and he shouted directly at the commentator, "Hey, you don't care about this referee? Doesn't it mean that you are not allowed to use props? Didn't you yourself fly back from the sky? And this ghost circle?" Gaku said with a look of disbelief. "I flew back on my own body, and that rubber ring was also spit out of my mouth." The monster scolded angrily. The narrator wiped the cold sweat on his face, and then said, "Excuse me, everyone. We need to discuss this." A moment later, the narrator's voice sounded again. "After the unanimous decision of the judges, the Monkey King player is not a foul this time, but it is not an example." "Humph, then I'll throw you out again." "You're..." Hearing this, the monster had to endure it, snorted coldly, and said, "Oops." Goku's face changed, and he quickly broke free of the rubber ring, but the monster did not intend to give him a chance, and directly roared and rushed forward. "Go and die!" Bang! Immediately afterwards, the monster punched out, only to feel that his fist did not feel the feeling of strength, and Ding Qing saw that Gaku had already disappeared. The monster looked around with a puzzled look, but saw that Gaku at this time actually hooked the monster's arm with his tail. "This is the tail, you're not human?" the monster asked with a look of surprise. "Tail? My tail is growing again," Gaku said with a look of excitement. Then he quickly jumped into the ring, and at the same time, using the strength of his whole body, he instantly broke the rubber ring. Fantastic! When there is still a tail, the power is the strongest. Gaku jumped up in the ring excitedly, completely ignoring the shocked appearance of the people around him. "Okay, now I'm going to start fighting back." Saying that, Goku's expression froze, and the strength of his whole body was concentrated. This time he did not dare to be careless, and he was all out as soon as he struck. Rumble! Immediately afterwards, the monster was not to be outdone, clenched its fists and won, and the two punches faced each other. The monster only felt a powerful force attack, and the sharp pain extended through the skin all over the body, and in the next second, it flew out directly. "Well, so powerful, is this stinky boy already powerful to this point? Plus this little guy at midnight, it's really a headache. Maybe I really could lose at their hands." Seeing this scene, the turtle immortal couldn't help but show a surprised look. In the fourth game, the Monkey King player wins. Today's competition is here. Welcome everyone to watch the final of the world's first martial arts conference tomorrow. Whose hands will the 500,000 prize fall into? Chapter 26. Dear audience, after several days of competition, we finally came to the final of our world's first martial arts conference, and today is the first competition between Klin and Sun Wukong. As the referee's voice fell, Gaku and Klin ran out of the background excitedly and stood beside the referee. But before that, I want to have some brief interviews with the two of you. Congratulations to the two players for defeating their strong opponents and advancing to the semi-finals at a young age. What a remarkable! The referee said with a smile, and then handed the microphone in his hand to Gaku, but before the referee could speak, Gaku took a bite. It's so unpalatable. Gaku stuck out his tongue and said, Gaku, this is not for food. How he asks you, how do you answer? Klin leaned into Goku's ear and whispered a reminder. So it is. I thought it was ice cream. Then you ask. Gaku said with a smile. May I ask, player son, is your tail real? I haven't heard of people having tails. The referee wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked with an embarrassed smile. I'm also wondering, how did it grow so quickly? Klin muttered with an ugly face. Of course it's true, I don't believe you see. Saying that, Gaku directly took off his pants, and his whole body was exposed in front of everyone, causing everyone to laugh. Gaku quickly put it on, it's too humiliating. Klin's face turned red, and he quickly stepped forward to help Gaku lift his pants and said embarrassedly. I've tried so hard, but Goku's shameless personality hasn't changed. Midnight touched his head and said helplessly. Haha, the Monkey King player is really humorous. By the way, seeing that you two and the Midnight players are wearing the same martial arts uniforms, are you learning martial arts in the same dojo? The referee laughed awkwardly twice, and then asked again. We don't have any dojos. It was teacher Wushin who taught us to practice. Kling's sincere turtle replied. Hearing this, the audience couldn't help but boil, and the referee asked with a surprised face, You? What did you say? Teacher. Wu Tian, no wonder these three little guys are so powerful, it turns out to be the disciple of teacher Wu Tian, the god of martial arts. I can't imagine that the 1,000-year-old demon is still alive. Hearing this, Jackie Chan, who was originally a little relieved, directly planted a heel, and when he saw this, he quickly stepped forward and helped him up. Teacher, are you all right? Be careful. It's okay, it's okay. Jackie Chan waved his hand with a smile, and after realizing what he said, he quickly retorted, I'm not your teacher, you misunderstood. I didn't say that you are, the elder is just an honorific title, why are you so nervous? Midnight chuckled, then turned away and set his gaze on Gaku again. This stinky boy is really cunning. Jackie Chan muttered softly. Teacher Wushin's two masters will definitely bring us a wonderful match, so the competition starts now. Boom! With the sound of the gong, Gaku and Klin quickly came to the center of the ring and took a fighting stance. Gaku, be careful. Come on. Saying that, Klin jumped up, and his body quickly attacked Gaku. His fist was like a shadow, which made people dazzled, but Gaku dissolved it one by one. Click-da. Immediately after, the two of them started a fierce fight, and the two punched extremely fast, making everyone only feel that the ring was full of phantoms of the two. Well, that's awesome. Worthy of being a senior apprentice of teacher Wushin, this competition is really exciting. Seeing this scene, the referee couldn't help but be stunned, and then explained in surprise. The two little ones were nice. But Gaku is still a little stronger, I'm afraid Klin won't be able to hold it soon. Jackie Chan's eyes were like torches, and he looked at the two people in the ring with a solemn face, and muttered in a low voice. Brush! In the next second, the figures of the two instantly separated, Klin's head was already dripping with sweat, and Gaku looked relaxed. Klin exhaled a long breath, his face couldn't help but become solemn, and suddenly he moved, a bad smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and said to Gaku, Gaku, look at the flying saucer. Hearing this, Gaku looked up with excitement and shouted with excitement, Where? Where is it? Hee hee, you're fooled. Klin laughed badly, and then jumped and kicked towards Gaku, but what he didn't expect was that Goku's figure actually began to become illusory. "It's you who was fooled." Gaku laughed excitedly, suddenly appeared in front of Klin, and punched out before he landed. Bang! In the next second, Klin flew directly out of the ring and landed on the ground. "How so? What happened?" Klin looked at Gaku with a surprised expression. This is After Image Fist? Gaku, this guy, actually read it once and learned my tricks." Jackie Chan closed his mouth in surprise and said in disbelief. "Klin, it's okay." Gaku touched his nose and stepped forward to help Klin up, laughing. "Congratulations to our Monkey King player for his victory and successful finalization. Next, there are invited Midnight players and Jackie Chan players to compete." With Gaku and Klin exiting, the referee's loud voice sounded again, and Midnight and Jackie Chan walked out of the backstage and came to the center of the ring. "Come on Midnight, hopefully we can compete in the final," Gaku said encouragingly. "Don't worry, this time the champion will definitely be mine." Midnight smiled, and then said confidently. "Not necessarily, I haven't exerted my full strength yet." Gaku said not to be outdone. Hearing the conversation between the two, Jackie Chan couldn't help chuckling, and then said lightly. "It's good that young people have confidence, but don't be too proud and complacent. If you want to win the championship, pass the old man first. P.S. I hope you can discuss the heroine issue. This book tends to Bulma as the heroine or take the route without a heroine. If Bulma is the heroine, Vegeta will definitely not be able to appear in future plots after Dragon Ball Z. After all, the protagonist cannot become a little green man like Bike, so I hope to see everyone's opinion." Combat effectiveness. In this chapter note, there will definitely be deviations in combat effectiveness. After all, everyone's views are different, so everything is set according to the setting of this book. Klin. Combat Power, 80 Monkey King Combat Power, 115 Turtle Immortal, Jackie Chan, Combat Power, Normal State 139. Midnight Combat Power, 145. Chapter 27. The Final Four advance to the final, start now. As the referee's voice fell, Jackie Chan walked in front of Midnight, gently patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Young man, behave well. I won't show mercy." Hearing this, Midnight couldn't help but smile and shook his head, and then a weird smile crossed his face, and said lightly, "It should be you who behaves well. It's a shame to lose to your own disciple. Are you right, Teacher Wushin?" Hearing this, Jackie Chan was taken aback, his face couldn't help but become panicked, and he said back, "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not a Wushin teacher." "Teacher, no need to pretend, I have already seen through your identity. I also understand why you are here." Midnight shook his head with a smile and said. Then, Midnight stood up and bowed deeply to the Turtle Immortal. How can the Midnight player bow well to the Jackie Chan player? Is he going to admit defeat? Seeing this scene, everyone's faces couldn't help but show a surprised expression, and the referee explained it without knowing why. "What are you doing?" the Turtle Immortal asked with solemn eyes. "Thank you, teacher. I will use the power you taught me to defeat you and prove that your vision cannot be wrong," Midnight explained lightly. "Stinky boy, don't be so confident, it's not so simple to be a teacher." The Turtle Immortal nodded and said with a smile. "Teacher, I understand your purpose. Rest assured, we will not stand still because of a little victory, because martial arts never ends," Midnight said with a heavy face. Hearing this, the Turtle Immortal's face was suddenly shocked. He didn't expect that the other party could actually say such a thing, and he couldn't help but show a look of relief on his face. "Martial arts never ends. Well said, if Teacher Wu Taita sees you, he will definitely like it very much," the Turtle Immortal said with a wistful expression. "Come on, let me see what progress you have made during this period of cultivation. The turtle fairy said with a solemn face. Good. Midnight nodded, and then stepped hard towards the ground and rushed directly over. Seeing Midnight's action, the turtle immortal couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment and said, "The whole body is flawed, this is not what I taught you." Immediately afterwards, the turtle immortal punched out, and his face changed instantly, and he saw that the figure of the other party rushing over actually became illusory. Nanny! Teacher, you're fooled! Bang! In the next second, the voice of Midnight suddenly sounded behind him, and then he kicked out, and the turtle immortal flew out directly. Hiss, it hurts. You smelly boy, it's really heavy. They. Turtle immortal touched the old waist that was almost kicked off, slowly stood up, looked at Midnight with a look of relief in his eyes, and then said lightly. After Image Fist. I should have thought long ago that Gaku has learned it all, and there's no reason why you wouldn't. Hearing this, Midnight chuckled and explained, Haha, teacher, you are so bitter to hide from us, you actually hide so many tricks. Martial arts needs to innovate by itself, but it is not blindly learning other people's tricks. The turtle immortal said noncommittally. Teacher. Let's take a look at this trick. Saying that, Midnight footsteps turned into a bow shape, hands slowly gathered around his waist, and then white energy instantly condensed. Good boy. If you actually use my trick against me, I don't believe you can still surpass me as a teacher. Speaking of which, the turtle immortal made the same move as Midnight. Turtle Pai Chi Gong, Turtle Pai Chi Gong. Immediately after, two white energy light pillars collided together, and violent air currents instantly swept around, and then bloomed with dazzling light. Bang! In the next second, the bodies of the two flew out upside down at the same time, but Midnight seemed relatively relaxed. How could there be such a thing? Impossible, actually defeat me with my tricks? The turtle immortal said with a surprised look. This old man can actually send Qigong. Seeing this scene, Gaku touched his chin and said with a puzzled face. In that case, let you see my trick again. Speaking of which, the turtle immortals left an illusory figure in place. Isn't it the after-image fist? What's great? Midnight shook his head and said with disdain. Here. Immediately afterwards, Midnight's face became serious, and then he turned around and attacked the figure that appeared behind him. You were fooled. Suddenly, the figure of the turtle immortal actually appeared again, attacking towards Midnight from mid-air. Nanny. Immediately afterwards, the face of the turtle immortal changed greatly, and I saw that the figure of Midnight actually became illusory. It's you who was fooled, Teacher Wushin. Bang! As Midnight punched out, the turtle immortal screamed in pain and flew out backwards again. It hurts. How so, you actually? The turtle immortal stood up embarrassed, looking at Midnight with a surprised expression, a little speechless. Teacher, how could I not have thought of the double after-image fist? Not only that, but I also mastered the triple after-image fist, so this move has no effect on me. Midnight chuckled and explained lightly. Well, that's awesome. Clin said in surprise. Midnight is really powerful, I really want to try it with him. Gaku nodded in agreement. What a good boy, talent can actually go against the sky to this point. The turtle fairy said with a solemn face, and then launched another attack on the Midnight. In that case, then you can try my trick again. I can't ask for it. Teacher, you'd better give me all your tricks today. Midnight said with a look of anticipation. After speaking, I saw that the body of the turtle immortal was slightly inclined, and his steps began to become irregular, but he looked invulnerable, and he looked like he was drunk. This is Drunk Fist? Midnight said with a solemn face. Seeing the tricks of the turtle immortals, Gaku said with a surprised look, Hey? That was the most common trick used by my dead grandfather, and I didn't expect this grandfather to too. Midnight chuckled, and immediately attacked over, not thinking that his move was directly missed, and then the turtle immortal punched himself, and took several steps back. In that case, then I'm welcome. Midnight laughed strangely, and then his steps began to beat gently. Woohoo! After bursting into a loud voice, he attacked again, and this time Midnight directly intercepted the attack of the turtle immortal and threw out a punch. What kind of punch are you? The turtle immortal asked in surprise. This is my self-created boxing method, Jeet Fist. Midnight touched his nose and responded unceremoniously. Jeet-kun? Kind of interesting. Chapter 28. The turtle immortal touched his chin and said lightly. Immediately, his face became solemn, and he said in a deep voice. Seeing that you have this kind of strength as a teacher, I am relieved. Next I will use my own tricks. If I can't hold it, admit defeat. Saying that, the turtle immortal's brows frowned slightly, his expression became serious, his hands were tightly clasped, and then a faint thunder and lightning surrounded his body, which continuously gathered on his palms. All nations shock. Ha! Immediately afterwards, the turtle cactus stretched out his palms, and strong thunder and lightning shot out, wrapped in all parts of Midnight's body, and the strong electric attack made Midnight's body tremble, and then severe pain surged throughout his body. Yes. What is this thing? Midnight seems painful? Gaku said suspiciously. Midnight. Bulma cried as she covered her mouth and looked worried. Midnight, admit defeat. If it goes on like this, you will die. The turtle immortal said with a solemn face. What the hell is this? This is tens of thousands of watts of electricity that I converted the power of my whole body into. Your body can't bear it, admit defeat. Hearing this, Midnight's brows furrowed, and the severe pain almost made him lose consciousness, and his head fell into a drowsy. Immediately afterwards, the picture of the turtle immortal performing tricks suddenly continued to rehearse in Midnight's mind, and the memories of his previous life seemed to be integrated into it. His lips moved slightly, and he whispered softly, electricity? The law of energy conversion? I see. Ah. They. Next moment, Midnight's eyes suddenly woke up, and then his palms stretched out, and the strength of his whole body began to be continuously transformed. What do you want to do? Nope. Impossible, this can't be. They. Turtle Immortal said with a look of disbelief. All nations are shocking. Midnight's face froze, and the electricity surrounding his body slowly gathered on his palms, and then he drank violently, and the strong electricity began to fight back, flowing through Midnight's body to the Turtle Immortal. Hissa! The Turtle Immortal's face changed wildly, and he quickly retracted his palms. The piercing pain made him scream, and the wig on his head was instantly electrocuted into powder, and the whole person collapsed to the ground in embarrassment. Woo! Teacher Wushin? Klin looked at the Turtle Immortal who had returned to its original state in the field and said with a surprised expression. Hey! How does this grandfather look so similar to the grandfather? Oh! I understand. They must be relatives. Goku's eyes lit up, and he said lightly. Hearing this, Klin couldn't help but roll his eyes, not wanting to pay attention to Goku anymore. Teacher, what other tricks do you have is to come out, so that I can become stronger? Midnight touched his nose and said proudly. Hee hee, Midnight, you are really good. The Turtle Immortal chuckled, then slowly stood up, with a relieved look on his face, and spoke again. It's really happy to see that you can grow to this point. Saying that, the Turtle Immortal turned around and walked towards the edge of the ring, and then jumped and jumped. Teacher! Seeing this scene, Midnight's heart tightened and he whispered softly. This! What the hell is going on here? The Jackie Chan player actually jumped out of the ring himself. And the Midnight player won this match. As the referee's voice sounded again, everyone in the audience was boiling. After all, this game was quite exciting for them. What? It turns out that Jackie Chan is pretending to be that old man, dressed like this to bully my family at night. It's really tasteless. Bulma pouted and said with an unhappy look. When did midnight become your home? People don't seem to have accepted you yet, do they? Oolong couldn't help but roll his eyes and said. Bang! I want you to take care of it. Bulma punched Oolong directly in the head and shouted angrily. Congratulations to the midnight contestants for winning the competition. I really didn't expect that the final was actually two masters of Teacher Wuxian. I believe they will definitely take us a very wonderful match. After an hour's break, the championship and runner-up finals of the world's first martial arts conference officially begin. Let's wait and see. As the referee's voice sounded, Midnight left the ring amid the cheers of everyone, and the moment he just stepped backstage, Goku ran over excitedly and said excitedly, Midnight, congratulations. Rest well, next is our match, I can't wait. Hearing this, Midnight nodded with a smile, and then walked towards the lounge. Soon, an hour passed, and Midnight's physical strength also recovered, and after opening the door of the lounge, he came to the ring again. Welcome everyone to the final venue of the world's first martial arts conference. Who will spend the final champion? Let's wait and see. Now I announce the start of the game. Boom! As the gong sounded, Goku did not have any hesitation and directly attacked Midnight, probably knowing Midnight's strength. He launched a fierce attack on it from the beginning. Brush! Brush! The figures of the two kept shuttling in the ring, and they had already exchanged dozens of moves with just one face. Midnight, bring out all your strength. Goku said solemnly. Then you have to be careful. Midnight chuckled, then stepped forward slightly, made a bow, and then slowly wrapped his hands around his waist, and the white energy began to slowly condense. Turtle Pai Chi Gong. With a burst of drink at midnight, the white energy light pillar directly shot out. Wukong saw this and did not hesitate at all, also used the turtle school Qigong. Two strong energies collided together, the explosion sounded, blooming dazzling light. In the next second, Goku's body flew out directly upside down and fell heavily on the ring. Brush! In the next second, Midnight's figure moved quickly and came to Goku's side, and before he could stand up, Midnight directly stretched out his hand and grabbed the other's tail. Goku, you lost. Midnight said with a smile. Goku's face changed when he was caught by the tail, and his whole body instantly lost any strength, and he fell limply to the ground, and said weakly, You. How do you know my weaknesses? You don't need to know that. This time, remember to change your shortcomings, and I will laugh at the champion. With that, Midnight grabbed Goku's tail and flicked it hard, throwing it out of the ring. Sun Wukong player fell out of the ring. Congratulations to the Midnight player for winning the championship of this world's first martial arts conference and receiving a bonus of 500,000 yuan. The referee walked into the ring, grabbed Midnight's right hand and raised it. And then said excitedly. What a shame! Midnight, when I overcome my weakness, I will definitely challenge you again. Goku stood up and said seriously to Midnight. Okay, I'll wait for you. Chapter 29. Dear audience, the world's first martial arts conference officially ended today. Thank you for coming, be careful on the way back, we will see you in the next conference. With the end of the world's first martial arts conference, everyone in the field also dispersed, and the originally lively scene gradually became quiet. As the sun fell, Midnight, Wukong, Klin, Yamcha and the Turtle Immortal slowly walked out of the venue at dusk. Bulma saw this and quickly ran over, and said excitedly, Congratulations on winning the championship of the competition. Thank you. Midnight chuckled, nodded, and responded. By the way, I just won the bonus, let me invite everyone to dinner today. Midnight suddenly said with a smile. Okay. Great, finally something to eat. Goku said with drooling. Subsequently, under the leadership of Midnight, several people came to a high-end cafeteria, Midnight is not stupid, the bonus of 500,000 yuan is not enough for Wukong to eat, this is naturally the best choice. Subsequently, several people ate heartily in the cafeteria, and Wukong's food intake completely stunned everyone, and even more shocked the owner and manager of the cafeteria, but when they opened the door to do business, they had to endure the pain of feeding Wukong's rice bucket, and after seeing the 400,000 yuan left at midnight at checkout, the ugly expression on his face eased slightly. After dinner, the group returned to their respective hotels to rest, and the next morning, everyone gathered again for a final farewell. I wonder what you guys are planning now? Or do you want to go back to practice? Yamcha looked at the three of them and asked curiously. Of course. Clin nodded and said. Hearing this, the turtle immortal shook his head again and refused, No, I don't have anything to hand over to you. From now on, you will go your own way. Yes. The three nodded and agreed. That. I'll go find the Dragon Balls left by my grandfather. Gaku touched his head and said lightly. Gaku, are you still going to find the Dragon Ball? Hearing Bulma's inquiry, Gaku nodded seriously. This is the only relic that Grandpa left me. Immediately Bulma, no longer dissuaded, and quietly approached Daozi's side, touched his rosy face, and said shyly. Midnight, what are your plans next? Do you want to come to my house to play? My home is huge. Hearing Bulma's words, Midnight was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said with a smile, I'm sorry, Bulma, forget it this time. I want to go out alone and go to you when I have time. All right? Whatever you want. Midnight's answer obviously made Bulma very dissatisfied, and said with an unhappy look on her lips. Seeing this, Midnight couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head, although he understood Bulma's feelings for himself, but now Bulma is only 17 years old, he just has a heart, and he really can't get his hands off. Clin, what about you? Midnight turned to Clin and asked. I want to stay with teacher Wushan for the time being. After thinking for a moment, Clin replied. Hearing this, the turtle immortal was stunned, and immediately refused, No. No need, you can stand on your own now, there is no need to follow me anymore. No. I'm not mature enough to stand on my own. Clin said with a resolute look. This. All right. Hearing this, the turtle immortal was not good to refuse. And agreed against his will, and then couldn't help muttering in a low voice, Damn, I originally thought that I could live in the two-person world with Lan Chi. Midnight, are you going to go with me to find the Dragon Balls, or are you going to go out and wander by yourself? Gaku walked up to Midnight and asked suspiciously. I want to go out and see for myself, let's see you again. Saying that, Midnight waved his hand at a few people, and with this face taxi, he flew away. Looking at the figure that was far away at midnight, Bulma looked a little moved, put her hands to her mouth, and shouted loudly, Hey, remember to come to Zidu to find me when you have time. Then I'll go too. Duyun. Seeing Midnight departing, Gaku took the Dragon Ball radar from Bulma, sat on the somersault cloud, and flew towards the sky. After saying goodbye to everyone, Midnight finally found the location of the Karanta after walking for nearly a month with the only remaining memories of his previous life. Finally found the right place. Midnight looked at the towering giant tower in front of him and said with a long breath. What are you? Suddenly, a voice sounded behind Midnight, slowly turned around, and saw a stout man standing in front of him. His complexion was brownish yellow, he was holding a spear in his hand, and beside him was a child dressed like him, staring at him with a serious face. I'm not malicious, I just want to challenge this Karantat. Midnight said lightly. So it is. Legend has it that just by climbing this tower, you can gain several times the power. The big man looked at the tall tower in front of him and said with a slightly moved face. When I was young, I tried to challenge myself, but I couldn't see the end of the tower. Young man, you better go back. The big man kindly reminded. Don't worry, I'm sure. Midnight said firmly. Saying that, Midnight's legs bent slightly, and then his feet stepped the ground, and his body instantly came to a height of 30 meters, and then he hugged the pillar of Karantat, and then quickly climbed up. Dad, this big brother looks so powerful. This scene, the big man was shocked and a little speechless. He was the first time he saw someone who could jump so high, nodded his head again and praised, well, maybe he can really succeed. After climbing for nearly 30 minutes, Midnight finally saw the top of the tower, and his face couldn't help but become excited, and then he summoned up his whole body strength again and rushed up. Is this the top of the Karantha Tower? Strange, why no one? Midnight looked at the empty environment around him and said with a puzzled expression. Immediately, his eyes locked on the 3 strange altars not far away, and after slowly walking over, he casually picked up the lid of one of the altars. Looking down and reliable, I saw that the jar was filled with clear water, and the next second, the surface of the water rippled faintly, and then a blurry picture suddenly appeared in the water, and then gradually became clear. Groove. When he saw the picture inside the altar clearly, a foul language directly burst out at Midnight. Chapter 30. The blurred picture in the water gradually became clear, and I saw Bulma's snow-white skin in full view, and the water droplets falling from her head fell across her skin and fell to the bathroom floor. Who's talking? It seems like the sound of Midnight. You big colored wolf, you actually peeked at me bathing, you hurry up and give me out. Bulma covered the snow-white mountain in front of her, her face slightly red, and shouted angrily. Just as I was about to speak, the picture in the water became blurred again until it disappeared. What's going on? After reaching out and salvaging in the water, Midnight said suspiciously. What you saw just now is just what you imagined. Suddenly, a strange sound sounded, and Midnight quickly turned around, only to see a fat cat with a white body with a cane appearing in front of him. Young man, it's amazing, he actually climbed up. The white cat licked his paws and said. Introduce yourself, my name is Karan Immortal, you should have come here to find super holy water, right? The white cat asked with a flat face. Super holy water. Hearing this familiar name, Midnight couldn't help but smile, and then nodded faintly. Super holy water is in this bottle. But before that, I want to ask you a question, why do you want to become stronger? Don't lie, I call myself an immortal, and I still understand the most basic mind reading. Bai Mao's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn tone. I just want to be a strong person, if I have to find a reason, it is that I want to live better. Midnight replied with a serious look. Live? This reason is a novelty. With your current strength, it seems that there are not many people in this world who can beat you, right? Hearing this, the white cat couldn't help but be stunned, and then spoke again. No now, doesn't mean no later. Aren't you an immortal? You should be able to see if what I said is true. Midnight said with a flat face. Hearing this, the white cat couldn't help but laugh bitterly, and then shook his head and said, to be honest, your heart is very strange, sometimes it is as calm as the surface of a lake, sometimes it is as turbulent as the waves, I can't see anything. However, I will gladly give you the super holy water. Oh? Why? Midnight asked suspiciously. I believe that your master's vision will not be wrong. But before that, you have to beat me. The white cat responded lightly. That's exactly what I mean. Brush. In the next second, Midnight's body moved, and he quickly rushed towards the other party, the fist in his hand was clenched tightly, and he slammed it up with all his strength. However, at the moment of the attack, the white cat suddenly showed a strange smile on his face, and with a slight movement of his body, he easily dodged Midnight's attack, and then the crutch in his hand hit Midnight's head. Hiss, it hurts. Midnight covered his head and said. Young man, let's continue. Good. Midnight stood up, his face became solemn, and in the next second, the two exchanged hands again. Half a month later. Karan Immortal, you are not necessarily my opponent this time. Midnight laughed softly, and then his body turned into dozens of afterimages and surrounded the white cat, which couldn't help but make him a little dazzled. Damn, how did this stinky boy progress so fast? Since accidentally beating him into a serious injury a few days ago. His strength has suddenly skyrocketed so much. The white cat gritted his teeth and said a little angrily. Okay, don't fight. I throw in the towel. Super holy water is yours. Hehe, Karan Immortal, you don't really think I don't know it's Shimizu, do you? Midnight touched his nose and said with a smile. This. I didn't expect to be discovered by you. The white cat said a little embarrassed. Hey? Something big seems to be happening down there? Hearing the white cat's words, Midnight couldn't help but be stunned, and then walked to his side and followed his gaze. I saw that Gaku had actually come to the bottom of the Karen Tat, and at this time he was dueling with a middle-aged uncle, who was the #1 killer in the world, and he was white. And beside the two, there was a big man who was pierced by a spear, the one he saw before midnight, and his child Upa was lying on his body, crying bitterly. You bastard! Seeing that the big man was killed, Gaku became angry, and immediately used the strength of his whole body to rush towards the other party. Don't measure yourself! At this time, Dobai Bibai always maintained a calm appearance, and seemed to be completely unconcerned about Goku's attack, only to see him jump slightly, and then dodged Goku's all-out blow, and then hit Goku's key point with a kick, directly kicking Gaku out. Damn it! Gaku gritted his teeth and stood up in severe pain. Oh? It's not dead. A look of surprise appeared on Mamabai's face, and then a murderous aura emerged, his figure flashed, and he came to Gaku in the blink of an eye. Bang! Immediately afterwards, a kick was kicked on Goku's stomach, Gaku screamed in pain and flew directly into the air, but Momo Bibai did not intend to give him a chance to react. The figure moved again, and in an instant came to Goku's side, his hands were tightly clasped together, and he slammed down. Ugh! Gaku shouted, his body fell from the sky, and he fell violently on the ground, smashing a small hole. Unbeaten imp! After saying something disdainfully, he was just about to turn around and leave, but he heard Goku's voice sound again, and his footsteps couldn't help but pause. It hurts. It hurts. Pain to death. Gaku covered the wounds on his body, endured the severe pain and struggled to get up from the ground, crying out in pain. Nanny! It's all right! Dobai said with a surprised face, and then his face became fierce, and he said viciously, in that case, don't blame me for being unkind. Dong Dongbo, go and die little turtle! Peach Bibai's face froze, his finger was aimed at Wukong, and the golden energy shot out instantly. Bang! As a huge explosion sounded, white smoke swirled around Gaku, obscuring Momo's vision. Gaku! Yuba shouted with tears in his eyes. This should always be dead. Momo Bai said lightly. It should be you who dies. Big brother! Upa exclaimed with a look of excitement. As the smoke cleared, Midnight's figure appeared in front of Gaku, blocking the fatal blow for Gaku. Gaku, are you all right? Midnight, why are you here? Gaku asked with a look of excitement. P.S. Talk about the combat power. Midnight combat power, 204. Karan Immortal combat power, 190. Peach White combat power, 145. Monkey King combat power, 120. Chapter 31. Who are you? Dobai's face changed drastically, and he looked at Midnight in surprise. He didn't expect that someone could actually block his whole wave, and asked immediately. The man who killed you. Saying that, a faint killing intent appeared on Midnight's face, his body moved suddenly, and he came to Dobibai's side in the blink of an eye, and before he could react, he punched out, and the next second, Dobibai flew directly upside down tens of meters away. Nope. Impossible, I actually lost to you, little ghost? Dobai endured the severe pain, stood up with difficulty, and scolded angrily. Give me death, Dong Dongbo. Insect tricks. Facing the golden energy wave that shot out, Midnight said with a disdainful face, and then with a gentle tap, the energy wave flew towards the sky. Let you see me. Dong Dongbo. Midnight sneered, then stretched out his finger, lightly, the same energy wave as Dobai shot out, straight through Dobai's chest. You? How did you? How can it be a whole wave? The corner of his mouth spilled blood and asked in surprise. Forgot to tell you, no matter what tricks, I can learn them just by watching them once. Hearing Midnight's answer, his white pupils lowered, and he immediately fell in a pool of blood. Midnight, you're so good now. Have you already drunk super holy water? Gaku ran over and asked excitedly. Sort of. Midnight scratched his head and responded. By the way, Gaku, did you find your grandfather's relics? Gaku nodded vigorously, and then took out the 4 planets from his pocket and placed them in front of Midnight. It's a pity that I only found 4 Dragon Balls now, and the rest should be in the hands of the Red Ribbon Legion. They are all badasses, and you must not let the Dragon Balls fall into their hands. Gaku clenched his fists and said angrily, then looked at the crying UPA on the side, and asked to Midnight. By the way, Midnight, can Dragon Ball revive UPA's father? It should be possible. Midnight touched his chin and said. Really? Big brother. UPA, Midnight will not lie. I'll go to the Red Silk Legion now and snatch the rest of the Dragon Balls. Gaku said excitedly. Seeing Gaku preparing to leave, Midnight opened his mouth and stopped the other party. Gaku, leave the matter of Dragon Ball to me. You go to the Karin Tower to cultivate first. Hearing this, Gaku touched his head and said with a smile, this way, it's good. Seeing that you have become so strong, there is always a little imbalance in your heart, haha. Then I'll wait for you to get stronger, and let's have another real battle. Midnight whispered. Good. Gaku nodded seriously. Then, Midnight took the Dragon Ball radar from Gaku and followed the guidance above, walking towards the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion. At the base of the Red Ribbon, an orange-haired man with a black blindfold looked eagerly at the computer screen in front of him, and beside him stood a black man in a suit twice his height. Why hasn't that guy brought me the Dragon Balls back yet? Nope. It's not good, a little ghost called in outside. Suddenly, a subordinate ran in recklessly from outside the door and said to the man. What? What are you craving this waste for? The man stood up, cursed angrily at his subordinates, then turned on the computer screen and muttered, Did you lose in vain? Strange, not the little ghost from before? I saw that at this time, Midnight was rushing towards the bombardment ribbon base, and no machine guns, missiles, or tanks could cause him any damage. Abominable! Where did this imp pop up? The man slapped the table angrily and cursed angrily. Give me all my weapons. Kill him. Yes. With that, his subordinates quickly ran out of the room. You don't need to kill me, I'll come by myself. At the moment when his subordinates ran out of the room, Midnight directly broke through the window, appeared directly in front of the man, stretched out his hand and said coldly, Hand over the Dragon Balls, let you die quickly. Phew. Don't. The man hugged the Dragon Balls on the table and said nervously. Then I had to take it myself. Dong dong wave. Immediately after, with a flick of Midnight's finger, the golden energy wave directly penetrated the other party's head, and the 2 Dragon Balls immediately rolled to the ground. After putting away the Dragon Balls, Midnight came to the secret storage room of the base, and after walking in, Countless gold and silver jewelry were in full view. Good fellow, it is worthy of being called the first legion in the world, but now these belong to me, haha. Saying that, Midnight smiled and took out several universal capsules from his body, excitedly loaded all the jewels into it, and not a single one fell. That's probably enough money for me and Gaku to live for several lifetimes. Midnight looked at the 5 capsules full of his hand and said with a smile. The harvested Midnight happily left the storage room, and at this time, the people of the Red Forging Legion of the base had stopped attacking Midnight, and just as the so-called tree fell and scattered, all the people began to run for their lives, and in an instant, the entire base became empty. For these escapees, Midnight did not bother to chase them again, even if they exhausted him to death. This group of people may not be able to find it, and then quickly left the Red Ribbon base and returned to the location of Karanta again. Big brother, you're back. After seeing Midnight, UPA ran over quickly. Midnight nodded faintly, then touched his chin and said, hasn't Gaku come down yet? I'll go see him. Say, Midnight is running towards the Karan Tower. At this time, Gaku was doing his best to snatch the super holy water on the Karlan Immortal's crutch, but Goku's speed could not keep up with the other party. Damn, I don't believe I can't get it. Gaku scratched his head madly and pounced on the Karan Immortal again, but even if he tried hard, he couldn't keep up, and finally collapsed to the ground tiredly. Why not? You're a lot worse than Midnight. Hearing this, Gaku suddenly jumped up as if stimulated by something, and pounced on the Karan Immortal. Gaku, I'm back. At this time, Midnight's voice suddenly came, which also interrupted the movements of Gaku and the Karan Immortal, and the eyes of the two looked over at the same time. Gaku, I only found 2 Dragon Balls in the Red Ribbon Legion, but the radar can't show the location of the last Dragon Ball. Midnight handed the Dragon Ball radar to Gaku and explained lightly. I'll take a look. Gaku took the Dragon Ball radar and after checking it carefully, he found that it was really as Midnight said, and the location of the 7th Dragon Ball had disappeared. Looks like the Dragon Ball radar is broken, we need to go find Bulma. Hearing Bulma's name, Midnight's face turned slightly red, and his mind unconsciously recalled the picture of Bulma taking a bath. Chapter 32. By the way, Gaku, how are you cultivating? Midnight suddenly asked. This. Hearing this, Gaku couldn't help but touch his nose in embarrassment. In that case, after you finish cultivating, let's set off to find Bulma. Good. Gaku nodded seriously. 3 days later. Under the dual training of Karan Immortal and Midnight, Wukong's strength has grown by leaps and bounds, far surpassing the original Peach and White, but at this time, Midnight is still slightly worse. It's almost time, Gaku, let's go. Okay, Duyun. Hearing Midnight's words, Gaku nodded seriously, and then shouted, and in the sky, as a golden thread crossed, a tendon cloud appeared in front of the two. Midnight, you hold me. Afterwards, the two of them rode on the somersault cloud, and after getting Bulma in the Karan Immortal population at this time, after saying goodbye to UPA, the two quickly drove away. The speed of the tendon cloud was very fast, and under the full speed of the two, they soon came to the door of the Turtle Immortal house, and the two jumped down. Grandpa, are you there? Gaku, who jumped off the somersault cloud, shouted. It seemed that hearing Goku's voice, the Turtle Immortals, Bulma, and others in the room walked out one after another, and when they saw Midnight and Gaku, they quickly greeted them. Bulma, why are you looking at me like that? Feeling Bulma's unkind eyes, Midnight touched his nose a little embarrassed and asked. You come with me. Bulma's face turned red, and then she turned and walked towards the corner of the house, and when she saw this, she had to follow. Should you explain it to me? Hearing this, Midnight touched his head and said with a smile, Bulma, do you believe me when I say this is a misunderstanding? So you still see it? Bulma's face froze, and she said a little angrily. This. This. Midnight nodded awkwardly. Do you know that peeking at a girl's body is a very immoral thing? Bulma put her hands on her waist and said angrily. I'm sorry, Bulma. I really didn't mean it, you can rest assured that I will be in charge. Midnight said apologetically. Hearing this, Bulma's cheeks instantly turned red, and she asked in a low voice, Okay, I forgive you. When are you going to marry me? Nanny. Midnight's pupils were lowered, and some were speechless. Bulma, are we developing a little too fast? Yes, we should start with falling in love first, it's not interesting. Bulma touched her crimson face and said shyly. Saying that, his hands were tightly wrapped around Midnight's arms, and the two walked into the house like this. Hey? Bulma, Midnight, how did you two hug together? Gaku asked with a look of surprise. Stinky boy, yes. Let's have a good discussion when we have time. Wave. The turtle immortal leaned over to Midnight's side and whispered. Teacher. Midnight looked at the turtle immortal with a solemn face. Bang. What abnormal thoughts are you instilling in Midnight again? Bulma gritted her teeth, punched the turtle immortal's head, and said angrily. Don't say it, don't say it. Looking at Midnight and Bulma's angry appearance, the turtle immortal stunned down in seconds and immediately walked towards Lan Chi. That's right, Midnight. Did you come back here for something? Klin asked suspiciously. We came looking for Bulma. Gaku nodded, then said with a smile. Looking for me? Bulma pointed to herself. Then her cheeks turned red again, and she turned to Gaku and asked, Is it Midnight coming to me? Reckon? Bulma, you take this Dragon Ball radar, it seems to be broken? Gaku touched his head, replied simply, and then took out the Dragon Ball radar from his body and handed it to Bulma, saying. Broken? Show me. After taking over the Dragon Ball radar, Bulma repaired it carefully, and said suspiciously, Strange? The radar is not broken. Not broken? But why is there no place for the 7th Dragon Ball? Gaku said with a look of surprise. Could it be that it flew into space? Oolong touched his chin and proposed. It shouldn't have flown that far. Bulma said, shaking her head. But there are still 7 Dragon Balls on the way to find them. Gaku touched his head and spoke. Maybe some creature swallowed the Dragon Ball. Bulma said suddenly. Swallow. Everyone couldn't help but ask with a look of surprise. This is how it should be. If the special radio waves of Dragon Ball are surrounded by life forms, the radar cannot detect them. Bulma explained lightly. If that's the case, finding the 7th Dragon Ball is like finding a needle in a haystack, unless you wait for him to pull it out. Midnight spread his hands and said helplessly. Dragon Ball is so big, the possibility of pulling it out is probably very small, right? Klin buttoned his head and said. So what to do? I've promised to revive UPA's dad with Dragon Balls. Gaku sat down on the sofa with his head bowed and said weakly. You can go to the divination mother-in-law's palace and ask, maybe she knows where. Hearing the words of the turtle immortal, everyone couldn't help but look over and asked, Divination mother-in-law. Who is she? Anything you can't find can go to her, it seems that there is nothing she can't find. The turtle immortal explained lightly. Really? So let's go find her now, right? Gaku said excitedly. In that case, I'll accompany you on a trip. The turtle immortal stood up and said to several people. Great. Thank you, Grandpa. Gaku said with a look of excitement. That's right, Bulma. Why don't you see Yamauchi? Gaku suddenly asked. Don't mention him, I'm afraid he is entangled by his group of girls now, and he doesn't even have time to cultivate. Bulma explained lightly. Since Bulma brought Yamauchi back to the western capital, in order to help him change his fear of girls, Bulma specially went to find her best friend to introduce Yamauchi, and Yamacha is also deeply accustomed to girls with his handsome appearance and superb martial arts, and gradually he is afraid that the girl's problems will not be cured, and at the same time he is entangled by many girls who adore her. Unlike the original plot, he has Bulma in charge, and now Yamacha has completely fallen in the gentle township. What a shame! Originally, I thought that the next martial arts conference could have a good fight with him. Klin sighed and said with a look of regret. Hearing this, the turtle immortal shook his head helplessly and said, "It's okay for young people to be, but don't indulge in beauty. Fortunately, he should be able to pull it out in time before he is deeply involved in the world. Also, the three of you must remember it firmly in the future, did you hear it?" Chapter 33. Yes. The three nodded seriously. Cut, you still have the face to persuade others to be ugly. Bulma said with disdain. Ahem. Hearing this, the face of the turtle immortal couldn't help but turn red all of a sudden, and after coughing lightly a few times, he said back, "Let's hurry up and go." Saying that, several people drove Bulma and left the turtle immortal house on a plane. By the way, we might as well go and pick up UPA, anyway, we're about to find the 7th Dragon Ball. Goku suddenly suggested. Okay. Anyway, go somewhere and go along the way. Midnight nodded and said. Then, driven by Bulma, several people flew for nearly an hour and came to the bottom of the Karen Tat. Hey? Isn't this a Kalen Tat? The UPA you said lives here? The turtle immortal rubbed his eyes and asked curiously. UPA. And his father have guarded Karen Tat for generations. Goku nodded and replied. So, you've challenged Karen Tat? The turtle immortal asked in surprise. Goku and I have already drunk super holy water there. Not only that, but Midnight also exchanged 2 fish and the Karen immortal for a large jar of fairy beans. Hearing the light conversation between the two, the turtle immortal was already shocked and couldn't close his mouth. What an amazing 2 little guys! Is this Karen Tat powerful? Klin asked suspiciously. Just climb up and you can get a lot of power. The strength of me and Midnight has improved a lot. Goku nodded and said with a serious face. Really? Then I must challenge it when I have the opportunity. Klin said with a resolute look. This is it, Bulma, let's land. Good. Hearing Midnight's words, Bulma nodded, and then controlled the plane to slowly begin to fall. UPA. Goku. Brother? Goku. Who jumped off the plane, quickly ran towards UPA, and the two hugged together excitedly. UPA? We've defeated the Red Forge Legion, and when we find the 7th Dragon Ball, we'll be able to revive your dad. Goku said with an excited look. What? Goku, what did you just say? It's about the Red Forge Belt Legion. Bulma asked with a look of surprise. Yes. Those guys are all badasses. In order to rob the Dragon Ball, they actually sent Peach to kill UPA's father for nothing. Goku said with an angry look. Peachy White? Is it that the world's #1 killer? The turtle immortal asked with a surprised look. They have been destroyed by me and Midnight. Goku nodded and said with a flat face. What? What? What a terrible 2 little guys. The turtle immortal opened his mouth and said in disbelief. I really didn't expect that the Red Ribbon Legion, which even the police couldn't help, actually lost to you. Bulma also said with a look of surprise. By the way, I will introduce you, this is the turtle immortal, Bulma, Oolong, and Klin. Goku introduced lightly. You. Hello. Klin's face turned red, and he shyly stepped forward and said hello to Death. Then leaned into Goku and Midnight's ears and whispered, How do you know such a cute girl? Midnight? People are boys. Midnight couldn't help but roll his eyes and said. Nanny. Klin exclaimed in embarrassment. Haha. Hearing this, everyone burst out laughing, leaving only Clin with a red face and embarrassment. Subsequently, several people boarded the plane again and drove towards the position of the divination mother-in-law, and after flying forward for more than an hour, several people finally came to the palace of the divination mother-in-law. "It should be here," Bulma said softly, and then slowly descended. "Hey, welcome, please line up consciously." Just after getting off the plane, a pink ghost suddenly floated over and said to several people, "Is this the home of the divination mother-in-law?" Clin asked. "A few of you are coming, please line up here, I'll let you know when it's your turn." And the pink ghost floated back inside. "What a strange guy." Ah! 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 Suddenly, a scream came out of the house, and the faces of several people suddenly changed greatly. "Don't worry, come with me." The turtle immortal chuckled, and then walked straight in with a few people in the middle of the night. "Hey, why are you cutting the queue?" As soon as a few people took a few steps, the surrounding crowd shouted loudly. "Don't pay attention to them, let's go." The turtle immortal said lightly, and then walked straight in with a few people. Walking into the house, the originally bright vision suddenly became dim, and the surrounding secluded environment made several people's hearts tremble. "It feels like this place is so scary." Bulma grabbed Midnight's arm and said apprehensively, "Is there a guest here?" At this time, an old woman sitting on a crystal ball floated out of the house, and when she saw a few people, she couldn't help but say with disdain, "Why are you a lustful old man? You old hag! Old man of color! Do these two have a feud? Why did you scold as soon as you met?" Clin said suspiciously. "Okay, I'm not arguing with you. What are you guys doing here?" the diviner asked, not looking over. "Mother-in-law! Can you help me find something?" Gaku asked excitedly. "No problem." The diviner immediately nodded and agreed. "I didn't expect this mother-in-law to be so talkative." Clin couldn't help but be surprised. "Humph, you'll know in a moment," the turtle immortal said with disdain. "However, I have to charge a fee? It's only about 10 million. The diviner said again. "What? 10 million? Oolong!" and Clin were immediately startled and shouted. 10 million is a lot. Gaku turned his head and asked lightly. "It's not a lot, it's a drop in the bucket for Miss Ben." Bulma waved her hand and said with disdain. "Is this enough?" Suddenly, Midnight took out a huge ruby and put it in front of the divination mother-in-law and asked. "Enough, enough." After the diviner saw the gemstone, her eyes lit up, quickly put it away, and said with a smile. "P.S. Here to talk about the age of the protagonist, because it is a physical crossing, coupled with the reason that the body has become smaller, the protagonist does not know how old he is, so it is defined as the same age as Bulma. Midnight. Combat effectiveness, 204. Height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 140 pounds. Face, extremely handsome. How handsome it is, please look in the mirror to understand." Chapter 34. Midnight, how can you have such a big gem? Bulma asked with a look of surprise. Hearing this, Midnight touched his nose. He said with a smile, "This is what I obtained from robbing the red ribbon base, how can I not prepare some money in this world?" Midnight is still as thoughtful as you think. Gaku nodded again and said. "Wait a minute. We choose the challenge." Suddenly, the turtle immortal snatched the gem from the divination mother-in-law and said. "Gaku, Midnight, Clin, this is a great opportunity to experience, you guys should take advantage of it. Old man Surge, hurry up and return the gem to me." The divination mother-in-law instantly became furious and rushed towards the turtle immortal. "You don't want to break your own rules, do you?" the turtle immortal asked again. "You? Count you ruthless? Come with me." Saying that, the divination mother-in-law sat on the crystal ball and turned away, and Midnight and the others quickly followed. Okay, this is it. The divination mother-in-law suddenly stopped, turned to Midnight and the others, and said, "Next, please compete with my 5 warriors. If you win, I will tell your fortunes for free." I thought it was something. Mother-in-law, don't blame me for not reminding you, the 3 of us have entered the top 4 of the world's first martial arts conference, and our strength should not be underestimated. Clin said with a smug look. Then I'll take a look. The diviner said with an evil smile. What's the rule? Midnight asked lightly. There are no rules, surrender or fall into the lake is considered a loss. The divination mother-in-law explained. Sounds simple. Clin waved his hand and said without care. Who are you going to send out first? The diviner suddenly asked. Just let me come first. Clin stepped forward, put his head in his waist, showed a confident look, and said. Clin, come on. Gaku shouted excitedly. Gaku, Midnight, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to appear, I can defeat them all alone. Clin turned around, touched his nose, and said confidently. This stinky boy, got carried away again. I didn't listen to my words at all, so that you could suffer a little. They. Turtle Immortal's brows furrowed slightly, and he muttered a little angrily. Clin, be careful. Midnight suddenly reminded. It's okay, watch me make a move. Clin waved his hand and said casually. Vampires. You can come out. Hearing the words of the divination mother-in-law, Clin touched his head and said suspiciously, Vampire, what a strange name. In the next second, a grey bat flew out and came to Clin. Isn't it just a little bat? Let me duel with this kind of guy? Clin couldn't help but feel a little funny and said with disdain. Immediately. Afterwards, the bat suddenly emitted a white breath and turned into a thin human being, with strange boxing gloves on its hands. This guy looks like he's weak. The game begins. Let's take it. As the voice of the diviner fell, Clin jumped and kicked towards the vampire. However, the vampire suddenly turned into a bat at this time, dodged Clin's attack, and then took advantage of the air to make a crazy attack on Clin. In the next second, the vampire quickly fell from the sky behind Clin, and then suddenly turned into a human form, wrapped Clin tightly, and bit Clin's head with sharp fangs. Ah! It hurts. Let me go. Clin's face changed drastically. And he only felt that the blood in his body was continuously sucked away by bats. Soon, Clin fell to the ground due to excessive blood loss, and the bat also sent Clin at this time, leaving him with his life. The winner is divided, the vampire wins. As the voice of the diviner fell, the pink ghost next to him quickly ran to Clin's side with the blood transfusion device, and soon Clin recovered. Next, I'll get out. Immediately afterwards, Midnight came out and said with a flat face. Midnight, you be careful, this guy looks so scary. Bulma said with a worried look. Don't worry. Hey, looking at the appearance of your fine skin and tender flesh, the blood must taste better, right? The vampire looked at Midnight, and saliva couldn't help but drip on the ground. I'm afraid you won't be blessed. Okay, the game begins. As the diviner's voice fell again, the vampire's saliva flowed and rushed towards Midnight. Midnight sneered, and then put his body in the shape of a cross, and the vampire was quickly startled when he saw this, and fled quickly. Dong dong wave. Immediately after, Midnight's finger flicked, and golden energy shot out, directly hitting the bat's body, knocking it down in the water. Great, win, win. Gaku jumped up excitedly. You. How do you get holes? They. Turtle Immortal asked with a surprised look. This. I saw the peach use once, and it will be ah. Midnight responded with a smile. Originally. So that's it, don't forget that you still have this talent. The Turtle Immortal nodded and said. You can send the next fighter. My second warrior has already appeared, can't you see it? The divination mother-in-law suddenly said with a smile. Okay, no more nonsense with you. Now the second game begins. Bang! Suddenly, a fist wind attacked, and Midnight quickly reacted, dodging the opponent's attack at a thrilling moment. Actually dodged? That's awesome! The diviner nodded in admiration. Transparent people? Interesting. Midnight chuckled and muttered softly. Bang! Hit it! The divination mother-in-law exclaimed excitedly. I caught it! Midnight laughed coldly, and then grabbed the palm of the transparent man, and then threw it hard, and the transparent man was directly dropped into a serious injury, and then Midnight dragged his palm to the lake and threw him down. This! You really have two brushes. I'm going to send a third warrior out next. They. Corner of the diviner's mouth twitched and spoke again. Sister, this disciple of mine is different from ordinary people, don't underestimate him. The turtle immortal reminded with a smile. Sister. Hearing this title, several people couldn't help but be surprised. In that case, the third game needs to change venues, you guys come with me. Saying that, the divination mother-in-law turned around and floated towards the house, and several people quickly followed at midnight. Where is he taking us this time? Clin asked suspiciously. Devil's Toilet. The turtle fairy replied flatly. What is that place? Remember my advice, just don't die. Chapter 35. Immediately afterwards, Midnight and the others arrived at a place with a secluded environment under the leadership of the divination mother-in-law, and the two demon stone statues in front of them stood facing each other, and the two stone tongues in the devil's mouth slowly stretched out and touched together at the same time, forming a stone path. Midnight frowned slightly, and came to the center of the stone road, and below the stone road was a dark green lake, and the stench evaporated from below. Is this what is called the Devil's Toilet? What a stinky taste! You're not going to try it out here at midnight, are you? Bulma covered her nose, her face rose with a look of disgust, and her eyes turned to Xiang Midnight and said worriedly. This is the tongue of the devil, and below is a highly poisonous swamp, and I am afraid that the bones will be left if it falls. The turtle fairy said with a solemn face. What? Hearing this, everyone's faces couldn't help but change, and Bulma was even more anxious and shouted at the turtle immortals, there are obviously 10 million, why do you want them to risk their lives to challenge? This time is a good grind for them. The turtle immortal said in a deep voice. As the voice of the turtle immortal fell, the stone statue demon suddenly spat out a strong wind, white smoke floated out, and in the next second, a sarcophagus appeared in front of several people. Squeak! Immediately afterwards, the sarcophagus was slowly opened, and the corpse wrapped in white gauze suddenly rose. Is this a mummy? Midnight touched his chin and pondered. Haha, I haven't met an opponent for a long time, I will teach you a good lesson. The mummy laughed, a look of disdain on his face. This guy doesn't look very strong. Clin stared at the mummy with both eyes and said casually. He's different from the enemies you've fought before. Many of the people who challenged in the past defeated vampires and transparent people, but in the end, they all lost at his hands. The turtle fairy explained with a solemn face. Shout! In the next second, the mummy's body moved like the wind, and his fists were chaotic, and he launched a fierce attack on the midnight. Nanny! Good! Hurry up! Clin rubbed his eyes and said with a surprised face, and the turtle fairy's face couldn't help but become solemn. Yes. Gaku said suspiciously. Midnight is so powerful, you actually dodged all the mummy's attacks. Clin's lips opened slightly and said incredulously. It's not dodged. It's the mummy who can't keep up with his speed. Gaku twisted his face, revealing an innocent look, and said lightly. Bang! I saw that Midnight stood on his back, with a light and breezy look, and then stretched out his palm to easily catch the mummy's fast fist. That's what you're good at. Midnight said disdainfully, then raised his legs slightly, and suddenly kicked the mummy's stomach. The mummy screamed in pain, his body took several steps back, and he fell to the ground on one knee. But, abominable stinky boy, let you see my trick. The mummy looked hideous, and then the bandages wrapped around his body began to riot, and in the next second, he attacked towards Midnight from all directions, binding the Midnight 5 flower. Can't move, right? I advise you to surrender quickly, or I will crush your bones back. The mummy said with a sneer. Just buy you rags. Hearing Midnight's disdainful words, the mummy became furious, and with a slight force of his hands, the bandages on Midnight's body instantly curled together, as if to squeeze Midnight into a meatloaf. Stinky boy, you hurry up and surrender, or you will really die. The diviner sneered and spoke. I heard that the bandage of the mummy is made harder than steel bars in order to be incorruptible for thousands of years, and I am afraid it will be difficult to break free at midnight. The turtle fairy said with a solemn face. What? Then don't you hurry up and figure it out? It's all to blame on you, they will accept this broken challenge. Bulma crossed her hands at her waist and angrily reprimanded the turtle immortals. Don't worry, Midnight is fine. His bandage is simply vulnerable. Hearing Goku's words, everyone's faces were shocked, and their eyes fell on Midnight's body in unison. Kid, hurry up and admit defeat. Otherwise I'll squeeze your bones into powder. The mummy laughed and said with a smug look. It's a bit tight. But... hee hee. Bang. Midnight sneered, and then his face froze, and the power in his body burst out in an instant, and the bandages on his body also split into pieces in an instant, spilling into the highly toxic swamp below, turning into bursts of white smoke. Great, break free! Come on Midnight! Come on! Hit this guy! Seeing this, several people jumped up excitedly, and quickly cheered. Well! That's awesome! How far have these two little guys grown now? The turtle immortal's brows frowned slightly, and he couldn't help but be surprised for a while, and muttered softly. Now it's up to me. Midnight moved his hands and feet, and with a slight movement of his body, he turned into a cloud of wind and came to the mummy's body. Well! It's such a fast action, even I can't see it clearly. The turtle fairy's face was shocked, and he said incredulously. Bang! Immediately afterwards, Midnight clenched his fist and struck lightly on his abdomen, and the mummy's pupils were lowered and he fainted directly. Shoo! Actually punched the undead mummy, no wonder it can destroy the Red Ribbon Legion, this child's growth is too amazing. The turtle immortal said with a solemn face. Hey, you've already played 3 games at midnight, and I won't have a chance to play if I continue to fight, so leave the next competition to me. Goku suddenly shouted towards Midnight on the stone path. If you want to play, this kid has to throw in the towel. The diviner suddenly suggested. Midnight, please. Goku said with a worried face. All right. I throw in the towel. Hearing this, Midnight nodded and agreed. Then, Midnight jumped off the stone path, and at the same time Goku jumped down and immediately made a pre-battle movement on it. Immediately afterwards, a humanoid monster that resembled Anger walked out, and behind him was thinking of a pair of strange wings, only to see his hands holding his chest, and said coldly to Goku, Why did you change a little ghost? Is it because you are afraid of me? Okay, the game begins. As the voice of the divination mother-in-law fell, the humanoid monster jumped and stopped in mid-air with the help of the buoyancy of its wings. The humanoid monster stood in mid-air, looking down at Goku below, and asked with a sneer. Little ghost, you have no interest in visiting my hometown. Where is your hometown? Midnight Combat Power, 204. Wukong Combat Power. 155 Turtle Immortal Combat Power, 139. Muscle Form Combat Power, 160. Later cultivation will be improved. This book does not match the original setting, please forgive the handsome readers. Chapter 36. Right in Hell. Die, little ghost. The humanoid monster sneered, waved its wings behind him at any time, quickly landed from the sky, and rushed towards Gaku. Bang! Gaku chuckled, and then stepped on his feet, and the power in his body instantly exploded, and suddenly a punch hit the humanoid monster's abdomen, and the other party was instantly knocked out. Well, hurry up! Klin glanced at Gaku in surprise and said. Damn, how can this little devil be so powerful? The diviner frowned and said angrily. You don't look strong at all. Gaku said with a look of disdain. Abominable little ghost, you actually dare to speak wildly to the demon master, it's simply unforgivable. Now I'm going to show my true strength. Saying that, the wings behind the demon suddenly spread, emitting white starlight, and then put his hands together, aimed at Wukong, and said coldly, no matter how good a person is, there will be evil thoughts hidden in his heart, and I will slowly amplify your evil thoughts and finally explode in your body. Demon Ray. Saying that, the demon man kept his hands, and the purple light instantly shot out, wrapped around Gaku, and then bloomed with dazzling light. Blast me! The demon man roared loudly. What kind of light are you? Nothing. I saw that the light gradually faded, but Gaku, who was entangled in light, stood in place unharmed, touching the door of confusion in his head. Nanny? That's impossible. The demon man looked at the scene in front of him in horror, and his mouth couldn't close in shock. I don't believe anyone can be without evil thoughts. Pick me up again, Demon Ray. The demon man asked frantically, and then the light in his hand shot out towards Gaku again, but nothing changed, and Gaku was still standing in place unscathed. You actually didn't. Evil heart. The demon's face changed drastically, and he pointed at Gaku tremblingly and said. You're done with your tricks. Now it's my turn. Gaku said a little impatiently. Saying that, Gaku did not have the slightest hesitation, his body jumped and rushed up, who knew that the other party actually took out a trident at this time and stabbed towards Gaku. Brush! Wukong's figure flashed, and he quickly dodged the sharp blade, and then his body quickly took a few steps back and stabilized his figure. Despicable fellow, actually use weapons. In that case, I won't show mercy to my subordinates. Saying that, Goku's gaze froze, jumped into the sky, and then after rolling in the sky a few times, he clenched his fists and rushed down. Idiot little ghost, just use me as a target. The demon man laughed loudly, then held the trident in his hand and stabbed fiercely towards the descending Gaku. Ha! At this moment, Gaku burst into drink, his body actually stayed in the air, and the demon man pierced the air with a halberd, and his face suddenly changed greatly. Immediately afterwards, Gaku kicked the other party in the face. Immediately after falling to the ground, with the help of the power under his feet, he kicked it again. Bang! The demon man was instantly kicked out and flew out, and the whole person was directly embedded in the stone statue of the demon man, fainting over. Hey! It seems to be too heavy. Gaku touched his nose and said awkwardly. It's amazing to be able to defeat my 4 warriors. But next, my 5th warrior is a very powerful martial arts master. As the voice of the diviner fell, a mysterious figure came out of the darkness, only to see his hands on his back, wearing an earthy yellow cotton jacket, and even more strange was that he had a strange mask on his face, for fear that others would know who he was. Mother-in-law, I have a reluctant request. It's too cramped here, and I hope to compete with this little guy in an open space. The mysterious man said to the divination mother-in-law. Of course it's fine. Subsequently, under the leadership of the divination mother-in-law, several people left this eerie room and came to the venue outside the palace. Come on, I will definitely defeat you. Goku took a fighting stance. Haha, I'm looking forward to it. Brush. Saying that, the figure of the mysterious man moved quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he came to Goku's side, and his fist attacked like the wind. Goku's face did not change color, his body quickly defended, blocking the opponent's attack, and then the two started a fierce battle. The mysterious face froze, seeing that he couldn't take advantage of anything, he quickly distanced himself from Goku, and then jumped into mid-air, and kicked towards Goku fiercely with the help of the power of descending. Goku, what are you doing? Quickly dodge! Clint shouted anxiously. I saw that at this time, Goku stood in place dumbfounded, and in the face of the mysterious man's attack, he directly straightened his chest and let the other party kick up. Bang! The mysterious man hit the blow and then landed smoothly on the ground. Nanny! The face under the mask of the mysterious man suddenly changed, and he muttered incredulously, how the hell did this little guy exercise? In the face of his all-out blow, he actually escaped unscathed? Hehe, you're really strong. I'm going to be serious. Goku chuckled and said lightly. In that case, let you try this trick. Say it. The mysterious man's legs are slightly bent, and his hands are gathered around his waist to form a calyx. Nope. No way. Goku's face changed and he said in surprise. Turtle Pai Chi Gong. Ha! As the mysterious man's voice fell, a white pillar of energy light shot towards Goku with a dazzling light. What about people? As the light faded, Goku's figure disappeared in place. I'm here. Suddenly, Goku's voice came, and everyone heard the prestige, only to see that Goku at this time had come to a place tens of meters high in the sky. This. When was he? I didn't even see his movements. They. Mysterious man sighed with a surprised look. Next, eat my move. Turtle Pai Chi Gong. Goku chuckled, and then used the turtle school Qigong in the air. A powerful shock wave landed. The mysterious man saw this and quickly wanted to escape, but was still affected by Goku's attack, rolled a few times and lay on the ground. Then Goku descended from the sky, kicked the mysterious man's chest fiercely, and then fell to the ground again. I'm sorry, it's a bit heavy this time. But I have to win. Goku looked at the mysterious man lying on the ground and said with an apologetic face. If you still don't admit defeat, I'm welcome. Before Goku could finish speaking, the mysterious man actually sneaked up and grabbed his tail. Oops! Chapter 37. Oops! Goku loses strength when he is caught by the tail, that's how he defeated Goku at midnight. Clint's face changed drastically, and he immediately shouted. But how did he know? Bulma said suspiciously. Haha! The mysterious man laughed proudly, then slowly stood up, and then threw his hand hard to throw Goku out. However, he found that his hand suddenly tightened, his gaze shifted, and he saw that Goku's had tightly grasped himself. How? Hehe. Since I lost to Midnight at the last World First Martial Arts Conference, I've been exercising my tail every day, and now I have no weaknesses. Goku chuckled, and then a punch was blasted out, hitting the mysterious man's chest and knocking it out. Pick me up and punch me again. Goku burst into a roar and suddenly rushed out. Wait! Wait a minute! I threw in the towel. They. Mysterious man stretched out his palm and quickly stopped Goku. Goku, long time no see. Hearing this, Goku couldn't help but ask suspiciously, how do you know my name? Immediately, the mysterious man stood up, slowly walked to Goku's side, and said, Goku, I didn't expect you to become so strong. And also exercised the weakness of the tail. I am really pleased to see that you have such achievements. You don't. You are. Goku's face suddenly changed, pointing at the mysterious man and unable to speak with excitement. Haha, you kid didn't recognize it until now. The mysterious man chuckled, then stretched out his hand and took off the mask on his face, revealing his original appearance, which was Goku's dead grandfather's son Gohan. Grandpa! 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 After seeing the appearance of the mysterious man, Goku's eyes instantly turned red, lightly bit his lower lip, and then directly threw himself into son Gohan's arms. Haha, how old are you and crying? Son Gohan touched Goku's head and said gently. Grandpa, I miss you so much. Goku shook his head and continued to lie in son Gohan's arms and cry bitterly. I really didn't expect to see Goku crying. Bulma said movingly. It should be nice to see your grandfather, Goku. Midnight wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and his heart was still a little throbbing. After all, Goku was his first familiar and strange friend who came to this strange world. Teacher Wushin, long time no see. Immediately afterward, Son Gohan turned around and greeted the turtle immortal respectfully. Gohan, I haven't seen it for a long time. I didn't expect that the mysterious person would actually be you. If it weren't for you using the turtle sect Qigong, I wouldn't have guessed. The turtle immortal nodded with a smile and said. I'm really sorry, Teacher Wushin. I'm also afraid that Goku will find out the identity of his disciple. Son Gohan touched his head with a smile and explained. Hearing this, the turtle immortal nodded in agreement and spoke. I understand, you want to see how much Goku has grown, right? At this time, Bulma suddenly interrupted the conversation between the two and asked, that Goku's grandfather, we asked Dragon Ball to make a wish to revive you, but you refused, so what are you now? This one. Thanks to a certain special ability of the divination mother-in-law, she can freely come and go to the world and Huangchuan, and in order to facilitate the business, she invited me to come here to check the gate, and also paid a high salary. Son Gohan explained lightly. That's right. It's like this. The diviner mother-in-law also nodded seriously on the side. That. Will Grandpa be able to live with me in the future? Goku said excitedly. Hearsay. Son Gohan shook his head and spoke, I'm afraid this can't work, I can only stay in the world for one day. Immediately, he turned around and walked in front of the turtle immortal, plopped down and knelt down directly, and said in a respectful tone, Thank you teacher for cultivating Wukong so strong, so that I can also go back to Huangchuan with peace of mind. After that, he quickly got up and leaned into the ear of the turtle immortal, and asked in a low voice, By the way, has Goku turned into a gorilla again? Midnight promised me that he would be optimistic about Goku. Midnight is a very gifted and thoughtful child, you can trust him. The turtle immortal pointed to the Midnight next to him and whispered. Then I'm relieved. Son Gohan nodded, then walked in front of Midnight and asked with a smile, You are a child of Midnight, right? Yes, hello Grandpa. Hearing this, Midnight quickly nodded and responded politely. Thank you for your companionship and care for Goku for so long. Goku's personality is relatively naive, and he may trouble you in the future. Son Gohan said gratefully. Don't worry, Grandpa. Goku and I are very good friends, and his business is mine. Midnight assured with a pat on his chest. Well, it's almost time. Divination mother-in-law, send me back to Huangchuan. By the way, Goku, you don't have to bother to resurrect me with Dragon Balls, I love life there are many beautiful little girls there. Son Gohan touched Goku's head, then turned to the divination mother-in-law and said. Hearing this, the turtle immortal's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but say with some regret, Really? Are you sure? Unexpectedly, Huangchuan also had a kind girl, and she knew that she would not take any elixir in the first place. He really deserves to be the number one disciple of Teacher Wushin, and even his interests and hobbies are so the same. Klin smiled awkwardly and muttered softly. Grandpa, you're leaving so soon? I can't bear you. Goku walked to Son Gohan's side, pulled up his old palm, and said reluctantly. Goku, seeing how you grew up, plus you have met so many good friends, Grandpa is really gratified. In the future, you must continue to work hard to cultivate, don't let your grandfather down. Son Gohan chuckled, touched Goku's head, and said gently. I know, Grandpa. Goku nodded seriously. Thank you for taking care of Goku, Goku will please everyone in the future. Immediately, Son Gohan turned around and said to everyone. Then see you again, I hope to meet again one day. Then you don't have to, haha. Everyone rebuffed with a smile. In the next second, Son Gohan's figure disappeared in front of everyone. Grandpa, I will try to become stronger. Goku shouted into the sky. Me too. Midnight clenched his fists and said seriously. Where do you put my face as a master like this? The turtle immortal couldn't help sighing, and said helplessly. At this time, the voice of the divination mother-in-law sounded in everyone's ears again. Well, since you have won, according to the rules, I will divinate for you for free. Chapter 38. Okay, I'm going to divination. Said, the divination mother-in-law's eyes were closed, her hands gently stroked on the crystal ball, and the next second a white light shone out and formed a light curtain in midair. Everyone looked over, and the originally blurred picture in the light curtain gradually became clear, and I saw a red car driving at extreme speed. The Dragon Balls you are looking for are left in this car. The diviner turned around and responded to Midnight and the others. Strange, if in the car, how can the Dragon Ball radar not be displayed? Bulma touched her chin and said suspiciously. Mother-in-law, where is this car now? Goku suddenly asked. Hearing this, the divination mother-in-law's eyes returned to the crystal ball again, and after carefully observing it, she said, let me take a look. The southwest direction is about 200 kilometers away from here. Okay, I'll go find the car. These Dragon Balls will be handed over to you at midnight, I'll come when I go. Hearing this, Goku nodded seriously, and then handed the backpack containing the Dragon Balls to Midnight, turned around and shouted to the sky. Somersault cloud! Then, Goku jumped onto the somersault cloud and flew towards the place guided by the divination mother-in-law. The speed of the muscular cloud was very fast, and under Goku's full pursuit, the red car finally came into view, and then Goku jumped off the somersault cloud excitedly, and his body landed smoothly on the car. Then, Goku leaned his head and fell directly on the front glass window of the car, and asked with a smile, can you give me the Dragon Balls? Hey? Pirav, are you three? Goku's sudden appearance startled the three people in the car, and in a hurry, he slammed on the brakes to stop the car, and Goku also flew out at the same time and landed smoothly on the ground. Is that the little ghost? How did he find it? I put the Dragon Balls in this box, his radar can't detect it. Pirav panicked and picked up the box behind him and confirmed that it was correct before sighing. Boss, what should we do? We are no match for this imp. Xiao Wu said with a worried look. I didn't expect that the three of you were still dead, don't blame me for being unkind today. Goku picked up the golden hoop rod behind him, pointed at the three of Pirav, and said with a look on his face. Seeing Goku's posture ready to move, Pirav quickly stretched out his hand and stopped the other party. Wait! Wait, you misunderstood. Misunderstanding? Goku touched his chin and asked suspiciously. Yes, actually. Pirav nodded, hesitantly unable to speak. At this time, Xiao Wu's voice suddenly sounded, and after taking the box from Pilaf, he handed it to Goku, crying and laughing, actually, we specially found this Dragon Ball and gave it to you, and the Dragon Ball is left in this box. Is that really the case? Goku put away the golden hoop rod in his hand and asked. That's right, that's right. Pirav nodded quickly. It seems that I misunderstood you, then I am not polite. Goku scratched his head with a smile and then took the box from the other's hand. You're welcome, you're welcome. Pirav wiped his tears and said with a smile. After getting the Dragon Ball, Goku didn't stay long, and after saying thank you to Pirav, he drove the Duyun back from the direction he came from. Looking at the distant Gaku, Pilaf's face changed greatly. And he immediately cursed angrily, "Abominable stinky little ghost, you actually ruined my plan again, I want you to pay." "Boss, so what do we do now?" "In that case, then don't blame me for being unkind. Have you ever heard a legend?" Pirav also turned away and said to the two. "Legend? That's right. A long time ago, there was a great demon king who ruled the whole world. Divination mother-in-law palace. Look, it's Gaku is back." Hearing Bulma's voice, everyone looked up. "I've managed to get the Dragon Balls," Gaku beckoned to everyone, then jumped off the somersault cloud. "Upa, your dad can be resurrected. Follow me." Saying that, Gaku took the Dragon Ball from Midnight's hand and flew towards the place of the Karan Holy Land with Upa. Goku's personality is still so frizzy. Looking at Gaku, who had gone away, Bulma shook her head helplessly. Soon, Gaku returned from the somersault cloud he rode again, only to see him jump down from the somersault cloud and smile at several people. "I have resurrected Upa's father." "Great!" Klin exclaimed excitedly. "Gaku, are you going to look for your grandfather's relics again, 4 planets?" Bulma suddenly asked. Hearing this, Gaku shook his head, then took out a rounded stone from his pocket and said with a smile, "I've caught him. That means you don't need to look for Dragon Ball. The 3 of us can practice together again." Klin said excitedly to Gaku. "Ahem. Midnight Wukong, you are already very powerful, what you need to accept now is a broader world, not a step-by-step cultivation." The turtle immortal coughed dryly and said to the two in a condensed voice. "So, I won't see you until 5 years from now." Klin said with an unhappy look. 3 years to be exact. This martial arts conference has been changed to every 3 years. The turtle immortal touched his beard and said with a flat face. "In that case, let's see you at the next martial arts conference." Gaku touched his head and said with a smile. "Midnight, where are we going next?" Gaku turned and asked at Midnight. Hearing this, Midnight was silent for a moment before he spoke. "Wukong, I think we should practice separately." "Why?" Gaku asked with a puzzled look. "The world is big, and I want to go out and run alone, so. Then we'll see you at the next martial arts conference, and I will definitely defeat you then." Gaku nodded lightly and responded with a smile. "Okay, I'll wait for you. In that case, everyone will have a period later. Somersault cloud. Etc. Wait a minute." While Gaku was about to leave, the turtle immortal suddenly opened his mouth and stopped Gaku. "In the next practice, you are not allowed to use Duyun, and walk the world on your own legs." Hearing this, everyone's faces couldn't help but be surprised, but Gaku didn't think so, nodded seriously and quickly ran out of the palace. "In that case, I also take my leave." Midnight turned around and said with a fist clasp towards several people. At this time, Bulma took Midnight's hand, walked to a change, and said with a blushing face, "Remember to go to me after you practice." "Good." Midnight pinched Bulma's nose and nodded in agreement. Chapter 39. After bidding farewell to the turtle immortals, Midnight and Gaku began their respective journeys, and at this time, Midnight came to the Kalan Holy Land again, exchanged a few pleasantries with the Upa father and son, and climbed towards the Karanta again. "Why are you here again?" After seeing Midnight, the Karan immortal couldn't help but show a puzzled look, and then asked. "Hee, of course I'm here to give you a gift." Midnight chuckled, and then took out a few fragrant grilled fish from the universal capsule and handed them to the Karan immortal. "Meow." After seeing the grilled fish, the Karan immortal couldn't help but excitedly exclaimed. Saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth to the ground, and then snatched the grilled fish in Midnight's hand, swallowed the saliva, and gnawed fragrantly. "Meow, delicious, so delicious. I said, Midnight boy, you don't go to the 3 treasures hall for anything, Last time you exchanged a few grilled fish for a large altar of fairy beans from me, what do you want to do this time? Hehe, Karan Immortal, you are really smart, I do have something to ask for. Midnight laughed a few times, and then leaned over and came to the front of the Karan Immortal. Stop! Even if the grilled fish is fragrant, I can't exchange it with fairy beans. Looking at Midnight's ill-intentioned expression, the Karan Immortal said immediately. It's not like this. Karan Immortal, I want to become stronger, is there anything you can do? Midnight said with a serious face. Your current strength can't beat you even if your teacher can't beat you, do you think you're not strong enough? What's more, your strength has already surpassed mine, and I can't help it. The Karan Immortal shook his head and said helplessly. Hearing this, Midnight's brows furrowed slightly, and he snatched the grilled fish in the hands of the Karan Immortal with one hand. Meow, what are you doing? Give me back the grilled fish. The Karan Immortal was furious. Hehe, don't be angry first. I have no ill will towards your fish. I just want you to help me find out, is there any stronger opponent on the earth? Let me brush up on experience. Midnight raised the grilled fish in his hand and asked. Hearing this, the Karan Immortal couldn't help but fall silent, glanced at the sky, and then shook his head again. Brush! Stinky boy, what are you doing? Seeing this, Midnight directly threw a grilled fish in his hand from the Karan Tower, and the Karan Immortal instantly became angry and cursed at Midnight. Karan Immortal, you better think about it again. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep this fish. Midnight dangled the only remaining grilled fish in front of the Karan Immortals, and said with a smile. Damn it, you actually threaten me. I won't compromise. Alas! Don't throw it, I'll just tell you. Hearing the other party's words, Midnight also stopped the movement in his hand and asked again, tell me where that person is. I really can't help you. The Karan Immortal shook his head helplessly, and then his face suddenly became serious, and he said lightly, that place is very dangerous, do you really want to know? Hearing this, Midnight nodded without thinking. That place is the Demon Realm. Demon Realm. Hearing this name, Midnight carefully recalled it in his mind, but the memory was too chaotic to remember. That's right. Legend has it that that place and the human world are two completely different worlds, where countless demons and monsters live, and there is no possibility of survival for human beings to enter it. The Karan Immortal nodded seriously and said with a serious face. Sounds a little interesting, I decided, just go here. Midnight said immediately. Midnight doesn't have much of the plot itself in his memory, plus Dragon Ball's life for so long, many plots have almost been forgotten, just remember some general plot directions. Originally, according to his idea, he found the entrance to the celestial realm through the Karan Immortals, but he didn't expect to hear a more interesting place, which was indeed a surprise for Midnight. Karan Immortal was stunned, a little surprised to look at Midnight. He originally wanted to use this method to scare the other party, so as to take a breath for his grilled fish, but he didn't expect that the other party was really a fledgling calf and was not afraid of the tiger, threatening to break into the demon world. Karan Immortal, tell me quickly, how can I enter the demon realm? Midnight asked with an excited expression. Do you really want to go? The demon world is different from the human world, and it is easy to lose your life. The Karan Immortal couldn't help but regret a little and asked again. Stop talking nonsense, quickly tell me where the entrance to the demon realm is. Midnight asked impatiently. This. All right. Come with me. There are a total of 2 entrances to the demon realm, one is in the human world, and the other stays here. Saying that, the Karan Immortal took Midnight to a secluded room, and the dark environment inside couldn't help but make Midnight lose his sight. As the Karan Immortal raised a torch in his hand, a mirror dusted by a rag appeared in front of the two. That's it. The Karan Immortal said lightly, and then lifted the rag in front of him, and then the entire room was filled with dust. How long have you not cleaned this thing? Midnight coughed, choked on the dust and said with an ugly face. This thing hasn't been used since it was sealed 300 years ago. You lift the seal on the mirror, then put your hand on it, and you can go in. The demon world is really dangerous, I advise you not to break in blindly, be careful of losing your life. The Karan immortal glanced at Midnight and spoke again to persuade. Okay, I know. It's verbose. Midnight waved his hand without care, and then stepped forward to lift the seal on the mirror. Then he put his hand on it with excitement, and the next second, a strange black hole suddenly appeared in the mirror, and then a strange gravitational force pulled Midnight in. This is the demon realm. When Midnight opened his eyes again, the surrounding environment suddenly became eerie and terrifying, and several cold winds blew through, and Midnight's heart couldn't help but feel a little cool. Looking into the distance, what appeared in front of him was a secluded and empty tunnel. The environment was still as dark as ever, but there were a few rays of light on the surrounding walls, so that the Midnight surface could clearly see the way forward. Shout! Midnight didn't move much, and after walking a few steps towards the dark tunnel, suddenly a sound of breaking the air sounded, and his eyes froze and he saw that a sharp dagger was coming towards him. Seeing this, Midnight's figure quickly flashed, and the dagger was directly nailed to the wall behind him. Immediately afterwards, a cold voice sounded in Midnight's ears. Who dares to trespass into the demon world? Chapter 40. As the voice fell, what appeared in front of Midnight was a burly monster, only to see its 4 muscles bulge, green tendons erupted, and the whole person looked extremely fierce. Next to her was a woman with a curvy figure, who moved her graceful posture, withdrew the blade on the wall, and then said, "Little one, take out your pass." Pass? What is that thing? Hearing this, Midnight couldn't help but be stunned and asked suspiciously. Without a pass, you actually dare to invade the demon world and take your life? Saying that, the monster instantly became furious, its huge body trembled, and then swung the huge spear in his hand and stabbed towards Midnight. Seeing this, Midnight's face showed a calm expression, and he grabbed the opponent's weapon with his hands slightly raised, and then turned his hands hard, and the face of the large monster instantly became pale, and he quickly released the weapon in his hand. This kid has so much strength, he can actually take Gora's weapon. The graceful woman next to him covered her lips and said incredulously. Immediately afterwards, Midnight frowned slightly, and threw the giant spear in his hand on the ground. Gora instantly became angry when he saw this, clenched his fist in his hand, and viciously smashed towards Midnight. Bang! Seeing this, Midnight also greeted at the first time. The 2 fists faced each other, emitting bursts of explosions, and I saw Gora being shocked by Midnight and retreating several steps in succession. Stinky boy, I want you to die. Stop! As soon as Gora was about to start, he was stopped by the woman next to him, and then smiled politely at Midnight, and said lightly. Introduce yourself, my name is Rina. This is the first strong man in our demon world, Gora little brother. I see that your strength is not small, even above Gora, it should not be a nobody. I don't know why the little brother came to my demon world. Hearing this, Midnight also stopped the movement in his hand, looked at Reyna in front of him, his eyes couldn't help but show a hint of surprise, although the appearance of the woman in front of him is not beautiful, but this figure is the most graceful and enchanting he has ever seen. Ahem! Midnight coughed dryly, relieved his embarrassment, and then slowly withdrew his gaze. The blush on his face faded back to his previous dullness, and said, "The purpose of my coming here is very simple, that is, I want to challenge the strongest people in your demon world. Challenge the strongest person in the demon realm." Hearing this, Reyna couldn't help but be stunned, and the Gora next to her laughed even more, with mockery in her eyes. "What are you laughing at?" Midnight frowned slightly and asked suspiciously. "Boy, do you know how powerful our Lord Azura of the demon realm is? A hairy boy like you can't even catch a move from him." Gora said with disdain on his face and mockingly. You don't need to worry about that. You just need to take me to that guy. Midnight said with a flat face. If you want to see Lord Azura first, pass me first. Gora said disdainfully, and then pulled out the giant matching knife in front of him and attacked Midnight again. Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon? Midnight said coldly, and then his body turned into an afterimage, dodging Gora's fatal blow, and then his body jumped up and punched Gora's face. Under the powerful force, Gora had no ability to resist at all, and his body flew out like a cannonball, and then fell heavily on the ground. How is this possible, actually knocking out Gora with one punch? Reina covered her mouth lightly and said in surprise. Why, do you still want to do it? I don't like hitting women. Midnight turned around and said coldly to Reina. Hehe, the little brother misunderstood. Since you are here to find Azura's, I will take you there. Reina covered her mouth and chuckled, and said lightly. Then lead the way. Midnight said coldly again. Hearing this, Reina nodded lightly, and then walked to Gora's side, helped him up and said, Gola, you first stay here alone to guard, I will take this little brother to find Lord Azura. Reina, are you crazy? Don't you want this life anymore? Gora asked with a look of surprise. Otherwise, do you think the two of us can stop him? Rest assured, I have a sense of proportion. Little brother, come with me. With that, Reina turned around and walked towards the tunnel, and when Midnight saw this, she jumped over Gora and quickly chased after her. Walking in the eerie tunnel, the sight of Midnight gradually becomes darker and darker, and from time to time there are terrifying cries around their own bloody smell. If ordinary people are standing here, I am afraid that they have long been frightened by the scene in front of them. No wonder the Karan immortals said that the demon world is hell. Little brother, you have to follow me. The path of the demon world is more complicated, and the environment is much darker than yours, so it will not be good if you get lost. Reina's voice suddenly sounded in her ears, and Midnight's gaze couldn't help but see his curvaceous figure again, and after staying for a few moments, she suddenly spoke, Miss Reina, it seems that she doesn't like this Azura in your mouth. Little brother, I will show you the way, don't hurt me. Reina suddenly stopped and turned to Midnight and said. And you just looked at me secretly several times along the way, you think I don't know? Our women in the demon world are no better than you in the world, most of them have an open personality, and you can feel free and bold if you want to see it. Saying that, he approached Midnight's body and whispered a few words in his ear. Don't hide from you, I dress up like this for men to see. If you can really defeat Lord Azura and become the new Lord of the Rings, people can look at it whatever you want. Cough. Hearing this, Midnight's face couldn't help but turn red, and after a dry cough, he relieved his embarrassment, and quickly said, I don't want to be the Lord of the Demon Realm, you quickly lead the way. Hearing this, Reina chuckled, and no longer talked nonsense, turned around and accelerated her speed towards the interior of the demon world, and Midnight could only follow her steps. After walking for about 10 minutes, Reina's face suddenly stopped, and then turned to Midnight and said, the front is the palace of Lord Azura. During this time he didn't know where to find a human woman, he had to marry him. By the way, the monsters in the palace are much stronger than Gora, otherwise it will not be his turn to look at the gate. After entering, be careful yourself, they are not as good to talk as me. Hearsay. Midnight nodded with a smile, and then spoke. Thank you. Don't worry, I'm not as weak as you think. Chapter 41. In that case, go inside. Be careful, don't die inside. Hearing this, Midnight glanced at Reina and asked suspiciously, aren't you going in with me? I won't go, otherwise I can't explain to Lord Azura that the little one wishes you all the best. Reina shook her head and said with a smile. All right. Turning around, Midnight came to the door of the palace, and at this time the dark environment gradually became brighter, and the recovery of sight also made Midnight relax and boldly walked in. Before reaching the door, there was a noisy sound in the palace. Midnight gaze, I saw tens of thousands of demons gathered inside, each of them exuded a terrifying momentum. The demons inside sat together in groups at this time, drinking and eating meat like the world, but most of what they ate was human flesh, and the bloody picture made people feel disgusting. On the high platform of the palace, sat a pale young man. His face was 7 points like a human and 3 points like a ghost, and next to him was a young and beautiful human woman. The girl was pale and her face was full of horror. What a disgusting bunch of creatures! Looking at the group of monsters that feed on living people in front of him, Midnight frowned slightly, and his face muttered ugly. His voice is not very loud, if he can't break this noisy environment at all in normal times, but almost all the masters of the demon world have gathered here, and the sensitive ears instantly discovered the existence of Midnight. There are actually humans who dare to break into our demon world? That's fun! As the voice of the Azura at the high platform sounded, the hall instantly fell silent, and all eyes were focused on Midnight. Where's the little ghost? The long one is really fine skin and tender meat, just now the uncle just happened to be full, just take your current wine and dish. As Midnight was exposed to everyone's field of vision, some demons under the hall licked their lips, and in an instant, dozens of monsters of different shapes swarmed up. Originally, I just wanted to come here to brush up on experience, but now you guys make me very unhappy, so you all die. Midnight's face was solemn, his eyes looked at this group of demons coldly, as if he was looking at a dead person, looking at a group of fierce monsters. Midnight was not afraid at all, and he stepped hard with his footsteps and rushed in. Immediately, Midnight's petite body was surrounded by the huge bodies of this group of demons, and in an instant, several violent chi shot out, and powerful power surged out from the demons' bodies, forming a huge black vortex as if it was about to tear Midnight to pieces. Turtle Pai Chi Gong. With a loud drink in the middle of the night, the white dazzling light completely submerged the black vortex, and the surrounding demons instantly collapsed and scattered. Dong Dongbo. Hey! Shout! In the face of this group of defeated demons, Midnight did not intend to let them go at all, and a series of golden energy waves shot out from the heart of his fingers, penetrating the body of the demon in an instant, and dozens of demons all left bloody caves. What a ruthless boy! Seeing this scene, all the demons couldn't help but gasp, killing so many demon masters in just an instant, and the demons who were just about to start fell in an instant. The monsters of the demon world are not stupid. The strength of the little ghosts in front of them is not at all what they can handle. If they go up is undoubtedly sent to death in vain. The atmosphere can't help but become weird for a while, and all the demons' eyes have turned to the Ashura on the high platform. Interesting human imp. It seems that I can't do it if I don't shoot today. Feeling the embarrassment of the atmosphere, Ashura said coldly, and then laughed from his seat, and at this time, all the demons knelt down in unison. You are the lord of the demon realm, Ashuras. After scanning the Ashura for a while, Midnight's lips moved slightly, and he asked. Hearing this, Ashura ignored Midnight, and after sneering, said in an icy tone, Human imp. Do you know what happened to trespassing? I'm here to defeat you, do you think I'll still care about the end? Midnight said lightly. Beat me. Haha. Hearing this, Ashura couldn't help but sneer, his face showed disdain, and the demons in the audience couldn't close their mouths even more when they heard this. Boy, you'll pay for what you say. Ashura had a cold face, raised his hands slightly, and when he squeezed his palms hard, 2 grey tornado vortexes several meters long appeared around his body, and then the whirlpools collided with each other, emitting a piercing collision sound, moving towards the direction where Midnight was, and all the demons in the past looked frightened and retreated, and the wounded and dead demons on the ground were directly chewed into bloody pieces of meat because they could not dodge, and with the roar of the tornado, they directly turned into blood mist. Seeing this scene, Z's face froze and did not dare to be careless, his legs were slightly bent, his palms were coiled around his waist, and the white pillar of light shot out in an instant. Rumble! The white turtle chi function wave collided with the roaring tornado vortex, and in the next second, Midnight's face changed greatly, and I saw that the Qigong wave that was caught in the middle was actually directly cut into a point of light by it, and there was no slightest danger. Go and die, little ghost! As Azura shouted, his hands pushed hard, and the speed of the two tornado vortexes suddenly increased, flying towards Midnight. Seeing this, Midnight did not dare to be careless, and quickly used the strength of his whole body to defend, only to see that a barrier was formed around it, isolating the opponent's vortex. Immediately afterwards, the real strength competition between the two began, and the strength of Midnight, who had just experienced a big battle, was obviously weak, and then quickly detonated the energy around the body, and the huge power explosion made the other demons who were about to move change their tones and tremble. With the sound of explosions, Midnight was buried in many broken stones and smoke, and then the breath burst out, and the figure of Midnight appeared in front of everyone again. This trick is indeed interesting. At this time, the clothes on Midnight's body had been scratched, and there were many small scratches on his arms and neck. Next, it's up to me. Midnight's gaze froze, and the cold tone came out of his throat, and then a green bean suddenly appeared in his hand, which was directly stuffed into his mouth, and the next second, Midnight's pale face instantly recovered as before, and the scratches on his body disappeared. Nanny! What's going on? Seeing this scene, Azura became ugly. The competition just now had used most of his strength, and his back was already wet with sweat. Chapter 42. Bang! In the next second, Midnight's body moved like a ghost, and before the other party could react, he blasted it out with a punch. Immediately afterwards, the figure flashed again, and suddenly came behind Azura, and two grey vortices suddenly condensed in his hands. Give you something good? Midnight sneered, and then the two tornado vortexes about 1 meter long in his hand were directly thrown on Azura's back. Ugh! In an instant, Azura cried out in pain, and the sound of the ghost-crying wolf howl completely lost the momentum that a demon king should have, and the faces of the demons below showed you fear. As the whirlpool disappeared, Azura roared like a pig and stopped abruptly, only to see bloody scars all over his body, and some parts of the flesh were directly cut off. Azura's cold face suddenly became distorted and hideous, and roared at Midnight, "Human, how can you know my trick, Vortex Air Knife? Do you think I need to explain it to you?" Midnight said disdainfully, and then golden energy condensed at his fingers, and then with a little force, the golden energy instantly surged out. Bang! In the next second, Azura was directly pierced in his chest, and his body was embedded in the wall behind him, leaving a bloody cave on his body. The Lord of the Demon Realm is not very strong. It's really disappointing. I thought it would be a great character. Midnight touched the contempt and said with disdain. Boy, it's really remarkable to be able to force me to this point, but next, I want you to die. Saying that, Azura suddenly became extremely hideous, and blood appeared on his white skin, until he dyed his entire body red. Not only that, his originally bright eyes like humans also instantly became red, and a pair of black horns were born on his head, and the whole person looked completely different from before, completely reduced to a demon. You are the first person to see my state in hundreds of years. Today I will let you see the horror of hell remnants. After the shrill voice fell, Azura body suddenly turned into a ghost, galloping towards Midnight, facing the sudden attack. Midnight, before he could react, he was directly shot over, and fell heavily off the high platform. Midnight gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain in his body and stood up, staring at Azura at this time, with an incredulous expression on his face, because his speed just now was so fast that he didn't see clearly at all. Midnight did not believe in evil, clenched his fists, used all his strength, and smashed towards Azura fiercely. In the face of Midnight's all-out blow, Azura had a cold face, a contemptuous expression on his face, and then snorted coldly and gently raised his hand. Bang! With the sound of violent collision, Midnight only felt a soreness in his wrist, his eyes raised slightly, and he saw that Azura at this time actually easily blocked his attack. In the next second, Azura directly waved his big hand, and Midnight's body was directly shaken out and smashed heavily on the wall of the palace, and then fell to the ground embarrassedly. Midnight gritted his teeth and stood up again, but the physical pain made him almost unable to support, and his shaky body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Long live the Azura King! The Azura King is invincible! At this time, the quiet palace was lively again, and all the demons were cheering for the victory of Azura. Lying on the ground, Z's face changed greatly, only feeling a sense of crisis slowly approaching him, and in the next second, Azura erupted again, his body fell from the high platform, and his knees smashed Midnight's chest. Midnight screamed in pain, only to feel that the bones in his chest had become fragments, and his arms were unable to lift, and his consciousness gradually began to blur. Great King, this human race has no breath. Hearing the reply of his subordinates, Azura sighed softly, and then returned to his original appearance. At this time, he only felt that his throat was rushing, and his body was exhausted to the extreme. Throw his body into the 10,000 Devils Cave. Today's party is here, you all stand down. Azura turned around, didn't even look at Midnight, and then ordered towards the many demons. And tomorrow let Reina and Gora come to see me. Yes. After seeing the true strength of Azura, how dare the other demons disobey his order, and immediately withdrew from the palace, and when they left, they also took away the Midnight lying on the ground, and for a while only Azura and the beautiful human woman were left in the originally lively palace. Swoosh! At the moment when all the demons withdrew, Azura directly spat out a large mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, his face suddenly turning pale. Ah! Seeing this scene, the human woman couldn't help but exclaim. If you call me again, I'll kill you! Azura said fiercely, and the frightened girl instantly covered her mouth and cried quietly in place. Seeing this, Azura didn't care about him. The most important thing now is to heal his injuries. After all, there are still many people who disobey him in this demon world. Azura looked at his almost decaying body, and said weakly, "Damn, the side effects of this transformation on the body are too great. Stop crying, you helped me to the blood of the dormitory. Did you hear that? Otherwise I will eat you." Hearing Azura threat, the human woman stood up in horror and walked towards him. Outside the palace, two extremely ugly monsters were carrying Midnight's body and were quickly walking towards the 10,000 Devils Cave. "You two give me a stop." Suddenly, a woman's cold voice came, and the two demons paused and suddenly turned around. "Reina? How are you and what do you want to do?" The two demons watched Reina walk directly towards Midnight, and couldn't help but warn. Reina ignored the two demons, her fingertips gently ran across Midnight's cheeks, and Shanae frowned slightly and then said politely to the two demons, "Two, it's better to hand him over to me." "Oh." One of the demons was just about to refuse but was dragged by the other, and then muttered in his ear, "Anyway, it's a corpse, give it to her. And I really don't want to go to that damn place in the 10,000 Devils Cave." Hearing the three words 10,000 Devils Cave, the other demon's face changed instantly, and after thinking for a moment, he nodded in agreement. "In that case, I'll leave it to you, but I can remind you that this human imp has angered King Azura. The Great King now let us throw his corpse into the 10,000 Devils Cave, don't you be yang and yin, otherwise it will be difficult for us to do it." Chapter 43. Don't worry. After seeing Reina nodding and committing, the two demons gave thousands of instructions again before they let go and left the place. Reina suddenly turned around, took Midnight, who was lying on the ground, in her arms, and after warning around her, she quickly left this place of right and wrong. Cough. After a long time, Midnight coughed violently, his eyes slowly opened, and he found that he had come to a clean and tidy, antique room, and a faint aroma came to his face. "Where is this?" Midnight's brows furrowed slightly, and he couldn't help but muttered a little doubtfully. "You're awake." At this time, Raina walked over wearing a black tights, showing his bumpy figure to the fullest, and couldn't help but attract the eyes of Midnight. "You men are really interesting, hurt like this and in the mood to stare at my body." Hearing Raina's words, Midnight's face turned red, and he quickly withdrew his gaze, just about to explain back, but felt a sharp pain in his chest. "I'm curious, you are obviously dead, but the moment I carried you back, the vitality in your body actually recovered. Are you really human?" In the face of Raina's doubts, Midnight did not answer. He knew that this luck did not die because of the reason for making a wish with Dragon Balls in the first place. "Raina, can you do me a favor?" Midnight suddenly spoke. "If you want me to do something dangerous, don't say it, I have already taken a big risk to save you." Raina shook her head and said in refusal. "Don't worry, it's just a show of hands. I have a green bean in my pocket, you can just help me put it in my mouth, I can't lift my arm in my current state." Listening to Midnight's explanation, Raina's brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly, and said suspiciously, "It's really that simple." Seeing Midnight's serious look, Raina nodded suspiciously, then fumbled in the pocket of his pants, and then fed the fairy beans in Midnight's mouth. The squeaky fairy bean quickly crushed and swallowed it in the night, and the broken bones in the body returned to their original appearance in the blink of an eye, and the wounds on the body disappeared. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Raina's mouth opened into an O shape. How could she not believe that a small bean could actually have such a great effect, resurrecting a person on the verge of death? "This Azura can actually transform, much stronger than I thought." Midnight stood up, moved his hands and feet, and said with a cold face. "He can rule the demon realm for so many years, he must have his whole card." Raina chuckled and responded. "I can't wait to fight him a second time." Midnight clenched his fists and said with an excited look. "You still want to fight him? Are you crazy? I advise you to leave the demon realm quickly." Raina frowned slightly, and said with some surprise. "I came here to find a strong opponent, how can I leave easily?" Hearing this, Midnight said disapprovingly. "But..." Raina was just about to say something, but was ruthlessly interrupted by Midnight. "Don't worry, his injury is not light now. Next, I may have to trouble you to show me the way." Midnight touched his head and said with a smile. Okay." Raina sighed, and in desperation could only agree to Midnight's request, and then walked out of the room under her guidance and walked towards the palace of Azura again. After walking out of Raina's room, the demon world has returned to its original gloomy environment, and a terrifying picture is presented in sight, and the patrolling demons are still walking away from time to time halfway, but under the cover of Raina, the two walk quite smoothly. Soon Midnight came to the door of Azura Palace again, and his eyes were cheap, and he saw a few soft rays of light emanating from the palace, and walked in at Midnight. At this time, the entire hall was empty, there were not even patrolling demons around, and Midnight couldn't help but nod with satisfaction. This is exactly what he wanted, otherwise it would take a lot of effort. Then Midnight came to the center of the square, and at this time, the ground was still stained with the blood stains of the midnight demon killing, and the disgusting stench was emitted on it. Immediately afterwards, Midnight's eyes searched carefully in the hall, and finally found the light mass he had been looking for in a corner. "Hey? How is this light mass red?" Midnight touched his chin, his face showed a puzzled expression. The light mass he had seen all this time was cyan, which couldn't help but surprise him. After walking into the light group, I saw that the number displayed on the light group this time was actually ×2, and Midnight immediately understood the meaning of it. To be honest, this made him more excited than directly adding combat effectiveness. Without the slightest hesitation, Midnight directly placed his hand in the red light mass, and as the palm gently squeezed at the number, the red energy instantly flowed into the body. Suddenly, Midnight only felt that there were several warm currents in the body was extremely relaxed and comfortable, even more drunk and dreamy than the ritual of the week. With the warm current, Midnight only felt that the power in his body soared wildly, and the combat effectiveness was simply not the same as before. Ghost! There are ghosts! Suddenly a crisp voice sounded, and Midnight turned around with a dangerous brow, and saw a beautiful girl sitting on the ground, pointing at herself with a look of horror. "I'm not a ghost, I'm not dead at all." Midnight rolled her eyes and explained. Hearing this, the girl stood up in shock, slowly leaned over, and then asked in a low voice, "Are you sent by my father to save me?" "Father? Are you still a princess?" Midnight couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this, and asked suspiciously. "Don't worry, when I defeat Azura, I'll take you out. Tell me, where is the Azura now?" Hearing this, the girl stretched out her finger and pointed to the place of the Azura Palace, and then whispered, "He is healing his injuries in the blood pool now, send me out to clean up here." "I know." Hearing this, Midnight directly brought the girl to Rena's front and asked her to help take care of it for a while he walked towards the Azura dormitory with great fanfare. At this time, the Midnight that did not deliberately hide his whereabouts was quickly discovered by the patrolling demons, and the originally dead and silent demon world was shaken again because of the appearance of Midnight, and Azura, who was healing at this time, heard the movement outside and suddenly woke up. Azura Combat Power, 180. Combat Power after Transformation, 360. Midnight Combat Power, 204. Combat Power after absorbing the red light group, 408. Chapter 44. As Midnight's whereabouts were discovered, a group of demons in the demon world surrounded him, emitting a terrifying roar, and burst out with overwhelming momentum towards Midnight, but Midnight's face appeared light and breezy, without the slightest fear. When many demons approached, the Vortex Air Knife directly used the stunt learned from Azura at Midnight, and the two-way Vortex Air Knife in his hand surged out, and the demons everywhere they passed became a blood mist, screaming one after another. "Stop!" With an oppressive voice sounding, the face of the originally panicked demon finally showed a trace of excitement, only to see that the injuries on Azura at this time were no longer harmful, and stared at the Midnight with a surprised face and said, "Human, you are actually not dead yet." Speaking of which, directly incarnating into the state of blood man and demon, he does not dare to be careless in the face of Midnight. Midnight's face showed a trace of disdain, his cold gaze forced the surrounding demons to retreat, and the next second his figure moved quickly, and the strong aura was all condensed in the fist, and the speed of the ghost caught the other party a little off guard. Bang! With the violent explosion sound, Midnight's fist burst out with a strong chi and directly shook Azura out, and then his body fell heavily to the ground, smashing out a big pit. "Nope! Impossible, how did you become so powerful?" Azura's face became ugly, his eyes revealed an incredible expression, and then he endured the sharp pain in his chest and crawled out of the pit. "Abominable human, I want you to die!" Azura roared loudly towards Midnight with a hideous face. Immediately afterwards, a black mist suddenly permeated around his body, setting off his body into mid-air, and the black mist continued to spread around, and everything stained turned into dust. Dong Dongbo! With a flick of his finger, golden energy waves shot out, but the next second they were swallowed by the black mist and disappeared into it. "What the hell is this?" Midnight's brows frowned slightly, and his heart was shocked, and he couldn't help but feel a little jealous of that black mist. "Human, this is the punishment given to you by the god of death, give me death." As Azura sounded in an indifferent voice, the black mist around him separated into the size of a fist and rushed towards the Midnight. Seeing this, Midnight's body moved quickly, directly rushed into the group of demons behind him, grabbed the two demons casually and threw them out, and at the moment when the two demons touched the black fog, after a cry of pain, the body directly turned into dust. Immediately afterwards, Another series of black fog emanated from its body, and when Midnight saw this, he turned around and rushed towards the demon group, and for a while there were screams, and the demons were swallowed by the black fog, and there were no corpses. Damn, what the hell is this? Midnight secretly scolded, and his figure could only start to escape quickly. Go and die, boy. Azura stared at Midnight tightly, and the mist on his body kept emanating and surrounded Midnight. Damn, I can't bear it. Turtle Sect Kigongzi frowned, then turned around, his hands instantly crossed around his waist, and after gathering all his energy, he directly hit a Turtle Sect Kigong. However, at the moment when the energy light wave touched the black fog, it was engulfed by it in the blink of an eye as before. Seeing this scene, Midnight's face changed, and his body moved quickly like a ghost, avoiding the attack of the black fog. Midnight, be careful that it is the power of death. Once it is contaminated, it will be devoured by life, and its nemesis is thunder and lightning. At this time, when the knight was in a dilemma, Rina's voice suddenly sounded. Rina, sure enough, you betrayed me. I want you to die. Azura roared sounded, and then a black mist directly hit her. Seeing this, Rina fell to the ground in horror, closed her eyes tightly, and waited for the punishment given to her by death. Shocking palm of all nations! I saw it. Midnight's eyes froze, the palm was gently discharged, and a blue lightning directly crushed the black fog in front of Rina. Does it really work? Seeing this scene, Midnight looked at his palm with some excitement, and then began to convert the energy of his whole body into thunder and lightning, followed by hundreds of electric currents surrounding Midnight. Immediately afterwards, Midnight jumped up, colliding with Azura with the power of thunder and power, and the two strong forces instantly bloomed with monstrous momentum, and the entire demon world trembled violently because of the battle between the two. Human boy, I want you to die. It should be you who dies. At this moment, both of them burst out their most powerful power, and the combat power of Midnight was originally stronger than the other party. Coupled with the restraint of the thunder and lightning attribute, they quickly defeated Azura with overwhelming power. How? We'll lose to humans, this? No way. Azura lying on the ground showed a hint of despair and collapse on his face. He could not have imagined that the lord of his demon realm would actually die at the hands of a human being. Great, Midnight, we won. Seeing Azura knocked down, Rina came out of the secret excitedly, and hugged Midnight excitedly. You this! Traitor, Lord Death will not let you go. Azura stared viciously at Rina, angrily scolding him all the way, and then there was no life. Who is he talking about, Death? Hearing this, Midnight frowned slightly and asked Rina. But the other party actually didn't answer himself for a long time, just blushed and lowered his head. What's wrong with you? Midnight couldn't help but ask suspiciously. Suddenly, a cool breeze blew, and Midnight lowered his head and saw that the battle just now had actually destroyed the clothes on his body, and his current self could be described as naked. Cough. Midnight's face turned slightly red, and he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. This is my clothes, you wear them first. At this time, Rina took out a black tights from her body with a red face, and reached out at Midnight to take it, looking at such a small dress and not knowing how to start. Immediately tore it hard, but was surprised to find that this dress was full of elasticity, so it was quickly put on the body, and it was a little tight underneath, but it was quite fitting. Congratulations, Midnight, you are now the lord of the demon realm. Seeing that Midnight was no longer naked, Rina also turned around boldly and said excitedly. I'm not interested in this lord of the demon realm, but I think the death in this guy's mouth is a bit interesting. Midnight waved his hand and said casually. Don't worry about that. Azura was just a casual on-demand by that adult when the god of death passed by the demon realm hundreds of years ago, and before he died, he said that this was just a fox fake tiger power. Hearing Rina's explanation, Midnight couldn't help but feel a little disappointed but also a little lucky. After all, in her mouth, she learned that the black fog on Azura was just a trace of death's energy, and if she was close, I was afraid that everything would really be fine. Chapter 45. Since there are no strong opponents here, I think it's time for me to leave too. Midnight suddenly spoke. Hearing this, Rena's expression moved slightly, her eyes drifted, and she said with some reluctance, "You want to leave? But you just defeated Azura and the demon realm now needs a new ruler." "That's just right, you helped me so much, this lord of the demon realm is up to you." Midnight chuckled and said. "Me?" Rena pointed to herself, although her eyes revealed a trace of longing, she still lowered her head in shame and said, "But my strength is not very outstanding in the demon world, I believe there will be too many people who are not convinced." "It's okay, I'm here." Midnight stretched out his hand, patted her shoulder gently, and said, "You just need to boldly take the position of the Lord of the Demon World, and the disobedient people will be handed over to me to deal with." "In that case, then." "Okay." Hearing this, Rena pursed her lips lightly and nodded. The news of Azura dying soon spread throughout the entire demon world, and for a while the demons in the demon world were all about to move, and in less than half a day, all the powerful leaders were concentrated in Azura's original palace. "Rena, you said it was this human imp who defeated Lord Azura." "It's ridiculous, are you a fool? I think you assassinated Lord Azura behind your back and coveted the throne of the Lord of the Rings." All the demons under the hall had their own ghost hearts, and all the demons showed a look of disdain on their faces, and seemed to have not taken each other's words to heart at all. "Believe it or not, I killed the Azuras. Now I declare Rena the new lord of the demon realm." Hearing this, all the demons under the hall laughed loudly, and said wildly, "It's ridiculous, let a watchdog be the lord of the demon world, do you think that there is no one in our demon world? That is, not to mention that you are just a human being, why should you care about the affairs of our demon world? By what? That's it." Hearing this, Midnight couldn't help but sneer, and then 2 vortex air knives were issued, and the 2 demons that were not weak turned into blood mist. Seeing this scene, all the demons were shocked and speechless, although the 2 demons who died were not the strongest in them, but their strength was not too much, but in the hands of the other party, they didn't even have the power to fight back, they couldn't help but be frightened and took a few steps back, and now they have begun to believe that it was indeed the other party who killed Azura. Now everyone has no opinion. Seeing that the demons under the hall were silent, Midnight nodded and continued, "Since there is no opinion, from now on, Rena will become the new lord of the demon realm. But here I want to give you 3 chapters. First, if there is no amnesty for those who disobey or betray. Second, if there are cannibals who kill human flesh. Third, if there is no amnesty for those who run to the world to harm innocent people." Hearing this, the faces of the demons in the audience showed dissatisfaction, and several daring people directly questioned. "By what? We are originally demons, why can't we eat people? That is, when Lord Azura was here before, he didn't care about us, why do you care? That's right, don't think that we people in the demon world are good bullies." Before a few people finished speaking, Midnight directly swung out a few vortex air knives to slaughter this group of troublesome demons, and then continued to say coldly, "Who is still not convinced, stand up, let me see how many of your demon worlds have a backbone. In that case, I will take it as you agree." Hearsay. The demons under the hall were silent, standing in place with their heads bowed, not daring to make any moves. Subsequently, with the help of Midnight, Rena successfully became the lord of the demon world. In order to prevent her from being injured, Midnight directly slaughtered all the demons behind her back or that she did not deal with on weekdays. The living environment of the demon world is extremely poor for humans, but in order to help Rena cultivate, he still willingly lived here for nearly a year, and in this year, Rena's strength has grown by leaps and bounds, and has surpassed the Azura before the transformation. A year later, Rena's status in the demon world is rising day by day, and the Queen's name has far surpassed the former Azura king, so midnight can be regarded as repaying the other party's life-saving grace, and left the demon world with peace of mind. After leaving the demon realm, Midnight returned to Karante's room again, looked at the familiar surroundings, and then walked outside. I didn't expect you to actually come back alive, and I was worried for several minutes. After seeing Midnight, the Karan immortal couldn't help but say with surprise. Hey, your breath looks extraordinary. It seems that you have gained a lot from the demon world. The Karan immortal touched his chin and said. Fortunately, the strength has finally improved considerably. Midnight responded with a sentence. 2 years passed in a flash, and soon ushered in the Second World's first martial arts conference. After saying goodbye to the Karan immortals, Midnight flew directly towards Papaya Island, located in the center of the Southern Ocean, and yes, Midnight had already figured out the flying technique on his own. After flying for less than 30 minutes or so, Midnight finally arrived at the venue of the first martial arts conference of Tianda, and after the wonderful competition of the last Midnight and others, it can be said that all the people who love to watch the excitement from all over the country have been attracted to it, and the whole venue was crowded for a while. I don't know if Bulma are they coming? Said that she would go to see her and broke her word. I am afraid that she would teach her. Midnight touched his head and muttered softly. Hi Midnight, mine is here. At this time, a familiar voice sounded, and Midnight really turned around, and I saw that not far away Klin and the others were excitedly waving towards him. Teacher Wushan, Klin, I haven't seen you for a long time. Midnight quickly stepped forward and stretched out his hand to greet everyone warmly. Bulma, what's wrong with you? Looking at Bulma, who was silent on the side, Midnight asked with some embarrassment. Humph. Bulma glanced at Midnight, then pouted, don't look over and said coldly, I don't know who said to go see me, I haven't even seen a shadow for 3 years. I'm sorry, Bulma. I've been busy cultivating for the past few years, so. Midnight touched his head, a little pale and unable to explain. Okay, you don't have to explain. Anyway, you don't have me in your heart? Do you think my existence is hindering your cultivation? Then I'm good to go. With that, Bulma clasped her hands to her chest, ignored the Midnight, and walked directly towards the rented hotel. He muttered softly as he walked. Abominable bastard, if you don't come and coax me, you'll die. Chapter 46. Seeing this, Midnight shook his head with a wry smile, and then quickly chased after him, came to Bulma and kept admitting his mistake, and after more than an hour of explanation, Bulma finally forgave Midnight. Subsequently, several people came to the door of the registration office of the world's first martial arts conference again, but at this time, Wukong had not yet arrived, and in desperation, the 3 of them had to register first, and this time the competition Turtle Immortals did not participate. Wukong, this guy is really, the registration is almost over, why haven't you come yet? Klin said a little anxiously. He won't forget it. The Turtle Immortal frowned and said. There are only 5 minutes left, where is this guy Goku falling to the ground and running? Bulma looked at her watch and pouted. Oh, isn't this a Turtle Immortal? At this time, a slightly mocking voice sounded, and everyone's eyes were also attracted to it. I saw 3 strange-looking guys walking over, 3 people wearing uniform dark green clothes, the person in the middle is a thin old man, dressed like a crane, and the appearance of the 2 next to him is even more strange. On his right-hand side is a tall young man with distinctive facial features, but the other party has 3 eyes, and the other one is a short child, his face is miserable and there are 2 red spots on the side of his mouth. It turned out to be a crane immortal. I can't imagine that you are not dead yet. The Turtle Immortal looked at the viewer in front of him, his face showed disgust, and he said sarcastically. I won't die if you die. I heard that your disciples were out of the limelight at the last martial arts conference. The Crane Immortal sneered and said sarcastically. So what? Hearing this, the Turtle Immortal frowned slightly and asked. This means that the current martial arts conference has declined, so I brought my apprentice to participate in the competition so that everyone knows who is the real strong. The Crane Immortal's face showed disdain, and said mockingly. Just ask what kind of apprentice can you teach this old man with half his life? That's better than you bald old turtle. Looking at the two who were arguing, Tianjin Fan shook his head and interrupted the two directly, with the same mocking tone as the Crane Immortal. Forget it, teacher, don't waste time with this group of idiots, I'll make them look good when the competition comes. Haha, what you said also makes sense. The Crane Immortal nodded in agreement, and then responded with a smile. Looking at the three departing, Bulma's face rose with disgust, and she said to the Turtle Immortal, who is that nasty guy? His name is Crane Immortal, and he may be our fierce rival in this competition. The Turtle Fairy replied with a solemn face. Hearing this, Z's face showed disdain, and said nonchalantly, a strong enemy? They don't deserve it yet. Don't worry, teacher, I can deal with them with one move. Don't underestimate them at midnight. The Turtle Immortal instructed, turning his head. Don't worry, teacher, I understand. Hearing this, Midnight nodded lightly. Hi everyone! At this time, Goku's voice suddenly sounded, and everyone quickly turned around, only to see Goku wearing the tiger skin of a saber-toothed tiger running quickly. Goku, you're finally here! After seeing Goku, everyone showed a long-lost smile on their faces. And they all gathered around to say hello. It looks like I've grown a lot taller, said Midnight as he touched Goku's head and smiled. Yes. Goku responded disapprovingly. Damn, it's still taller than me. Klin walked to Goku's side, and he couldn't help but purse his lips and said with some disbelief. Okay Goku, you hurry up and sign up. After Goku signed up, several people were also completely relieved, and then a few people came to a high-end restaurant somewhere and began to eat and drink. With the wealth of the Red Forge Legion, plus there was a daughter of the world's richest man sitting next to him, there was no need to worry about Goku's large amount of rice. After eating and drinking, night gradually fell, and several people returned to the pre-rented hotel with cheerful sounds, and after a period of happy gathering, everyone fell asleep. The next day, when the sky was hazy, several people dressed in the special costumes of the Turtle Immortals and came to the venue of the martial arts conference, and Yamcha, under the persuasion of Klin and others, finally got rid of the gentle country and threw himself into the door of the Turtle Immortals. At this time, the martial arts conference was already crowded, and it looked very lively, and when they saw the arrival of Midnight and others, many of the players of the previous martial arts conference showed ugly looks. Welcome everyone to the venue of the world's first martial arts conference again, now please open a draw to decide the opponent. Then several people lined up to get their labels. Fortunately several people were assigned to different areas, and they would not meet in the qualifiers. Now I have invited the number 178 to the fourth ring to compete. As the sound of the radio sounded, Midnight walked into his own ring after saying goodbye to Goku. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a violent vibration sound, Midnight on the opposite side of a huge sumo wrestler. When the other party saw Midnight for the first time, he recognized him as the champion of the world's first martial arts conference. I've watched your game at midnight, and I will do my best to beat you in the first move, and I won't give you a chance to fight back. Hearing the roar of the man opposite, Midnight seemed completely unconcerned, and after sneering, responded, Don't worry, I'll return to my subordinates. Damn it, you actually underestimate me so much. Hearing this, the man was furious, and used the strength of his whole body to rush towards Midnight, but the moment he approached Midnight's body, he was blocked by an invisible wall of chi. Call. With a gentle breath at Midnight, the man was directly scraped out, his body smashed into the wall behind him, and the whole person fainted directly. Player 178 wins. It's really worthy of being the champion of the last competition, they. Referee swallowed his saliva and said with a frightened face. Well. It's so powerful, it's worthy of midnight. Fortunately, I didn't meet him so early. Clan Yamcha was also shocked by the scene in front of him and couldn't speak. This is no longer the realm of martial arts for them. They couldn't help but glance at each other, smiled bitterly and shook their heads and said, "Midnight, that's awesome. I really hope to have a good fight with you." Goku clenched his itchy fist and said excitedly, "Tianjin Rice, look!" On the other side, Dumpling, who had just finished the game, pulled Tianjin's clothes and pointed in the direction of midnight. "This person is indeed not to be underestimated. I think he should be the strongest person in the Turtle Immortal Flow, but he will still lose at my hands after all." Chapter 47. As the match continued, fierce battles began in the arena, and soon the 8 strong men stood out, and then after a series of draws, the real match finally began. Let everyone wait for a long time. Now I announce the official start of the world's first martial arts conference. First of all, Yamcha players versus Tianjin Rice players. As the referee's voice fell, there was a cheer from the audience, and Yamcha and Tianjin fan looked at each other backstage, with disdain on their faces at the same time, and then paced to the ring. "Hey, Tianjin Rice, right? Advise you to admit defeat obediently." Yamcha took a fighting posture and said proudly. "Humph, just keep barking, I'll shut you up in a moment." Tianjin fan snorted coldly and said with disdain on his face. "Ha!" In the next second, Yamcha's body moved and attacked towards Tianjin Rice, and the two immediately fought together, and the fierce battle made the blood of the tube in the audience boil, and they were all immersed in this wonderful game. Bang! 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 The fists of the two collided, emitting a deafening roar, and after a simple discussion, the faces of the two became serious at the same time, and the two figures quickly separated, instantly pulling out a distance of about 7 or 8 meters. "It's really a little underestimating you. In that case, let you see my trick, the new wolf tooth wind fist." With Yamuti's violent drink, the body shot out like the wind, and the figure turned into dozens of wolf shadows, emitting a deafening roar, and tore towards Tianjin Rice. Seeing this, Tianjin Rice was no longer careless, and greeted it as soon as he stepped on it, and the fists fought fiercely together like shadows, and the bodies of the two shuttled back and forth in the ring, making people feel dazzled. "Well, that's awesome," Klin said with a surprised look at the battle between the two. "I didn't expect that Yamcha had improved so much, and the choice to accept him in the first place was correct." The Turtle Immortal nodded in satisfaction and said, "Ha ha ha." On the ring, Tianjin fan couldn't help laughing mockingly. Yamcha's brows wrinkled slightly, and asked a little angrily, "What are you laughing at? I thought how powerful your Turtle Immortal Flow's fist was, it turned out to be so vulnerable." Tianjin fan said with disdain. "What did you say?" Hearing this, Yamcha became furious, and his body turned into a wolf shadow again and tore towards Tianjin Rice, but at this time, Tianjin Fan's voice did not care. His steps formed a bow shape, and his muscles bulged and bruises erupted, allowing Yamcha's fist to rain on his body. "Nope. Impossible, there is nothing at all." Yamcha stopped the movement in his hand and said with an incredulous expression. "See? Your tricks are like children. Next, let you see my punching technique." Brush. Saying that, Tianjin Fan's figure moved like a ghost, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared next to Yamcha, and launched a fierce attack on it before he could react. Yamcha's face was solemn, gritting his teeth and trying his best to attack Tianjin Rice, but it looked very difficult, and soon fell into the downwind. Bang! 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 A series of attacks hit Yamcha's body, directly knocking him to his knees, and his body was already covered in scale wounds. It seems that the victory and defeat have been divided. The Turtle Immortal shook his head and said helplessly. I haven't lost yet." Yamcha endured the severe pain and stood up. His eyes became extremely solemn at this time, and then he took a bow step, his hands were crossed around his waist, forming the shape of a calyx. "This is Turtle Sect Qigong, when did this kid learn it?" the turtle immortal said with an incredulous look. "Ha!" As Yamuti burst out again, a white pillar of light shot out of his palms, and seeing this, Tianjin Rice clasped his hands together, and a faint golden light emanated around his body. Rumble! At the moment when the turtle school Qigong touched him, it was directly bounced back. Yamcha saw this and quickly jumped and came to the mid-air, but the turtle school Qigong fell into the audience behind him, and with the sound of the explosion, the audience screamed one after another. "Yamcha, be careful!" At this time, Wukong suddenly shouted towards Yamcha in mid-air, and before he could react, Tianjin Fan directly shot it down from the air, causing it to fall heavily on the ring, and then Tianjin Fan's body fell quickly and smashed on Yamcha's knee. Ugh! As Yamcha's screams sounded, the kneecap of his leg was directly broken, and he fainted directly in unbearable pain. Yamcha! Seeing this, Gaku and Klin ran directly up, and the referee also announced the victory of Tianjin Rice at the same moment, and notified the medical staff to rush over. "Young Master Yamcha, I'll take you to the hospital." "Wait a minute." Just when Puelo had just turned into a flying carpet, Midnight suddenly opened his mouth to stop the other party, and then quickly helped Yamcha up, took out a fairy bean from his pocket, crushed it, and sent it into Yamcha's mouth. The powder of the fairy bean entrance, Yamcha only felt that there was a warm current left in the body, the broken bones were instantly restored, and the person woke up at the same time, and at this time, Yamcha no longer felt pain, but felt that the whole body was full of strength. "Midnight, what did you just give Yamcha to eat? How did his injury heal all of a sudden?" Klin looked at the shocked scene in front of him and asked suspiciously. "This is Sendu?" "Midnight is still as thoughtful as you think." Gaku recognized Sendu at a glance, and then said excitedly. "Sendu? What is that?" Klin touched his head and asked again. "That's a kind of body food in the Kalan Holy Land, which can make people go 3 days without eating and have the effect of healing injuries." Gaku explained. "So it is. Thank you, Midnight." Although he didn't understand anything, Yamcha also knew that it was Midnight who saved him, and immediately thanked him. "Really? It's really amazing." The Midnight player fed Yamcha and ate a strange bean, and the injuries on his body actually healed. At this time, the referee was also shocked by the scene in front of him, and quickly picked up the microphone in his hand to explain to the unknown audience. "Did I say you're done talking? Think this is your home?" Tianjin Fan's brows frowned slightly, and said sarcastically. Hearing this, the faces of several people became ugly, staring angrily at Tianjin Rice, and Wukong directly opened his mouth and asked angrily. "Yamcha has just lost, why do you have to be ruthless? It's already a blessing that I didn't kill him." Hearing this, Tianjin Fanxian didn't care at all, and left the ring after sneering. Yamcha Combat Effectiveness 120. Tianjin Rice Combat Effectiveness 180. Chapter 48. Abominable. "I will settle this account well with you." Gaku clenched his fists and said angrily. "Forget Gaku, don't be familiar with this kind of person." Klin patted Goku's shoulder and said. "But this guy is really strong, you guys have to be careful when you meet him." Yamcha frowned slightly and reminded. "Here's the second match, Nanwu vs Midnight Player, scheduled to start tomorrow morning." As the referee's voice sounded, the people in the venue also dispersed, waiting for the next day's match, and soon nightfall, the Turtle Immortal took Midnight and others to the restaurant to eat. "Midnight, your opponent tomorrow is actually Nanwu, who was defeated by Wushan teacher last time. I think it will be easy to win this time." At the dining table, Klin looked at Midnight with envy and said. "Haha, to put it in an arrogant way, no matter who I meet, I will win easily." Midnight chuckled and said confidently. "You guy is really not modest at all." The Turtle Immortal shook his head and said. Oh, I really hope I can have a good fight with Midnight. Gaku swallowed the food in his mouth and said with a look of excitement. There will be a chance, Gaku. When this competition is over, let's cultivate together. I think of a good place to cultivate, and then our strength will definitely grow by leaps and bounds. Midnight patted Goku's shoulder and said with a firm face. Really? That's great! Gaku exclaimed excitedly. At this time, 3 uninvited guests also came to the restaurant. It was the 3 masters and apprentices of Tianjin Rice. After wandering around the store, I came to the table next to the Turtle Immortal, and saw the Crane Immortal say loudly, "Bring the best meals here, today I will celebrate the victory of the main gate." By the way, Tianjin Rice, what do you think of the strength of that person from Gaixian Liu? The Crane Immortal asked sarcastically. Hey! I have one hand and foot to deal with that kind of guy, and I won't even sweat a little. Tianjin Fan sneered and said arrogantly. That's right. What powerful masters can Turtle Immortal Flow have? Hearing this, the Crane Immortal nodded in satisfaction and laughed heartily. Abominable! This group of guys! Hearing this, Yamcha's entire face turned red with anger, and he gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. Why do you seem to be very unconvinced? Tianjin Fan asked sarcastically. How do you want to do it? Hearing this, Midnight stood up directly, and the momentum suddenly burst out, and an invisible pressure made everyone's faces change. Why is the momentum on this guy in the night so terrifying, and how much has his strength been raised? The Turtle Fairy glanced at Midnight with a surprised face, and couldn't help muttering in his heart. This guy! Tianjin Fan's face also became extremely solemn, and he did not dare to underestimate the other party in the slightest. It's Midnight, sit down. During the match, private brawls are not allowed, otherwise you will be disqualified. They. Turtle Immortal stood up, gently patted Z's shoulder, signaled him to return to his seat, and then slowly walked to the side of the Crane Immortal. Pounce! Saw that the Turtle Immortal actually farted towards the other party's dining table and walked straight over. The Crane Immortal's face changed greatly, quickly covered his nose, and yelled at the Turtle Immortal. You turtle old man actually fart, it really stinks to death. Lustful turtle old man. Hearing this, the Turtle Immortal couldn't help it, and directly stood up and opened a mutual scolding mode with the Crane Immortal, and all the eyes in the restaurant gathered for a while. And at this time, Midnight and Tianjin Rice and others who were eating were also made blush with shame by these 2 old and disrespectful guys. The next day, the venue of the world's first martial arts conference was crowded with people, just to see a match as wonderful as yesterday. Get out of the way for the old lady! Suddenly, as the roar of the golden blue chi sounded, under the threat of relying on a machine gun, Bulma and the others squeezed to the edge of the venue in shame. Welcome everyone to the venue of the world's first martial arts conference. Let everyone wait for a long time. Now I announce that the second game has officially begun. As the referee's voice fell, Midnight and Nanwu also walked to the center of the ring in full view. I didn't expect that my opponent was actually you, although I know that I am not your opponent, but I will not give up. Nanwu clasped his hands together, looking at the Midnight in front of him, and his face couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Let's shoot. Bring out your strongest tricks, otherwise I'm afraid you'll have no chance. Midnight said with a flat face. Ha! Sky Cross Fist! With Nanwu Bao's shout, his body jumped into the air, and then his hands were cross-shaped, and he smashed towards the Midnight in the ring. Bang! As Nanwu's body fell, an invisible wall of chi appeared around Midnight's body, freezing the other party. Immediately afterwards, Midnight gently waved his hand, and Nanwu was directly thrown off the ring by his confusion. South. No player falls off the ring, and the Midnight player wins. As the referee's voice sounded, everyone in the audience couldn't help but look dumbfounded, completely unaware of what was happening, and then the sound of complaining came. What happened? It's really boring, I thought it would be a wonderful game. It's really boring for me to come here early in the morning to take a seat." Seeing the dissatisfaction of everyone in the audience, the referee could only laugh a few times in embarrassment, then took out a tissue to wipe the cold sweat on his face, and quickly announced the start of the third game. "Now start the third game, there are Klin players and Dumpling players to enter." Boom! As the sound of the gong sounded, Klin in the ring quickly put on a fighting posture to observe the other party, but even the Dumplings always stood in place silent, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. "Hey, come on!" Hearing Klin's shout, Dumpling was not polite, and he saw his feet slowly leaving the ground and his body floating in the air. "Nanny!" Looking at this scene, Klin couldn't help but be surprised. Brush! Suddenly, the Dumpling's body suddenly moved as fast as the wind, and directly attacked Klin. Bang! I saw that the Dumpling kicked out and directly kicked Klin into the air, and the Dumpling also came to the air, and the two directly started a fierce battle. However, just when Klin had a slight advantage, his body fell from mid-air to the ring with a brush due to gravity, while the Dumplings were still frozen on it. Nan no combat power, 30 Midnight combat power, 420. Klin combat power, 110. Dumpling combat power, 105. Chapter 49. Flying in the air, this is also too bummer. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Klin's brows frowned slightly, and then his body moved at high speed, so fast that it was impossible for the human eye to see clearly. Dumpling, he's on the left. Hearing the reminder of Tianjin rice, Dumpling was even more dazed, and was just about to stretch out his hands to find a direction, but was blasted out by a punch from Klin, who suddenly appeared. Fight and fight! Klin chased after the victory, and the strong attack forced the Dumpling to retreat step by step, not giving it a chance to fight back at all, but just as Klin forced him out of the ring, the Dumpling stopped in mid-air again. Damn, this can't be beaten at all. Klin gritted his teeth and said with an angry look. The Dumpling strolled in the air, walked directly above Klin, and then stretched out his finger, the golden light condensed, and the next second shot directly downward. Klin's face changed greatly, and he quickly dodged, and the ring burst open instantly. Midnight, do you think this trick is familiar? Gaku turned his head and asked to Midnight. This is that peachy cave wave. Midnight nodded and replied. Hey! At this time, Tianjin Fan, who heard the conversation between the two, frowned, and then walked towards the two, and asked in a deep voice, Do you know Doubai? Of course. He has been killed by Midnight. Gaku nodded in response. Hearing this, Tianjin Fan's face changed drastically, and he roared loudly, No! Impossible, how could he kill Doubai? When pigs fly? How is it impossible? Do you think that guy is strong? Even if you are now, you can easily kill him. Midnight said disdainfully. Abominable. Peach is so strong. How could it be? Tianjin Rice Qingjian burst out, gritting his teeth with an incredulous look. They dumplings in the ring stayed in mid-air, and the golden energy light wave shot towards it, but Klin could only keep rolling in the ring to avoid the opponent's attack. Damn, I will definitely lose if I continue like this, but I can't touch him at all. There you have it. Since Yamuti will be there, there is no reason why I won't. After Klin muttered a few words, his steps formed a bow shape, his hands slowly crossed around his waist, and he began to condense the strength of his whole body between his palms. This is... Did this kid learn it too? The turtle immortal said with a surprised look. Seeing Klin stop moving, the dumpling also began to condense all its strength to the tip of his finger, and the next second a golden energy ball the size of a basketball bag was formed. It's too bad, Klin's turtle sect Qigong is not yet proficient, and it is impossible to win the opponent's Dong Dongbo. The turtle immortal's face was solemn, and he said with some concern. Klin, get out of the way. Gaku immediately shouted. Dong Dongbo. burst out as the dumplings burst, and the golden energy condensed in his hand bloomed with dazzling light and shot towards Klin. Klin's eyes were solemn, the energy condensed in his hand did not hit out, and when the other party's energy landed, his body moved quickly, and the next second he came to mid-air. Turtle Pie Qigong. At the same time, Klin saw the opportunity and directly hit a Turtle Pie Qigong, and the white energy light pillar hit the dumpling firmly, directly knocking it out. However, just when the dumplings were about to fall out of the ring, he quickly performed a dance technique and stopped in the air, and then dragged his injured body and stumbled back to the ring. Damn, almost succeeded. Let him fly again. Klin gritted his teeth and lamented. I'm angry, now I'm going to fight as hard as I can. Saying that, Dumpling took off his hat directly, and surprisingly, there was still a long black hair on his pale bald head, and then Dumpling's body began to rotate rapidly, directly towards Klin. Bang! In the next second, Klin was directly knocked to the ground by it, and then Klin stood up, touched his bald head, and crashed towards the other party without hesitation. Bang! Hiss! It hurts, it hurts. I saw that Klin was directly knocked to the ground by Dumplings, covering his head with tears in his eyes and shouting. Still coming. Looking at the unforgiving Dumplings, Klin hurriedly jumped, but even the other party suddenly turned around, and his body joined the rotation again, directly against Klin's chest. Abominable! Ha! Klin's face was solemn and burst, and he directly stretched out his hands to take it hard, and his body unconsciously retreated towards the edge of the ring, and at the critical moment, the rotating iron head of the dumpling finally could not hold it and stopped. I actually caught it! Tianjin Fan said in surprise. Now it's up to me. Klin said excitedly, and then stepped towards the ground and rushed directly. Ugh! I saw that the dumplings suddenly raised their hands and emitted invisible electric waves against Klin, and Klin's face instantly became ugly, and he sat on the ground paralyzed with his stomach covered. Bang! 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 Immediately afterwards, Dumpling stepped forward and kicked Klin's body with a face, and the screams rang out one after another. Why is this guy so many strange tricks? He doesn't use his hands because he can't put his hands down. Klin endured the severe pain in his body and stood up, his brain spun rapidly, and suddenly he moved and asked, what is 3 plus 4? Hearing this, Dumpling really stopped and began to calculate with his fingers. Good opportunity! Bang! The next second, Klin saw the opportunity and directly punched up, and the dumplings were also knocked out, and then Klin took advantage of the victory to chase and asked a series of math questions, making the dumplings burnt. What is 9 minus 1? Klin asked again without mercy, hearing that the dumplings began to calculate with his fingers again, but this time Klin directly used all his strength and directly knocked it out of the ring. Equal to 8. Looking at the dumplings that fell out of the ring, Klin chuckled and said. The dumpling player falls outside, the Klin player wins. The referee quickly picked up the microphone and announced Klin's victory. Damn, this fool was actually deceived by this stupid trick. I already knew that I would have handed him the math together. As soon as the Crane Immortal was not popular, he clenched his fists and said angrily. Teacher, I have something very important to tell you. At this time, Tianjin Fan suddenly came over and spoke. What's the matter? The Crane Immortal asked in an unpolite tone. I have news from my uncle. He was killed by that midnight of the Turtle Immortal stream. Tianjin clenched his fists and said with a solemn face. What? I said how come there has been no news from my brother recently? It turns out that he was by. Damn, I will definitely not let you go. The Crane Immortal looked at the midnight not far away, and there was a strong killing intent in his eyes. Chapter 50. As Klin won the game, the referee also announced the time of the next day's match, and the originally lively scene in the venue gradually became quiet, and after midnight and others celebrated Klin, the sky gradually darkened, and everyone returned to the hotel to rest. After returning to the room, several people quickly fell asleep, and after a long time, the door of the room was suddenly opened, and then a man in black quietly walked in, walking straight towards the bed at midnight, and the man in black glanced at the sleeping Midnight, and then directly pinched his neck. Syllable. Suddenly, the attack of the man in black was interrupted by a sudden hand. Tianjin Rice, why are you? Why did you come to stop me? After seeing the person coming, the man in black suppressed his voice to the lowest and asked. Teacher, this guy's life is left to me, I will clean him up in the ring. Tianjin Fan whispered. No, this person killed my brother, I must kill him today. The Crane Immortal shook his head and immediately refused. But you can't kill me. Midnight suddenly opened his eyes and said coldly. Hearing this, Tianjin Fan and Crane Immortal's faces changed greatly at the same time, and their bodies quickly retreated, while at the same time Wukong, Klin, and Yamcha were also awakened, and the three jumped and surrounded the Crane Immortal. Are you? I didn't expect you guys to be so despicable, running to sneak attack at night. Goku frowned and said a little angrily. I must avenge my brother today. The Crane Immortal frowned, said with a look of resentment, and then jumped towards the Midnight attack. Then you have to have this ability. Midnight said disdainfully, his body moved quickly like a ghost, and before the Crane Immortal landed, he directly shot it out and smashed it heavily into the wall. Well! What a speed! Tianjin Fan's face changed greatly, he wanted to stop the Crane Immortals, but he didn't expect that before he made a move, his teacher had already been defeated. But... damn, why is this kid so powerful? The Crane Immortal endured the sharp pain in his chest, cursed angrily, and then stood up with difficulty. Boy, let you try my trick. Let the horses come. Seeing that the Crane Immortals were ready to attack again, Midnight said with disdain. Bang! I saw that the Crane Immortal actually took out 2 smoke bombs from his pocket and fell straight to the ground, and for a while the whole room was full of smoke, and everyone lost their sight. Damn it, I actually let him run. After the smoke disappeared, the figure of the Crane Immortal was no longer in the room, and Yamcha's brows frowned slightly, but unfortunately said. What happened? At this time, the Turtle Immortal and Bulma and the others also ran over from the next room because they heard the movement. Teacher Wu Tian, this group of hateful guys must be afraid of losing the game to us, so they came to sneak attack in the middle of the night, but unfortunately let the Crane Immortals run. Klin clenched his fists and explained with a look of indignation. What? I didn't expect you to be so despicable. Hearing this, Bulma directly cursed. Don't talk nonsense, I won't be afraid of you, Teacher Crane Immortal just did this because this kid killed his brother, and he was angry for a while. Tianjin Fan pointed to Midnight and retorted. Humph, your teacher left you alone and ran away. And you are still talking for him, it's ridiculous. Yamcha said sarcastically. Do you think you can stop me? Tianjin Fan said with a look of disbelief, but he had no bottom in his heart, after all, the strength that Midnight had just shown had far surpassed him. Tianjin Rice, let's go. This is, Midnight suddenly spoke. You want me to go? Hearing this, Tianjin Fan couldn't help but be stunned and asked suspiciously. That's right. I didn't fall asleep just now. I saw it in my eyes the moment you stopped the Crane Immortal, I don't think you are bad. However, I have something to remind you, you and your teacher are not the same people, and other people's character corruption is not worthy of martial arts at all, and you will destroy you sooner or later by following him. Saying that, Midnight directly asked Wukong and others to make way for Tianjin Rice, and Tianjin Fan was not polite, turned around and left the room. Yamcha, your hatred I will help you repay in the competition. Then, Midnight walked to Yamcha's side and spoke. Actually, it's nothing, I forgot about it a long time ago. If it's really like you said, Tianjin Fan is not a bad person, and the matter of revenge will be settled. After all, I am not as good as others." Yamcha touched his head and said with an embarrassed smile. The next day, after eating breakfast, the others came to the venue of the world's first martial arts conference early, and the excitement in the venue did not abate at this time, and even because of Goku's opponent today, a lot of reporters and girls came. At this time, several people at midnight were chatting happily, and suddenly a group of beautiful girls ran over and surrounded them, and what made Midnight even more angry was that one of the girls actually moved on him and secretly took advantage of him. "Such a cute bald head, I've seen your game, it's really powerful. Your explosive head is so sexy, you actually have a tail, I like it so much. You are so handsome at midnight, and the fight is so powerful, this year's champion must still be you. Can you sign us and take a picture?" Seeing the three of them surrounded by so many beautiful women in the night, the turtle immortal looked envious, but the girl next to him was not willing to take care of him at all, which was not good for him to be angry, and Bulma next to him had already shown a look of wanting to kill. "Ahem! Midnight, Goku, Klin, Master is going to have a fight with you today. See if your strength has regressed." The turtle immortal coughed dryly and said to the three. "Okay, teacher, I'll come first." Seeing this, Midnight quickly opened the hand that kept eating his own tofu, and then squeezed out from the crowd and said excitedly, "Hey! Stinky boy, you can pay attention." The turtle immortal leaned into Midnight's ear and muttered softly, "Don't worry, teacher." Midnight smiled softly, compared an okay gesture, and launched an attack himself. Of course, Midnight did not use his strength, although the boxing technique looks dazzling, but as long as it is a real martial artist, you can see its flaws at a glance, but it is very ornamental, and the turtle immortal is also very manly, using his most handsome tricks to catch the attack of Midnight. Midnight is so powerful, this grandfather is also so powerful. For a time, many beautiful women with cameras and signed photos ran forward to surround the turtle immortals. And some didn't even mind the turtle immortals eating their tofu. Seeing this, the Midnight was finally relieved. Just want to say that the star-chasing woman is really terrible. Chapter 51. As the turtle immortal attracted all the beauties around, Midnight and Goku finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then the two walked out of the venue with each other, but at this time, a big car stopped in front of the two. The window slowly landed, and a fat man in a white suit appeared in front of the two, only to see him reach out and take the cigar in his mouth, and said with a smile, "This is Mr. Goku, we are the organizer, and we want to do an interview with Mr. Goku." "Interview? What is that? Is it delicious?" Goku touched his head and asked suspiciously. "It's going to start the game right away, you guys are going to do interviews now, are we fools?" Hearing this reason, Midnight couldn't help but feel a little funny. "Less nonsense!" The fat man in the suit roared directly, and then 3 or 4 madmen with weapons in their hands walked down from the car, surrounding the two of them. "It turns out that you are bad people, then I will not be polite." Goku's face froze, and then he solved the people around him with 3 strokes and 5 divisions, and saw the fat man shivering and begging for mercy in the car. Goku spared him with a soft heart, just warning him not to do bad things in the future. "All right, Goku. The game is about to start, let's go back." Hearing this, Goku nodded, and then the two walked towards the ring of the martial arts conference. Now the 4th session of the world's first martial arts conference has officially begun. "Please Puff fighter." As the referee's voice fell, Puff rolled several difficult moves in a row, and then appeared handsomely in the ring. And with his appearance, the atmosphere of the audience was suddenly raised a lot, especially the girls' screams were deafening. "That's an exaggeration." Oolong looked at the noisy environment around him and couldn't help but cover his ears. "What do you understand? Puff is a hot star recently, not only won 2 World Martial Arts Championships this year, but also looks very handsome." Bulma explained. The woman of the watery poplar flower really feels unworthy for midnight. Oolong spread his hands and said helplessly. Don't talk nonsense, I don't like him. I'm just stating the facts. Bulma couldn't help but be stunned, and quickly changed her words. Oh, women really don't have a good thing. Oolong gave him a blank look and continued to speak, in other words, where do you think he is handsome? At least more handsome than you little piggy. Bulma said with disdain. You. I'm ignoring you. Oolong clasped his hands to his chest, deeply shocked in his heart, and said a little angrily. So now, there is another player, who is also the runner-up of our last martial arts conference, the Monkey King player. Immediately afterwards, Gaku ran to the ring with a smile and said hello to everyone. Little friend, I advise you to admit defeat, because I can knock you out with one punch. Puff chuckled and said with disdain. I won't admit defeat. Gaku said with a serious look. Then you're welcome. Ha! Saying that, Puff yelled, took a standard boxing stance, and attacked Gaku fiercely. However, when his fist approached Gaku, he suddenly stopped, and then chuckled and asked, why don't you hide? I still feel that my fist is too fast to dodge. Because your fist doesn't look strong. Gaku replied with a sincere look. What? Do you know what you say again? In that case, let you take a good look. Hearing Goku's words, Puff couldn't help but feel a little funny, and then his body stepped back a few meters, unleashed a series of handsome martial arts moves, and then knocked down the wall next to him with a blow. Do you see my strength now? I only need 30 seconds to beat you. Puff said with an arrogant look, and then slammed a punch towards Gaku. Midnight said, strong will not move, but I will. Gaku chuckled, his body sideways to avoid the opponent's attack, and then a series of fast punches hit him. Puff ate pain, and the whole person collapsed directly to the ground and fainted. Monkey King player wins. As the referee's voice fell, many girls in the ring were a little sad, but there were also many people cheering for Gaku, among which the voice of Oolong was particularly prominent. Fantastic, Gaku, good. What? It turned out that the puff was an embroidered pillow, but fortunately he was not powdered in the first place. Bulma said with a dull expression. Idiot woman, it's useless to be big-chested. I don't know why Midnight fancy you. Oolong gave her a blank look and said with some disgust. You shut up for me. If you dare to chew the root of your tongue in front of Midnight, I will not let you go. Bulma immediately yelled at Oolong. What a surprise, I didn't expect that Gaku player actually knocked out the Puff players so easily. Then the next will be the semi-finals, and there will be a Midnight player and Klin player to enter. Time flies so fast, it's my turn to play again, and the opponent is still Midnight. Klin looked at the knight and couldn't help but feel the urge to give up the game. Bang! Suddenly, Klin's head was hit by something, and just when he was about to get angry, he saw that the person who hit him was actually a turtle immortal. Stinky boy, what are you thinking about? You have to remember that martial arts is never about beating others and surpassing yourself. The turtle fairy reprimanded Kling's face. I see. Hearing the words of the turtle immortal, Klin instantly realized and rekindled his fighting spirit. That's right, Teacher Wushin. How did you get in? I remember it seemed like only people who participated in the competition could come in, right? Klin asked suddenly. It doesn't matter, the game is about to start, so hurry up. The turtle immortal touched his head and said with some embarrassment. Subsequently, Midnight and Klin walked to the ring at the same time, and Oolong and the others couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when they saw this scene, and they didn't know who to applaud for. Klin, do everything you can to strike at me. Let me see your growth over the years, rest assured that I will not use my full strength. Midnight looked at the hesitant Klin in front of him and said lightly. Okay, then I'm welcome. Ha! Klin burst into a roar, his body turned into an afterimage, and he attacked Midnight with all his strength, although Klin's movements were nothing in the eyes of Midnight, but in order not to undermine his self-confidence, he still tried to suppress his strength and fought fiercely with the other party. To explain here, I know that everyone has some different views on combat effectiveness, but these are also set by Xiaobai after looking up on Baidu, so please include more. Chapter 52. Klin, have you improved a lot? Midnight said with a flat face. But it's still a lot worse than you. I've tried my best, and I still can't touch you. Klin responded breathlessly. It's time for the game to end. Saying that, he disappeared into the ring in a flash at midnight, and the faces of everyone in the audience couldn't help but become surprised, even Tianjin Rice was no exception. Bang! In the next second, the figure of Midnight suddenly appeared, and a punch hit Klin's chest, and Klin was directly knocked out by him and fell to the sidelines. The field. Off the field, the Midnight contestants win the game. They. Referee's voice sounded again, and the Midnight match also ushered in the end, and then there was a strong duel between Gaku and Tianjin Fan. Welcome to the second match of the semifinals of the world's first martial arts conference. There are Tianjin Rice players and Sun Wukong players invited to enter. Both of them are famous divisions. Who can win the competition? Let's wait and see. Now the competition officially begins. The referee explained with emotion. As the referee's voice fell, Wukong no longer hesitated, quickly ran towards Tianjin Rice, and then stepped hard with his footsteps, directly attacking Tianjin Feng. Bang! Seeing this, Tianjin Fan was not to be outdone, quickly stretched out his arm to block Goku's attack, and then kicked out quickly, but was entangled by Goku's tail, and after spinning a few times, Goku directly kicked it out. Looking at Tianjin Rice flying in mid-air, Wukong's body jumped up, but Tianjin Fan showed a successful look at this time, and directly shot a whole wave towards Wukong, who flew up. Rumble! The hit Goku shot down directly from mid-air and fell heavily on the ring, leaving a big hole in the ground. In the next second, Wukong jumped out directly from the big pit, and rushed over again with great momentum, but at the moment when he was about to approach Tianjin Rice, Wukong directly began to move at high speed, and his figure instantly disappeared into the ring. Here! Bang! Tianjin Fan's three eyes turned quickly, and soon found Wukong's figure, and then waved his palm vigorously, directly knocking Wukong out. Kid's trick! Ha! Immediately afterwards, Tianjin Fan did not intend to give Goku a chance to react, and directly and quickly rushed up, punching and kicking Wukong madly, and the speed was even faster than the machine gun. Just when everyone thought that Tianjin Rice was in hand, Wukong suddenly sneered, and Tianjin Fan couldn't help but be startled, and quickly retreated several meters away. Nanny! Tianjin Rice's face changed, and I saw Wukong suddenly stand up casually, and said with an excited face, "You are really strong. So that I can rest assured. Finally, you can use your maximum strength." Hehe, less big talk. You have just used your maximum strength. Tianjin Fan sneered and said. That's right. But that's the power of the game, and then there's the power of the fight. Out of the middle of the night, you are the first person who wants me to use my full strength. Saying that, Goku's body rushed over like a ghost, and Tianjin Rice, who did not react, was fiercely attacked by Goku on his body. Think. I can't imagine that there are still guys like you in the world, and my blood is already boiling. Tianjin Fan gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain in his body and stood up. And said with an excited face. Such a tough man, I like it. The voice of the blonde Lankai suddenly sounded, Bulma and the others couldn't help but be stunned, and they all cast strange eyes. The implication was that the sisters' taste was quite unique, and the play was quite perverted. But I must win this game. Tianjin Fan continued to say coldly. You dream. Goku replied when he saw it. Now I'm going to start using my full strength. Saying that, the bodies of the two fought together again, every touch of the two came with a burst of explosions. Fists and feet had a lightning and thunderous speed, which has exceeded the degree that meatballs can observe, and the two are evenly matched, presenting a wonderful fighting picture. The battle between the two continued, and the figure suddenly turned into 7 paths, encircling the Tianjin rice balls. It's just an afterimage fist, and you want to lie to me? On top. Tianjin Rice's eyes turned crazy, and suddenly he burst into drink, looked directly at the sky, and then punched out, but even the figure of Wukong in the air actually became illusory. You guessed wrong. Wukong appeared behind Tianjin Rice, grimaced at the other party, and directly waved his fist to attack. Who knew that Tianjin Fan's figure also became illusory? You're fooled. Tianjin Rice suddenly appeared above Wukong, with a smug smile on his face, and then smashed his fists fiercely. Who thought that Wukong's figure actually became illusory? Ha! In the next second, Wukong's figure actually appeared again, and then a heavy blow flew out of Tianjin Rice, and at the same time, Wukong's illusory figure all disappeared. It's wonderful. This virtual battle is really dazzling. I don't know if the Tianjin Rice player can still stand up after eating a heavy punch from the Monkey King. The referee held the microphone and explained excitedly. But... damn it! Tianjin Fan endured the pain, stood up, and then put his hands on his temples, and roared loudly. Sun Fist! In the next second, the dazzling light burst out like a flash bomb, and the sudden light made Goku's eyes unable to open at all. Bang! Immediately afterwards, Goku took a heavy punch, and his body was directly knocked out. It hurts. The eyes hurt. As the light disappeared, Goku rubbed his eyes and stood up again. Nanny! You can actually stand up. How can this kid's body be the same as an iron strike? Tianjin Fan's face changed drastically, and he muttered in a low voice. Really? It's so powerful. The Tianjin Rice player actually directly released a powerful move, and our Monkey King player can actually stand up casually after receiving a heavy punch. Both of them are worthy of being famous, and who will win this game lose, let's wait and see. The referee picked up the microphone in his hand and explained with an excited face. It's really strange, how can that referee have nothing to do? Clin rubbed his eyes and asked with a curious look. Because he's wearing sunglasses just like me. The Turtle Immortal explained. Sun Wukong, I admit that you are very strong, but next, I want to be serious. Tianjin Fan said with a serious face. Let the horses come. Chapter 53. Ha! The two shouted at the same time, and their bodies quickly rushed towards each other. Dumpling, fix him. The Crane Immortal whispered to the dumplings beside him. Bang! At the same time, Goku's body suddenly stopped, and Tianjin Fan also took this opportunity to directly blast Goku out with a punch. But... abominable, how despicable! Goku stood up with severe pain and said a little angrily. Nanny! You actually call me mean? Can't beat it, just play lap? Give me death! Hearing Wukong's words, Tianjin couldn't help but be stunned, and then became angry again. Wukong was not to be outdone, his eyes froze, and he attacked Tianjin Rice again. Bang! However, at the critical moment of the fight between the two, Goku's body was once again resisted by the special function of dumplings, and he was hit head-on by Tianjin Rice and fell heavily on the ring. What's going on? How could Goku show such a big flaw? Clin frowned and asked suspiciously. Damn, I actually used such despicable means all the time. Goku stood up in severe pain and cursed angrily. What more nonsense are you talking about? Tianjin Fan asked with a solemn face. You're less garlic. Goku said with a look of resentment. Could it be? Dumplings, is it you? Tianjin Fan turned around, glared at the dumplings fiercely, and directly questioned with the secret technique. Master! Discovered by Tianjin Rice. What are we going to do? Dumpling asked with a flustered look. Tianjin Rice, hurry up and throw this kid down for me, and then go and kill that kid named Midnight to avenge your uncle. The Crane Immortal ordered. I'm sorry teacher, I can't promise you, I want to have a fair fight with him. Tianjin Fan lowered his head and refused. What do you say? Hello, disobedience to the master's order. The Crane Immortal asked with a look of resentment. Dumpling, unlock the spell for me. Tianjin Fan did not pay any more attention to the Crane Immortals, but said to the dumplings. Hearing this, Dumpling directly unlocked Goku's body-fixing technique, and Goku finally stood up freely. Tianjin Rice, do you dare to disobey the master's order? The Crane Immortal said to Tianjin Rice with a gloomy face. I just want to defeat him with my own strength, not with this kind of inferior trick, so please don't interfere anymore. Tianjin Fan lowered his head and said pleadingly. I order you to kill him now, the Crane Immortal scolded sharply. I'm sorry teacher, I can't promise you. Tianjin Fan shook his head and refused. What do you say? Don't forget who gave it to you, you dare to betray me, I will kill you. The Crane Immortal immediately became furious, turned to the Dumpling and said, Dumpling, resist him for me. No. No, I can't hurt Tianjin Rice. Dumpling shook his head and said with a worried face. What do you say? Even you dare to betray me? Give me death. Hearing this, the Crane Immortal's face became even more ugly, and the room was ready to kill the dumplings. Get out of the way. Ha! Suddenly, with the burst of the Turtle Immortal, he directly hit a Turtle Faction Qigong to knock the Crane Immortal out. Now that there are no more people in the way, the game can continue. The Turtle Immortal said in a deep voice. I don't know what happened, but the game continues. After the referee reacted, he continued to speak. Although I betrayed the division, but I don't know why, there is an unprecedented ease. Now there is no grudge between Crane Immortal Flow and Turtle Immortal Flow, my only goal is to hit you. Tianjin Rice said with a serious face. Now you look a bit like a good person. It's also true that Midnight is right, you may really be our friend in the future. Goku also had a long-lost smile on his face and spoke. Ha! As the two burst into laughter, they fought together again, but at the critical moment when the two clashed, Tianjin suddenly stopped the action in his hand, leaving his own flaws to Wukong, who suddenly couldn't contain his hand, and directly hit the heart of Tianjin Rice, knocking it to the ground. You! Why not hands? Why don't you fight me seriously? Goku stopped and questioned. So we have the same degree on our hands. Next, it's the game I want. Tianjin Fan said with a serious face. You guy! Goku's face froze, and he couldn't help but admire the Tianjin Rice in front of him. On the other hand, after the Crane Immortal was beaten away by the Turtle Immortal's Turtle Faction Qigong, Midnight quietly left the venue of the world's first martial arts conference alone and galloped towards the direction where the Crane Immortal was. After flying for nearly 10 minutes or so, I came to a towering cliff at midnight, and I saw the Crane Immortal being hung on a branch below the cliff at this time. Stinky boy, how are you? The Crane Immortal performed the air dance technique, endured the severe pain in his body, and after coming to the cliff, he found the figure of Midnight, and immediately said angrily. Aren't you trying to kill me? Now I'm right in front of you, you do it. Midnight said with a flat face. Abominable. I want you to pay for my brother's life. Go and die. Dong Dongbo. The Crane Immortal drank violently, and then gathered the strength of his whole body to the heart of his fingers, and hit Midnight's body firmly. How? How? Possible. The face of the Crane Immortal suddenly changed drastically, and he saw that there was no damage at all after Midnight was hit by his full force. Show you mine, Dong Dongbo. Midnight stretched out his finger, and with a slight click, the golden energy directly penetrated the chest of the Crane Immortal, and his body also fell under the cliff. Looking at the crane immortal who died in front of him, Midnight did not make any nostalgia, and directly turned around and flew back to the scene of the world's first martial arts conference. In the ring of the world's first martial arts conference, two strange figures collided with each other, and the collision of fists and feet was like a thunderous bombing sound, and all the audience's eyes were attracted by this wonderful picture. "Where did you just go at midnight?" Seeing Midnight, Clint asked curiously. "Go to the toilet." Midnight responded with a smile. "You really missed a wonderful scene just now. That Tianjin branch actually grew 2 hands, and Gaku was even more powerful, directly defeating it with 8 hands." Clint told the wonderful fight scene just now for Midnight. "Sun Wukong, I admit that you are very strong. Next I will use my trick. If you don't want to die, quickly dodge." Hearing Tianjin Rice's words, everyone's faces changed, and the dumplings roared directly. "Is it a Qigong cannon? Stop Tianjin Rice, you will die like this." Chapter 54. Don't worry, as long as you don't use your full strength, you won't die. After Tianjin Rice comforted the dumplings, his body slowly left the ground and came to the sky, looking down at Gaku in the ring. "Let's take it. Monkey King." Tianjin Rice still mobilized the power in his body, gathered all of them in his hands, and saw a faint light emitting from his palms. "Qigong Cannon!" Tianjin Rice roared, and a wave of light with a strong aura shot out from his hand, and suddenly burst into a dazzling light, making everyone can't help but open their eyes. Rumble! As the Qigong cannon fell with a bang, the ground echoed with a violent explosion, and as the dazzling light dissipated, everyone's sight was restored, only to see that the ring at this time had long disappeared, and Wukong's figure did not know where to go. Enlightenment! Gaku won't be killed by this trick, Clint said with a look of horror. "Damn, I didn't expect the crane immortals to even teach such a cruel trick," the turtle fairy said with a serious face. "Gaku is not dead yet." Above. Heard Midnight's words, several people suddenly raised their heads, and saw that hundreds of meters in the air, Wukong's figure slowly fell. "I actually jumped so high in an instant, how did this kid do it?" the turtle immortal said with a surprised look. "Oops, this game is Gaku who lost." The turtle immortal suddenly changed his face and said. 4. Why? Clint asked with a puzzled look. Now that the ring has disappeared, and Gaku is flying in the sky again, as soon as he lands on the ground, the match will be over. The turtle fairy explained with a solemn face. Just as the two were talking, a white pillar of light fell from the sky, and I saw Wukong use the impact of Turtle Pai Qigong to slam into Tianjin Rice. Tianjin Fan, who had lost his strength because of the use of Qigong cannons, at this moment, after Wukong's impact, the dance technique could no longer be maintained, and the two slowly fell from the sky. Bang! This time the game did not appear as the original car hit Gaku, because of Newton. Tianjin Rice, whose body was already larger than Gaku, landed first, and this game Wukong also won. Seeing this, everyone quickly ran to the side of the two, and Midnight took out a fairy bean directly from his pocket and fed it to Goku's mouth, and soon Gaku recovered full of vitality. And at this time, the dumplings also quickly ran to the side of Tianjin Rice, and when he saw this, he also threw a fairy bean to it in the evening, and the dumpling glanced at the recovered Wukong, and then quickly learned to feed the fairy beans to Tianjin Rice into his mouth, and the Tianjin Rice that was almost dead was instantly resurrected with blood. Tianjin Rice, who woke up, told the story of the game through dumplings, and also understood that he had lost the game, but at this time he was not unhappy, because he met an opponent worthy of his fight. Midnight, why are you saving me? Aren't we enemies? Tianjin Fan walked to the side of Midnight and the others and asked suspiciously. I've never considered you an enemy. Midnight chuckled and responded. Heard this, Tianjin Fan couldn't help but be stunned, and then a trace of desolation crossed his face. At this moment, he was considered to have betrayed the division, and he hadn't figured out where to go in the future. The turtle immortal seemed to see the other party's thoughts at this moment. So he walked in front of him and said persuasively, "Anyway, you can't go back to the crane fairy flow, it's better to join me the turtle fairy flow, although you have done a lot of bad things, but you are lost. What's more, we can see that you are dedicated to martial arts, and the crane immortals are not the same people at all." After a series of conversations, Tianjin Fan still refused to worship the turtle immortal stream, no matter how everyone did not work. Fortunately, the last few people can be regarded as reconciliation, although they can't be brothers of the same sect, but at least they have become friends. Ahem. At this moment, the referee who was ignored by everyone cleared his throat, then picked up the microphone in his hand and spoke, "Thank you two players for this wonderful match, and congratulations to the Monkey King player for entering the final. I really didn't expect that this year's competition turned out to be the same as the previous one, and it was still Wu Tian's two strong disciples to compete for the championship and runner-up, so who is the champion this time? Let's wait and see." Due to the destruction of the ring, this match will be postponed until the next afternoon, and we will see you tomorrow, everyone. As the referee's voice fell, the audience in the venue also left, and at this moment only Midnight and Gaku and the others who were still celebrating in place. Later, Tianjin Fan walked in front of Yamcha, lowered his head and said with an apologetic face, "I'm sorry, what I did during the competition was very excessive, please don't take it to heart. It's okay. I have long forgotten about this matter, and I am convinced to be defeated by such a strong opponent as you. In fact, Teacher Wu Tian is right, you can join us now." Yamcha smiled and said without care, "That's right. You are such a wild man, the old lady likes it." At this time, the blonde Lankai suddenly spoke. Everyone couldn't help but show surprised eyes. "These are your kindness. But I want to travel the world with dumplings now, so I won't bother." Tianjin Fan said lightly. "Everyone must be hungry, today I will treat you, everyone eat casually." Midnight suddenly spoke. "Good." Hearing the meal, Gaku exclaimed with great excitement. "You won't be going to invite everyone to the buffet again?" A photo of Gaku has been posted at the door of the nearby cafeteria, forbidding us to enter. Bulma put her hand on Midnight's shoulder without hesitation and said with a smile. "Ha ha ha." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. The next day, the afternoon competition had only started in the early morning. But now the venue of the world's first martial arts conference was already overcrowded, and many spectators came to occupy seats overnight, and even more so they directly hugged the staff to build his ring, just to quickly watch the wonderful final. As time passed little by little, the final of the world's first martial arts conference finally ushered in the opening, and the somewhat haggard audience who were originally tortured by time instantly boiled with blood in the stadium after hearing the referee's voice. "Good afternoon, everyone, welcome to the final championship competition of the world's first martial arts conference. I believe everyone is no stranger to the next two players. They are the disciples of the turtle immortal Flow, and the two masters of the martial arts god Wuxian teacher. Let's welcome them with warm applause." As the referee's voice fell, the blood in the stadium suddenly boiled, and the applause and shouts were deafening and endless. Chapter 55. Midnight, I can finally fight you. Gaku clenched his fists and said with a look of excitement. "I won't show mercy to my subordinates." Midnight touched his nose and responded. Boom! With the sound of the gong, it was also announced that the final of the world's first martial arts conference was the beginning, and everyone in the audience couldn't help but lift their spirits, instantly boiling, waiting for the next wonderful scene. Sun Wukong's gaze was solemn and he put on his own unique fighting posture, while Midnight was in a state of indifference, showing great ease. With a gust of wind blowing, Goku's figure instantly disappeared in place, the fist in his hand attacked towards Midnight like a storm, and Midnight was not to be outdone and fought with it. The figures of the two completely disappeared in the ring, and everyone heard the roar of fists and feet from the ring, and cracks were shattered on their ground, but they couldn't see the slightest figure. Well, it's so fast, I can't see their movements at all. Clin rubbed his eyes and said in surprise. Have these two brats grown to this point? Even I can't see clearly? The turtle immortal's face changed drastically, and he said in shock. That's awesome. Sun Wukong's strength is much more powerful than yesterday. Tianjin Fan looked at the speed of the two, and his face couldn't help but show a surprised expression. Bang! With the sound of a violent fist and foot collision, the figures of the two gradually separated by 5 or 6 meters. Wukong's face could not help dripping sweat, constantly panting. It was obvious that the fight just now consumed a lot of his physical strength. On the other hand, the night was a light and breezy look, and it didn't seem to use much effort. Midnight, you are really good. I've tried my best and still can't touch you. Gaku took a fighting stance again and said in surprise. How, Gaku, are you planning to admit defeat? Midnight said with a chuckle. It's impossible for me to throw in the towel. Ha! In the next second, Goku's figure moved again, attacking towards Midnight like lightning, and all the power in his body was condensed in his hands. Bang! The two punches collided, and Gaku was shocked back several meters away by this blow, and fell off the ring by only 1 step, while Midnight still did not use his full strength. Come on, Midnight! Midnight is so powerful, even Gaku is not his opponent. Bulma in the audience said with a look of excitement. Cut, so you're the same Gaku loser? Oolong saw the timing and asked rhetorically. Of course, I hope my boyfriend wins. Why, do you want to lose at midnight? Bulma asked imposingly. People haven't agreed to be your girlfriend yet. Oolong pouted and said. Bang! I want you to take care of it. Bulma punched Oolong's head directly and said angrily. Above the ring, the battle between Gaku and Midnight continued, and at this time, Gaku was a little embarrassed after competing with Midnight for Turtle Kigong, and the martial arts uniform on his body was also torn, leaving a lot of scars on his body. Gaku, it's time for the game to end. Let you try my new trick. Midnight looked at the panting Gaku and said softly. Midnight took a deep breath, slowly raised his hands, and then the energy in his body began to gather in his palms, emitting a faint grey light, and soon his palms formed a tornado-like vortex, and many tiny blades were spread inside it. Vortex air knife. After Midnight said lightly, the vortex of the two tornadoes began to grow to the appearance of 3 or 4 U. The two forces intertwined with each other, making a clanging sound. The wind was raging, and the momentum was surging towards Gaku. Looking at the pressing whirlpool, Goku's face changed greatly. He could clearly feel the power contained in it, and then the short figure half squatted down, his hands crossed around his waist, and quickly gathered all the remaining strength in his body. Turtle Pai Chi Gong. In the next second, a deep white light bloomed, and an energy shock wave shot out at the interlacing of Wukong's palms, and the majestic power was like a fierce dragon, overwhelming attack. The powerful momentum of the two made everyone present stunned, and with the explosion of the power of the two, the entire ring was rumbling and began to tremble violently. Rumble! The two forces collided together in an instant, but what everyone didn't expect was that when the white shockwave came into contact with the two dragon wines, its energy was instantly shattered and instantly engulfed. This! What is this? Even the Turtle School Kigong can't be broken. Clin said with a shocked look. The lethality of this trick is so terrifying. What has Midnight experienced in recent years to create such an amazing trick? The Turtle Fairy said with a solemn face. Gaku, quickly dodge. With your current strength you can't stop it, you will be smashed to pieces. When the Turtle Immortal saw Gaku, who was still ready to fight desperately, his face instantly changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted. Ha! However, Gaku ignored the words of the Turtle Immortal, gently raised his hands to block his face, and used the power of his whole body to form a wall of energy chi around his body. Rumble! In an instant, the two energies collided together, and Goku's defenses were instantly disintegrated, and the clothes on his body were disturbed in the blink of an eye. Ah! As Goku's painful screams sounded, the bloody wounds cut by the air knife could be clearly seen on his body, and Senbei was shocking. Goku, you quickly admit defeat. Klin's eyes instantly moistened, and he immediately roared. I will never throw in the towel. You are not allowed to stop at midnight. Goku roared, his face showed a hideous look. At this time the surface of his body had been stirred up and festered, and it was extremely painful to see this scene at midnight, and when he was about to stop, he was stopped by Goku's scream. Looking at Goku, who was still experiencing life and death torture in the two whirlpools, Midnight quickly took out a fairy bean from his pocket for backup, although he didn't use his full strength, but it was not something that Goku could easily resist now. Ha! Yes! Goku suddenly burst out in pain, and a white light burst out from his body, and Midnight knew very well that this was the last trace of power in Goku's body, and he also used this power to scatter Midnight's vortex air knife. I did it! Goku gritted his teeth, and after saying a difficult word, the whole person fell directly. At this time, Goku's body could no longer see a complete piece of skin, and the whole body was blurred with blood and flesh, and some timid spectators had even been frightened and fainted. Seeing this scene, before the referee could start counting down, Midnight jumped over, crushed the fairy beans in his hand, and fed them directly into Goku's mouth. Chapter 56. The powder of the fairy bean entered the body along Goku's throat, and Goku, who had lost his vitality and was about to die, was instantly resurrected with blood, and in an instant, Goku's body seemed to erupt with a strong momentum, almost the same as him before. Seeing this scene, Midnight touched his chin, and seemed to remember something. Goku suddenly opened his eyes, found that his body had healed, jumped up excitedly, and then smiled at Midnight. Midnight didn't expect you to be so powerful, and I lost this game again. But one day, I will definitely surpass you. Goku clenched his fists and said again. Don't worry, there will be this opportunity. I said I would practice with you after this competition, just like we did in the mountains. Midnight smiled softly, then stretched out his palm towards Goku and said. Good. Goku held Midnight's hand tightly and nodded. Really? It was wonderful, thanks to the Monkey King player taking medication. Congratulations to the Midnight player for winning the match. This world's first martial arts conference will end today. Thank you all for coming, we will see you in 3 years. As the referee's voice fell, the 22nd Budo conference was also over, and Midnight won the match again, and the audience cheered again. This year's match can be described as an unforgettable one. The whole audience is shouting the names of Midnight and Goku. As the sun set, dusk ushered in the sky, and under the light of dusk, the people in the venue dispersed, and Goku and the others also packed their bags and gathered at the door of the martial arts conference. This year's martial arts conference is finally over, and you are all doing well. Everyone in the Turtle Immortal praised without hesitation, and couldn't help but leave tears of relief under his black sunglasses, because he saw the growth of his disciples and the hope of future Earth martial artists. Goku, can you please stop walking around here naked? I'll give you my clothes. Klin looked at Goku, who didn't know what shyness meant at all, and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed for him, so he took off the martial arts uniform on his body and handed it to Goku, and he changed into the suit that Lan Chi gave him. Hey! At this time, after Bulma said hello to a few people, she walked over together with Oolong and the others. Since everyone has arrived, I will invite you to dinner today. Midnight touched his nose and said with a smile. I'll invite you for this meal, just for the two of you. The Turtle Immortal suddenly spoke to Midnight and Goku. Out of the master. Hearing this, Midnight and Goku couldn't help but be stunned, and after looking at each other, they asked in unison. That's right. Now that the strength of the two of you has surpassed me, I am no longer qualified to be your teacher, and you will be a teacher from today. The Turtle Immortal said lightly. Teacher Wushin, don't say that, one day as a teacher, and a lifetime as a father. No matter what level of strength I have, you will always be our teacher. Midnight quickly bowed deeply and said. And Wukong, who was still a little unknown next to him, was directly pressed down by Midnight, watching the two excellent disciples salute themselves, and the turtle immortal's eyes couldn't help but moisten. Well, so happy today. Let's go eat first. Bulma suddenly interrupted a few people with a smile. Good. Everyone raised their hands in agreement, and at this moment his heart was surging. He seemed to have integrated into this big family, and he secretly vowed in his heart that he would do his best to protect all this. Oops! Grandpa's Dragon Balls and Ruyi Golden Hoop Rod were placed at the venue and forgot to take them back. As soon as he walked into the door of the restaurant, Goku suddenly paused and spoke. Goku, you're still so frizzy, I'll help you get it back. Klin was just about to speak, but was preemptively said by Midnight. Let me go, you guys just finished the game, you must be very tired. Klin said to the two. I'll go anyway. I'm fast, you guys eat first, I'll be back soon. Saying that, without waiting for a few people to agree, Midnight quickly ran towards the venue of the world's first martial arts conference. Demon! Yokai! Help! As soon as I reached the gate of the venue, there was a heart-rending scream inside, and I quickly ran in after hearing the sound at Midnight. Give me the list of personnel for this competition, or I will kill you. I saw that a monster with green and wings in the venue was pinching the referee's neck, squirming his sausage mouth to force the whereabouts of the list of contestants, and holding Goku's 4-planet Dragon Balls in his hands. Dong Dongbo! Hey! As a golden energy wave passed through the green monster's arm, I saw that after it screamed in pain, the arm was directly broken into two, and the slimy liquid flowed into the ground. Mr. Midnight, save me! The rescued referee ran over with a terrified face and hid behind the knight. But... damn it! Where is the human kid, who actually dares to sneak up on Uncle Ben and give me death? The green monster endured the sharp pain coming from his arm and roared. Saying that, the green monster flapped its wings into the air, and then jumped into some pairs to launch an attack, but what he didn't expect was that his all-out blow actually missed and was easily dodged by the other party. Nope! Impossible, how can you dodge my attack? The green monster said with a horrified face. Syllable. Midnight gently raised his hand, and then slapped it over, and the green monster flew out like a leather ball and smashed heavily on the wall. Nope! It's impossible, the number 1 master under my great demon king of Vic will actually lose at the hands of the human brat, this is absolutely impossible. Give me death! The green monster's face became hideous, and then he opened his sausage mouth, and golden energy light waves condensed in his mouth. Brush! In the next second, Midnight's figure moved like a ghost, and in the blink of an eye, he came to the side of the monster, and then quickly stretched out his palm to block the other party's mouth. Bang! With the sound of a violent explosion, the monster's upper body was blurred by the blood and flesh exploded by its own energy, and then a heavy punch at Midnight directly knocked it out. After receiving such an attack of this magnitude, even if the monster's body was strong, it finally couldn't support it, and after taking 2 steps, he plopped down. Midnight slowly stepped forward and took Goku's 4 planets from the monster's hands, and sprinkled a large stack of paper with magic words on his waist. Midnight! Suddenly, Goku's voice sounded, and Midnight turned around in amazement. Chapter 57. Midnight suddenly turned around, only to see Goku running in with a worried face, and then the turtle immortals and others also followed, and when they saw the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but be startled. What's going on? The turtle immortal asked with a surprised look. Just now, this yokai suddenly broke in to grab the list of contestants, and this strange bead, fortunately, Mr. Midnight rushed over and killed this yokai. The referee's frightened expression was slightly relieved and he explained to several people. Yokai? What's that? Suddenly, the turtle immortal's gaze suddenly froze, and he quickly walked to the monster's corpse and picked up the paper with magic words that fell on the ground. This is it? This? How can it be? They. Turtle Immortal looked at the magic words on the paper, and a terrified expression appeared on his face. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Do you know this thing? Gaku asked suspiciously. This is the coat of arms of the Vic Great Devil. They. Turtle Immortal nodded and said in horror. Vic the Great Devil? What is that? It sounds like a strong look. Gaku asked lightly. I seem to have heard this name. It was a great demon king who appeared a long time ago, and his strength turned the entire world into hell. Tianjin Fan said with a solemn face. That's right. The great demon king of Vic is so powerful that he is almost wiped out of all humans, when my master Wu Taido led us to resist, but he was never his opponent. After that incident, he knew how small justice was in the face of absolute power, so he embarked on an evil path from then on. A terrified expression appeared on the face of the Turtle Immortal, and his face became extremely solemn, recalling the dark past. And what about later? Bulma asked curiously. Later, teacher Wu Taido left alone, saying that he wanted to create a martial art to defeat the great demon king of Bike, and although he successfully sealed the great demon king of Vic in the rice cooker, teacher Wu Taido also fell. Hearing the words of the Turtle Immortal, everyone couldn't help but have a look of horror on their faces. So, that great demon king has already broken free of the seal and run out? Bulma asked as she grabbed Midnight's arm in fear. Sounds terrible. Oolong also unconsciously hid behind Midnight, muttering with a terrified face. Someone must have released it. It is impossible for him to break free from the seal of teacher Wu Taido. The Turtle Fairy said with a resolute face. Could it be? Could it be that it was the Crane Immortal Master who released him? Tianjin Fan frowned, and said in a solemn tone. It's impossible, he is also afraid of that past, and he will never do such a thing. The Turtle Immortal shook his head and said with a firm face. Hearing the conversation of several people, Goku's face did not have the slightest fear, but revealed a trace of excitement, and he couldn't resist the excitement in his heart and said, I really want to compete with that guy. There will be a chance, Goku. I killed his men, I believe it won't be long before he comes to the door, and then we will repair him properly and let him be our babysitter. Midnight teased uneasily. Hearing this, the Turtle Immortal's face changed drastically, and he reprimanded Midnight and Gaku, you two brats who don't know the height of the sky. The horror of the great demon king of Vic is not something you can imagine. Teacher, the reason why you are afraid of him is because he left too much shadow on your era back then, maybe he is not as terrible as you think. Midnight spread his hands and said. You can't even imagine the horror of the Vic Great Devil. He's not safe here now, we have to leave quickly. On the other side, inside a slowly moving flying machine, a huge monster is sitting on the giant chair in the center of the aircraft. Its appearance is strange and wrinkled, there are two tentacles on the top of the head, the turquoise skin is wearing a dark blue robe with the magic word, and a pink scarf is wrapped around the neck. This person is the Vic Great Demon King who makes the Turtle Immortals fear. Are you saying that if you collect 7 Dragon Balls, you can grant any wish? The Great Demon King Vic looked down at the Piraf trio below and made a sound of vicissitudes. Yes, that's right. As long as you get 7 Dragon Balls, you can grant any wish, even unifying the whole world. Piraf poked his palm and said with a fawning look. Dominating the world is easy for me, I want a life that will never grow old. Vic Great Demon King said with a look of excitement. Ah! Suddenly, the Great Demon King Vic shouted with a headache, and this scene frightened the Piraf trio into holding their heads. Vic the Great! What's wrong with you? The military master standing beside the Great Demon King Vic asked with a worried look when he saw this. Dead, Dan Balin was actually killed, what monster is there on this ground? The Vic Great Demon King burned this anger in his eyes and said angrily. What? Dan Balin, he actually? Said the demon race military master with an incredulous look. Damn, you actually dare to kill my child. You listen to me, immediately go to the place where Dan Balin was killed, this great demon king will personally strike. With anger on his face, the Vic great demon ordered to Pirav beside him. Yes. The Pirav trio said in unison, and then quickly ran to the cockpit position. In the venue of the world's first martial arts conference. Did you two hear my words clearly? The Vic great demon king will come here soon, we must leave here immediately. The turtle immortal yelled at Gaku and Midnight with a solemn face. Yes, Midnight, that Vic great demon king sounds terrifying, let's hide first. Bulma also tugged on Z's sleeve and said in fear. Believe me, I have absolute strength to defeat him. Midnight patted Bulma's palm and said with a confident look. Let's get out of here now, this is an order for the division. The turtle immortal was also so angry with the two that he was a little speechless. But, Grandpa, I really want to fight that guy. Gaku clenched his fists and said with some excitement. Yes, Teacher Wushin, didn't you also say that no matter what happens, you can only become a real strong person by facing it bravely? Midnight nodded and said in approval. This. I knew I wouldn't have taught you that in the first place. Dan Balin Combat Power, 160. Sun Wukong Combat Power, 180 now 210 Note, much stronger than the original Dan Balin after being crippled and restored. Vic Great Demon King Combat Power, 230. Midnight Combat Power, 420. Chapter 58. What's that? Just as the turtle immortal reprimanded the two, Bulma's voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears, and when he heard the prestige, he saw that a huge flying machine appeared in the sky, and the flying machine was inlaid with the exact same magic words as the turtle immortal's hand. Could it be? That is. They. Turtle Fairy's face suddenly became ugly, and he was a little speechless in horror. Finally here. Midnight looked calm and said gently. What's coming? Vic the Great Devil? Can you really beat him at midnight? Our lives are in your hands. Gaku curled up behind Midnight and muttered nervously. Is that the great demon of Bike? I feel that my body is already boiling, can you let me strike first? Gaku looked at Midnight and said with a look of excitement. Did you two listen to me? Now you hurry up, I'll stop him. You are still young, and the future martial arts will be handed over to you. They. Turtle Immortal's face became extremely serious, and he said in a deep voice. Teacher, don't worry. Your disciples have grown to the point where they can protect everyone. Believe me. Midnight said seriously. That's right. Grandpa, we can definitely defeat that big devil. Gaku said in agreement. Hey, two little guys who don't know what to call it. The turtle immortal sighed, shook his head helplessly and said. Brush. At this moment, the door of the flying machine in the sky was slowly opened, and two figures descended from the sky and appeared in front of Midnight and the others. Then. Vic the Great Devil. After seeing the person coming, the turtle immortal shouted in horror. Oh! I didn't expect that after so many years, there would still be people who remember this demon king. Bike's voice was slightly low, mixed with a sense of vicissitudes, plus his appearance showed old age, and there was not much fear from everyone. Is he the great demon of Bike? It doesn't look very powerful. Klin leaned over to Midnight's side and whispered. But Vic underestimated Bike's hearing, even if his voice was small, it could not escape his eyes and ears. I saw that the corner of the great demon king Vic suddenly hung a sneer, his eyes gradually became gloomy, and his whole body exuded a creepy murderous aura, and the icy breath made Klin cool behind him, and he was even a little breathless, so frightened that he almost stumbled to the ground. Who are you who killed my child, Dan Balin? Stand up for me. Otherwise, they all have to die. The icy gaze of the Vic Great Demon King glanced at several people, and a voice with a sense of vicissitudes and anger sounded. Hearing the other party's words, the turtle immortal was just about to stand up, but he was pulled by Midnight. If you're talking about that ugly green bat, don't doubt that I killed it. Midnight stepped forward and spoke loudly. Very good. Even if you have some guts, then give me death now. The Vic Great Demon roared. Wait a minute. Just as Vic was about to make a move, Gaku suddenly shouted, and the strange thing is that the Vic Great Demon King is also very obedient, and really stopped the movement in his hand after hearing Goku's voice. Midnight, didn't we say before that we would let me do it first? Gaku said with a look of excitement. Gaku, let's all strike together. This guy looks very difficult. Yamcha said with some concern. But I want to have a fair fight with him, so please don't make a move this time. Okay. Gaku couldn't resist the state of blood boiling in his body, and said eagerly. In the face of Goku's strong request, everyone was not good to refuse, and in desperation could only nod against their will, but the turtle immortal still maintained a serious look, and even had an urge to sneak up on the Vic Great Demon at a critical moment. For him, the safety of the entire human race has surpassed everything at this time. After seeing that everyone agreed to come down, Goku's gaze also became fiery, and he walked slowly in front of the Great Demon King of Bike. In the next second, his figure suddenly disappeared, and then several after-images appeared in front of the Vic Great Devil. In the face of all this, a sneer crossed the corner of Vic's mouth, and the huge body did not make the slightest movement, but his eyes kept rolling. Bang! Suddenly, the palm of the Great Demon King of Vic suddenly lifted, and a heavy punch hit Goku's face firmly, and Goku's body quickly flew out upside down and smashed heavily onto the wall not far away. Gaku! Seeing this scene, everyone shouted worriedly. It hurts! It hurts! Immediately afterwards, Gaku jumped out of the ruins of the wall and covered his face and shouted. Nani? It's okay. They. Great Demon King of Vic said in surprise. In his cognition, human bodies are relatively weak, but he didn't expect that after someone received a heavy punch from him, he could actually stand up unharmed. You guy is really powerful, next I'm going to be serious. Gaku said with a solemn face, and then took on his own unique fighting posture, and then his body galloped towards Vic like an arrow. Bang! 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 Goku's fast fist shadow like a machine gun and the fist of the Great Demon King of Vic are engaged, and the strength of the two is almost equal. The speed of the two has exceeded the limit of what ordinary people can see with the naked eye, and even Tianjin Fan and others can't help but look a little blurry. Well, with such a fast speed, Gaku seems to be a little different from when he played before. Tianjin Fan looked at the scene of the battle in front of him and said with some surprise. Well, that's awesome. Gaku can actually tie with the Vic Great Devil? The turtle immortal said with a surprised look. Immediately his eyes couldn't help but look at the relaxed face of Midnight next to him. He now has some doubts. The current Vic Great Demon King is not as powerful as he imagined. Maybe it is really as Midnight said, just because the scene back then made me have a shadow in my heart and be afraid. These children have grown to the point where even Wutata teachers can't reach the dust. Bang! 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 At this time, Gaku and Vic Great Demon King were still fighting fiercely, and the fist exchange made a deafening violent sound, only to see that when the two were fighting fiercely, the speed of the Vic Great Demon King suddenly accelerated, completely beyond Goku's sight, and then a punch was blasted out, and the fist hit Goku's chest firmly, making a violent explosion. Ugh! Immediately afterwards, Gaku shouted, his body flew into the sky like a kite with a broken line, and a sneer crossed the corner of the Vic Great Devil's mouth, and his face jumped up and rushed towards Gaku. Chapter 59. Shout! The figure of the Vic Great Demon instantly disappeared in place, and in the blink of an eye, he came to the position where Gaku was in mid-air, and then his hands were tightly clasped together, and he punched Goku's back directly and fiercely. Rumble! Then, Goku's body fell heavily to the ground, and a big pit suddenly appeared on the ground, and Gaku was lying in it covered in injuries. Immediately afterwards, the body of the Vic Great Demon King also slowly fell to the ground, stretched out his hand to wipe the sweat on his face. The 300-year seal not only made his strength retreat, but even his physical strength was not as good as before. Well, it hurts, you guy is really powerful. Gaku suddenly crawled out of the pit and said through gritted teeth. Nani? You actually alive? The face of the Vic Great Demon King changed instantly, and the heavy punch just now used almost all his strength, but he didn't expect that the other party could actually stand up. Turtle Pai Kigong. Just when the Vic Great Demon King was surprised, Wukong suddenly used his remaining strength to hit a turtle school Kigong, only to see white light waves burst out, instantly exploded on the Vic Great Devil, dazzling light bloomed, and billowing white smoke rose around. As the smoke cleared, the embarrassed body of the Great Demon King of Vic appeared in front of everyone. His tattered clothes were like beggars, and the whole person's face was distorted to the extreme, revealing a hideous expression, and said viciously, "But, abominable little devil, I want you to know the horror of my Vic Great Devil." Saying that, the body of the Vic Great Demon King moved like a ghost, and before Gaku could react, he had already appeared in front of him. His hideous face roared, and he sent a fierce punch at Goku's chest pain, and the surging power rushed straight to Goku's internal organs. Gaku only felt that his body had been hit hard like never before. A stream of blood gushed out from his throat, and the whole person rolled dozens of meters away on the ground. Immediately afterwards, the Great Demon King of Vic was full of a strong murderous aura. His face was hideous and terrifying, like a demon returning from hell, and he jumped in front of Gaku. Bang! 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 Various chaotic heavy punches fell on Goku's body, and Goku's screams sounded with the sound of bones shattering, but after hearing Goku's painful cries, the Vic Great Demon King was extremely excited and vented his anger on Goku's body. Gaku! Damn it! Stop me! Seeing this scene, Klin and the Turtle Immortal couldn't bear it anymore, and the two directly burst out and galloped towards the Vic Great Devil. Bang! The corner of the Great Demon King of Vic showed a gloomy smile, and his hideous face was full of disdain for the two, only to see his body flash, his hands raised sharply, and he grabbed the wrists of the two unbiasedly, and then flung it hard, and the bodies of the two collided violently, and then fell to the ground, and the body convulsed with pain. Abominable! At this time, Gaku, who was lying on the ground, was instantly furious, and when Vic was still in the joy of abusing the two, Goku's fist hit Vic's back, directly knocking him away several meters away, and Gaku also covered the severe pain on his body, and breathed heavily with one hand. Midnight trouble you to stop everyone, I want to have a fair fight with this guy. Gaku said with a serious look. How? How is it possible? Is the body of this kid of yours iron? The Vic Great Demon King braced his hands on the ground, stood up and said with a look of horror. In that case, let you learn the hellish horror. The vicissitudes of the Vic Great Demon King's gloomy voice fell, and a faint light rippled around his body, and then the strength of the whole body began to condense in the palm of his hand, forming a golden energy ball. A powerful momentum burst out, and the light wave like a laser cannon in his hand rushed towards Wukong. Turtle Pai Chi Gong. Wukong took a deep breath, endured the severe pain and hit a turtle school Kigong. Directly white light waves shot out, two powerful forces instantly collided in a thread, bursting out a momentum that destroyed the world and the earth. The collision of two energy waves, bursting out dazzling light, explosions sounded endlessly, accompanied by the laughter of the Vic Great Devil King. The golden light gradually took over, and in the next second, the golden light wave opened its mouth like a fierce dragon and instantly engulfed Wukong's turtle school Kigong. Ah! As Goku's screams sounded, there was a violent explosion in its location. Dust and smoke were everywhere, and everything on the ground was in shambles. Gaku was lying on the ground like a dead dog, dying and had no strength to stand up again. The Great Demon King Vic bent over, gasping for breath. In order to defeat Gaku he had used most of his strength, This battle he won was very difficult, which also made him realize an unprecedented crisis, but he did not expect that 300 years have passed, and there have been characters who can make him feel dangerous. A human like you must not live. Vic looked at Gaku with a strong killing blow in his eyes, and said coldly to Gaku, "Give me death." Saying that, the Vic Great Demon King raised his arm, and a faint golden lightning shot out from his fingertips towards Gaku. Shout! As a strong suction force suddenly sucked Goku's body away, the golden lightning energy fell to the ground, and suddenly produced a deafening explosion. Nani? But... damn it! Vic Great Demon King stared, and saw that at this time, Gaku had been rescued by Midnight and returned to everyone's side. "Gaku, are you okay?" Klin asked with a worried look. "Didn't. It's okay. This guy is amazing. Although I lost, I had so much fun." The sharp pain in his body made Gaku miserable, but he still smiled with difficulty. "Pick up. Here's for you, Midnight." Hearing this, Midnight nodded lightly, said softly, and said, "Don't worry." Midnight slowly walked in front of the Vic Great Devil, his eyes showed a thick desire for war, and he exuded a terrifying momentum without taking a step. The Vic Great Devil King's gaze was solemn, and the momentum exuding from the other party was like a mountain, and he couldn't breathe at all, plus he didn't have much strength left, which made his eyes can't help but show a trace of jealousy. "Abominable human, I want to avenge my children. Give me death." The Great Demon King Vic suppressed the fear in his heart, and after roaring loudly at Midnight, the thunder and lightning around the tips of his fingers shot out, turning into several lasers towards Midnight. In the face of the opponent's attack, the face did not change color, the foot gently moved the body as if turned into a phantom. Easily dodged the opponent's attack, several lasers fell behind the knight, and an endless explosion sounded. "Well, it's so fast, I can't see what he did at all. No wonder this kid dares to threaten to solve the Great Demon King of Bike. It turns out that his strength has reached such a terrifying point. Teacher Wutedu, you can blind your eyes with such an apprentice." Chapter 60. Shout! In the next second, the figure of Midnight moved quickly like a ghost. Bang! Before the Great Demon King of Vic could react, Midnight jumped forward. The surging power was like a flood beast punched out. The face of the Great Demon King of Vic changed wildly, and he spit out a large mouthful of viscous liquid with a stunned eye, and fell straight behind him. "Nope. No. Probably, Vic. The Great Devil. How? Yes. Even you. One punch. Can't catch it either." After receiving this blow, the Great Demon King of Vic felt pain from the bottom of his heart, and his whole body convulsed violently. At this time, Vic no longer had the momentum before, and the whole person was crawling to the ground. The power of this blow was too terrifying, so terrifying that he no longer had the heart to resist. "Human, this Great Demon King will definitely not let you go." The Vic Great Demon King shouted violently, and then emitted a layer of reddish light on the surface of his body, and as the light continued to spread, everything around seemed to be burned out, and in an instant, he surrounded Midnight and others. "What a terrifying power! Is the Great Demon King Vic ready to give it a go?" The Turtle Fairy said with a solemn face. "Midnight, get out of the way!" Bulma and the others shouted anxiously. However, as if he hadn't heard it, in the face of the full attack of the Vic Great Devil, he stood in place and showed no care, only to see his gaze condense, and a transparent wall of chi swung around him. Rumble! The two strands of energy collided together, erupting into a deafening loud sound, and a strong wind roared, rippling around layers of white ripples. However, the power of Midnight was far above the Great Demon King of Vic Night, and soon the other party's breath was completely suppressed by Midnight, and the original surging power quickly disappeared, leaving only a messy field. "Midnight, that guy is running away." Long before the end of the Gaku competition, Midnight handed a fairy bean to Klin, and at this time, Goku had already recovered as before. Not only that, but also surpassed the Vic Great Demon at this time in terms of strength. As Goku's voice sounded, Midnight gently moved his gaze upward, and saw that the Vic Great Demon King had already disappeared in place at this time, using flying techniques to prepare to escape here. However, Midnight did not give him this opportunity. His finger gently pointed at the Vic Great Demon King in the air, and a golden energy light wave shot out, directly through his chest. Under the strong attack, the vitality of the Vic Great Demon King began to pass quickly, and his eyes could not help but become dim, and when he was about to die, he was close to the strength of the whole body, and the veins of the whole body instantly began to expand, and the expression became extremely hideous, and then suddenly opened his mouth, and an egg body with a viscous liquid spit out from his mouth and flew into the distance. It's mine. Kid, you must. To 4. Avenge the father. They. Great Demon King Vic gasped and said, and then slowly closed his eyes, and his lifeless body fell from mid-air. Not. It's over? The Vic Great Devil King, who even mutated teacher had an incomparable headache, was actually solved by this kid so easily. The turtle immortal swallowed his saliva, and he still couldn't believe this scene in front of him. Fantastic! We won! Midnight, you are so powerful! Bulma ran over excitedly and hugged Midnight. Right. When I first heard Teacher Wu Tian's introduction, I thought we were going to die today. Klin smiled and said with some gratitude. Hearing this, the turtle immortal was also slightly embarrassed, but seeing that his disciple had achieved such achievements, his face was more relieved. Midnight, Goku, you did a great job, I thank you on behalf of all mankind. The turtle immortal stepped forward, bowed deeply to Midnight and Goku, and said. Seeing this scene, Midnight was shocked, and quickly returned the salute, and said, Teacher, these are all we should do. What's more, if you are a teacher or an elder, how can you give us a salute? Nope. You saved the whole world this time, and you take this gift. The turtle immortal said with a resolute expression. All right, all right. Don't be so numb, we finally won the battle, can't we celebrate it properly? Bulma interrupted the two and said with a smile. That's what I said. Then let me treat you this time. The turtle immortal touched his head and said with a smile. Originally, everyone wanted to go down to the restaurant to celebrate, but after thinking about it, everyone still felt that it was happier to buy things home and celebrate. So, everyone returned to the turtle immortal house with a big bag and a small bag, and when Tianjin Fan was about to say goodbye to everyone, the blonde Lan Chi suddenly tugged on Zi's sleeve, so Midnight didn't care about Tianjin Fan's consent, and directly forced him to take him back to the turtle immortal house. It may be because the strength of Midnight is too prominent this time, everyone almost revolves around him, and Bulma snuggles in Midnight's arms like a bird, holding his arm the whole time, and does not let go of death. Today we saved the world, let's toast together. Okay, cheers. Hearing Bulma's proposal, everyone picked up the red wine and juice in front of the table. As the wine glasses collided together, there was a cheerful laughter in the Turtle Fairy house. The warm scene at this moment made everyone feel more cordial. Tianjin rice and dumplings also quickly integrated in, and gradually seemed to have a sense of belonging, understand what is the feeling of family. Midnight, didn't you say before that you would take me to cultivate together after the competition? I already have some impatience. When are we going? After eating and drinking, Goku ran to Midnight, remembering his strength when he defeated the Vic Great Devil, and said with some expectation. Hearing this, Bulma was suddenly a little unhappy, and quickly questioned Midnight, What? You still have to go to cultivation, when do you plan to return to the western capital with me? This. Midnight couldn't help but touch his nose a little embarrassed, this matter was indeed his fault, after all, he had promised to visit Bulma many times, but he broke his word every time. Goku, you go to the Karin Holy Land first, Bulma and I will go back to the western capital to live for a while, and then I will find you. After thinking for a moment, he spoke to Gaku. Kalim Sanctuary. Are we going to practice there? Chapter 61. Half. A year has passed since the defeat of the great demon king of Bike, and on the day of the separation of the Turtle Immortal House, Midnight came to Bulma's house as a guest according to the original agreement, and Gaku went to the Kalin Holy Land according to Midnight. Originally, Midnight's idea was to go to Wukong to cultivate after living in Bulma's house for a month, but she was forced to stay by Bulma and her hospitable parents, and after half a year of getting along, Bulma and Midnight's relationship became deeper and deeper. In the Bulma courtyard, wearing swimming trunks and sunglasses at midnight, he is enjoying the sun by the pool, and the extravagant life of half a year makes him feel endless. I wonder what Gaku is doing now. If you can live such a good life in your previous life, who wants to cross it? Midnight took a sip of juice and said with a look of enjoyment. Midnight, come and help me rub some sunscreen. Hearing Bulma's voice, Midnight put down the juice in his hand, stood up leisurely, and walked over. Midnight stepped forward to take a look, a fire of desire rose in his heart, and there was an inexplicable impulse in his mind. I saw Bulma's white and delicate body come into view, showing quite charming. After seeing the arrival of Midnight, she stretched out her snow-white jade-like calves towards Midnight to hook and signal him to go over. Midnight took a deep breath, swallowed a saliva, and stepped forward. Sunscreen is on the table, you can wipe it for me. Hearing Bulma's words, Midnight gently picked up the sunscreen on the table, poured it on his hand, and then gently touched Bulma's snow-white delicate body. Midnight's hand was on Bulma's soft slender waist. Bulma seemed to feel the touch, and couldn't help but turn around. The two looked at each other. Midnight, slightly forced to close the distance between the two, only felt the soft part attached to his chest, and the two of them became rapid breathing at the same time. Bulma's face was gently close to the neck of the child, the small mouth under the reddish cheeks opened slightly, a small tongue crept in, and the moist feeling at the neck made Midnight tremble, and the flame that was difficult to suppress in the body burned again. The arm tightly hugged the soft slender waist in his arms, the other hand gently stroked on its 3000 green silk, the head tilted, lips tightly pasted, a moist little tongue at the soft place suddenly licked the lips, and then the small tongue was inexplicably intertwined. As the desire in the heart swelled, Midnight's boldness also became bigger and bigger. The palm involuntarily wandered on its smooth and delicate skin as warm as jade. The movements of the two became more and more intimate, and soon they completely let go of the mustard in their hearts. Midnight gently picked it up, and then walked into the room, followed by a beautiful sound in the room. The content must not be liked by everyone. 10,000 words are omitted here. After half a year of getting along, the two finally made substantial progress. After breaking this layer of window paper, the relationship between the two became more and more intimate, followed by Midnight and lived in the western capital for half a year. These days and Night's task is to accompany Bulma and date him every day. This kind of life also makes him a little happy. After all, this is the life he couldn't ask for in his previous life. Bulma, I'm going to go find Gaku. I haven't practiced for a year, and I feel like my body is about to rust. Midnight hugged Bulma in her arms tightly and asked in a low voice. Hearing this, Bulma's eyes showed a trace of sadness, and said with some grievances, You want to leave? You won't be the same as before, not heard from for years, right? It won't. It's easy to come back with my current strength, and only when I am strong can I better protect you. Midnight kissed Bulma's cheek lightly and said with a smile. This. All right. You did promise to accompany Wukong to cultivate, but you promised me to come back to see me often. Bulma hesitated for a moment before she spoke. I promise. Midnight patted his chest and assured. When are you going to leave? Bulma asked after nodding in satisfaction. Tomorrow. Midnight thought for a moment and said. So soon? Okay then, do you need me to prepare something for you? Bulma asked thoughtfully. No need, just prepare me a baby. Saying that, Midnight directly pulled up the quilt to cover the two together, his lips were tightly pressed together, and his palm unconsciously touched the sensitive part of the girl. Ahem. I know that people don't like to watch it, so I omitted it again. After bidding farewell to Bulma the next night, he left the western capital and flew in the direction of the Kalin Holy Land, and with Midnight's current strength, he soon came to the location of Karin Tat. Hello. Karin Immortal, long time no see. Midnight beckoned and greeted enthusiastically. It turned out to be Midnight. You came to find Goku. He has now gone to the Heavenly God Temple. After seeing Midnight, the Karin Immortal saw his intention at a glance, and then stretched out his cat's claw and pointed upwards and said. Hearing this, Midnight looked up at the sky, and saw that Wukong's wishful stick was inserted at the top of the Karin Tat, and the top was straight into the sky. Then I'll go up and take a look. Bye-bye, Karin Immortal. Saying that, Midnight will perform the air dance technique and fly down the sky above the wishful stick. Hey! Did you bring me grilled fish this time? Running so fast, I'm angry to death. Karin Immortal immediately shouted, but he didn't think that he had already flown into the sky at midnight, and he threw the crutch in his hand directly in anger. The speed of Midnight was very fast, and in a short time he came to the Heavenly God Temple. His eyes swept over the wide Heavenly God Temple, and he saw that the layout here was very simple. The empty surroundings were planted with greenery, and in front of it was a magnificent palace. Shout! Just as Midnight was about to open his mouth to call out to Goku, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, so fast that he couldn't see it clearly. I saw that the person who came was dressed strangely, his body was fat, and his whole body had dark skin, giving people a mysterious and unfathomable feeling, and he still had some impressions of the Midnight of this person in front of him. Hello, may I ask you? Midnight asked knowingly. My name is Bobo, I am a servant of the Heavenly God, you are here to find Sun Wukong. Hearing Bobo's words, Midnight nodded unabashedly. You are very powerful, even the Vic Great Demon King can defeat it, but if you want to enter the Heavenly God Temple, you must pass the test of Bobo. Bobo said with a flat face. Test? How do you want to test me? Midnight asked suspiciously. It's very simple, as long as you can beat me, even if you pass the test. Chapter 62. Then ask Mr. Bobo for advice. Midnight gradually became serious, took a fighting stance, and spoke. You attack. Bobo hooked his finger and said with a flat face. Shout. Hearing this, Midnight was not polite, and his body galloped away like a ghost, but what he didn't expect was that his all-out blow was easily dodged, and even the other party did not make a large move. Immediately afterwards, Midnight's body turned around, and the body turned into an afterimage and launched a continuous attack, but he couldn't even touch the corner of the opponent's clothes. Your strength is too weak, strength and technology are not good, just relying on brute force will not win Bobo. Bobo looked at it flatly, already tired to the point of panting, and shook his head and said. Okay Bobo, you let him in. At this time, an old voice came, and Midnight, who was just about to continue to move, stopped the movement in his hand. Yes, Tenjin-sama. Bobo nodded, then stopped embarrassed by Midnight, turned around and led him to the door of the Celestial God Palace. Looking at it, a man with a crutch walked into the light in the darkness, and saw that the appearance of the person was the same as that of the great demon king of Bike, and a white hanging robe was inlaid with a divine word, highlighting his identity as a heavenly god. Mr. Midnight, we finally met. You don't seem surprised to see my appearance. I thought you, like Goku, would directly attack me. The god of heaven slowly stepped forward and said with a smile. Although you look exactly the same as the Vic Great Devil, I feel a quiet and peaceful aura from your body, unlike the Vic Great Devil King who is full of tyranny and killing. Midnight said with a flat face. Although you are not old, you can defeat the great demon king of Bike, and you have such an eye, which is indeed remarkable. Tenjin nodded and said appreciatively. However, I am indeed the same person as the great demon Vic King. A long time ago, I was a martial artist, and then I heard that there was a heavenly god in this world, so I came to this place. When I knew that the heavenly god was about to die, I really wanted to become the heir of the heavenly god, but the heavenly god never agreed with me. Because he saw a small part of evil in my heart, and later I tried to cultivate to expel evil from my body, but I never wanted to cause a huge disaster to the world. Tenjin explained with some self-reproach. Even so, you didn't go to the nether to help eradicate this big demon in the world, and you just stayed high in the heavenly god temple, watching all this. Midnight asked rhetorically. The gods also have unavoidable bitterness. Bobo defended. The bitter thing is that you and the great demon King Vic are one, and you have to die if he dies. Hearing this, the heavenly god felt even more guilty in his heart, nodded, and said with self-blame. That's right. I do have some selfishness that has led to the death of so many people. But now Vic has left a child in the world, this Vic has completely inherited his father's thoughts, and it will be even more terrifying when he grows up, so I hope you and Gaku can come to the heavenly god temple to cultivate and defeat the Vic great demon king again. Don't worry, I am absolutely sure of defeating him. But you have to tell me, where is Gaku now? Midnight waved his hand and asked. He is now cultivating in the Spirit Time House, and I believe it will come out soon. Spirit Time House? I know. Hearing this, Midnight touched his chin, he still had a little impression of this thing. Then, Midnight followed the gods to the door of the Spirit Time House, and soon the door of the Time House slowly opened, and Gaku walked out in rags. Midnight, you're finally here. After seeing Midnight, Gaku ran over excitedly. Gaku, long time no see. It seems that the strength has improved a lot. Midnight said equally happily. Midnight, it's great that you're here, we can practice together again, this place is too powerful, we will definitely be able to become very strong by then. Gaku said with a look of excitement. Gaku, I have a better cultivation method, do you want to try it? Midnight patted Goku's shoulder and said with an evil smile. What method? Gaku asked suspiciously. Hehe, borrow your 4 planets and use them first. Midnight touched his nose and spoke. 4 planets? What are you doing with Dragon Ball? Hearing this, Gaku couldn't help but be stunned, then took out the Dragon Balls from his pocket and asked. After taking over Goku's 4 planets, Midnight took out the other 6 Dragon Balls prepared in advance from his body, one of which he snatched in the hands of a little fat man, and that little fat man was Achinobe, who ate fairy beans into an endangered species. Midnight, what the hell are you going to do? Gaku asked with a puzzled look. You'll know in a minute. After Midnight simply responded, he placed the 7 Dragon Balls neatly on the ground, and the 7 beads gathered together, resonating and emitting a faint golden light. Come out, Shenlong! With a shout at Midnight, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and soon it became dark, and then a golden lightning bolt crossed, and a blue dragon hovered in the air. Hey Shenlong, we have met. Midnight stretched out his hand and said hello. How are you again? Say, if you have any wishes, I can help you realize any wishes. The majestic voice of the divine dragon echoed. Shenlong, I want a gravity chamber that can adjust the weight infinitely. Z cleared his throat and said. This wish is very simple. At this time, a huge circular house suddenly fell from the sky. Your wish has come true, goodbye. As the voice of the divine dragon fell, the originally dark sky also became clear, and the 7 Dragon Balls circled in the air and flew in all directions. Brush! Midnight saw the opportunity, jumped up and grabbed the 4 planets where the power flew away, and immediately returned it to Gaku. Gravity room? Mr. Midnight, is this what you mean by cultivation method? A good idea indeed. Tenjin spoke. Yes and no. The main cultivation is also in Wukong. Midnight touched his nose and said with a smile. Gaku, Let's go inside. Then, Midnight took Gaku into the gravity room. Looking at the surrounding environment, Midnight nodded with satisfaction. The space here is completely enough for Gaku and Midnight's cultivation. Gaku, let me ask you, do you really want to become stronger? Midnight suddenly asked. Gaku nodded vigorously. Then it's no problem. Gaku, come here. Rumble. When Wukong approached, I saw a bad smile at the corner of Midnight's mouth, and the next second he directly hit a Qigong wave. When Gaku was defenseless, he was directly punched through his chest. And he fell to the ground and bleed. Chapter 63. Looking at the dying Gaku on the ground, Midnight did not have the slightest hesitation, and quickly took out a fairy bean from his body and stuffed it into Goku's mouth. Midnight, what are you doing? Why sneak up on me? Goku's injuries recovered in the blink of an eye, and then he stood up and said a little angrily. Gaku, don't be angry first. You have a good feeling of the power in your body, what is different from before? Midnight smiled and comforted. Hearing Midnight's words, Gaku couldn't help but be stunned, and then felt the breath in his body according to his words, but to his surprise, his strength increased significantly. What's going on? Gaku asked with a look of surprise. Gaku, your physique is different from ordinary people. As long as you are close to death and resurrected, your strength will get a qualitative leap. Midnight explained. This is Midnight's wishful calculation. He can only rely on gold fingers to quickly improve his strength, so he can only exercise Wukong crazy, and he is crazy brushing experience, coupled with the assistance of gravity room. His combat power will definitely grow by leaps and bounds. 2 years later. Time passed, and soon 2 years of time sneaked away, and the sky was drizzling at this time, but it still could not stop martial artists from all over the world from participating in the triennial First Martial Arts Conference. In the past 2 years, Midnight and Gaku have been cultivating in the gravity room almost day and night, and their combat effectiveness has also grown wildly, and now they have grown to a point that they can't even imagine. At the gate of the world's first martial arts conference on Papaya Island, all kinds of strange-looking people were arranged in an orderly order in the order of a dragon. This group of people were contestants from all over the world, and as time passed, the originally lively doorway gradually became quiet. Dear friends who have come from afar, please note that there are still 10 minutes to wait for registration, and players who have not yet registered within the deadline will not be able to participate in this martial arts conference. As the voice of the staff sounded, the Turtle Immortals and others standing not far from the registration office couldn't help but feel mixed. Midnight and Gaku, why haven't they come yet? Registration is almost over. The Turtle Immortal said with an anxious face. Young Master Yamcha and Klin have not arrived yet. Puelu said with a worried look. If they haven't arrived in another 5 minutes, you two will become their appearance and sign up. The Turtle Immortal said to Oolong and Puelu. Bulma, aren't you already with Midnight? Why hasn't he come yet? Oolong asked, looking up. Don't ask me. I do not know. Bulma crossed her hands at her waist and said with an unhappy look. What's wrong with her? The Turtle Immortal asked in a low voice. I guess I dumped her at midnight. Oolong covered his mouth and snickered. You two shut up for me. Bulma immediately cursed at the two. Big sister, I also have to hang the balloon on the tree, can you help me get it? At this time, a little girl suddenly came over, tugged on Bulma's sleeve, and said with a crying voice. Bulma raised her head, and then stood on tiptoe to try to remove the balloon, but her height was still some distance. At this moment a hand suddenly pulled the rope of the balloon. And then squatted down and said to the little girl, Little sister, here you go. Thank you big brother. After the little girl gave a polite thank you, she picked up the balloon and left happily. Bulma, long time no see. Hearing the familiar voice, Bulma turned around, her eyes instantly reddened, and she threw herself directly into Midnight's arms, crying with a little complaint, You bastard, you haven't come back to see me for more than half a year. In the past 2 years, Midnight has spent almost all of his time cultivating with Wukong, and the number of times he returns to the western capital to accompany Bulma is getting less and less, and he naturally understands the grievances in her heart. I'm sorry, Bulma, I know it's wrong. From today onwards, I will never leave you again. Midnight gently put his arm around Bulma and said with an apologetic look. Bulma, you are such a big person and crying nose. And everyone, long time no see. Hearing this, several people looked at the man who spoke up next to Midnight, and saw that the other party's height was the same as Midnight, but his appearance was much worse, and his head was wrapped in a layer of white bandages, but his face made several people feel a little similar. You are the Turtle Immortal, and the others looked at the young man and asked suspiciously. Why don't you even know me? Could it be because of the bandage on my head? After Gaku said suspiciously, he stretched out his hand to remove the white bandage wrapped around his head, and the familiar crab head appeared in front of everyone. Gaku! Everyone shouted in unison. Tell me before midnight that Xiao Sun's changes are a little big, but I didn't expect it to grow so tall. Bulma covered her mouth lightly and said. Midnight, Gaku, you guys go sign up first. The Turtle Immortal said to the two. Okay, then we'll go sign up first. With that, the two walked towards the registration office, which was empty at this time, and soon the two ended the registration and walked back. As the time passed, the staff's voice sounded again. There are only 2 minutes left in the deadline for registration, and those who have not yet registered should hurry up. Forget it, Oolong, you two become their appearance and sign up. The Turtle Immortal said to Gaku and Puyaru beside him. No thanks, they're coming. As soon as the voice of Midnight fell, there was a sudden blow in front of several people, and 4 figures roared. It was the belated Klin, Tianjin rice, Yamuti, and dumplings. The 4 of them are finally here. The Turtle Immortal sighed and said. I haven't seen you for a long time. Soon, the 4 people signed up, walked towards everyone, and said hello. Teacher Wushan, hurry up and look at me, I've grown a lot taller. Klin walked up to the Turtle Immortal and said with a smile. Very good indeed, Klin. Gaku smiled and stepped forward and patted Klin's shoulder. You are, enlightenment. Gaku? Klin looked up and asked with a look of surprise. I didn't expect that this guy of yours has actually grown so much taller, I really can't compare to you. Klin said with a slight sigh. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud. The partners who had not seen each other for 3 years reunited, everyone's face showed indescribable joy, several people fought along the way, some said and laughed back to the hotel. Waiting for the start of tomorrow's martial arts conference. Chapter 64. The next day. Midnight and Gaku changed into the martial arts uniforms prepared for them by the Turtle Immortals in advance, and came to the conference of the world's first martial arts conference, and they participated in the competition for the 3rd time, and they were familiar with this place, and came directly to the arena, waiting for the start of the qualifiers. It's so lively. The number of people participating in the competition is still as high as ever. Gaku, you said yes? Klin looked at the crowded scene and couldn't help but sigh. Hey! Gaku, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Gaku ignored himself for a long time, Klin turned around and asked suspiciously. Midnight, is that him? Gaku asked with a solemn face. Midnight nodded in response. Hearing the conversation between the two, several people couldn't help but be stunned, followed the gaze of the two, and saw a green-faced man standing alone in the corner. His eyes were extremely cold, and his body was filled with suffocating killing intent. That is, then, the Great Devil? Klin's face suddenly became a little embarrassed, and he asked in amazement. It looks exactly like Bike, it should be right. Gaku nodded and said. Wasn't he killed by midnight? How did it end up here? Yamcha frowned and asked suspiciously. To be precise, he was just a child that Vic left behind before he died. Midnight explained lightly. The child of the great demon of Vic Archdemon? It seems that this competition is really interesting. Tianjin Fan said with interest. At this time, Vic IC's cold gaze also stared in, probably because Vic Great Demon King did not cause harm to everyone, so there was no nervous and scared look on everyone's faces, but there was a feeling of eagerness to fight hard. Hello! Sun Wukong! Suddenly, a sweet voice sounded, and everyone turned around involuntarily when they heard the sound. I saw that there was a sweet and cute girl standing in front of her. The girl always had a delicate face without any flaws, dressed in a dark blue cheongsam, showing her bumpy figure. The girl stretched out her delicate jade hand, brushed the hair in front of her cheeks, and stared at Wukong with a coquettish expression. Who are you? How do I know my name? Goku looked at the strange girl in front of him and scratched his head and asked suspiciously. Hearing Goku's words, the girl's eyebrows furrowed, her fair face was flushed with anger. Completely ignoring her own sweet influence, she directly opened her mouth and roared at Goku, "Mix! Bastard, you actually forgot about me? But I'm really don't know who you are." Goku couldn't help but feel a little numb in his ears, and upon closer inspection, he found that he really didn't know him, and spoke again. "Humph!" The girl calmed her mood, felt the gazes cast by the crowd around her, didn't pay any more attention to Goku, and after snorting coldly, she turned and left. Well! What a cute girl! Goku, you give me an honest explanation, how the hell did you meet this cute girl? Klin asked with a look of envy. I really don't know her. Goku said with an innocent look. Goku, you lied to me less, such a cute girl is actually. It's actually to you. Abominable. Envy me to death. Klin's eyes were tearful, and he questioned endlessly. Midnight, you know her na? Goku turned around, pointed in the direction the girl left, and asked suspiciously. Alas! Goku, you ask for blessings. Midnight patted Goku's shoulder and said with a smile. Midnight, do you know her? Yamcha asked suspiciously. You'll know then. Midnight chuckled and said. Players have been waiting for a long time, the selection force of the qualifiers has begun, please gather at the center. At this time, in the quiet hall, the sound of the horn suddenly remembered, and everyone came to the center of the martial arts hall according to the instructions of the staff, only to meet on the high platform in front of him, standing an old man with a smile on his face and about to die. Thank you for coming to the world's #1 martial arts conference in your busy schedule. The rules of the competition are still the same as before, draw lots to decide the opponent, and finally set aside 8 players to participate in the real final. The old man sat on the microphone in front of him, and the voice of the wolf sounded in the martial arts hall. Hearing this, everyone lined up in an orderly manner and began to wake up the draw of the qualifiers, and with the help of dumplings, everyone was also divided into different areas. Now start the first district competition, and invite the #1 player and #2 player to the stage. Midnight glanced at the note with #2 written in his hand, put it away and walked directly to Jingtai, and his opponent was actually a regular visitor to the world's first martial arts conference who had been defeated by Goku, King Choba. Turtle Immortal Liu's martial arts uniform, what a wrongful road. I must defeat you this time. King Choba's face turned livid, and he couldn't pass the qualifiers in both competitions because of his clothes, which also became a nightmare on his martial arts road. I seem to have a little impression of you. You're really unlucky enough not to make it to the top 8 once. Midnight touched his chin and said with a chuckle. Less big talk. Let me show you the results of my years of cultivation. King Kaiba's eyes were full of anger, his face became ugly, and in the next second, he had enough strength in his whole body and rushed over. Bang! However, a surprising scene happened, only to see the moment King Choba moved, he actually flew out of the ring directly backwards, while Midnight stood in place with an expression on his face. Hair. Happen. What's going on? What did that kid do? I didn't see it at all. This King Koiba won't be a fake match, right? When the people around saw this scene, they couldn't help but mutter. What I did at midnight just now, even I didn't see clearly. Tianjin Fan said with a surprised look. It seems that the gap between us and him is getting bigger and bigger. Clin said with a solemn face. The selection of the qualifiers was carried out cruelly, fierce battles were constantly staged, everyone tried their best to win the game, but this also meant that there were constantly people eliminated, and after a morning of fighting, the list of 8 strong people in the competition also fell into the hands of the judges. Now invite the winning contestants to assemble with me. We need to draw lots to decide who will fight in the game. Looking at the 8 people who walked over, the referee took out a boxy box from behind him and handed it to everyone. Soon the draw ended, and the list of the 8 finalists of the Third World's first martial arts conference was read out by the referee. The first game. Tianjin Rice vs Yamcha. The second game, Sun Wukong vs Unknown. The third game, the second generation of demons vs Clin. The fourth game, Midnight vs Immortal, God. Chapter 65. Yamcha of the arena glanced at the list on the competition table, sighed softly and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't expect that he was the same as last time. He met Tianjin Rice in the first game, and the two of them have fought countless times in 3 years of practice, but every time it is not surprising that Tianjin Rice wins, which makes him a little discouraged. Don't overthink it. Just use your full strength. Tianjin Fan came forward and comforted. Hearing this, Yamcha nodded vigorously, and then stretched out his palm and shook Tianjin Rice together, and 3 years of sharing happiness and hardships also allowed the two to establish a deep friendship. Dear audience, everyone has been waiting for a long time, and now I announce the world's first martial arts conference, which is now officially started. First of all, the first competition, there are Yamcha contestants and Tianjin Rice contestants on stage. As the referee's voice fell, the audience, who had been irritated by waiting for more than an hour, suddenly cheered. I didn't expect that even if they played each other in the first game, this luck would be too bad. Bulma said. No way, who made them all to the final? The probability of encountering it is too great. Oolong spread his hands and said. It's time for us to appear. Yamcha and Tianjin Fan looked at each other, and then slowly walked out of the rest area. The sun shone on their faces, and the audience immediately ushered in warm cheers. The two walked into the ring at the same time, and after an introduction from the referee, the official start of the match was announced, and the two also took a fighting stance at the same time. Midnight, Goku, who do you say will win between the two of them? Backstage, Clin looked at the two people who were about to duel and asked suspiciously. Tianjin Rice's aura is slightly stronger, and it should be unsurprising that he won. Midnight responded with a faint opening. The game is about to start, let's hurry up and watch the game. Yamcha and Tianjin Rice in the ring moved rapidly at the same time, and their figures instantly became blurred, and their fists and feet collided fiercely, but the audience in the audience was stunned, because their speed had exceeded the limit of what the human eye could see. Bang! 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 The fists and feet of the two collided violently together, and the fists collided with powerful forces, and layers of white ripples could not help but ripple in the air. The fierce fight between the two continued, and as time went by, the power cultivation of Tianjin Rice gained the upper hand, and Yamcha's breath began to become urgent, and the mouth kept panting, and the speed also dropped a lot. New Wolf Tooth Wind Fist. Yamcha's gaze froze, and then he drank violently. His figure was like dozens of evil wolves with performance, and the fist wind was like a shadow. Speed was violently resounded, and the fist was mixed with powerful power, and attacked again towards Tianjin Rice. What a speed! Tianjin Fan was also a little shocked in his heart at this time, but he didn't expect that Yamcha's strength was even stronger than he expected, and at this moment, he didn't dare to be careless, and quickly resisted with his full strength. Bang! 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 The two quickly entangled, and the figure quickly shuttled above the ring. The speed was only vaguely left an afterimage. Only the crack between the stones in the ring. Boom! With a burst of cheers, the figures of the two flew out upside down at the same time and fell heavily on the ground. It's so powerful, I took my wolf-tooth wind fist so easily. Yamcha gasped and stood up. At this time he was already sweating, and countless scars had appeared all over his body. On the other hand, although Tianjin Rice is also sweaty, at this moment, his breath is stable, his physical strength is full, and the scars on his body are not as many as Yamcha's, and the victory and defeat are already very famous. Tianjin Rice, let you see the fruits of my years of hard work, and it is also my last trick. Yamcha breathed a sigh of relief and said with a solemn face. Oh! Let the horses come. Tianjin mealtime also came interested. I saw that Yamcha suddenly stood up with one hand, and the other hand was tightly attached to the wrist, and the breath of the whole body began to gather in the palm of the hand, and the golden light began to gather continuously, until it became an energy bomb the size of a leather ball, and then stopped. Bomb! With Yamcha's loud drink, the golden energy ball in his hand burst out with a power beyond lightning, and Tianjin Fan's eyes froze and quickly dodged. But I didn't want to. The energy bomb actually stopped in the sky, and actually turned around and struck again, and the body of Tianjin Fan who reacted turned into an afterimage, but the energy bomb was controlled by Yamcha. No matter how he hidden, he could always chase it. I didn't expect you to hide such a hand. But it's useless to me. Tianjin Rice burst into a drink, the body directly turned into dozens of afterimages, all around Yamcha. Yamcha's face changed, the dazzling scene around him made him not clear at all. At this moment the speed of Tianjin Rice outbreak has exceeded his cognition. This is absolute strength. It's time for the game to end. Bang! As the voice of Tianjin Rice suddenly sounded behind it, Yamcha was just about to fight back, but he didn't want Tianjin Rice to directly hit a Qigong wave and hit it firmly on his back. The powerful force made Yamcha's face change greatly, and the feeling of pain spread from behind his whole body, accompanied by a scream of pain. Yamcha's body was directly knocked out of the ring. Yamcha contestants fell outside, and the first game Tianjin Rice contestants won. As the referee's voice fell, the audience was boiling, and Tianjin Fan hurriedly walked off the ring and stretched out his hand to help Yamcha up. Are you all right? It's okay. Still that sentence, I am convinced to lose to you. Yamcha shook his head, grabbed Tianjin Fan's outstretched palm, and responded with a smile. Good. Nice for both. In the audience, the Turtle Immortal said with a look of confusion. Thank you to both players for a wonderful match, and now I announce the official start of the second race. There are our Monkey King players and unknown players on the field. The referee's voice sounded again, and Goku stopped at the warm-up exercise and said with an excited face, finally it's my turn. With that, Goku walked towards the ring, and at the same time the cute girl also walked to the ring. The other party is such a cute girl, Goku, that guy won't be ruthless, right? Klin said with some concern. This? Hardly. Yamcha glanced at Goku and shook his head and said. Goku! You guy must show mercy to his subordinates. Klin shouted a little nervously. Bah, this guy won't show mercy to his subordinates. Midnight pouted and said, can't help but recall the scene when he was almost killed by Goku. Hee. Large-scale domestic violence scene, a little eye-catching. Chapter 66. In the sky, Vic in a white cloak slowly fell into the high platform not far from the ring, his eyes staring at Goku who was about to fight in the center of the ring. Please advise. Goku clasped his hands together and said with a smile. Humph. However, in the face of Goku's words, the girl only appeared more angry. Xiu's eyebrows furrowed and said coldly, "Sun Wukong, I will never forgive you." Hearing this, Gaku couldn't help but scratch his head, not understanding where he had made her angry, and asked in confusion, "Why are you always angry with me? Did I get it wrong with someone else?" "You're calling Monkey King, right?" the girl asked angrily. "My name is indeed Sun Wukong, but I don't know you at all." Gaku touched his head and said, "You bastard! Look at the move." "They." Girl gritted her teeth and cursed angrily, and then the figure moved like the wind and launched a sharp attack on Gaku. However, her attack may be strong in the face of ordinary people, but it is weak and pitiful for Gaku, and she can't touch Goku's clothes with all her strength. "Do we really know each other?" Gaku asked, easily dodging the girl's sharp attack. "You guy actually forgot all about our agreement, I won't let you go." Hearing Goku's words, the girl became even more angry, with a hint of anger in her beautiful eyes, and the attack in her hand became more and more fierce. "Engagement? Are you saying there is an agreement between us?" Gaku easily dodged the opponent's attack and asked with a surprised look. "What the hell is going on here? Did Gaku know that girl?" Bulma asked suspiciously. I don't know about this, but this girl's skills are quite powerful, and she is very similar to Turtle Immortal Flow." The Turtle Immortal stared at the ring and said. At this time, in the ring, the girl tried her best but could not attack Gaku in the slightest, and Gaku also looked at the girl who had a deep hatred for herself with a curious face, but she never hurt her. "What the hell did I promise you? Can you please tell me?" Gaku asked with a dumbfounded look. "Okay, then I'll tell you. You promised me that when I grow up, you will marry me as a bride." The girl gritted her teeth, with a hint of shame in her anger, and said loudly, "Nanny." Hearing this, everyone's surprise was a little closed, and everyone was taken aback. "Now do you remember?" The girl frowned and questioned. After rolling his eyes a few times, Gaku then leaned his body, his eyes saw behind Midnight, and then asked aloud, "Midnight, tell me quickly, what is the bride?" Groove. Goku's strange question makes everyone stumble, don't fall to the ground. "You big fool, the bride is not a thing, it means that you want to marry her and live together forever." Before Midnight could speak, Klin couldn't bear it anymore and shouted directly. "You fellow! I actually got married to such a cute girl. I didn't even know. It's really envious of me." Klin said with a look of envy and jealousy. "Living together? With you? When did I promise you? I only promised to live together at midnight." Gaku pointed to the girl opposite and said with a surprised look. However, Goku's naive words made Midnight at this time the target of everyone. Looking at the strange gazes cast around him, Midnight coughed dryly and explained, "Ahem. Don't misunderstand, we are innocent. First of all, I definitely don't have any thoughts about this. Abominable. No wonder this guy has stayed together for a very small son in the past 2 years, longer than me," Bulma said through gritted teeth. Looking at Bulma's eyes that wanted to kill, Midnight sighed softly, "I can't wait to go up and beat Gaku, this big idiot, twice. It seems that I have to explain for a long time after that. Who the hell are you? Please tell me quickly, okay?" Hearing Goku's inquiry, the girl took a fighting posture again and said in a condensed voice, "Humph, you can tell you if you want me to tell you, unless you beat me. It's so simple, you said it earlier. I was scared and thought that I would live with a girl whose name I didn't know in the future." Gaku instantly became excited. "Humph, if you think I can be defeated so easily, then you are very wrong." The girl couldn't help but get even more angry when she saw that Gaku actually underestimated herself so much. Wukong, this smelly boy, actually hasn't recognized the identity of the other party, it's really stupid. Oolong in the audience looked confident and laughed mockingly. "Do you know?" Bulma asked with a look of surprise. "Not only I know. Bulma, Midnight, and teacher Wushan, everyone knows each other. Oolong said profoundly. Nanny. Several question marks suddenly appeared on the heads of several people, and they looked at Oolong suspiciously. At the same time, Yamcha and Klin in the rest area also ran to Midnight's side and kept asking. She is the daughter of the Bull Demon King, Kiki. The two who were in different positions said in unison. Kiki. So that's the case, no wonder she understands the tricks of the turtle fairy flow. The turtle immortal suddenly said. Okay, I'm going to attack you. Don't forget what you promised me, you have to tell me your name when I win. Goku said with a serious look. Saying that, Goku directly faced Kiki with a palm wind, and the powerful thrust directly sent it out of the ring and fell heavily on the ground. How can this big idiot put such a heavy hand on a girl? Klin directly broke his mouth and cursed. Goku is like this, don't you know him yet? Yamcha patted Klin's shoulder and said with a smile. Hey, are you all right? Can you tell me your name now? Goku stepped forward and comforted. It hurts. Under the ring, Kiki covered her head, tears were already in her eyes, just when everyone thought she must be angry, but unexpectedly she suddenly stood up, with a sweet smile on her face, and said to Goku, It's amazing, I didn't expect you to become so powerful. It's really worthy of being the man I chose to be my husband. Can you tell me your name now? Goku asked with an innocent look. You guy hasn't even remembered yet? The person is the daughter of the Bull Demon King, Kiki. Kiki explained lightly. Kiki. Are you Kiki? Hearing this, Goku said with a surprised face, and the scene of his acquaintance with Kiki could not help but appear in his mind. At that time, Goku was on the way to find the turtle immortal, and actually kicked Kiki's sensitive parts on the cloud, just to determine whether the person was male or female. That is, at this time, Kiki decided to marry Goku when he grew up. Chapter 67. I remembered. I said I would marry you as a bride. Goku, who understood the truth, suddenly roared. You finally remembered. Kiki lowered her head and said shyly. So it is. I always thought the bride was delicious. Goku touched his head and said with a somewhat embarrassed smile. Nanny. Delicious. Hearing this, Klin fell directly to the ground, and then got up from the ground, the flame of envy and jealousy in his eyes burned, and he couldn't help but curse angrily, this big idiot. Does that convention still count? Kiki's eyes were filled with starry tears, and she asked in a wronged whisper. It's okay, since I promised you, then let's get married. Live together later. Goku stepped forward and said with a serious look. I didn't expect that the Monkey King player actually completed the marriage here. This is still the biggest accident when our world's first martial arts conference was founded. The referee's voice reached everyone's ears through the microphone. And there was a lover who finally became a dependent, and everyone cheered for Goku at this moment. Kiki's cheeks suddenly turned red, and she walked to Goku's side with her head down shyly, gently blocking his arm. Can you please stay so close to me? Goku said a little bewildered. However, Kiki, who was immersed in happiness at this time, did not care at all about Goku's words, glanced at Goku with affection, and said shyly, Honey, I love you. Love me? This Midnight taught me, he said that if a girl says she loves you, then you say you love her. 2. Goku rubbed his head with his fingers, recalled the instructions he had given to himself at midnight, and said with a smile, Kiki, I love you too. Kiki's cheeks were slightly red and she stood on tiptoe, and her thin lips touched the side of Goku's face. This sudden moment made Goku stunned. He had never experienced this feeling. There was an indescribable wonder. It's too much, it's so cruel to me, said Klin, with tears of blessing in his eyes, biting his lip lightly, unwillingly. Okay Klin, don't be angry. Isn't there still me with you? Yamcha patted Klin's shoulder and comforted. But you guy is handsome, there are a large group of suitors in the west, and they are all beautiful girls. Clin said enviously. This. Well. There are not many more either. That's just a few dozen. Yamcha waved his hand, covered his mouth and smiled. Abominable. Damn it. You guys are bullying. Clin's face was red and he stomped his foot angrily. All right, all right. Isn't there still Tianjin rice with you? Yamcha comforted again. Ahem, Clin actually doesn't want to hit you. Lan Chi has always had a crush on Tianjin rice, but he hasn't agreed yet. Midnight coughed dryly, patted Clin's shoulder, and said. Midnight's words made Clin feel pain at this time, and also stimulated the silent Tianjin rice on the side. Tianjin Fan's 3 eyes involuntarily cast on Lan Qi body, and then quickly shook his head, comforting himself in his heart, and devoted himself to Wu not talking about his children's private affairs. Okay Clin, at least teacher Wuxian is with you. By the way, there are dumplings and oolong. Looking at a group of Clin who were about to cry, Yamcha comforted again. You guys, what a bully. I must find a girlfriend who is 100 times more beautiful than this in the future. Clin couldn't hold back any longer at this time. And directly broke down and cried. Can you not get so close to me? It's hard to walk. But husband and wife are like this. And I must give you a cute baby in the future. Kiki hugged Goku's arm tightly, and the two returned to the rest area under Clin's envious gaze. Goku, congratulations! Everyone came to the rest area, interrupted the sweet moment between the two, and congratulated with a smile. Thank you. Kiki smiled sweetly and thanked her. Dear audience guys, just got married in the ring, we are really happy for him, but now it is up to me to announce something more exciting. That is, the third competition of the world's first martial arts conference has officially started now, and we have invited our second-generation demon players and Clin players. The referee's voice came through the microphone, and the loud voice also came into the rest area. Clin's next game is yours, don't underestimate him, do your best at the beginning. Goku said to Clin with a solemn face. I know, Vic the Great Devil. Clin nodded and said in a deep voice. In the cheers of the crowd, Clin walked to the center of the ring with heavy steps, and at this time, Vic also slowly fell from mid-air. Vic the Great Devil? What a strong oppressive momentum! Clin stared at Vic tightly, and said with a solemn face. Humph, little bald. Vic sneered, with a look of disdain on his face, and mocked. Bald? Damn it! If I hadn't been able to beat you, Clin muttered through gritted teeth. Little bald man, hurry up, don't waste my time. With a disdainful look on his face, Vic urged. Damn it, you actually underestimate me so much. Clin's face turned livid, and he gritted his teeth and said. In that case, I'm welcome. Saying that, Clin bent his legs apart to form a horse stride, his fists were tightly coiled around his waist, and a strong aura began to condense in the palm of his hand. Ha! As Clin burst into a roar, the palms on his waist suddenly erupted with 2 strong Qigong waves, staggering each other and shooting out at Bike. Humph! Carving insect trick! Vic said disdainfully, and then his body jumped lightly into mid-air to avoid Clin's attack, but at this moment, 2 energy waves suddenly turned around and rushed towards Vic in the sky again. Bang! At this moment, white starlight flashed in his eyes, 2 white lasers shot out from the other eyes, and the 4 energies collided in mid-air, emitting a deafening explosion. Shout! In the next second, Clin's figure suddenly appeared behind Bike, and the careless Vic did not react at all at this time, and he was punched by Clin firmly, and after rolling twice in the sky of his body, he stopped. Little bald, there are 2 strokes. Vic sneered and said. Brush! In the next second, Vic moved like lightning, and came to Clin's side in the blink of an eye. Bang! 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 A fierce collision sounded, but Clin's speed could not keep up with Vic and was kicked down from the sky by his kick, and his body smashed towards the outside field. Vic stood proudly in the air and said coldly, "It's over." Chapter 68. Just when everyone thought that Clin was going to lose the match, Clin's body stopped 1 centimeter from the ground, and then performed a dance technique to return to the ring. "Little Bald, your strength is still in the past, and you are qualified to see my true strength." Vic stared at Clin coldly and said with a sneer. "Nanny." Clin stared at each other with a crooked face. Suddenly, a large black dark cloud floated in the sky, accompanied by golden thunder and gusts of wind. Vic's white cloak fluttered with the wind, and a strong demon aura permeated under the gloomy and cold breath. "Ha!" As Vic shouted, his arm actually began to lengthen, until he grabbed Clin's calf, and Clin, who lost his center of gravity, fell to the bottom in an instant and was caught by him. Bang! Vic did not intend to keep his hand at all, looked at the approaching Clin, clenched his fist in his hand, and punched out with a powerful force, but he still underestimated Clin. I saw that Clin suddenly stabilized his figure, stepped hard with the power of the ground, and gathered the strength of his whole body and rushed over. Touch! Touch! The two instantly fought fiercely together. The fist was like a shadow, and the sharp attack made both of them dare not be careless, but the long fierce fight was always Clin fell behind, only to see Vic grab its flaw, kick his foot at his back fiercely, and Clin screamed in pain and flew into the sky. Shout! Go and die! However, Vic did not intend to give him a chance to react, and came directly behind Clin and yelled. Turtle! Pai Kigong! Clin endured the severe pain in his body, his hands instantly gathered all his energy, and white light bloomed in the sky. Ha! Vic shouted violently, directly stretched out his palm to block Clin's attack, and then kicked down, and Clin's body fell heavily from the sky. Gram! Colin! They! Turtle Immortal shouted with a worried face. With such a violent gravity from me, this little bald man should not be able to do it. Vic clenched his fists and said with an arrogant look. Cling, now start the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Evil, good. It hurts. However, when the referee shouted 5, Clin gritted his teeth and stood up abruptly. Good smelly boy, you really didn't let Wei Shi down. The Turtle Immortal's eyes were moist, but there was a sinister smile on his face. Player Cling actually stood up. The game continues. The referee picked up the microphone in his hand and said, Little Bald, I admire your willfulness, but the game should be over. Bike's face was slightly surprised, but it was more humiliating, thinking that he had not even solved a small follower for so long. I throw in the towel. Clin endured the severe pain, sat limply on the ground, and said weakly. Player Clin actually admitted defeat, then this game the second generation of the demon player wins. As the referee's voice fell, there was enthusiastic applause and cheers from the audience. I'm sorry Teacher Wushan, I disgraced you. Clin's gaze looked at the Turtle Immortal in the audience, and said with some shame. Clin, today I will tell you another truth for the master, sometimes doing what you can is also a kind of practice. Today your performance is very good, you have become a great martial artist, from today you can become a master. The Turtle Immortal's face was full of gratification, and he spoke. Clin, it's okay. Clin, it's amazing. His skills have improved a lot. Raising his head, he saw that Gaku and Midnight actually came to his side, and stood up with difficulty under the help of the two, and Clin's eyes were filled with tears, and he couldn't help but recall the scene when the three practiced under the door of Wushan when they were young. Dear audience friends, the next will be the fourth game, and the Midnight contestants and immortal players will be invited to the stage. As the referee's voice sounded again, the audience burst into applause, and most of the martial artists came to hear about the deeds of Midnight, and the cheers erupted like a tsunami. It looks like Midnight's reputation is very high. Oolong covered his ears and said loudly. Of course, don't look at whose man it is. Bulma said with a smug look. Cut, Midnight dumped you sooner or later. Oolong pouted and muttered softly. What do you say? Is it underwhelmed again? Bulma's face turned red with anger, and she roared loudly. Didn't. No, watch the game first, watch the game first. Oolong said in admission. Ahem. Everyone be quiet first. The referee cleared his throat and used the microphone to quiet the high-rise scene. I believe that everyone is no stranger to the Midnight player. He is the senior apprentice of Wuxian teacher, and he is also the champion of the world's first martial arts conference for 2 consecutive times. And this immortal player of ours is also a master who should not be underestimated. He showed amazing strength in the qualifiers, and even defeated the dumpling player who almost reached the Final Four last year. With the help of the high notes worn out by this microphone, the referee solemnly introduced the two. As the referee's voice fell, Midnight quickly walked to the center of the ring, and at this time his opponent Immortal also walked over, only to see that it was a thin uncle with black-framed glasses, which looked like Sven, not like a martial artist at all. When Xian Gang walked near the referee, he stumbled to the ground and fell to the ground, causing everyone to laugh. This guy is here to be funny, right? Can such a person also make it to the final? I seriously suspect something is wrong with this game. This guy wouldn't come in through the back door, would he? Quite possibly, forget him as a joke. There were various sarcastic voices in the audience, but Immortal didn't seem to care at all, just touched his head and laughed stupidly. Was the dumpling really defeated by this guy? Yamcha said incredulously. Well, that's right. I saw with my own eyes the scene where dumplings were defeated. Don't underestimate him. This person's strength is definitely not to be underestimated, even above me. Tianjin Rice nodded with a serious face, and said in a condensed voice. Is it such an exaggeration? He doesn't look powerful at all. Yamcha said with an incredulous look. Since both of you are ready, then I announce that the game has officially begun. After the referee's voice fell, he walked off the ring with the cheers of everyone, leaving only Midnight and Immortal, looking at each other. Looking at the funny man in front of him, how could Midnight not be able to resist his identity, and then approached him, and asked in a low voice. Why are you coming to participate in this competition? Is it absolutely that I can't beat Vic with Gaku? Or are you afraid that we will beat him to death? You come to watch the point? Chapter 69. Hearing this, Xian couldn't help but be stunned, and then his face became a little embarrassed. I just wanted to solve Vic with my own hands to make up for the mistakes I made back then, but I didn't expect to run into you first, so I'll admit defeat. Vic will be over to you. Immortal shook a wry smile and prepared to turn away. Wait. I said, Lord Immortal, since you are all here, let's play. Directly admitting defeat can affect your image. Midnight laughed badly, reached out and stopped the other party and said. You. What do you want to do? The Immortal was frightened and took a few steps back and asked in horror. Of course it's a race. After a bad laugh at Midnight, he no longer punched the other party directly, and the Immortal, who was originally still with a happy smile, instantly became ugly. Bang! Suddenly hit hard, the Immortal screamed, the glasses were instantly beaten to pieces, the face was more puffy, and he lay on the ground in pain and screamed. Wait! Wait a minute, you're still coming. Just. When the Immortal was about to admit defeat, Midnight actually punched up again, and under the pressure of Midnight's powerful strength, the Immortal had no power to fight back at all, lying on the ground and wailing non-stop. Wait! Wait! I'm too good to be a fairy, can you give me some face? The Immortal stretched out a hand to stop Midnight, his tone stinging with pleading. You're here anyway to atone for your sins. I feel that I was sorry for the world, so I will give full play to my fraternal personality and beat you up for them, lest you come to the world for nothing, just to relieve your inner demons. After saying with a smile, Midnight greeted the Immortal again. Bang! 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 Continuous attacks. The immortals did not have the power to fight back at all, and the wail of pain sounded in the ring. The game is so weird, I don't even know how to explain it. The referee looked at the scene in the ring blankly, shocked and speechless. This young man is also too much, how can he bully people so much? What's the bully? That's his own ability. That is, who let him go through the back door? What do you think of the martial arts conference? Bah, you deserve it. Various sarcastic words rang out in the audience, but none of them mattered, and they did not stop the joy of beating people in the middle of the night. Well, don't hit you, this is the body of a mortal, he will not be able to withstand it. Hearing the immortal begging for mercy, he stopped at midnight, and after thinking about it, he felt some truth before finally letting him go. Midnight also didn't need to worry about that mortal body at all. With the skills of the immortals, he would definitely heal his injuries and give him a certain reward as compensation. Subsequently, under the admission of defeat by the gods, Midnight also won the game, ending the scene of this play. After walking into the rest area, Gaku stepped forward and asked suspiciously, "Midnight, do you know that strange guy?" He is a fairy." Midnight nodded and explained. "Nani? Immortal-sama?" Gaku exclaimed with a look of surprise. "That's right. He probably wanted to solve Vic personally, so he used the mortal body nether." Midnight explained. "That? Hee. Wasn't I just kidding him? And I suddenly found that beating people seems to be quite fun, especially beating people who are much weaker than themselves. I will name it in the future as a cruel dish." Midnight touched his nose and said with a smile. "Hello everyone, after a fierce competition, the top 4 of the world's first martial arts conference have finally been produced. Midnight player, Monkey King player, Vic player, Tianjin Rice player. Now the first match of the semi-finals has officially begun, Tianjin Rice players against Sun Wukong players, and the 2 of them have been invited to the stage." As the referee's voice fell, Tianjin Fan showed an excited expression on his face, and fighting Gaku again was what he had always longed for the most, and the 2 jumped lightly to the center of the ring and made a fighting posture. "I finally waited for this moment, and let me see the results of your cultivation over the years," Tianjin said with an excited face. However, Gaku smiled lightly and did not speak, because the strength of the 2 was no longer at the same level at this time. Ha! After Tianjin Rice burst into drink, he took the lead in attacking, his body moved fast like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he came to Goku's body and launched a fierce attack on Gaku. Shout! Shout! A flat smile appeared on Goku's face, his steps stood still, and he easily dodged the attack of Tianjin Rice. As the speed of Tianjin Rice became faster and faster, sweat could not help but appear on his shiny bald head, but he could not touch the corner of Goku's clothes. Well! What a fast attack! Even I can't see clearly, how did this kid Gaku do it? The turtle immortal stared at the ring tightly, and said with a surprised face. Well! That's awesome! How powerful is this guy Gaku at the bottom? Yamcha swallowed his saliva and said in disbelief. This can't be, how could it be? It will be so. Looking at this scene in the ring, Vic rolled his mouth, his face was frightened, and his eyes revealed a look of jealousy, although he could see Tianjin's movements clearly, but he could not avoid it so casually. Tianjin Rice, you have improved a lot over the years, and the speed has actually become so fast. At Wukong's innocent words reached Tianjin Fan's ears, and suddenly left him speechless, and his heart was deeply frustrated. Gaku, please fight me with all your strength. Tianjin Fan said in a deep voice. I'm sorry, Tianjin Rice, I can't promise you this. Sun Wukong shook his head and refused. Why? Tianjin Fan asked with a serious face. Because my current strength is too strong, so strong that you can't even imagine it. Every match between me and Midnight is to suppress my strength with all my strength, afraid of accidentally killing my opponent." Gaku explained with a serious look. "Nanny." Hearing this, Tianjin Fan couldn't help but be stunned. "Damn it, these two bastards." Not far away, Bike's face also turned livid, gritting his teeth and staring viciously at Midnight in the rest area. "Midnight, is what Gaku said true?" Clin asked curiously. "Sort of." Midnight smiled and nodded. "Then how powerful are you?" Yamcha grabbed it and asked. "How do you describe this?" "Let's put it this way, if I can't contain the power with one punch, the earth will explode." Midnight thought about it and said truthfully. Hearing Midnight's answer, Yamcha, Clin, and Kiki seemed to skip a group of crows on their heads, staring blankly at Midnight, but laughing maniacally in their hearts. "Punch the earth. Just blow it." Chapter 70. "Gaku, please be serious, let me see how big the gap between us really is." Tianjin Fan said with a solemn face. "I've already made a move." Gaku touched his head and smiled. "Ha ha ha. Just." When Tianjin didn't know why, the audience in the audience suddenly burst into laughter. Even Bulma and the others were covering their mouths and snickering, and Lan Chi blushed and covered her eyes with her parted fingers. With a breeze blowing, Tianjin Fan only felt that his lower body was cold and fluttering, his eyes moved down, and he saw that his trouser belt had disappeared, and his pants fell off to the ground. "How is it possible? When was you kid? Remove my belt." Tianjin Fan's face turned red, and he quickly lifted his pants and asked with an incredulous look. "Hehe, return it to you, Tianjin Rice." Gaku chuckled and immediately returned the belt in his hand to the other party. "Gaku didn't expect your speed to be so fast, I'll use my last trick next." Tianjin Fan tied his trouser belt and said with a solemn face. "Trick? Tianjin Rice, your Qigong cannon is useless to me, it will only waste your strength in vain." Gaku touched his chin and said seriously. "With your speed, the Qigong cannon can be easily dodged, so I won't be so stupid. This trick is my most powerful killer trick." Tianjin Fan said with a mysterious look. "Killer? Then I'll take a good look." Gaku said with interest. Tianjin Fan's expression suddenly became serious, the muscles of the whole body were tense and exposed on the surface of the body, and then he bowed down, his fists were tightly clenched, and his whole body exuded a strong and powerful aura. Just when Wukong looked puzzled, Tianjin Rice turned into an illusory figure, followed by two more figures, and as the phantom gradually solidified, Tianjin Rice appeared neatly in front of everyone. "This? What the hell is going on? There are actually 4 Tianjin Rice players on the field, which is really incredible." The referee looked at this scene dumbfounded and said in a surprised tone. "Shout!" In the next second, the figures of the 4 Tianjin Rice suddenly moved, surrounding Wukong together, touch, 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 followed by a series of fast fists launched a violent attack on Wukong. Although Gaku was surprised by this move, but still maintained a relaxed state, very casually blocked the attack of the 4 Tianjin Rice. "All the bodies are actually solid, Tianjin divides you this guy, it's really amazing." Gaku praised again and again. "Damn, why can't I fight?" Tianjin Fan said unwillingly. "Hehe, it's a pity that the gap in strength between us is a bit big." Gaku smiled gently, and then the speed suddenly increased, gently slapped on the chest of Tianjin Rice. Tianjin Fan directly screamed in pain, the figure flew out upside down, and then Gaku raised his foot and gently swept, and the remaining 3 doppelgangers were also shot out. The whole process was only in a moment. Gaku can be said to be effortless. The 4 Tianjin Rice fell to the ground, and its 3 solid doppelgangers became illusory again, and finally condensed together. Feeling the sharp pain coming from everywhere in the chest, Tianjin Rice's face was red, gritting his teeth, but he didn't even have the strength to stand up. How? Probably, Just a light pat, I can't bear it, how powerful is this guy Gaku? Tianjin Fan gritted his teeth and said with a surprised face. Tianjin Rice player. Can you continue to compete? The referee hurriedly walked to Tianjin Fan's side and asked patiently. I throw in the towel. Tianjin Fan lowered his head and said. In that case, the Monkey King player who attacked us won the match. The referee picked up the microphone in his hand and directly announced the takeover of the game, and the audience immediately cheered. Tianjin Rice, are you okay? Gaku hurriedly stepped forward and greeted. The ribs seem to be all broken. Tianjin Fan spoke. Sorry, I didn't have the strength, and I started a little heavy. Gaku touched his head and said with some embarrassment. Then, with the help of Gaku, Tianjin Rice returned to the rest area, and several people walked quickly at midnight to check the strength of Tianjin Rice, and Kiki threw herself into Goku's arms, and her beautiful face rubbed around his chest. Gaku, you are so powerful, you deserve to be my husband. Kiki praised shyly. Kiki, don't be like this, it's very uncomfortable for me. Gaku only felt a little awkward all over his body and wanted to push Kiki away, but the other party seemed to be glued to Goku's body. This guy Gaku, it's really enviable. Klin bit his lower lip, feeling like he wanted to cry without tears. Yes, Kiki will definitely be a gentle and virtuous wife in the future. You say yes, Midnight? Yamcha nodded again and agreed. I don't say anything. Midnight said expressionlessly. Dear audience friends, the next is the last semi-final of our world's first martial arts conference. Whether it will be the Midnight player who has won the championship for 2 consecutive times, or our mysterious second generation of demon players, let's wait and see. Now let us use the warmest applause. There are 2 people on the stage. As the referee forged ahead to enliven the atmosphere, the stadium suddenly ushered in high cheers and endless applause. Midnight, you have to be careful with that guy, after all, you killed his father, I'm afraid he will fight with you. Klin instructed with some concern. Don't worry, that kind of guy won't be my opponent. Midnight said with a confident look. Above the ring, Midnight and Vic stood looking at each other. Vic exuded an icy aura, and his whole body was filled with a strong murderous aura, as if it was as sharp as 1,000 sharp blades. But in the indifferent eyes, it could not hide the fear that came from the depths of his heart. Perhaps because of the strength shown by Gaku, Vic began to be a little afraid. Why, you're scared? Midnight said with a defiant look. My grand Vic Great Devil will be afraid of you, brat? Vic was furious and roared loudly. Oh? Is it? How do I feel that your face is scared green? Midnight mocked seriously. Abominable. I must kill you today. Vic roared, and his body disappeared into the ring in an instant. The speed was so fast that the audience were stunned. Even Klin and the others were difficult to capture each other's movements. Bang! Chapter 71. With the sound of an explosion, the entire ring seemed to tremble, and I saw Midnight stretch out his finger and tap it gently, and the golden energy light wave instantly shot out, hitting Bike's shoulder, and Bike's arm instantly broke and flew out. Ah! 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 Bike's face became extremely ugly, gritting his teeth to endure the severe pain, covering his bleeding arm with his hand, and his eyes instantly became red. This scene made the audience's faces turn pale, and the referee was even more frightened, picked up the microphone in his hand, and stammered and couldn't speak. This. Midnight player, we're just racing, you don't have to hit so hard. You shut up for me. However, before Midnight could speak, Vic roared directly at the referee, causing the referee to pick up the microphone and run away. Ugh! As Bike's painful cry sounded again, a surprising scene happened, only to see Bike's broken arm grow directly. This scene was even more frightening than when he broke his arm. Really? It's really incredible, the arm of the second generation of the demon player has actually regenerated. the referee said loudly with a surprised face, which couldn't help but resonate with everyone in the audience, only to see everyone gasp and look at this scene in horror. How? Do you want to continue? Midnight asked with a smile on his face. I'm going to smash your corpse to pieces. After Vic roared, his footsteps rushed towards Midnight with a strong step, but the opponent's attack for Midnight was tantamount to a grasshopper shaking a tree, and he couldn't measure his strength. I saw that Midnight's body flashed slightly, came behind Bike, and then gently slapped on his back. Beakeaton lost his center of gravity in time, fell heavily, and the entire ring couldn't help but tremble. Hey, are you still fighting? Midnight stepped forward, crouched down, and asked aloud. Go and die. Hearing this, Vic only felt that the other party was insulting himself, roared angrily, and his fist drove the strength of the whole body towards the Midnight. Bang! Just when everyone thought that Bike's sneak attack was going to succeed, Lian Midnight actually directly blocked the opponent's attack, faster than lightning, and what was even more terrifying was that Midnight blocked Bike's full blow with only one finger. Nope. No way. Vic opened his eyes and watched the scene in surprise. Touch. Immediately afterwards, Midnight stretched out his finger and gently flicked on Bike's head, and his body flew out directly like a missile, and at this time, Vic was like a kite with a broken line, cutting a long arc on the ground and falling directly to the ground. The second generation of demon players landed. Congratulations to the Midnight players for winning the competition. Seeing this, the referee quickly picked up the microphone and announced the result of the game. However, just as everyone was cheering, Vic stood up viciously, let out a hysterical roar, his eyes were covered with a layer of rich blood, and then directly took off the weight on his body, and then the whole person quickly swelled. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but be stupid, only to see that Bike's body was constantly getting bigger, directly turning into a giant tens of meters tall, and every step brought the feeling that the ground was shaking. Boy, let you taste the real horror of this great devil. Watch me trample you into meat sauce. Vic laughed viciously, and his heavy steps approached Midnight. Live. Stop it. Second generation demon player, you have lost your qualification for the competition. The referee actually blocked directly in front of Midnight and said loudly with the microphone. Get out of here. Vic roared, then moved his huge body, raised the soles of his feet several meters large and kicked over. Shout. At Midnight, he grabbed the referee next to him, his body moved quickly like lightning, and then put it in a safe place. At the same time, Vic was constantly destroying the venue of the world's first martial arts conference, and the entire venue became a mess for a while, and the audience also fled everywhere, and soon disappeared. Gaku, let's hurry up and help Midnight. Clin said with a solemn face. But, this is his game, said Yamcha with some hesitation. Vic has already lost, and now we can't be blamed for bullying more. Just when Clin and the others were about to make a move, they were pulled by Gaku beside him, and then Gaku said with a flat face, Worry, he is not Midnight's opponent. All of you are going to die today. Vic roared, and then stepped heavily on the ring. The entire ring shook violently, dust was everywhere, and a shocking giant paw print appeared on it. Insect carving trick, your mother doesn't know you when I hit today. After Midnight said something disdainfully, his body jumped up, and in the blink of an eye, he came to Vic's face, and then slapped Vic's face. Vic's huge body crashed to the ground, emitting a deafening rumble, and the dust on the ground was swept up. Immediately afterwards, Midnight's body fell from the air, stepped on Bike's stomach, and then landed on the ground. Ugh! Bike's eyes widened, he cried out in pain, and the pain in his body made his whole body twitch, and with his rapid panting sound, Bike's body began to gradually shrink until it returned to its original appearance. How? Probably, Grand Vic. The Great Devil. Actually. Will lose. With the sharp pain coming from his body, Bike's voice became hoarse, and the whole person lay on the ground like a dead dog, unable to move. And at this time, the martial arts conference was also in a mess, and all the spectators ran away. When Clin and the others saw that Vic was defeated, their faces showed excited expressions, and they ran over quickly, and several people surrounded Vic with interest. "It's the first time I've seen the legendary Vic demon up so close. Doesn't it look terrible?" Yamcha looked at Vic lying on the ground, laughing and ridiculing. "Yes. Oh, yes." Clin nodded again and said with a smile. "The great demon king, who even had a headache for Wutata back then, has actually become a tool for you to talk and laugh." The turtle immortal shook his head with a smile, thinking back to the scene when he struggled to resist the other party, and his expression couldn't help but be a little stunned. "Damn, you have the ability to kill me." Hearing the humiliating voices around him, the Vic Great Demon used all his remaining strength and roared. "Do you think we don't dare? Can't kill him?" Just as everyone was about to make a move, Gaku suddenly shouted and stopped several people. "Why? Gaku?" Clin and the others turned their heads and asked suspiciously. "This story is a bit complicated, Midnight, or you tell it." Gaku touched his chin and said. "Good." Midnight nodded, and then opened his mouth to explain. "In short, Vic is a part of the Immortals, and the Dragon Ball is created by the Immortals. If Vic dies, the Immortals, I will die, and the Dragon Balls will disappear." "What?" Hearing this, everyone was surprised. They didn't expect that the Great Demon King would actually be a part of God, and he was so deeply involved with Dragon Ball. Anyway, he is not the opponent of Midnight and Gaku, so it's better to let him go. Hearing Bulma's suggestion, everyone nodded in agreement. "Hehe, Midnight is next, the game between the two of us, I already can't wait." Gaku suddenly turned around and said with a look of excitement. "But, Gaku, now that the spectators and the judges are gone, how can this be played?" Clin said with a puzzled look. "I'm here." At this time, a familiar voice sounded, and everyone turned their heads to see that the referee wearing a black suit and sunglasses actually crawled out of the ruins. "Why didn't you run away?" Bulma asked with a look of surprise. "The game is not over yet. As a referee and host, how can I leave the field without permission?" the referee said with a proud look. "I didn't expect you to be so dedicated." Bulma opened her mouth and said in surprise. "Okay, guys. Ahem. Although there is no audience, I announce that the finals of the world's first martial arts conference have officially begun. There are Midnight players and Gaku players, please." Chapter 72. In the shabby ring, Midnight and Gaku stood looking at each other, and even though there was no spectator around, the referee was still gushing about the flow of the match. As the referee's voice fell, the atmosphere in the field became quiet, and Midnight and Goku's eyes were opposite each other, exuding a powerful and fierce aura, which made those present feel like they were breathless. Such a powerful aura, just watching them fight like this, there is a feeling of being torn apart. Tianjin Fan said with a solemn face. "How far have these two little guys grown?" The Turtle Immortal said in a deep voice. "Countless battles in the past 2 years, so that the two of them know each other very well. Feel the strong aura erupting from Goku's body. Not to be outdone, the two evenly matched auras collide together, producing a strong cyclone, accompanied by the friction sound in the air. There is a burst of explosions. Shout!" Immediately afterwards, the bodies of the two moved at the same time, and disappeared in place in just a moment. The speed was so fast that everyone was stunned. As the two fists collided, the bang made a loud noise, layers of white ripples rippled in the air, and the entire ground began to shake. "Hair! What happened? Was there an earthquake?" Bulma's figure swayed and said with a flustered look. "Such a terrifying power, even the earth is trembling. Has the strength of the two of them reached this level?" Tianjin Fan's pupils contracted, gasped, and said in a deep voice. Both of them felt that their arms were a little numb. the corners of their mouths outlined a curve at the same time, their eyes were firmly locked on each other, and the two fists once again erupted with powerful power, colliding together, and the powerful force had a feeling of mountains and rivers shattering. In the sky, a circle of white ripples spread around, just because the speed of the two is too fast, even strongest Tianjin fan and others cannot see the figure of the two. As the battle between the two became more and more intense, the originally dilapidated venue, in an instant turned into ruins. Tianjin fan and others had no choice, had to take Bulma and others to leave here, so as not to be affected by the battle. Wukong will be unlucky if he fights Tianjin Rice again, let's determine the victory with one move. Good. Hearing Midnight's words, Goku nodded approvingly. Vortex air knife. Turtle Kigong. As the burst of cheers of the two fell, two strong air currents emanated from the sky, and as the air currents continued to converge, two vortices like a tornado were formed, and at this time a white light suddenly bloomed, and I saw a white shock wave shot out from Wukong's palms, like a fierce dragon opening its fangs and swallowing towards the whirlpool. Boom! The two strands of energy collided together, bursting out with a monstrous momentum, and the deafening explosion echoed in the sky, and the light accompanied by white smoke covered a large area of the sky, forming a splendid scene. However, the ground was seriously affected by the battle between the two, and I saw the majestic aftermath falling, the endless explosions sounded, stones splashed, sand and dust were everywhere, and everything in sight turned into a desolation. Fortunately, Tianjin fan and others prepared in advance, otherwise they would be destroyed by the aftermath of the battle between the two. The smoke cleared. The blurry sky also returned to the original blue scene. Midnight and Goku slowly fell into the ground from the air. When they saw the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but pinch a sweat. Just now the rise of the two fights, but did not expect that this place would be affected so tragically. The two looked at each other, and with their rapid gasps, the originally shaking world finally quieted down, and everyone hiding in the ruins walked out as the battle ended. Finally finished fighting, scared me into thinking I was going to die here today. Klin patted his chest and said happily. I didn't expect that your battle would actually be terrifying to this extent. I thought that my years of cultivation could already catch up with you, but the gap was getting bigger and bigger. Tianjin fan sighed and said in a condensed voice. Yes, I recall that everyone could still get through at the beginning, but now it is beyond the reach of the dust. Yamcha sighed. Each of you is not bad at talent, since Wukong and Midnight can cultivate to this extent. As long as you are willing to work hard, your achievements will definitely not be lower than theirs in the future. Seeing the dejected appearance of the three people being hit, the turtle immortals hurriedly spoke out to encourage. After all, they are all the hope of future martial arts. That's right, I must cultivate harder in the future. Midnight, Goku, one day, I will definitely surpass you. Tianjin fan said with high spirits. At this time, the referee suddenly walked over, seeing that the two had no intention of fighting anymore, and couldn't help but ask suspiciously, then. So, how should this game be counted? Even if it's a tie. This. All right. Hearing this, the referee hesitated for a moment, nodded and agreed, and then shouted into the microphone in his hand. I announce that the finals of the 23rd Tianxia First Martial Arts Conference are over, and the Midnight player and the Monkey King player are tied. This result is somewhat unexpected. The Turtle Immortal said with a smile. Kiki threw herself into Goku's arms and said shyly. Goku, you are so powerful, you deserve to be my man. Chapter 73. Time flows, years are like a shuttle. 5 years have passed since the 23rd Tianxia First Martial Arts Conference, and shortly after the end of the competition, Goku, Kiki, and Midnight Bulma held a huge wedding in Zidu. Goku and Kiki have since settled in Bunza Mountain, and Midnight came to Zidu to live in Bulma's house. A shooting star crossed the clear sky. Boom! With the sound of a violent explosion, the shadow fell into the ground and smashed a huge deep pit. An old farmer not far away was startled by this loud sound, picked up the shotgun in his hand, and carefully leaned over. As far as the eye went, I saw a white spherical machine appear in the deep pit on the ground, and in the doubtful eyes of the old farmer, the door of the aircraft slowly opened, and then a figure walked out from inside. The man in front of him was burly, fierce in his eyes, and dressed very strangely, with long black fluffy hair draped behind him, a monkey-like tail wrapped around his waist, and a precision instrument similar to single glasses in his right eye. How are the people of this planet still alive? What is that guy from Kakarot doing? The man's body slowly rose from the deep pit, his face showed a fierce light, and a gloomy voice came out of his mouth. The combat effectiveness is only 5, what rubbish! The man lightly pressed the precision instrument at the corner of his eye, with a disdainful expression on his face, mocking words came out of his throat, and slowly walked towards the farmer. You! Who are you? Not. Otherwise I'm going to shoot. The old farmer was frightened by the fierce man in front of him and fell to the ground, picked up the shotgun in his hand and aimed it at the man, and threatened in horror. However, seeing that the other party was not afraid at all, the farmer was frightened and directly pressed the button. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, the bullet was caught by his bare hands when he was less than 1 meter away from the man, and the frightened peasant sweated coldly and threw away the shotgun in his hand. Looking at the frightened peasant, a sneer crossed the corner of the man's mouth, and the bullet in his hand flicked at will, and after cutting a perfect arc in the air, it hit the farmer's brain directly, and the unlucky old peasant fell in a pool of blood. There can actually be such a weak nation. Hey? There is a guy in that direction who has a strong fighting power. Kakarot must be you. After the man said something sneering, he stepped hard and flew towards the sky. On the other side, the Turtle Fairy house. Wukong came to the Turtle Fairy Island with his son, and when Klin saw this, he opened the door and greeted him, and Oolong and the Turtle Immortal also followed and walked out. Hey! Klin, Grandpa, long time no see. Gaku stretched out his hand and greeted him warmly. Gaku! Hey! Who is the child in your arms? Klin asked with a puzzled look. This is my son, his name is Son Gohan. Monkey King explained. Nanny. Child. Son? Gaku, you guy actually has a son? Klin asked with a look of surprise. Gohan, say hello to everyone. Gaku nodded and said. Hello everyone. Son Gohan bowed politely and said in a milky voice. Son Gohan? Did you give him the name of your dead grandfather? The Turtle Immortal said. Hello everyone. At this time, Bulma's voice suddenly sounded, and everyone heard the prestige. Only to see an orange helicopter in the sky slowly falling to the ground. Syllable. As the door of the helicopter slowly opened, Bulma walked down with a 3 or 4-year-old girl in her arms. The girl's big watery eyes were very cute, and then Midnight also jumped out of it. Hey, long time no see. Bulma stepped forward and greeted her warmly. Cloth. Bulma, the little girl in your arms should not be you and the child of Midnight. Klin asked in surprise. That's right. This is indeed my daughter, her name is Zixin. Midnight nodded and said with a smile. Klin, Teacher Wushin hasn't seen you for a long time. Midnight said hello. I really didn't expect that you and Gaku are already fathers. Klin sighed and said with some envy. Haha, Klin, don't be discouraged, one day you will also find your own happiness. Midnight patted Klin's shoulder and said with a smile. I hope so. Klin said enviously. Zixin, go play with brother Gohan for a while. Bulma put down Zixin in her arms and said with a smile. After the end of the game, Midnight gave Gaku the infinite gravity room that made a wish to the dragon, as well as all the wealth obtained from the Red Silk Ribbon Legion, so that Kiki would not stop Gaku from cultivating due to financial problems, but the two agreed to fight each other every other month, so the two often had contacts in these 5 years, and naturally knew about the birth of Son Gohan. Midnight, we haven't seen each other for a long time, how about trying it today? Sun Wukong came forward and said with an excited face. That's exactly what I mean. Midnight nodded with interest. Can you two not fight as soon as you meet? Bulma couldn't help but roll her eyes and said. Just as the two were about to make a move, they suddenly felt that an evil and weak aura was coming in the direction of Turtle Immortal Island, and the two of them retracted their movements at the same time when they saw this. Strange, just now the instrument clearly sensed that there were two powerful forces, how did it suddenly disappear again? In the sky, the alien man who killed the peasant frowned, his eyes carefully observed the precision instruments of his glasses, and he muttered suspiciously. Don't care, go to that place first. Saying that, the man's speed suddenly increased, and his figure turned into a cold wind, moving forward at great speed. What's wrong with all of you, with such a strange expression? Bulma looked at the strange faces of several people and couldn't help but ask. What an evil and powerful aura! The turtle immortal stared at the sky, a drop of cold sweat flowed from the round bald head, and his face was terrified. Seven heard. Powerful? I feel very weak. Goku touched his head and said. It looks like an uninvited guest has arrived. Midnight said with interest. Call. As a cold wind blew through, a man dressed strangely and with a strong murderous aura all over his body suddenly appeared in mid-air. Hey, who are you? Seeing the person coming, Goku asked with a puzzled look. Kakarot, we finally met, and although you have grown up, I still recognize you at a glance. The man sneered and spoke. Kakarot? Are you calling me? Goku asked with a puzzled look. You look exactly like your father. Chapter 74. Kakarot, how did you do it? Isn't your mission to kill everyone on this planet? Why are they all alive? Raditz frowned and questioned with a fierce face. Drib. Combat Power 1. Nanny? This. What's going on, Kakarot? How come your combat power is only 1? At this time, the precision instrument in the man's eyes scanned Goku's body, and when he saw the numbers displayed on the instrument, the whole person couldn't help but be stunned for a few seconds, and then became furious. No wonder the people of this planet can live to this day, you are such a waste. This gentleman, whoever you are, please get out of here. Klin stepped forward, trying to drive the nasty man away from him. Klin, be careful. Sun Wukong shouted, but before Klin could react, the tail wrapped around the man's waist had already exploded. Shout! Suddenly, a surprisingly fast figure pulled Klin back from the man's face, and the man's attack failed, and a hint of surprise could not help but appear on his face. Nanny! De Combat Power 1, the same as Kakarot's. What's going on? With only 1 combat power, I can actually save this little bald head from my hand? The man's brows furrowed and he muttered incredulously. Tail, he actually has a tail. Bulma's exclamation sounded, and everyone's faces showed surprised expressions, staring at the tail exactly the same as Goku behind the man. Who the hell are you? Goku asked with a solemn face. Kakarot, don't you even remember your brother? Raditz yelled. Brother. Hearing the other party's words, everyone present was taken aback, and after careful inspection, they found that the other party's appearance was really similar to Goku. I don't understand what you're talking about at all. Goku shook his head and said. Forget it, I'll tell you. You are not a person from this planet at all, you were born on planet Vegeta, the strongest fighting nation in the universe, the Scion. And I am your brother, Raditz, and the day you were born, you were sent to this planet with the purpose of killing all the people on this planet. Raditz explained with a solemn face. What? Kill all the Earthlings? It's nonsense, Goku has always been protecting the Earth, so he wouldn't do such a thing. Get back to your planet. Klin said with a look of indignation. The Scions were originally a minority, plus the planet Vegeta was hit by a meteorite and exploded, all the Scions turned into cosmic dust, and now there are only 4 remaining Scions including you. But you waste, the battle is actually only one, not even the newborn child, it is simply a shame for us scions. I wanted to ask you for help, but now it seems that I don't need it anymore. Raditz said with a look of indignation. Since you don't need it, please leave Earth. The turtle fairy said with a solemn face. Of course I will leave, but before I can kill all the humans here, this planet should be able to sell for a good price. By the way, this child should be your son, since you are useless, then this child with scion blood, I will take it. Raditz's gaze swept over everyone, his face showing disdain, and then he stretched out his hand and grabbed Son Gohan. Syllable. However, just as his palm was about to approach, Goku directly locked the opponent's wrist, and said with a solemn face, no matter who you are, please leave the earth immediately, otherwise don't blame me for being unkind to you. I just rely on you a waste with only one combat power. Raditz sneered, and immediately prepared to strike at Goku, but he was terrified, his palm was actually unable to withdraw under the control of the other party, he could not have imagined that Goku's strength was so great. Immediately after that, Goku's body suddenly exuded a powerful aura, making Raditz feel breathless. With a gentle force in his palm, Raditz threw it out directly, and in Goku's hands, he seemed to be like a child, and there was no way to fight back. Nope. It can't be, you're just a waste with only one combat effectiveness, how can you be my opponent? Raditz endured the severe pain, got up from the ground in embarrassment, and let out a roaring sound. De combat effectiveness 1000, de combat effectiveness 5000, de combat effectiveness 10,000. Boom. Raditz turned on the combat effectiveness detector again, and saw that Goku's combat power was soaring in a straight line, until when it exceeded 10,000 combat power, the detector exceeded the limit and exploded directly. Damn, Kakarot, I didn't expect that this guy of yours actually reached 10,000 combat strength. A strong look of shock rose in Raditz's eyes. Ha ha ha. Immediately, Raditz suddenly laughed again and spoke, great, Kakarot, as long as we have your help, we will definitely be able to take that planet, and His Royal Highness will definitely reuse you when the time comes. I won't help you destroy other planets, you leave Earth right now, never come, or I won't let you go. Goku shook his head, refused the other party's request, and then threatened. You. What did you say? You actually dare to refuse me, don't think that you can be empty of everything with 10,000 combat power, His Royal Highness the Prince will not let you go. Raditz said threateningly with anger in his eyes. In his heart, Vegeta is the strongest of the scions, and no scion can surpass him, so he thinks that Goku's combat power is only 10,000 at most. But even so, it was not something he could handle, seeing that Goku would not agree to his request at all, he had no choice but to turn away in embarrassment. Goku, shall we let him go like this? He will definitely find a companion when he goes back and destroy the earth again. Klin said with a worried face. Let him go, he's my brother after all. But if they dare to come, I will definitely not let them go. Goku said with a serious face. This. All right. Hearing this, Klin nodded and stopped talking. In a distant galaxy, on a deserted and dilapidated planet, two people dressed in very similar clothes to Raditz gathered around the fire roasting the flesh of unknown creatures. Vegeta, the instrument that guy Raditz used to detect combat power exploded, and it seems that more than 10,000 people with combat power appeared on that planet. Chapter 75. The one who spoke was a large, burly bald man, and sitting opposite him was a relatively short man. The man's face was as cold as ice, the corners of his mouth outlined a gloomy smile, and said with interest, interesting, I didn't expect that kind of garbage planet can appear people with a combat power of more than 10,000. And they seem to have a way to control their combat effectiveness, which is of great help to us. Okay, then we'll go now. Nappa's eyes lit up, and he seemed to be very interested in what Vegeta said, and immediately stood up. Nappa, you remember for me, and then act after hearing Prince Ben's order, otherwise Prince Ben will kill you." Vegeta's face crossed with a trace of cruelty, and a strong murderous aura filled his body, and he said a warning. "Yes, Your Royal Highness." Nappa broke out in a cold sweat and nodded in horror. Then, Vegeta walked straight to a short distance, in the same aircraft as Raditz. Nappa finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this, followed by the aircraft next to him, as the two aircraft swayed, quickly left the ground and flew into the universe. On the other side, when Raditz's front foot had just left, a figure wearing a white cloak and all green appeared in front of several people, and it was Vic who came. "Vic? What are you doing? If you want to take revenge, I advise you to leave. With your strength it is impossible to be our opponent," Goku said without care. "Monkey King, you idiot!" Vic gritted his teeth. The whole popularity was straight to the end, and directly cursed. "Nanny! Vic, what are you scolding me for?" Goku frowned, feeling aggrieved in his heart, and asked for no apparent reason. "Monkey King, do you know what you just did? After Raditz goes back, he will definitely bring more powerful cosmic people to invade the Earth. Don't even think about living then." Vic glared angrily at Goku, his teeth itching with hatred. "I didn't expect that your dignified Vic Great Demon King would actually care about the safety of the Earth. Didn't you always want to surpass us? Or is it the original condition, as long as you promise to be a nanny for me and Goku, I will teach you to cultivate, how?" Midnight chuckled and teased. "Dare to humiliate me like this? I don't worry about the life or death of those Earthlings, I only do this because the Earth can only be controlled by my Vic Great Devil." "Humph, think about it yourself, anyway, the first to die will definitely be the Earthlings." Vic clasped his hands to his chest, snorted coldly, and said. "Midnight Goku, although Vic is not a good person, but I think what he said is quite reasonable. How powerful the guy in the universe is, we don't know at all." Klin leaned over to the two and voiced his worries. "Vic, then what is the purpose of your coming here? Wouldn't it be just to scold Goku?" "I'm not that bored, I have an idea. From now on, we will cooperate and wait until we solve the alien cosmic people, and then deal with the grudge between us." Vic said all his thoughts. "Goku, I think this idea is quite good. It is better to put Bikra into our camp than to let him help the cosmic people deal with us." Klin leaned into Goku's ear and whispered. "I didn't expect you to actually come to make peace." "That's a good idea," and we agreed. Midnight Goku glanced at each other and nodded in agreement. "Great, let's cultivate together next. And then I must let that group of cosmic people know that I am the Great Demon King of Bic." Vic laughed excitedly, a hint of success crossed the corner of his eyes. For many years Vic racked his brain to know how Midnight and Goku cultivated, but the other party's condition was actually to let him be the Great Demon King of Vic as a nanny, which was absolutely unbearable for him, and now he seemed to see hope. "You misunderstood, we didn't plan to practice with you." Midnight saw through Bike's thoughts at a glance, immediately poured a basin of cold water on him, and spoke. "Nanny? What do you mean?" Vic changed his face and immediately asked. "Literally, you are too weak. What if you accidentally beat you to death with our cultivation?" Midnight spread his hands and said without care. "You actually dare to say that this Great Demon King is weak?" Vic gritted his teeth and hit angrily. If he hadn't been able to beat the other party, he would have punched him a long time ago. "Am I not telling the truth? Don't talk about me and Goku, you can't even beat Gohan." Midnight said mockingly. "Gohan? You're talking about that little ghost, what a joke that the big Devil King won't be able to beat him." Vic didn't fight angrily, he didn't expect the other party to look down on himself so much. "You don't believe it? Good. You wait. Gohan, come here." Midnight turned around and called out Gohan, who was playing with Zixin in the Kamizen house. "Uncle Midnight, are you looking for me for something?" Son Gohan asked dumbly. This Uncle Gohan wants to try martial arts with you, just like he usually plays with his uncle and father, but start lightly, this uncle doesn't want to hit you. Midnight pointed at Vic and explained to Gohan. Midnight, Gohan is still so young, how can he be the opponent of the Vic Great Devil? Klin came over and said with a worried look. Don't worry, Klin. Goku patted Klin's shoulder and said with a confident look. Goku, how come even you? Clinton was a little stunned, seeing the resolute appearance of the two, and did not open his mouth to stop it. Abominable! You bastards dare to humiliate me like this! Vic was angry and stomped his foot on the spot, eager to kill all the people in front of him to vent his anger. Go Gohan, start lightly, don't beat him to death. Midnight touched Gohan's head and said with a smile. Yes, Uncle Midnight. Gohan smiled and nodded, then trotted over to Bike. Hey! This is what you asked for yourself, and since you want this little ghost, then I'm not welcome. Vic sneered, and then his body moved like lightning, but Gohan stood in place dumbfounded, not meaning to fight back. Bang! I saw that Big punched Son Gohan in the face, knocking his petite body into the beach. Gohan! Klin shouted a little worriedly, and then said with some reproach in his tone, Goku, how did you do it? Gohan is still so young, what if he is broken? Haha! Don't worry, Klin, Gohan is not as weak as you think.